Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 3084 to Chapter 3133. The carriage went on for some distance and stopped in front of a small manor. This manor wasn't very big, but it could be seen that someone was taking care of it. The road in front of the manor was very clean. There were no weeds on the walls of the manor. At the entrance of the manor, there were 2 stone lions. On the gate of the manor, there was a sign with the words Red Clouds Manor written on it. This Red Clouds Manor was the courtyard of the Liu family. Usually, very few people would come here. Every year, during the midsummer, the Liu family would come here to stay for a few days in order to avoid the heat. Of course, in autumn, they would also come here to hunt in the Jiyun Mountain. At this time, the Liu family generally wouldn't come here. Although the Jiyun Mountain was a famous scenery in the Soul world, if one saw it too much, they would also feel annoyed. Very few people who lived in the Jiyun city would come to the Jiyun Mountain at this time because they knew that at this time, there were a lot of people in the Jiyun Mountain. The carriage stopped. The old doorman led little Cranegrass and little Ewer down from the carriage. At this time, Manqing had already stepped forward to knock on the door. Manqing just knocked a few times when the door opened. An old man who looked to be in his 50s looked out from the door. When the old man saw the old doorman, he quickly opened the door and bowed to the old doorman. "Greetings, Chief Doorman." The old doorman looked at the old man and smiled faintly. "Blockhead, you're getting more and more idle. Why didn't you go out today? Instead, you're hiding at home?" The old man who opened the door was called Liu Senator. He was the manager of the manor. Of course, he couldn't be compared to the old doorman. He was just a manager of a leisurely manor. How could he be compared to the old doorman? However, Lucen did a good job. He had been in the manor for a long time. He had been taking care of the manor very well. Usually, he would also do some farming. His days were very leisurely. The old doorman was even a little envious of him. The old doorman had also thought about it. He would work as an external manager for a few years and then find a manor like this. He would also be a manager who didn't care about anything. It would be considered as his retirement. The Liu clan was a large clan. They had many manors like this, not only in Gathering Cloud City, but also in other places. Even Green Jade City had one. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to be the manager of such a manor. Lucen looked at the old man, then he smiled and said, "Manager men must be joking. There have been a lot of foreigners coming to Jiyun Mountain these past few days. I don't want to go out and cause trouble, so I can only hide at home every day." Upon hearing this, the old man couldn't help but be stunned. Then his face sank as he said, "What? Old Liu, could it be that an outsider dares to cause trouble for our Liu family?" Although the old doorman wanted to retire, he had been working for the Liu family all his life. He had long regarded the Liu family as his own family. So when he heard Lucen, he naturally wasn't happy. Lucen quickly replied, No, manager, you misunderstood. The truth is that manager doesn't live under Jiyun Mountain. You don't know that there are usually only a few people who come to Jiyun Mountain all year round, but every year at this time, there will be a large number of people coming to Jiyun Mountain. Among these people, there are all kinds of people. Some of them are reasonable, whether they want to stay here or buy something to eat, they will be polite. But some of them are unreasonable. In order to avoid trouble, I usually hide in the manor and don't go out. Even if there are people who want to stay here, I will send them away. After all, there are a lot of places for people to stay here. When he heard Lucen, the old man nodded, then he said, "It's good that no one is looking for trouble. Old Liu, today my godson and godson are here. I'll take them to see the scenery and stay here for the night. You can arrange a few rooms for us, but don't touch the main room. Since the young master wanted to come here on a whim, it would be troublesome if we don't have a room to live in. You can arrange a place for us in the outer courtyard." Lucen nodded and said, "All right, there are a lot of rooms in the outer courtyard. Moreover, I clean them every day. Manager Men, this little brother, I'll have to trouble you to drive the carriage to the backyard. There is a courtyard there that is specially used to store carriages." Men nodded and drove the carriage away. The old gatekeeper led little Cranegrass and little Ewer to follow Lucen into the courtyard. The courtyard was very simple. The front yard was like a sahiyuan, but inside the main house, there was a hall. From there, one could go directly to the backyard. The backyard was the main house, where the Liu family lived every time they came to the manor. The outer courtyard was where the servants lived. Although the outer courtyard was where the servants lived, it was still very big. Moreover, the rooms here were quite good. Liu San led the old doorman to a room in the outer courtyard. Then he pushed the door open and said, "Manager Men, how about you and the children live in this room?" The old doorman looked inside the room and nodded with satisfaction. Although the room wasn't big, there was a small living room inside. Although it was called a living room, it wasn't really a living room. There was only a small square table in the room. Inside the room was a big Kong bed. Because this place was at the foot of the mountain winds were very strong. Therefore, the mountain people were used to living on Kong beds, which were warm and comfortable. In fact, this room was for the servants to live in. It wasn't suitable for the old doorman's status. However, the old doorman was very satisfied. He even thought that this room was very suitable. This was because the better rooms were full of beds. Not only were those rooms cold, but because the beds were too small, he couldn't live with little crane grass and little Yuer. Naturally, he didn't like it. The old doorman turned his head and patted Liu San's shoulder and said, "You blockhead, you're really something. No wonder you're the manager of this manor. You've been in this position for so many years." "Right, where's your son? How come I don't see him? Aren't you the only one living here?" The manager of a manor wasn't the same as other managers. Everyone who became a manager of a manor would have their family move in with them. Moreover, the family wouldn't send anyone else to the manor. The entire manor was managed by the family. If they managed it well, they would be rewarded at the end of the year. Liu San had 2 sons and 1 daughter. His daughter was already married, so naturally, she didn't live in the manor. However, his 2 sons lived with him in the manor. When the Liu family didn't come, the manor was like their home. They lived leisurely and carefree lives. When Liu San heard the old doorman, he quickly replied, "The eldest son went to the field. He should be back soon. The second son is in the backyard feeding the horses. You should know that living in this manor can't be done without horses. It's too inconvenient to sell things." The old doorman nodded and said, "All right, tell your daughter-in-law to cook 2 more dishes. Accompany me for a drink tonight." Liu San smiled and said, "Yes, Manager Doorman. What does Manager Doorman want to eat?" The old doorman looked at Liu San, then he smiled and said, "Blockhead, are you doing this on purpose? You've been calling me Manager Doorman for a long time, and I've already endured it. Now you're still calling me that. Are you doing this on purpose? Hurry up and change it. Just call me Brother Doorman like before. My grandchildren are here, you can do whatever you want." Bauer, call Grandpa Liu." Little Crane Grass and Little Yuer immediately gave Liu San a salute and said, "Hello, Grandpa Liu." When Liu San saw the 2 children's sensible appearance, he quickly said, Good. You 2 wait for a while. Grandpa Liu will go and get you something to eat." Then Liu San turned to the old doorman and said, "Brother Doorman, you settle down. I'll have them prepare something to eat. 2 years ago, I buried 2 jars of good wine under the pine tree. Let's have a good drink tonight." The old doorman laughed, then he patted Liu San's shoulder and said, "That's right. You don't need to call me Manager Doorman. Just go and get it done. You don't need to worry about this place. In any case, I've been here more than once or twice, so I know where the things are. Right, I also brought some food in the carriage. You can take it." Liu San nodded, then he turned around and left. The old doorman led Little Crane Grass and Little Yuer into the room. This room was very simple. It could be said that everything inside could be seen at a glance. Apart from the square table and 4 stools, there was only a cabinet on the Kong bed that could be considered as furniture. The old doorman opened the cabinet and looked inside. There were several quilts inside. It seems that they were all washed. The old doorman nodded with satisfaction. Then he closed the cabinet door and turned to Little Crane Grass and said, "Bauer, we'll be staying here tonight." Little Crane Grass and Little Yuer nodded excitedly. Children were like this. Every time they arrived at a new place, they would be very excited at the beginning. They would look at the place as if they were looking for treasures. They wanted to find out what was the difference between this place and other places. The old doorman looked at the two and smiled faintly. All right, let's go. I'll take you to the courtyard. The backyard is much more interesting than here. Let's go. The two children nodded happily and then followed the old doorman to the backyard. The backyard was the main house. Naturally, it was much more magnificent than the outer courtyard. However, because the master didn't come, although it was very clean, it still lacked a bit of liveliness. Because this was only a manor, the layout here was much worse compared to the Lu mansion in the city. However, there were a lot of big trees planted here. Moreover, these trees were very tall. The entire courtyard was very lush and green. When they arrived at the back of the courtyard, Little Crane Grass and Little Yu-er were very excited. This was because they could directly see Jiyun Mountain from the backyard. Looking at the steep hillside and the trees on the hillside, they felt an inexplicable excitement. After walking around the courtyard for a while, the old doorman finally led the two back to the front yard. At this time, Lu Sen and Men Qing also came back. The two were chatting in the courtyard. When they saw the old doorman come back, Lu Sen immediately went to greet him. He smiled and said, "Brother Men, I had my second son go up the mountain. A few days ago, he set up a few traps. I don't know if we can catch some game. If we can, then that would be great. We'll have game to eat today." The old doorman smiled and said, "Good. I didn't expect your second son to have such skills. Whether we can eat game today will depend on your second son." Lu Sen also chuckled. At this time, the courtyard's door opened. A man wearing short clothes and dressed like a farmer came in from the outside. When the man saw the people in the courtyard, he stared. Then he recognized the old doorman. He immediately gave a salute and said, "I have seen housekeeper doorman. Lu Yan is very courteous." Lu Yan was Lu Sen's eldest son. He just came back from the fields. He had known the old doorman since he was a child. Therefore, he was able to recognize the old doorman at a glance. The old doorman looked at Lu Yan and chuckled, "Good kid, you're getting stronger and stronger. The last time I saw you was when you got married. At that time, you weren't as strong as you are now. I didn't expect that after a few years, you've already become a strong young man." "Good, very good." Lu Yan quickly replied, "Housekeeper doorman is overpraising me." Although Lu Yan knew that the old doorman had a good relationship with his family, he didn't want to follow the rules. This was mainly because the Lu family's rules were very strict. If someone knew the rules, then the punishment would be very serious. Lu Yan didn't know if the old doorman's temperament had changed, so he still followed the rules. The old doorman looked at Lu Yan and smiled, "Good, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Uncle Doorman like before. Did you just come back from the fields? How are the crops growing in the fields?" Lu Yan quickly replied, "Uncle Doorman, the crops are growing very well. This year's harvest seems to be very good." Just as Lu Yan finished speaking, the sound of horses neighing could be heard from outside. Upon hearing this sound, the people in the courtyard were stunned. Then Lu Yan immediately turned around and opened the door. Through the door, the old doorman saw several horses stopping outside. Several people jumped down from the horses while a carriage was parked next to them. Upon seeing the people outside, the old doorman couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly whispered to Doorman Qing, "Take Bao-er and Yu-er back to the house. I'll go out and take a look." Then he quickly went outside and said, "This old servant greets the seventh young master." Little Crane Grass stole a glance and discovered that there were a few young men standing outside the door. The soul items above their heads were either beast souls or weapon souls. None of them were soul craftsmen or soul plant souls. It was clear that their statuses were not low. The young man leading the group was close to 1.8 meters tall. He had a sturdy back and a wolf-like waist. His body was well built, and his eyes were bright. He seemed to be in high spirits. If the weapon soul above his head was included, his aura would be even more extraordinary. Little Crane Grass didn't know this person, but Lu Sen and the others did. This person was the seventh young master of the Lu family. His name was Lu Renli, and he was a martial arts genius among the younger generation of the Lu family. He was also a very favored existence in the Lu family. They didn't expect that he would come to the Red Clouds Manor today. Lu Renli was also surprised when he saw the old doorman. Naturally, he knew the old doorman. He knew that the old doorman's status in the Lu family wasn't ordinary. Lu Renli didn't show any disrespect to the old doorman. Instead, he nodded and said, "So it's Uncle Doorman. Uncle Doorman, why are you here? Did someone from your family come?" The old doorman smiled and said, "No, to be honest with the seventh young master, this old servant's little friend's 2 children came to see this old servant. This old servant brought them to see the scenery here. It's this old servant's honor to meet the 7th young master here." When Lu Renli heard the old man's words, he couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle Men, you are too polite. You are an elder of the Lu clan. You don't have to be so polite to a junior like me. Otherwise, my father will scold me." "Oh right, Uncle Men, these are my classmates from the Saber Sovereign Pavilion. They are here today to see the amazing scenery." Lu Renli could be said to be the one with the best martial arts results among the younger generation of the Lu clan. Hence, the clan sent him to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion to learn. The Saber Sovereign Pavilion was an academy set up by the Saber Spirit Nation's royal family. It was the highest martial arts academy in the Saber Spirit Nation. Here, as long as one had the ability and met the requirements, one could learn any martial arts. One could even learn the secret martial arts of the Saber Spirit Nation Saber Clan, the Saber Sovereign's 7 styles. The reason why the Lu clan sent Lu Renli to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion wasn't just because he could learn more there. In fact, the main reason was that the Saber Sovereign Pavilion had people from various clans studying there. The Saber Sovereign Pavilion was like a school for nobles. Not only did it have the best teaching environment and the best teachers, but it also had students with similar or even higher status than you. Not only could the students learn things there, but they could also build up their connections there. Of course, this did not mean that there were no low-status students in the Saber Sovereign Pavilion. There were many low-status and commoner students in the Saber Sovereign Pavilion. However, these students all had one thing in common: they were geniuses. They were absolute geniuses. After they finished studying at the Saber Sovereign Pavilion, they would definitely be entrusted with important tasks by the Saber clan. It could be said that from the day they entered the Saber Sovereign Pavilion, their status would have changed drastically. The Lu clan could only be considered a small clan below average. If they wanted to continue developing, they needed to accumulate connections. Only then could they develop further. For a clan like the Lu clan, once they sent someone to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion, it was almost as if they had already decided on that person to be the next clan head. Now that Lu Renli had gone there, it was obvious that the clan had high hopes for him. When the old man heard that the people behind Lu Renli were his classmates from the Saber Sage Pavilion, he didn't dare to neglect them. He immediately bowed to them and said, "This old servant didn't know that the young masters were here. Please forgive me. The young masters have come from afar and must be tired. Please come in and rest." When Lu Renli saw the old gatekeeper's appearance, he secretly nodded. He was very familiar with the old gatekeeper. He knew that the old gatekeeper's status in the family wasn't low. Now that the old gatekeeper was acting neither servile nor overbearing, Lu Renli appreciated him very much. Of course, the old gatekeeper and the others didn't know what the Saber Sovereign Pavilion was like. Outsiders would think that everyone in the Saber Sovereign Pavilion was favored by the heavens. Only the people in the Saber Sovereign Pavilion knew what the Saber Sovereign Pavilion was like. Now, the people in the Sovereign Saber Pavilion were divided into several groups. The first group was the royal family. This group was high and mighty because they were born in the royal family. Furthermore, they were able to enter the Sovereign Saber Pavilion to study. This meant that they were very talented. These people would become the pillars of the Dao clan after they left. Hence, each of them was extremely arrogant. However, this group of people was not very united. They would often rope in people from other great clans to form their own forces and fight openly and secretly in the Sovereign Saber Pavilion. However, in general, their opponents could only be people of the same status as them. It was impossible for others to be their opponents. The second group was the people from the big clans in the Saber Spirit Nation. These big clans referred to the real big clans, which were much bigger than the Lu clan. They were the top forces in the Saber Spirit Nation. The disciples of these big clans were in the same group. Although their strength couldn't be compared to the royal family's people, they were still a group. Moreover, this group had a special characteristic. Other than a few people who were closer to the royal family's disciples, the rest of them were all in a group. They were vaguely independent of the royal family's disciples. Even the royal family's disciples didn't dare to underestimate them. The third group was the people who were born in the commoners. These people were all geniuses. They were geniuses in martial arts, among craftsmen, and among plant masters. In short, they were all geniuses in various fields. However, because of their birth, there would always be some estrangement between them and the disciples of the big clans. They would unite together, but at the same time, they would be like the royal family's group. They were considered to be in the same group. The fourth group was formed by the disciples of the middle upper clans. The strength of this group couldn't be compared to the disciples of the big clans. They weren't as talented as the commoners, but the influence of their clans wasn't small either. This group of people would gather together again, but they wouldn't be like the disciples of the big clans. They would follow the royal family's disciples and become their subordinates. The struggle between the royal family's disciples was their struggle. However, in general, they were considered to be in the same group. They were separated from the other groups and didn't have much contact with each other. The last group was like Lu Renli's group. They were the disciples of the middle lower clans or small clans. They didn't enter the Saber Sovereign Pavilion just to learn, they also wanted to accumulate connections. However, the people mentioned above didn't think highly of them. Because of this, they slowly began to form groups. If they didn't form groups, then they would be bullied by the other groups. Therefore, they slowly formed a group. However, this group was the most relaxed. If the royal family or the big clans waved at them, then they would immediately go over. This was the reality. Lu Renli was very clear about what kind of life the disciples of weaker clans had in the Saber Sage Pavilion. People like them usually gathered together in groups. However, if the disciples of the imperial clans or great clans waved their hands at them, they would immediately run over. Firstly, they wanted to lean on a big tree. Secondly, they couldn't afford to offend these people. These people weren't even as good as those geniuses who came from ordinary backgrounds. The royal family had always paid attention to the commoner geniuses. Even the royal family's disciples would be very polite to the commoner geniuses. This was because the commoner geniuses had already proven their worth with their strength. If the royal family didn't know how to use such people, then they wouldn't be far from decline. But people like Lu Renli were looked down upon by the royal family. Their clans didn't have much strength, and they weren't top geniuses themselves. Maybe they were good in their own clans, but in the Saber Sovereign Pavilion, they weren't good enough. This time, the people who came with Lu Renli to watch the mountain gathering were not only his classmates, but also a very important person. If the old doorman bowed like an ordinary servant, then Lu Renli would feel very embarrassed. This was because the servants of the big clans wouldn't behave like that. All the servants of the big clans, especially those with status, had their own pride. Even if they were to face guests with status higher than their clans, they would still behave neither arrogantly nor humbly. This was a matter of professionalism. Some people might laugh at this. You're just a servant, so you don't need any professionalism. In fact, this was not the case. For example, the servants used by those big families, especially the close and trusted servants, were almost all children of the family. As for how your family was like, it could be seen from your family's ability to train servants. If your family was very strong, it would naturally spend a lot of effort to train its servants. On the contrary, if your family wasn't very strong, or even not strong at all, then you naturally wouldn't have the time and energy to train any servants. In that case, the quality of your servants would be very low. Apart from bowing and scraping in front of the master, they would have almost no other ability. The old man's performance today gave Lu Renli a lot of face, so the smile on Lu Renli's face increased. Then he said to the old man, "Uncle Men, please make some arrangements. There's a young lady in the carriage behind us. This young lady is our guest today. Prepare a small courtyard for her. This time, we didn't bring any maids. You can choose 2 maids from the manor to serve her." The old man nodded and said, "Don't worry. The old doorman nodded and said, "Young master can rest assured, I'll make the arrangements. I don't know if this young lady wants to get off here or directly enter the manor. If you want to get off here, then you can see the scenery of the manor. If you want to enter the manor directly, then you can only use the side door. There's no way for a carriage to enter the manor from the main entrance." Lu Renli nodded, but he didn't speak. Instead, he turned around and went to the side of the carriage. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Young lady who, I don't know if you want to get off now, or if you want to enter the manor directly?" A pleasant voice was heard from the carriage. "I've been sitting in the carriage for a while, so I should get off here." Along with these words, the rear door of the carriage opened. A little girl dressed as a maid came out. This little girl looked to be around 12 or 13 years old. She was very beautiful. She had black hair, a little baby fat on her face, and a pair of bright eyes. Her eyes flashed with curiosity and excitement, making her very lovable. The little girl jumped down from the carriage. Then she took a piece of embroidered cloth from the carriage and placed it on the ground. Then a white-clothed woman came down from the horse. She was wearing a white palace dress. Her skin was white, and she wasn't very beautiful. Looking at her coldly, she seemed very ordinary. However, her body had a very special temperament. It was tranquil and serene. When people saw her, it was like seeing a daffodil standing alone in the wind. They couldn't help but want to get close to her, but they also didn't want to disturb her tranquility. Most importantly, the sole item on this woman's hair, Lu Renli's group's sole items, and those who came with him, were all sole items. Only this woman's sole item wasn't a sole item, but a sole plant. It was a blooming white daffodil. She was like a daffodil, had the temperament of a daffodil, and was a daffodil's soul. One couldn't help but recognize her. Although this woman wasn't very beautiful, as long as she stood there, one couldn't help but look at her. She was always the most attractive existence. However, the old gatekeeper wasn't paying attention to these. He was paying attention to the woman's surname. This woman's surname was Hu, and she was a soul plant user. Upon hearing this surname and seeing the soul plant on her head, the old gatekeeper suddenly thought of a clan, the Plant Saint Hu clan. The Hu clan was a famous clan in the Saber Spirit country. Their clan had a special characteristic: all of their clansmen were plant masters. All of the clan's direct descendants were soul plant users. No matter what kind of soul plant it was, they were all soul plant users. In addition to these, the reason why the Hu clan was called the Plant Saint was because their pharmacology was absolutely the best in the Saber Spirit country, or even the entire Soul realm. It was precisely because of this that the Hu clan had a very high status in the Plant Master Association. It can be said that the Hu clan's influence wasn't limited to the Saber Spirit country, but the entire Soul realm. The Hu clan's status in the Saber Spirit country was very high. They wouldn't participate in any struggles within the country. The Hu clan only made medicine while they treated people. No matter who it was, as long as they asked for help, the Hu clan would treat them. It was precisely because of this that the Hu clan was called the Plant Saint. Of course, one shouldn't underestimate the Hu clan because of this. Everyone knew that the Hu clan was actually divided into two groups. Those who saved people and those who treated people were generally the women of the Hu clan. The women of the Hu clan might be talented, but their achievements in pharmacology were very high. They could concoct the world's most spiritual medicines, but at the same time, they could also concoct the world's most poisonous poisons. On the other hand, the men of the Hu clan had another identity: plant battle masters. Plant battle masters were different from traditional plant masters. Traditional plant masters usually treated illnesses and communicated with plants. Plant battle masters were different. They used special methods to communicate with plants and then let the plants help them in battle. It was said that a plant battle master was an invincible existence in the forest. Even powerful soul soldiers wouldn't be a match for a plant battle master once they entered the forest. And the men of the Hu clan were the most famous plant battle masters in the soul world. It was precisely because of this that no forces in the continent were willing to provoke the Hu clan. Firstly, they were afraid of the Hu clan's poison. Secondly, they were afraid of the Hu clan's men. Thirdly, they were afraid of those who had been saved by the Hu clan. Ever since the establishment of the Hu clan, there were too many people who had been saved by the Hu clan. If you offended the Hu clan wouldn't even need to personally make a move. Those who had been saved by the Hu clan would go all out to hunt you down, leaving you with nowhere to go. This was because all of them wanted to return the favor to the Hu clan. Thinking of this, the old man didn't dare to neglect. He turned his head to Lu Sen and said, "Blockhead, quickly arrange for your daughter-in-law to tidy up the pine forest courtyard. The two of them will serve there for the next few days. This miss who may be a member of the Hu clan. Don't neglect her. Lu Yen, lead the carriage to the backyard and take good care of it." Lu Sen was also an old member of the Lu clan. Naturally, he knew about the Hu clan. So when he heard the old man's words, he immediately responded and went to prepare. Lu Yen also came to the front of the carriage and whispered something to the coachman. The coachman kept nodding. The coachman was also a soul possessor. He looked to be around 40 years old. His face was cold, as if he didn't know how to smile at all. At this time, Lu Renli followed Miss Hu to the courtyard. When they arrived at the door, Lu Renli turned his head to the old man and said, "Uncle, is everything ready?" The old man nodded and said, replying to the young master, "Everything has been arranged. Miss Hu can rest in the pine forest courtyard. Young master, you can rest in the lower courtyard. There are people who clean the lower courtyard every day. Moreover, it has all the necessary supplies. Although it's not as good as what we use at home, it's still well prepared. I just hope that the young masters won't dislike it." Lu Renli turned his head to the others and smiled, "Everyone, I'll have to trouble you. This time, we came back so suddenly that we didn't inform the family. Therefore, we can only keep things simple. Please forgive us." The several people laughed and said, "Brother Lu, you're too polite. We came too suddenly, but we can't blame you. We came here to enjoy the scenery, not to enjoy. However, you should prepare Miss Xian'er's room well. Otherwise, when you return to the pavilion, I'm afraid that a lot of people will come looking for trouble." Lu Renli laughed and said, "Of course. You might not know, but the pine forest courtyard is the best courtyard in the manor. Although it isn't very big, there are a lot of pine trees planted there. These pine trees have been growing for dozens of years, and their trunks are very tall. That place has become a part of the Lu family's scenery. Normally, Uncle wouldn't be willing to let others live there." To be honest, Lu Renli was now very satisfied with the old doorman. In the past, he always felt that the people of the big clans would say that it was very important to have a good servant. However, he didn't feel anything about it. In his opinion, servants were just like that. They would do whatever they were told to do. As long as they did the job well, there was nothing important about it. Wasn't it the same as calling a servant? But today, after seeing the old man's performance, Lu Renli thoroughly understood this sentence. The old man's performance today was very good, and it gave him a lot of face. Moreover, all of the arrangements were very much in line with Lu Renli's expectations. When Hu Xian'er heard Lu Renli, she turned her head to look at the old man. Then she smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, Uncle Men, for your arrangement." The old man quickly replied, "Young lady, you can't call me that. This is what I should do. Ladies and young masters, please. Seventh young master, do you want to try some wild game tonight? Although we don't have the ability to get good things, we can still get some pheasants and hares." When Lu Renli heard the old man, he immediately understood what he meant. The old man wasn't telling them what to eat, he was just giving them a way to have fun. Lu Renli wasn't stupid, he immediately turned his head to his companions and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, our family's backyard is directly in the mountains. How about we go up the mountain and hunt some wild game? To tell you the truth, you have to hunt your own game for it to taste good." The group laughed, then one of them opened his mouth and said, "Brother Renli, we haven't hunted before. What's so fun about it? Don't try to trick us." Lu Renli chuckled and said, "Let me tell you, hunting in Juyun Mountain is different from other places. In Juyun Mountain, there's a type of pheasant that tastes very good. It's a tribute to Juyun City, it's called black pheasant. Unfortunately, this type of pheasant isn't easy to hunt. If you don't have enough strength, you won't be able to hunt it. How about we try our luck today?" At this time, another person said, "Black pheasant? You actually have black pheasant here? I really didn't expect this." Let's go, let's go. After we settle down, we'll immediately go up the mountain. Heavens, I've only eaten black pheasant once. That taste, I'm still thinking about it. The group had heard of black pheasant, but they didn't know where it was produced. They didn't think that it was produced in Jiyun Mountain. At this time, the group also entered the courtyard. They didn't stay in the front courtyard but went directly to the backyard. At this time, Lu Sen's two daughters-in-law came out and led Xianxia to Pine Forest courtyard. Lu Renli wasn't wrong. In this pine forest courtyard, there were dozens of tall pine trees. These pine trees were planted long ago by the Lu family. They had been growing until now. These pine trees were tall and straight, like swords that pointed to the sky. Their imposing manner was extraordinary. Of course, the most important thing was that there were a lot of flowers and plants in the courtyard, which suited Hu Xian'er's taste. Hu Xian'er was a plant master, and a very strong one at that. She liked to be close to plants, so living in the pine forest courtyard was the best option. Old Doorman and Lu Sen accompanied Lu Renli and the others all the way. Because they were very clear about the importance of these guests. Although there weren't many people in the villa, fortunately, Lu Renli and the others had developed the habit of being independent when they were in the academy. They didn't need too many people to serve them. The Sovereign Saber Pavilion had a very special rule. Everyone who entered the Sovereign Saber Pavilion was not allowed to bring along servants. They had to do everything themselves in the Sovereign Saber Pavilion. After a long time, Lu Renli and the others got used to it. Little Crane Grass and Little Yu-er had been lying in the crack of the door, watching Lu Renli and the others. Little Yu-er was a little puzzled, but Little Crane Grass could see that these people were extraordinary. Although these people didn't have servants, each of them had a noble aura. Although the expressions on their faces were very natural, there was always a trace of arrogance. In addition, the soul objects above their heads were all soldier souls. Little Crane Grass naturally knew that these people's identities weren't simple. Manqing didn't accompany the two because the sudden arrival of Lu Renli and the others made the few people in the villa even more nervous. Manqing also went out to help. She just let Little Crane Grass and Little Yu-er stay in the front yard to play by themselves. Fortunately, Lu Renli and the others were in the backyard. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't run to the front yard, so they couldn't see Little Crane Grass and Little Yu-er. The two were very sensible and didn't go out to run around. They just played in the yard. In fact, this was a habit that children from poor families had long developed. Children from poor families weren't like children from rich families who had special people to take care of them. Children from poor families, when the adults went out to work, under normal circumstances, they would leave the yard at home to play by themselves. Under such circumstances, they had long been used to playing in their own home and wouldn't go out to run around. Therefore, although Little Crane Grass and Little Yu-er stayed in the front yard, they didn't run around. Instead, they looked for fun by themselves. In fact, it was mainly Little Yu-er. As long as Little Yu-er found something to play with, it would be fine. Little Crane Grass didn't need to find anything to play with at all. There were many plants in the villa. As long as he stayed with those plants, Little Crane Grass wouldn't feel bored. He could sit on the grass alone for a whole day. Not only would he not feel bored, but he would also be very happy. Little Crane Grass had a talent for communicating with plants since he was young, but he was still young at that time, so he could only communicate with the little grass. In the beginning, he didn't understand what was going on, but after he went to school, he slowly understood that all of this was related to his soul. However, the knowledge he learned about how to use his soul to communicate with plants didn't mention anything about it. This couldn't be helped, because those were the secrets of plant masters that weren't passed on to others. However, Little Crane Grass has never given up. He has been training his ability all this time. This was because Little Crane Grass was very clear that he was much weaker than ordinary soul implants. This was because he was only a grass-planted soul. After 2 years of conscious training, the Little Crane Grass's ability to communicate with plants was already very good. It could now communicate with the little grass, unlike before when it could only communicate with the most basic of plants. It could now even command the little grass to do some things for it. In the past, when he was sitting on the grass, he could feel a snake approaching. When the snake was about to attack him, he wouldn't use the grass to deal with the snake. He could only rely on his instincts. But now, it was different. Little Crane Grass was certain that if a snake wanted to attack him, he could immediately use the grass to catch the snake. If the grass was higher, he could even use the grass to deal with cows, horses, and other large animals. Of course, he could also communicate with the grass and have the grass let him monitor the surroundings. But Little Crane Grass didn't know that it was monitoring. He just felt that as long as there was grass, he could know what was happening in the grass. Little Crane Grass was already very proficient in communicating with the grass, but it was still a little difficult for it to communicate with other plants, such as flowers and trees. Although flowers and grass were very similar, Little Crane Grass could feel that flowers and grass were completely different. He could communicate with the grass and even have the grass help him in battle. But flowers couldn't. He could only feel the emotional changes of flowers, but he still didn't know how to communicate with them. Needless to say, the Little Crane Grass couldn't even sense the emotions of the trees, let alone communicate with them. However, there was one thing that Little Crane Grass was very surprised about. It was the plants planted in the ground, which were the grains. Little Crane Grass could easily communicate with the grains, but he noticed that the grains were even more stupid than grass. That's right, aside from the word silly, Little Crane Grass didn't know how to describe the grains. When Little Crane Grass communicated with the grasses, he could converse with them like he was talking to a human. Of course, this kind of conversation existed in his mind. Otherwise, if he kept talking to the grasses, people would think that he was mentally ill. Little Crane Grass found out that although these little grasses were inconspicuous, they were very smart. He could communicate with them normally. When these little grasses were free, they could even chat by themselves. Most of the time, Little Crane Grass was just a spectator. But those plants were different. They seemed to be very stupid. They only knew how to grow and only knew how to feel uncomfortable. It was impossible for them to converse with him like the grasses. This made Little Crane Grass dislike communicating with those crops. In fact, Little Crane Grass didn't know that his ability to converse with the grasses wasn't something that anyone could do. In fact, in the entire soul world, there wasn't a single plant master who could do what he did. Those plant masters could communicate with the plants, but they couldn't converse with the plants like a human, let alone listen to the conversations of the plants. They couldn't do that. They could only vaguely sense the emotions of the plants and feel the discomfort of the plants. They couldn't communicate with the plants like a human. But Little Crane Grass did it. One must know that he did it without any learning. This was too rare. Fortunately, other people didn't know about Little Crane Grass's situation. If they knew, they would go crazy. Because communicating with plants was the foundation of a plant master. The better one could communicate with plants, the higher one's talent was. Someone like Little Crane Grass, who could listen to the grasses, had never happened since there were records of plant masters. This also meant that Little Crane Grass's talent in plant master was really too good to the point of defying the heavens. Little Crane Grass didn't know how good his talent was. Those things about plant masters that he read from the books were only briefly mentioned. After all, people who weren't plant masters wouldn't understand how a plant master cultivated, nor would they know how a plant master communicated with plants. They also wouldn't know how a plant master felt when they communicated with plants. And plant masters themselves wouldn't write down this feeling, because it was a plant master's secret. It was precisely because he didn't know that Little Crane Grass had always thought that it was natural. He had never thought that it was because of his talent. In his opinion, he was just the worst soul plant master among all the soul plant masters. His talent should also be the worst among all the soul plant masters. The others would definitely be better at communicating with plants. What Little Crane Grass wanted to do the most now was to learn pharmacology from that pharmacist as soon as possible. Then, when he was 10 years old, he could enter the Plant Masters Association to learn properly and finally become an official pharmacist. Then, he could help the people in the village, help his grandparents and parents. But before that, Little Crane Grass had to accompany Little Ewer first. Now, everyone in the manor was surrounding Lu Renli's group. There was no one in the front yard at all. Only Little Crane Grass and Little Ewer were there. In this case, Little Crane Grass could only lead Little Ewer to play. Lu Sen's second son had already returned. Although Lucen didn't have time to introduce him, little Cranegrass still heard from their conversation. Lucen's second son was called Xian. He was also a tall young man. When he came back, he had 2 rabbits and 3 pheasants in his hands. However, he didn't have time to say a word to little Cranegrass and little Yu before he ran to the courtyard to serve them. Without any supervision, little Cranegrass and little Yu could only exchange things to play with. There wasn't anything fun in the front yard. After all, this was where the servants lived. There wasn't anything good. Little Cranegrass could only lead little Yu to run around in the courtyard. There weren't many plants in the front yard of the manor. This was where the servants lived. Naturally, there was no need to take care of it too seriously. However, there were 2 pine trees growing in the courtyard. However, these 2 pine trees didn't look very good. They were 2 pine trees with crooked necks that stretched from the courtyard to the outside. Little Cranegrass and little Yu played in the courtyard for a while. They really didn't have any fun. The 2 climbed up the 2 pine trees and looked outside. Of these 2 pine trees, one directly extended to the outside of the courtyard, while the other extended to the inside of the courtyard. Little Cranegrass and little Yu were not allowed to go outside of the courtyard. This was what the old man said. Both of them were obedient children, so they did not climb up the pine tree that extended to the outside of the courtyard. Instead, they climbed up the pine tree that extended to the back of the courtyard. Looking at the backyard from the pine tree, they found that the pine tree stretched into the backyard. It wasn't the courtyard that they had seen before. It was another courtyard that they hadn't seen before. They couldn't see what this courtyard looked like because it was blocked by trees. In this courtyard, there were many tall pine trees. Little Cranegrass and little Yu naturally didn't know that the backyard they saw before was the main courtyard. It was the courtyard where the master of the Lu family lived. And now, this courtyard full of pine trees was the pine forest courtyard. The pine forest courtyard was the courtyard with the best scenery in the Lu family. The Lu family rarely came here because pine trees were long-lived. Generally, only when the elders of the family came to the manor would they live in the pine forest courtyard. Therefore, the old man didn't bring little Cranegrass and little Yu to the pine forest courtyard. Little Cranegrass and little Yu sat on the tree and curiously looked at the courtyard full of pine trees. After all, they were children. They would always look at the world with an inquisitive gaze. At this moment, little Yu suddenly discovered that there was still a pine cone on a pine tree that hadn't fallen. It wasn't the season for pine cones to grow, but there would always be some pine cones that hadn't fallen. This was very normal. However, the pine tree was a bit strange. Not only did it not fall down, it didn't even explode. An exploding pine tree would drop pine nuts on the ground and spread its seeds. But on this pine tree, there were actually a few pine trees that didn't fall down or explode. It was really strange. In fact, little Yu didn't know that it was just a pine tree that hadn't grown. There were no pine nuts inside. But little Yu didn't know this. She was just happy that she found a pine tree at this time. Little Yu excitedly pulled little Cranegrass's clothes and pointed at the pine tree and said, Big brother Cranegrass, look, there's a pine tree over there. Can you help me get it? Yu wants to eat pine nuts. When little Cranegrass heard little Yu's words, he also saw the pine tree. Although he had eaten pine nuts before, he didn't know that the pine tree was actually a pine tree that hadn't grown up. So when he saw the pine tree, he was very happy. But when he saw the big tree, little Cranegrass had a headache. Although the big pine tree wasn't far from them, it was still in the courtyard. Moreover, the tree was very tall, and the bottom was smooth. Climbing up the tree wasn't an easy task. Little Cranegrass looked at the big tree in a daze. Then he turned his head and looked at little Yu. Seeing little Yu's expectant expression, he couldn't say no. This made him feel awkward. Little Yu didn't know about this. She was still looking at little Cranegrass with an expectant expression. In her opinion, her big brother Cranegrass was omnipotent. As long as she said something, there was nothing that her big brother Cranegrass couldn't do. Little Cranegrass looked at little Yu and nodded, All right, you sit here and don't move. I'll go over and take a look. Little Yu cheered and then urged little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass couldn't help but climb up the crooked pine tree until he climbed over the wall. Then he followed the branches and fell into the courtyard. Fortunately, because this was the manor, the courtyard walls weren't very high. Little Crane Grass easily fell to the ground. As soon as he fell to the ground, Little Crane Grass felt his feet soften. He looked down and found that there was a layer of grass growing where his feet were. When he saw the grass and the tall pine tree, Little Crane Grass suddenly thought of a way. He wanted to see if he could communicate with the pine tree. If he could, then he could take down the pine tree. Of course, Little Crane Grass knew that this wouldn't be easy, but he had no other choice. The pine tree was too tall, he simply couldn't climb it. If he wanted to take down the pine tree, there was no other way except for this method. Thinking of this, Little Crane Grass immediately walked towards the pine tree. When he arrived at the base of the pine tree, he glanced at the pine tree and discovered that it was much taller than he had imagined. It was so thick that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. The bottom of the tree didn't have any branches at all. Even if he wanted to climb up, it was impossible. He could only use the method he had thought of before. Thinking of this, Little Crane Grass couldn't help but slowly reach out her hand to touch the pine tree. Then, she slowly closed her eyes as if she was communicating with the pine tree. Little Crane Grass also knew that he might not succeed. This was because it was already very difficult for him to communicate with a little flower, let alone a pine tree. He had no way of communicating with a tree before. This time, he had no choice but to give it a try. Just as he thought before, there was no effect. He couldn't feel anything from the pine tree. At all. It was as if the pine tree didn't feel anything at all. This was completely different from when he communicated with the grass. To be honest, Little Crane Grass didn't like this feeling at all. After a while, Little Crane Grass still didn't feel anything. He wanted to give up, but when he thought of Little Eeyore's expectant face, he couldn't bear to give up. He continued to work hard, but slowly, his heart became more and more anxious. The more anxious he was, the more chaotic his heart was. The more chaotic it was, the more he couldn't concentrate. In the end, he felt that his mind was in a mess. Not to mention communicating with the pine tree, he couldn't even think properly. But at this time, Little Crane Grass suddenly felt encouraging voices coming from all around. He couldn't help but stare. Then he carefully sensed and found out that the voices came from the grass. Little Crane Grass couldn't help but be surprised. Then he carefully sensed and found out that the voices came from the grass. Little Crane Grass couldn't help but be happy. He felt as if he was in trouble and was encouraged by a good friend. This made him excited again. Little Crane Grass's heart slowly calmed down. Although he still couldn't feel the pine tree's emotions, he wasn't anxious anymore. His heart slowly calmed down as he quietly sensed. Slowly, he felt something, but this feeling was very vague. It was as if he was talking to someone through a thick wall. He could only hear a vague voice, but he couldn't understand what the other party was saying. To be honest, this feeling was really terrible. Little Crane Grass wasn't used to this feeling because it made him feel very uncomfortable. It was as if something was blocking him from the pine tree, preventing them from communicating normally. This made Little Crane Grass angry. It was as if he could do this, but something was blocking him. And the thing that blocked him was something that he didn't like. It was like an elite army that was moving forward but was blocked by a few bandits that he usually looked down on. How could this army not be angry? However, Little Crane Grass was still young and didn't know how to deal with this kind of thing. At this time, Little Crane Grass suddenly felt that there wasn't only encouragement coming from the little grasses, there was also an energy that he had never felt before. This energy slowly converged on his body. This calmed down Little Crane Grass's somewhat excited mood. At the same time, he felt that his body and spirit were better than ever before. Pop! Little Crane Grass felt a soft sound in his head. Then the estrangement completely disappeared. Then he felt an old and kind voice, "Silly boy, what do you want to do?" He didn't know why, but when he heard this voice, Little Crane Grass thought of his old man. Although this voice was calling him a silly boy, there wasn't a trace of blame in the voice. On the contrary, it was like an elder seeing a naughty junior. Little Crane Grass immediately knew that the pine tree was talking. He immediately said, "Grandpa Pine Tree, can you hear me?" The old voice was clearly stunned. After a while, the voice was heard again. I didn't expect a child like you to be able to communicate with me. How did you do it? Little Cranegrass shook his head and said, Grandpa Pine Tree, I don't know. I felt that the little grasses gave me energy, so I can talk to you. After Little Cranegrass said that, the pine tree became silent once again. But at this time, Little Cranegrass felt a very special energy coming from the pine tree. This energy was very refreshing, but it was also full of vitality. This vitality also had a strong and upright force. This was a very strange energy. It was completely different from the energy of the little grasses. This energy circled around the little cranegrass's body before converging on the little cranegrass's head. But when the energy entered the little cranegrass's body, it was immediately absorbed by the little cranegrass. Then the little cranegrass heard Pine Tree's voice, so that's how it is. No wonder, no wonder. Young man, tell me, what do you want from me? Pine Tree's voice was heard. Pine Tree's voice was heard, so it's like this. Little Cranegrass heard a trace of reverence from the pine tree's tone. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he still said, Grandpa Pine Tree, my little sister. Oh. The old pine tree stared for a moment, then he said with a puzzled tone, Young man, do you really only want that pine tree? Although Little Cranegrass didn't know why the pine tree asked this, he still nodded and said, Grandpa Pine Tree, I only want that pine tree. Ha ha ha. The old pine tree suddenly laughed. Then Little Cranegrass felt a pine tree fall down from the pine tree. Then the pine tree separated its energy and entered Little Cranegrass's body. Then the energy entered the grass on Little Cranegrass's head and disappeared. Then the old pine tree's voice was heard, Young man, I'll give you the pine tree as well as some small gifts. I hope that they will be useful to you in the future. Someone is coming, young man, you should leave. After that, the pine tree became silent. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Little Cranegrass was taken aback. Then, he let go of his hand and opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw two people standing before him. One of them was an adorable maid, while the other was an ordinary-looking woman with an incomparably comfortable temperament. Little Cranegrass had seen these two women before. At that time, he and Little Yu-er were hiding behind the door and saw Lu Runli and the others surrounding these two women like stars surrounding the moon. Of course, what attracted Little Cranegrass the most wasn't these two women, but the sole object on the woman's head, a soul plant. Little Cranegrass was a soul implanter, so when he saw other people with soul implanters, he would feel a sense of familiarity. Naturally, this was also related to his age as well as his living environment. He was born in Tree Root Village and lived in Emerald City. These two places weren't very big. Tree Root Village didn't have any soul implanters while Emerald City had soul implanters. However, there were very few of them and they rarely appeared in front of people. Because of this, the number of soul implanters that Little Cranegrass had seen since birth was very limited. Because of this, when Little Cranegrass saw Xianxia, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. But then he was stunned because he finally thought of his situation. He sneaked into this courtyard and the old man told him not to disturb the guests. What should he do? Even if Little Cranegrass was much more mature than his peers, he was still a little flustered at this time because he didn't know what to do next. What Little Cranegrass didn't know was that Xianxia was even more surprised than him. After Lu Runli and the others came here and helped her settle down, they went hunting in the mountains. Xianxia was a girl, so she naturally didn't follow. She stayed in the room to rest. To be honest, Xianxia was very satisfied with the old man's arrangement this time. She was a soul plant user, so she naturally liked to stay with plants. Although this pine forest courtyard wasn't very big, there were a lot of plants here. She liked this feeling very much. When Xianxia was looking at the flowers and plants in the courtyard, she suddenly felt a very familiar energy in the woods. This energy wasn't very strong, but it attracted her attention. Xianxia was from the Hu clan. The Hu clan was one of the few soul plant experts in the entire soul. They had their own unique way of cultivating soul plants. What Xianxia had sensed in the forest just now was a natural energy fluctuation. Natural energy was a general term used by plant masters for plant energy. When a plant master reached a certain level of cultivation, he would be able to use his soul object to communicate with plants and borrow their energy. When the plant gave its energy to the plant master, the energy emitted by the plant would be called natural energy. And whether a soul plant master can become a plant master or not, one of the most important criteria was to see if you can sense and borrow natural energy. This was very important. A lot of soul plants couldn't sense natural energy in their lifetime, let alone borrow it. This was because if you want to borrow natural energy, then you must obtain the plant's approval. But to obtain the plant's approval was very difficult. This was because plants generally only recognize their own kind. If you want a plant to recognize you, then you must make the plant believe that you are their kind. This wasn't easy to do. What made Xianxia curious was this. She didn't understand why natural energy would appear here. This was too strange. Thinking of this, Xianxia immediately brought her servant girl, Ling into the pine forest. She wanted to see who had created this natural energy and which plant master was cultivating here. However, when Xianxia and Ling arrived at the pine forest and saw the little crane grass, Xianxia was completely stunned. To be honest, Xianxia wouldn't be surprised if any kind of person appeared in the forest. A fiendish person, a white-bearded old man, or a handsome young man, Xianxia wouldn't be surprised at all. However, when she saw the little crane grass, she still stood there in a daze. Xianxia was a genius of the Hu family's younger generation. Although her soul was only a daffodil, she was an out-and-out genius on the path of cultivation. She started cultivating at the age of 10. At the age of 12, she could sense natural energy and became a true plant master. Who would dare to say that such a person wasn't a genius? Then there wouldn't be any geniuses in this world. A big family like the Hu family had its own family history. In their family history, it was recorded that the most talented plant master was a senior of the Hu family. This senior started cultivating at the age of 8. At the age of 10, he could sense natural energy and became a true plant master. He was a peerless genius. Finally, it was under the leadership of this senior that the Hu family became a big family in the soul world. The Hu family's current family rules and many of the family's cultivation methods were left behind by this senior. After so many years, the Hu family was still using them. It could be seen how perfect the things left behind by the senior were. But when Xianxia saw the little crane grass, she was stunned. At that time, the little crane grass was standing there with his eyes closed. He was communicating with the pine tree. Although his small face had a hint of maturity, Xianxia could still see at a glance that the little crane grass's age was definitely not more than 10 years old. In other words, he was 7 or 8 years old. A 7 or 8-year-old child had already mastered natural energy? This kind of shock was too great. Xianxia couldn't bear it. When the little crane grass opened his eyes, Xianxia was stunned for a moment. This was because she saw a trace of panic in the little crane grass's eyes. Then Xianxia noticed the clothes that the little crane grass was wearing. Little crane grass was wearing coarse clothes. Although they were washed very clean, it could be seen that they weren't good clothes. This made Xianxia have a rough guess of the little crane grass's identity. Xianxia looked at the little crane grass's helpless appearance. She immediately showed a smile. Looking at the little crane grass, she whispered, "Little brother, how are you? Are you a member of the Lu family? Why are you here?" Little crane grass looked at Xianxia's smile. He found that Xianxia didn't seem to have any malice towards him. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Hello sister, I'm called Tian Crane Grass. I'm not a member of the Lu family. I'm here to see my grandfather." Xianxia nodded in realization. She finally knew who little crane grass was. Although she had just arrived, she could clearly hear the conversation between the old doorman and Lu Renli in the carriage. She knew that the old doorman wasn't the manager of the manor, but a manager of the Lu clan. The reason why the old doorman came to the manor was because his friend's child was here. He came to accompany the child to play. However, Xianxia didn't expect that the child that the old doorman was talking about was actually a genius plant master. This made Xianxia even more curious about little crane grass. At this time, a voice was heard, "Big brother crane grass, did you get the pine tower? I just saw it fall from the tree." This voice came from above Xianxia and Ling's heads. Xianxia and Ling looked up and found that not far above their heads, there was a pine tree crown. A cute little girl was lying on the tree, looking at them. When little crane grass heard this voice, he immediately knew that little Yu couldn't wait any longer. He raised his head and sure enough, he saw little Yu lying between two tree branches. Her clothes were already torn in several places by the branches. Now, little Yu saw Xianxia. She had also seen Xianxia through the crack in the door, so she wasn't surprised to see Xianxia. She just looked at her curiously. When little crane grass saw little Yu's appearance, he quickly said, "Yu, don't move around. Be careful not to fall. Big brother already got the pine tower. I'll bring it to you in a moment. Go down the tree and go back first. Big brother will be back soon." Little Yu was very obedient to little crane grass. When she heard little crane grass, she only made a sound and then retreated bit by bit. Before long, she disappeared from the tree. When little crane grass saw that little Yu had retreated, he turned to Xianxia and said, "Big sister, I'm sorry for disturbing you. I really didn't do it on purpose. I'll leave immediately." After saying that, he walked towards the crooked pine tree. Obviously, he wanted to climb back from that tree. Seeing the appearance of the little crane grass, Xianxia hurriedly said, "Little brother, don't crawl back from there, it's very dangerous. Come with me, through the main entrance, you can go back quickly. Don't worry, big sister doesn't blame you." Little crane grass looked at Xianxia and let out a sigh of relief. He cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, elder sister." Then he bent down to pick up the pine cone on the ground and placed it in his bosom. Xianxia looked at the little crane grass's actions and asked puzzledly, "Little brother, why are you picking up this pine cone?" Little crane grass said, "Little sister Yu saw a pine cone on the tree and wanted to eat pine nuts. That's why I came over." Poochie. When she heard the little crane grass, Xianxia immediately laughed. This made the little crane grass look at her in confusion. Xianxia looked at the little crane grass and laughed even more. Then she said, "Little brother, don't blame me for not reminding you. The pine cone you picked up doesn't have pine nuts. It's a pine cone that hasn't grown yet." Hearing Xianxia's words, little crane grass couldn't help but be startled. Then, he immediately took out the man's pine cone and peeled off the scales on the pine cone. He discovered that there really weren't any pine nuts inside. This discovery made little crane grass very dejected. He had never thought that the pine tree that he had spent so much effort to get would actually not have pine nuts. This made him very disappointed. Of course, he was even more worried about the disappointed expression on little Yu's face when she saw this pine tree without pine nuts. When Xianxia saw the little crane grass's expression, her heart couldn't help but move. Then she calmly said, "Little brother, I see that you're also a soul plant practitioner. Have you learned how to become a soul plant practitioner?" Little crane grass looked at Xianxia in confusion. He didn't know why she suddenly asked this question. However, he still answered honestly, "No, elder sister. I'm still young, but I can already read. When I go back, I'll follow an alchemist to learn medicine. Sooner or later, I'll become an alchemist. I'll let the people in the village be able to eat my medicine without spending money when they're sick. I'll also be able to buy a lot of grain seeds from the Plant Master Association. I'll let the people in the village grow a lot of grain and exchange it for a lot of money. They'll be able to eat meat and have new clothes to wear during the new year." This had always been the little crane grass's dream. Moreover, Xianxia gave him a very amiable feeling. Therefore, the little crane grass didn't hesitate to tell her. Xianxia stared blankly at the little crane grass. She never would have thought that the greatest wish of a soul plant practitioner, whose talent could be said to be unprecedented, was actually to become an apothecary? Was there any justice in this? If a person like him could only be an alchemist, then what could the other plant masters do? Become idiots? Xianxia looked at the little crane grass and said, "Little brother, do you know who a plant master is?" The little crane grass nodded and said, "I know. A plant master is someone who can communicate with plants and command them to fight. A plant master's status is very high, much higher than a village chief." Xianxia felt her vision turning dark. She took a few deep breaths before calming down. She looked at the little crane grass and said, "Little brother, you said that you want to learn medicine from an alchemist? What did that alchemist tell you?" The little crane grass shook his head and said, "Elder sister, I haven't seen that alchemist yet. It was Uncle Daniel who told him that my name was given by that alchemist. He said that my soul was a grass, so he named me Crane Grass. He told me to learn medicine from him when I was 7. When I was 10, I would go to the Plant Master Association to learn medicine. Then I would be able to become an alchemist. Hearing the little crane grass's words, Xianxia understood what was going on. She was now certain that the little crane grass came from a very remote place. Moreover, his family was a commoner, so nobody knew about the little crane grass's talent. Therefore, the little crane grass didn't know how amazing his talent was. Xianxia suddenly discovered that she had found a treasure. A treasure that no one else had found. Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but shine as she looked at the little crane grass. The little crane grass turned his head to look at Xianxia. When he saw Xianxia's eyes, the little crane grass couldn't help but be stunned. Then he couldn't help but feel afraid because Xianxia's eyes were too frightening. The little crane grass looked at Xianxia and said, "Elder sister, what's wrong?" Xianxia recovered, she quickly smiled and said, "It's nothing. Little brother, let's go out." Then she led the little crane grass out of the pine forest. When they arrived outside the pine forest, the little crane grass looked at the flowers and plants. He didn't know why, but when he saw these flowers and plants, the little crane grass had a feeling that these flowers and plants were a bit stupid. It was really strange. Xianxia also noticed the little crane grass. Seeing the little crane grass frowning as he looked at the flowers and plants, her eyes couldn't help but light up. Then she immediately said, "Little brother, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with these flowers and plants?" The little crane grass shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Elder sister, I should go. I'm sorry for disturbing you." Then the little crane grass bowed to Xianxia and turned around to leave. Xianxia looked at the little crane grass and couldn't help but have a trace of doubt in her eyes. Looking at the little crane grass's behavior, he didn't seem like a child from an ordinary family. He was too polite. Ordinary children wouldn't be so polite, even if he went to school, he still wouldn't be like this. What's going on? Could it be that someone set a trap for her? Thinking of this, Xianxia immediately called out to the little crane grass and said, "Little brother, wait a moment. There's nothing in your pine tree. What does that little sister eat?" When the little crane grass heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Elder sister, there's no need to worry. Actually, little Xianxia saw the pine tree and felt that it was fun. If there's no pine nuts, then she wouldn't do anything. Elder sister doesn't need to worry." Then the little crane grass bowed to Xianxia and turned around to leave. Xianxia quickly said, "Little brother, don't be in a hurry to leave. When elder sister came out this time, I brought some snacks. How about I give you some?" The little crane grass looked at Xianxia, then he smiled and said, "Thank you elder sister, but there's no need. Grandpa Man doesn't allow us to casually take other people's things. Thank you elder sister for not blaming me today. I'll take my leave." Then the little crane grass turned around and left. This time, Xianxia didn't call out to him and let the little crane grass leave. Xianxia's face showed a thoughtful expression. Then she turned to Ling and said, "Ling let's go in." Ling nodded and then followed Xianxia back to the room. Before long, a small bird suddenly flew out of the room. It was a very small bird, but its flying speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. At this time, the little crane grass returned to the front yard. Little Xianxia was standing by the crooked pine tree waiting for him. When she saw the little crane grass coming out of the yard, she was puzzled. However, she immediately ran over and looked at the little crane grass and said, "Big brother crane grass, where's the pine tree? You were once the pine tree." The little crane grass took out the pine tree from his bosom and handed it to Xianxia. Then he said, "Xianxia, this is the pine tree. However, there are no pine nuts in this pine tree. This is a pine tree that hasn't grown yet." As he said this, he gave the pine tree to Xianxia. Xianxia took the pine tree and carefully looked at it. Then she peeled off a few pieces of the pine tree and found that there really weren't any pine nuts. She couldn't help but throw the pine tree to the ground in disappointment. Then she snorted and said, "Humph, that pine tree is a liar. He actually made a fake pine tree to deceive Xianxia. Big brother crane grass, let's not go to that pine tree again, okay?" Little Cranegrass smiled and said, "All right, you is the most obedient. Let's go. Big Brother will show you a magic trick, okay?" When little heard the little Cranegrass, she quickly said, "Okay, okay. Wants to see a magic trick, wants to see a magic trick." Little Cranegrass pulled little to a patch of grass in the front yard. Ever since Xiao helped him communicate with the pine tree, little Cranegrass felt that he was closer to Xiao. Therefore, little Cranegrass led little to a patch of grass. Little Cranegrass and little were standing in the grass. Little Cranegrass was looking at the grass with a smile while little was looking at the grass with a puzzled expression. She heard little Cranegrass say that he wanted to perform a magic trick, but she didn't understand why little Cranegrass brought her here. Little Cranegrass looked at little and faintly smiled. Then he waved his hand, causing the grass to move without any wind. Soon, under little Cranegrass's command, the grass turned into a picture. Some of the grass were lying on the ground while some were standing upright. These standing upright grass finally formed a picture of a small rabbit. It looked very lifelike and very beautiful. Little couldn't help but cry out after seeing this little rabbit made of grass. She quickly walked to the bush and touched the straight grass while crying out in astonishment. At this time, little Cranegrass suddenly felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from the crooked pine tree. Little Cranegrass couldn't help but look at the crooked pine tree, but he didn't see anyone. Little Cranegrass couldn't help but be puzzled. Then he ignored it and turned his head to look at little with a smile. Little ran in the grass for a while before running down. Then she looked at little Cranegrass with a puzzled expression and said, "Big Brother Cranegrass, how did you do it?" Little Cranegrass smiled and said, "Don't forget, I'm a soul plant cultivator. Moreover, my soul is a grass. Therefore, Big Brother can hear the grass talking. Now that Big Brother and these grass are good friends, Big Brother can command them." Little looked at little Cranegrass with admiration and said, "Wow, Big Brother Cranegrass, you're really amazing. It's a pity that is only a soul implant and can't hear the grass talking." Little Cranegrass looked at and quickly said, "Be good. Actually, it's not a big deal to hear little grass speak. They're very noisy, so noisy that I can't sleep. This is a secret between us. Don't tell anyone. Don't let anyone know that Big Brother can understand little grass, okay?" Little was only a child. When she heard that it was a secret between two people, she immediately became excited. She jumped up and down, clapped her hands, and said, Okay, and Big Brother Cranegrass have a secret that no one knows." Children were like this. They always hoped that they had something that adults didn't know about. That way, they could be proud of themselves for a long time. Little Cranegrass looked at little and didn't know what to say. The main reason why he told little not to tell anyone that he could hear Xiaoxiao's words was that he had a faint feeling that the fewer people who knew about this, the better. This feeling didn't only exist today. It had existed since the first time he could understand Xiaoxiao's words. It was also because of this that little Cranegrass didn't tell anyone about this. Today, because little Cranegrass could communicate with the pine tree, he was very happy. Therefore, he showed off in front of little After showing off, he regretted it a little. But even if he regretted it, it was useless. He had already done it. Now, he only hoped that little could keep this secret. But what little Cranegrass didn't know was that everything he did was seen by one person. This person was none other than Xianxia. After little Cranegrass left, Xianxia returned to her room and released the Hu clan's green hummingbird. Then, she came out of her room and went to the pine forest. She went to the crooked pine tree and placed her hand on the pine tree. Then, she slowly closed her eyes. Xianxia was currently communicating with the pine tree. She wanted to borrow the pine tree's body to see what the little Cranegrass and little were doing. Previously, the little Cranegrass was so polite, which made her suspicious. She wanted to know if this was a trap for her, so she released the green hummingbird that the Hu clan used for communication. She wanted to use the Hu clan's power to investigate the little Cranegrass and see what the little Cranegrass's origin was. She wanted to personally take action and see what the little Cranegrass was doing. But when Xianxia saw little Cranegrass turning the grass into a small rabbit, she was really shocked. At the same time, when little crane grass looked at the pine tree, Xianxia's expression changed greatly. But she didn't let go of her hand. This was because Xianxia knew that it was impossible for little crane grass to find her. She waited until little crane grass and little Yu went to play somewhere else before Xianxia let go of her hand. At the same time, she let out a long breath. Then her face showed an excited expression. She took a few deep breaths and suppressed her excitement. Then she led little Yu back to her room. Not long after Xianxia returned to her room, the sky slowly darkened. Soon after, the manor became noisy. Lu Renli and the others had returned from the mountain. Lu Yan, Lu Xian, Men Qing and old Man Qing were following behind them. Lu Yan, Lu Xian and Men Qing were holding several rabbits and pheasants in their hands. It seemed that their harvest today was really good. When the group returned to the manor through the back door, Lu Sun was already waiting for them. After Lu Renli and the others entered the manor, Lu Renli turned his head to Lu Sun and said, "Did Miss Hu have any orders?" Lu Sun shook his head and said, "No, Miss Hu said that she wasn't used to being served by others." She drove Lu Yan's wife and Lu Xian's wife out. Right now, the two of them are in the kitchen preparing dinner. Seventh young master, I've already sent a letter to the family to have them send some people over. The manor is currently understaffed. Lu Renli nodded and said, "Good job. We still need to stay here for a few days. We should have the family send some people over to clean up the game. After the dishes and wine are prepared, we'll send them to the dining hall." "Right, is there any good wine in the manor? Also, prepare some fruit wine." Lu Sun nodded and said, "Young master, don't worry. The winery has been prepared all year round. We have 10-year-old green pine wine and some top-quality fruit wine. They've already been prepared. The fruit wine has already been served." Lu Renli nodded. He now had a whole new level of respect for Lu Sun and the old men. They were able to think ahead of everything. It was a blessing for the master to have such servants. However, after seeing Lu Sun's hesitant expression, Zhao Hai couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Lu, what's the matter? If you have something to say, then just say it." Lu Sun replied, "Yes, young master. Little crane grass came out of Miss Hu's courtyard. But from what I can see, Miss Hu seems to be very happy and not angry." Upon hearing Lu Sun, Lu Renli couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Who is little crane grass? How old is he? Who allowed him to enter Miss Hu's courtyard?" The old man standing at the side hurriedly said, "Seventh young master, please forgive me. Little crane grass is actually this old servant's adopted grandson. He's not even 7 years old today. I think he accidentally ran into Miss Hu's courtyard." Upon hearing the old man, Lu Renli nodded and said, "So it's like that. Then it shouldn't be a problem. Miss Hu likes children very much, so she shouldn't be angry. How about this, Uncle Men, you come with me to Miss Hu's courtyard. If there's really something that offended Miss Hu, then we'll just give her an apology." The old gatekeeper nodded. Lu Renli greeted the others and then led the old gatekeeper to the pine forest courtyard. When Lu Renli and the old man arrived outside the courtyard, the old man went forward and gently knocked on the door. Then a light female voice said, "Who is it?" Lu Renli immediately replied, "Miss Hu, I'm Lu Renli. I have something to ask Miss Hu." When the door opened, Ling was standing inside. She looked at Lu Renli and softly said, "Young Master Lu, Miss Hu is in the living room. Please come with me." Lu Renli nodded, then he led the old man and followed Ling to the courtyard. When the three arrived at the living room, Xianxia was sitting there drinking tea. When she saw Lu Renli come in, she stood up and smiled, "Brother Lu, how was your harvest this time? I don't know if there's any chicken to eat tonight?" Seeing Xianxia's appearance, Lu Renli couldn't help but stare. Xianxia had never been this polite to him before. One must know that although Xianxia was polite to everyone in school, it was very difficult for people to get close to her. Therefore, when Xianxia spoke to Lu Renli like this, Lu Renli couldn't help but stare blankly. He didn't reply for a while. When the old man saw Lu Renli's appearance, he couldn't help but gently cough. Lu Renli recovered, then he looked at Xianxia with an embarrassed expression and said, "I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint Miss Hu. Because the chicken is a tribute, the hunting these past few years has been very difficult. Today, we didn't manage to hunt any chicken, but we did manage to hunt a lot of wild hares and pheasants. Xianxia nodded and said, it's also very good. After all, the chicken is a tribute. It wouldn't be easy to hunt one. Brother Lu has worked hard. Xianxia's expression was still indifferent. To be honest, Lu Renli wasn't used to Xianxia's way of speaking. Lu Renli only wanted to make friends with the Hu clan through Xianxia. He didn't have any intention of pursuing Xianxia. This was because he was very clear that with his status, he wasn't qualified to pursue Xianxia. If he really dared to pursue Xianxia, then it would be very difficult for him to move an inch in the Saber Sovereign Pavilion. It was precisely because of this that Lu Renli didn't believe that Xianxia was interested in him. And this was what Lu Renli wasn't used to. Xianxia's tone had clearly changed, which made him very puzzled. However, Lu Renli still sorted out his mood. Then he looked at Xianxia and said, Miss Hu, I heard that Uncle Men's grandson, Cranegrass, came to your courtyard today? Did he disturb you? The old man waited for Lu Renli to finish speaking before he took a step forward and said, this old servant didn't discipline him properly and disturbed Miss Hu. I ask for Miss Hu's forgiveness. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, little Cranegrass, he didn't disturb me. He climbed from a pine tree to the pine forest because his little sister saw a pine cone on the tree and wanted to eat pine nuts. So he went to the pine forest to pick up the pine cone. This silly kid is still alive, the pine cone hasn't grown yet, so there are no pine nuts in it. I just happened to see him, and seeing him climb back up the pine tree, I was afraid that he might be in danger, so I let him go out through the front door. He didn't disturb me. I thought that he was an interesting child. I didn't expect Uncle Men's grandson to be a soul implanter. When the old man and Lu Renli heard Xianxia, they felt relieved. It seems like Xianxia wasn't angry, that's good. The old man quickly replying to Miss Hu, little Cranegrass isn't this old servant's biological grandson, he's this old servant's adopted grandson. A year ago, this old servant went to Green City to complete a clan mission and saw little Cranegrass. I thought that this child was clever and sensible, so I took him as my adopted grandson and sent him to the Lu family school. Now, little Cranegrass is going to study medicine under an alchemist. Before that, he came to see this old servant. He'll be going back in a few days. When Xianxia heard the old man say that little Cranegrass was going to learn medicine from the medicine master, the corner of her eyes twitched slightly. Then she nodded and said, so it's like this. I also saw little Yu today, but she was on a tree at that time and didn't enter the courtyard. She's a cute little girl. If Uncle Men doesn't mind, can you let the two of them accompany me for the next 2 days? I really like these two children. Hearing Xianxia's words, the old doorman and Lu Renli were both stunned. They looked at each other and felt that this matter was a bit strange. Why did Xianxia take a fancy to little Cranegrass and little Yu? But then they thought about little Cranegrass's soul. The two suddenly understood. The old man couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lu Renli. Lu Renli turned his head to Xianxia and said, Miss Xianxia, won't they disturb you? Xianxia smiled and said, no, I really like them. They're both very cute children. If they have time, then let them accompany me. Otherwise, I'll be bored here. Lu Renli immediately said, if Miss Hu likes them, then let them accompany you. Uncle Men, is there any problem? The old man quickly nodded and said, there's no problem. It's their honor to be able to accompany Miss Hu. Hearing the old man, Xianxia frowned and said, what's wrong? Is little Cranegrass a servant of the Hu clan? Oh, Uncle Men, you should be a child of the Lu clan. Then little Cranegrass should be a servant of the Lu clan, right? When she said this, Xianxia's tone was obviously cold. This made old doorman and Lu Renli confused. They didn't know what happened to her. Why did she suddenly seem angry? However, the old man immediately said, young miss who misunderstood. Because little Cranegrass is very clever, this old servant accepted him as a godson but didn't let him join the Lu family. I won't hide it from young Miss Hu and the 7th young master, this old servant is afraid of ruining little Cranegrass's future. Young Miss Hu should also know that if a plant master becomes someone else's servant, it would be very difficult for him to progress in the future. Moreover, little Cranegrass is a grass plant soul, his talent isn't very good. Therefore, this old servant didn't let little crane grass join the Lu family. I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything in the future. The old doorman's words weren't just for Hu Xian'er, but also for Lu Renli. After all, Lu Renli didn't know about little crane grass. And with the old doorman's status, if he accepted a foster relative, then his foster relative would automatically become a servant of the Lu family. Now that little crane grass wasn't a servant of the Lu family, it wouldn't be good if Lu Renli misunderstood. However, whether it was the old doorman or Lu Renli, they didn't notice that when the old doorman mentioned that little crane grass's talent wasn't good, Hu Xian'er's eyes twitched twice. Hu Xian'er didn't understand why a genius like little crane grass would be regarded as ordinary by the old doorman. But on second thought, Hu Xian'er understood. Although the old doorman was a servant of the Lu family wasn't focused on plant masters. Most of the people in the Lu family were soul soldier masters. Of course, it was impossible for them to become plant masters. It was precisely because of this that the old doorman didn't know much about plant masters. In addition, little crane grass might have never displayed his talent in front of him, so it wasn't strange for him to have such a reaction. Hu Xian'er looked at the old doorman and said, "So it's like this. Uncle Doorman, your decision is right. If a plant master becomes a servant of someone else, then he wouldn't have much development in his life. A person with good talent might become a plant master, but he definitely wouldn't become a powerful one. A plant master with ordinary talent might only become an alchemist. Becoming a servant of someone else would have a great impact on a plant master." The old doorman and Lu Renli didn't think that it would be like this. The two looked at Hu Xian'er in confusion. Hu Xian'er looked at the two and said, "Whether a plant master is strong or not, the most important thing is his heart. A plant master's heart must be free. If he becomes a servant of someone else, then it would be impossible for him to comprehend the heart of nature." The two nodded. They also discovered that Hu Xian'er was a bit angry when she thought that little crane grass was a servant of the Lu family. But now, she wasn't angry. It was clear that this was because little crane grass was a plant master. When he thought of this, Lu Renli couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, little crane grass wasn't a servant of the Lu family. Otherwise, he would have made this young miss unhappy. Lu Renli's effort to please her this time would be wasted. Hu Xian'er looked at the two and said, "Little crane grass, you've saved little crane grass's heart of nature. Doorman, how is little crane grass's studies? How is little crane grass's studies?" "Studies doorman? Doorman's little crane grass is doorman's studies." Doorman stared for a moment when he heard Hu Xian'er. Then he said, "I won't hide it from Miss Hu. Little crane grass's studies are very good. Moreover, he has the ability to overlook things. He's been in school for 2 years. But in these 2 years, his teacher thought that there was nothing left to teach him. Little crane grass is now self-studying at home." Upon hearing the old doorman, Lu Renli's body couldn't help but shake. He knew who the old doorman was talking about. However, he didn't expect little crane grass to be such a genius. Now, he completely understood why the old doorman didn't let little crane grass enter the Lu family as a servant. If little crane grass was a genius, then letting him enter the Lu family as a servant would really ruin his life. Upon hearing the old doorman, Hu Xian'er's eyes lit up. Then she frowned. Seeing Hu Xian'er's expression, the old doorman and Lu Renli stared. They didn't know why Hu Xian'er had such a reaction. Hu Xian'er glanced at the two of them and sighed, "Please don't misunderstand. I'm just a little worried. In this world, geniuses are all punished by the heavens. If they don't have great luck, they might die early. I hope the little crane grass can be safe." Upon hearing Hu Xian'er, the old doorman and Lu Renli felt ashamed. The two of them discovered a problem. Wasn't Hu Xian'er too concerned about little crane grass? When the two of them saw Hu Xian'er caring about little crane grass, they thought that it was because she saw a soul plant and felt close to it. But now, it seems like it wasn't just that. What was going on? Although the two of them had a belly full of questions, they didn't ask too much. The identity of the person in front of them wasn't ordinary. They couldn't just casually ask questions. Therefore, the two of them could only keep their doubts in their stomach. At this time, Hu Xian'er seemed to have lost her interest in talking. When Lu Renli saw Hu Xian'er's appearance, he knew that it wasn't appropriate for him to stay and disturb her. He immediately said to Xianxia, if young miss who doesn't have any instructions, then Uncle Doorman and I will go back first. We'll take care of the game and send someone to invite young miss who to eat. Xianxia frowned and nodded. It seems like her mind was no longer here. Lu Renli didn't disturb her. Instead, he gave her a salute and led the old doorman away. After the two of them arrived outside the pine forest courtyard, Lu Renli frowned and said to the old doorman, Uncle Doorman, don't you feel that young miss who seems to be too concerned about little crane grass? The old doorman nodded and said, that's right. Young master, young miss who seems to be too concerned about little crane grass. Previously, we thought that young miss who was concerned about little crane grass because he was a soul plant. But now that I think about it, that's not right. Seventh young master, if this old servant didn't guess wrong, young miss who should be from the plant Saint Hu clan, right? Lu Renli nodded and said, right, young miss who is the most talented person in the plant Saint Hu clan. The old man nodded, that's right, miss who is from the plant Saint Hu clan, she must have seen a lot of plant masters. Even if little crane grass is a soul plant master, it's impossible for him to pay so much attention to it, even to the point of being concerned. Therefore, I think there must be something wrong here. Lu Renli frowned and thought for a moment. Then he said, Uncle Doorman, can you take me to see little crane grass? When the old doorman heard Lu Renli, his body shook. Then he said, Seventh young master, please come with me. The old doorman had already thought about it. Lu Renli absolutely wouldn't harm little crane grass at this time. Otherwise, with Xianxia's concern for little crane grass, Lu Renli would have completely offended her. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem for Lu Renli to see little crane grass at this time. Before long, the two arrived at the front courtyard and arrived at the old doorman's room. The old doorman's room was illuminated by the light of the lanterns. When the two arrived at the door, they heard voices coming from the room. A little girl's voice was heard, Brother, do you think Grandpa has eaten yet? We've already eaten. If Grandpa doesn't eat, would he be hungry? A little boy's voice replied, Grandpa shouldn't have eaten yet. You eat first. Grandpa has things to do, so he doesn't have time to eat. If he knows that we don't eat, then he'll be worried. Therefore, we need to eat until we're full. This way, Grandpa won't worry about us. The little girl nodded. Then the sound of eating could be heard from the room. When the old doorman heard the conversation, he couldn't help but smile. Then he reached out and gently pushed the door open. When he opened the door, little crane grass and little Yor looked towards the door. Upon seeing the old doorman, little Yor immediately put down the bowl in her hand and rushed towards the old doorman. Grandpa, you're back. Little crane grass also jumped down from the stool. The old doorman picked up little Yor and chuckled, My good Yor, Grandpa is back. Little crane grass also gave a bow to the old doorman. But then he noticed Lu Renli. At this time, Lu Renli also turned his gaze to little crane grass. He realized that little crane grass was indeed different from other children. The aura he had, even ordinary adults would not have it, but now he actually had it. This was really too strange. At this time, the old doorman also put down little Yor. Then he turned his head and invited Lu Renli into the room. After entering the room, the old doorman turned his head to little Yor and little crane grass and said, Yor, bow, greet the seventh young master. Little Yor and little crane grass immediately gave a bow to Lu Renli and said, We greet the seventh young master. Lu Renli nodded and said, There's no need to be polite. The old doorman turned his head to little crane grass and said, Bower, did you go to the courtyard filled with pine trees today? Did you see the young lady living in the courtyard? When little crane grass heard the old doorman, he thought that the old doorman was angry because he went to the courtyard. He quickly replied, Yes, Grandpa. I went to the courtyard today and saw Miss Hu. Grandpa, please don't blame me. The old doorman shook his head and said, I don't blame you. Bower, when you saw Miss Hu, did you do something? Or did you do something special? When little crane grass heard the old doorman, he couldn't help but stare. Then a look of struggle appeared on his face. Then he turned his head to look at Lu Renli. The old doorman was an old man. When he saw little crane grass's expression, he immediately said, Bower, don't worry. The seventh young master won't tell anyone. Little crane grass nodded and said, Grandpa, I went inside to pick up the pine tree. But at that time, the pine tree was on the tree. I communicated with the pine tree and then saw Miss Who. Communicated with the pine tree? How did you communicate? This question wasn't asked by the old doorman, but by Lu Renli. At the same time, Lu Renli's eyes lit up as he looked at Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass looked at the old doorman. The old doorman nodded, then Little Cranegrass lowered his head and said, "Grandpa, I can actually hear Little Cranegrass. However, I couldn't hear the pine tree before. Today, with Little Cranegrass's help, I can suddenly hear the pine tree and talk to it." Upon hearing Little Cranegrass, not only Lu Renli, but even the old doorman was stunned. Even if the old doorman didn't understand cultivation, he was very clear that Little Cranegrass's ability wasn't something that anyone could have. For a moment, the old doorman was so shocked that he forgot to speak. At this time, Lu Renli suddenly stood up. His eyes lit up as he looked at Little Cranegrass. After a while, he let out a long breath. However, his face was still filled with joy as he said, "So it's like this, so it's like this. No wonder. Very good, very good." The old gatekeeper looked at Lu Renli and knew what he was thinking. But he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. He even felt that this was a good thing for the Little Cranegrass. Lu Renli's purpose in bringing Xianxia to Jiyun City was very obvious. He wanted to establish a relationship with the Hu family. The Hu family was a big family in the Soul Realm. Its influence was definitely not something that the Lu family could compare with. If they could establish a relationship with the Hu family, then the benefits for the Lu family would be too great. However, it wasn't easy to establish a relationship with the Hu family. Although Hu Xian'er came to Jiyun Mountain with Lu Renli, it was impossible to establish a relationship with the Hu family through this matter. Lu Renli was very clear about this. But now, things had taken a turn for the better. The old gatekeeper didn't understand the cultivation of a plant master very well, but Lu Renli, who was a student of the Saber Sage Pavilion, was very clear about the cultivation of a plant master. And in Lu Renli's opinion, the Little Cranegrass's talent was very outstanding. This could also explain why Hu Xian'er looked at the Little Cranegrass differently. After a while, Lu Renli calmed down. He turned his head to look at the old gatekeeper and said, "Uncle Gatekeeper, you should have thought about it, right? What do you think?" The old gatekeeper looked at Lu Renli and said, "Seventh young master's idea is good. As long as the Little Cranegrass can enter the Hu family, I can guarantee that he won't forget the Lu family's kindness." Lu Renli nodded and said, "I know. Uncle Gatekeeper, I think we shouldn't do anything now. If we go too far, then Miss Hu might be disgusted. This would be even more disadvantageous for the Little Cranegrass. If the Little Cranegrass enters the Hu family, then everything will be fine. But if he doesn't, then our Lu family will do our best to cultivate him. Uncle Gatekeeper, you can rest assured that I won't let the Little Cranegrass enter the Lu family as a servant. I only hope that after he becomes successful in the future, he can help the Lu family at an appropriate time." The old man nodded and said, "Yes, seventh young master can rest assured. I know what to do." The old gatekeeper was very clear about the weight of Lu Renli's words. Who was Lu Renli? He was the future head of the Lu family. How could his promise not count? Since Lu Renli had said so, even the patriarch would not object. After all, Lu Yunfei had to consider Lu Renli's prestige. Little Cranegrass looked at the two of them in confusion. He didn't really understand what the two of them were saying. To him, what the two of them were saying was still somewhat beyond the scope of his understanding. Lu Renli looked at Little Cranegrass and faintly smiled. He walked in front of Little Cranegrass and said, "You're called Cranegrass, right? What a good name. You must study hard and become a powerful plant master in the future." Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "Yes, I will definitely study hard in the future and become a powerful pharmacist." Upon hearing Little Cranegrass, Lu Renli couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Then he patted Little Cranegrass's shoulder and said, "Kid, your future accomplishments won't be limited to being a pharmacist." Then he laughed and walked outside. The old gatekeeper didn't follow. Instead, he turned his head to Little Cranegrass and smiled faintly. Take little you to the pine forest courtyard tomorrow and chat with that big sister. That big sister is very bored here. You should accompany her, okay? Little Cranegrass nodded and said, all right, Grandpa can rest assured. We'll certainly accompany that big sister. That big sister is very good. She even gave me some snacks today. But I thought that Grandpa doesn't allow me to casually take other people's things, so I didn't take it. The old gatekeeper nodded, then he happily patted Little Cranegrass's shoulder and said, good, our Little Cranegrass is already sensible. Grandpa is very happy. But if that big sister gives you something in the future, you can accept it. You don't need to be polite. Although Little Cranegrass didn't know why the old gatekeeper said so, she still nodded and said, all right, Grandpa can rest assured. The old gatekeeper nodded and looked at the food on the table. The food of the old minister was very good. There were meat and vegetables, and it was white rice. Ordinary people in the soul world couldn't afford such food. The old gatekeeper turned his head and looked at little you, then he smiled and said, you and your brother eat well. After eating, if you're sleepy, go to bed early. Bower, there's a quilt in the cupboard. If you're sleepy, you can take the quilt out and sleep. Grandpa is very busy today, I'm afraid I don't have much time to accompany you. Little Cranegrass quickly said, Grandpa can rest assured. I'll take good care of big sister. The old gatekeeper nodded and kissed little Yuer's little face before he turned and left the room. At this time, Lu Renli had returned to the backyard with a smile on his face. His friends were still waiting for him, so he couldn't stay in the front yard for too long. However, Lu Renli's mood was really good now. He was very clear that even if Little Cranegrass couldn't enter the Hu family this time, with Little Cranegrass's talent, it wouldn't be a problem for her to become a plant master in the future. And a real plant master was very helpful to a family. In the soul world, those who stood at the top of the pyramid seemed to be the soul of beasts and soul of soldiers, but everyone knew that a soul of soldiers could form a family. But if the family really wanted to be strong, it still needed the help of two kinds of people. One was the soul craftsman, and the other was the soul planter. Of course, the soul craftsman and soul planter didn't refer to those ordinary soul craftsmen and soul planters, but people who had become craftsmen or plant masters. Craftsmen and plant masters usually didn't show themselves, but they had a very high status in any family. This was because these two kinds of people could bring great benefits to the family. The land in the soul world was very fertile, and in the soul world, there were many big families whose main income came from the land. Even if they made a lot of money from doing business, and the income was more than the income from the land, they still believed that the foundation of a family was still the land. What could the land be used for? Of course, it was to grow crops, and the harvest of the crops depended on the plant master. After becoming a plant master, not only could they treat the crops, they could also improve the seeds of the crops, making the crops more productive. This would increase the income of a family, and this was the reason why those big families valued plant masters. As for the craftsmen, it was needless to say. If a family wanted to use good weapons and make their family stronger, they needed a powerful craftsman. However, it wasn't so easy to make a plant master or craftsman work for a family. This was because a plant master or craftsman had a very strong strength, and they could establish a family by themselves. Not to mention, in this world, there were also the Plant Master Association and the Craftsman Association. These were powerful organizations that spanned across the entire soul world. In theory, all the soul planters and soul craftsmen would be protected by the Plant Master Association and the Craftsman Association. Therefore, no one dared to be rude to the Plant Master or Craftsman Association. Even the royal families of the 10 great soul nations were polite to the Craftsman Association and the Plant Master Association. In Lu Renli's Sovereign Saber Pavilion, there were a lot of craftsmen and plant masters studying there. The Sovereign Saber Pavilion was a comprehensive school, and it didn't just teach people martial arts. Because of this, Lu Renli had a certain level of understanding towards plant masters. At the same time, he also knew the Hu clan's position in the hearts of those plant masters. It could be said that as long as he had a relationship with the Hu clan, all the plant masters in the continent would be polite to the Lu clan and wouldn't go overboard. However, it wasn't so easy to have a relationship with the Hu family. The Hu family had always been aloof from all the other families. They wouldn't participate in any fights, and they wouldn't easily have a relationship with any other family. This was also the Hu family's way of survival, and Lu Renli was also very clear about this point. This time, Lu Renli invited Hu Xian'er to Jiyan City because he wanted to pretend to be Tiger's Might. He didn't have any relationship with Hu Xian'er, but Hu Xian'er just happened to want to see the wonders of the mountain gathering. Lu Renli volunteered to invite Hu Xian'er in order to give others a false impression that he had a good relationship with the Hu family. However, Lu Renli was very clear that this false impression wouldn't last long. Once others knew about it, he would be in trouble. But at this time, Little Cranegrass appeared. When Little Cranegrass spoke about his talent, Lu Renli was really surprised. Although he didn't know much about plant masters, Lu Renli knew that Little Cranegrass's talent must be very good. Otherwise, Hu Xian'er wouldn't be so concerned about Little Cranegrass. She even showed the intention of recruiting Little Cranegrass. For Lu Renli, this was definitely a pleasant surprise. If Little Cranegrass really joined the Hu family, then the Lu family would be able to establish a relationship with the Hu family. Even if Little Cranegrass didn't join the Hu family, it also meant that Little Cranegrass's talent must be very good. Otherwise, the Hu family wouldn't take a fancy to him. As long as the Lu family worked hard to cultivate him, then Little Cranegrass might really become a plant master in the future. If Little Cranegrass could really become a plant master, then as long as he helped the Lu family in times of need, then the Lu family would benefit immensely. The reason why Lu Renli was so sure that if Little Cranegrass was properly cultivated, he would definitely become a talent was because of Hu Xian'er's attitude. What was the identity of Immortal Hu? He was the direct descendant of the Hu family, and the Hu family was known as the Plant Saint. There were many powerful plant masters in the family. If Little Cranegrass's talent was ordinary, then how could he be favored by Hu Xian'er? On the other hand, the more Hu Xian'er favored Little Cranegrass, the more it meant that Little Cranegrass's talent was good. As long as Little Cranegrass's talent was good, with the financial resources of the Lu family, it would definitely not be a problem to cultivate Little Cranegrass into a plant master. In other words, regardless of whether they could establish a relationship with the Hu family this time, as long as they discovered the existence of Little Cranegrass, it would be a good thing for the Lu family. How could Lu Renli not be happy? After returning to the courtyard, he greeted his friends and chatted with them for a while. These people's families weren't very strong in the Saber Spirit Nation. They were all families similar to the Lu family. Being together with them was also considered an alliance. This was also very beneficial for the development of the Lu family. Lu Renli was already the head of the Lu family's inner sect in the lower realm. Naturally, he would consider everything from the perspective of the family. Less than an hour after Lu Renli returned to the backyard, the old man came to the hall of the backyard. He bowed to Lu Renli and said, "Young master, dinner is ready. Do you want to eat?" Lu Renli immediately turned to the others and said, "All right, everyone, dinner is ready. Today, we'll try the game that we hunted. Uncle Gatekeeper, send someone to invite Miss Hu." The old gatekeeper nodded and then turned around to leave. At this time, one of Lu Renli's companions smiled and said, "Good Lu Renli, you're really too unreasonable. You know that it's hard to hunt a pheasant, but you still let us go up the mountain. We didn't open anything up on the mountain and only got some ordinary game. What's so good about it?" Lu Renli laughed and said, "We came out to play, the main thing is to have fun. Also, what's the point of eating those things in the academy? It's still better to hunt by ourselves." The others chuckled. Lu Renli also stood up and led the others to the dining hall. Although the manor wasn't as big as the Lu mansion, the dining hall wasn't small. It was now very clean, and the dishes were already on the table. The wine was also prepared. After Lu Renli and the others sat down, they didn't immediately start eating. Instead, they chatted. They were very clear that they were just supporting roles. Even the host, Lu Renli, was also a supporting role. There was only one real protagonist, and that was Hu Xian'er. Not long after they entered the dining hall, Hu Xian'er came in. Surprisingly, Ling Er didn't follow her. When they saw Hu Xian'er come in, Lu Renli and the others stood up. Lu Renli cupped his fist to Hu Xian'er and said with a smile, "Miss Hu, I've made you wait for a long time. These game were all hunted by us. Although it's not good stuff, it's still fresh. Please have a taste." Hu Xian'er didn't decline. Instead, she smiled faintly and said to Lu Renli, "You've worked hard. Then I won't be polite. Then she sat down. In the soul world, under normal circumstances, men and women would not eat together when they were not married. It would cause gossip. However, this rule didn't apply to the Saber Sage Pavilion. It was a school with both men and women. When they were in school, the men and women would study together. It was the same when they ate. The only thing they didn't do was sleep together. Therefore, it was very normal for them to eat together. When Lu Renli and the others saw Xianxia sit down, they also sat down. However, Lu Renli's friends were somewhat stunned. This was because they discovered that Xianxia's attitude towards them seemed to be a bit better. This made them somewhat puzzled, but at the same time, they also felt very honored. Lu Renli poured a cup of fruit wine for Xianxia and a cup of green pine wine for the others. Then he raised his cup and said, "Today, I'm very happy that everyone is able to come to the Red Clouds Manor. On behalf of the Lu family, I welcome everyone. Come, let's have a toast." Everyone laughed and then drank the wine in their cups in one gulp. After everyone drank a cup, Lu Renli smiled and said, "All right, you don't have to be polite. Come and taste the game that you hunted." Upon hearing this, everyone laughed again. But because Xianxia was here, no one scolded Lu Renli. Xianxia looked at the appearance of Lu Renli and the others and smiled faintly. She was also very curious about Lu Renli and the others. She rarely came into contact with people of Lu Renli's level. Now that she came into contact with Lu Renli and the others, she discovered that they weren't bad people. They were even easier to get along with compared to the people from the big clans. This made Xianxia somewhat surprised. Everyone was very happy to eat this meal. Although the game was very ordinary, Lu Sen's daughter-in-law had been sitting at the foot of Cloud Gathering Mountain. Therefore, they were very good at making game. The game that they made tasted very good, therefore, Lu Renli and the others were very happy to eat. After eating dinner, Lu Renli had Lu Sen take them to the guest room to rest. Then he called the old gatekeeper to the study room. After the old gatekeeper entered the study room, Lu Renli said, "Uncle Gatekeeper, how about this? I want Lu Yan to return to the family tonight and tell father about the crane grass. At the same time, I want the family to make some preparations. Naturally, we won't make any arrangements for the little crane grass. I think that the Hu family will certainly investigate the little crane grass. If we make any arrangements, then it might have the opposite effect. But this time, Miss Hu came to the manor, we need to make some arrangements. At the very least, we need to ensure her safety." The old gatekeeper nodded and said, "Yes, young master. I'll immediately arrange it." Lu Renli nodded, then he said, "Even if the crane grass can't enter the Hu family, the Lu family will still do our best to nurture her. Uncle Gatekeeper can rest assured, I'll keep my word." The old gatekeeper thanked Lu Renli once again before he turned around and left. After receiving the order, Lu Yan immediately rode his horse back to Cloud Gathering City. The manor wasn't far from Cloud Gathering City, but the city gates were closed at night. However, Lu Yan had his own way, he directly went to the north gate. This was the Lu family's territory. When he arrived at the north gate, he immediately had the guards bring him to the city. The city gate couldn't be opened. Therefore, when the Lu family on the city wall heard that Lu Yan had returned to the city under Lu Renli's order, they immediately put down a big basket and pulled Lu Yan onto the city wall. Lu Yan then returned to the Lu family. After arriving at the Lu family, Lu Yan immediately asked to see Lu Yunfei. Because Lu Renli sent him back, Lu Yunfei still went to see Lu Yan. When Lu Yan arrived outside Lu Yunfei's study room, he was a little nervous. This was the first time he came to see the patriarch alone. Moreover, it wasn't in the Lu family's white mansion, but in the patriarch's study room. Outside Lu Yunfei's study, there were 2 soul soldiers guarding it. Lu Yan was only a soul soldier, so he could only stand there and wait for Lu Yunfei's summons. Before long, a voice was heard from Lu Yunfei's study, "Let Lu Yan come in." The 2 guards complied and opened the door. Lu Yan cupped his fist to the 2 guards and then entered the study. After entering the study, Lu Yan immediately saluted Lu Yunfei and said, "Lu Yan has seen the patriarch. Long live the patriarch." Lu Yunfei waved his hand and said, "All right, let's talk. Why did Renli go to the Red Clouds Manor? He even asked you to deliver a letter overnight. Is there something urgent?" Lu Yan said, Patriarch, the seventh young master came to the Red Clouds Manor with his classmates in the afternoon. They were accompanied by a young lady surnamed Hu. They came to see the scenery of the mountains. But later on, it seems that there was something else. Therefore, young Master Renli asked me to deliver a letter overnight. This is the seventh young master's handwritten letter. Then Lu Yan took out Lu Renli's handwritten letter from his bosom. Then he held it up high and handed it to Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei received the letter and carefully read it. He already knew that Lu Renli went to the Red Clouds Manor. After all, Lu Xun had already sent a message to the Lu family, telling them to send some maids and servants tomorrow. However, Lu Yunfei didn't expect that Lu Renli would send a letter overnight. He thought that something had happened, so he immediately went to see Lu Yan. He read Lu Renli's letter carefully. The more he read, the more excited he became. In the end, Lu Yunfei couldn't help but slap the table and laugh out loud. However, this sound startled Lu Yan. He quickly bent down. Lu Yunfei looked at Lu Yan's appearance and laughed even louder. After a while, he stopped and looked at Lu Yan and said, Lu Yan, you did a good job. You can leave now. Go to the treasury and receive 100 silver coins. This is my reward for you. I'll have people prepare it. In a while, you'll bring your people back. Lu Yan happily complied and then turned around to leave. After Lu Yan left, Lu Yunfei immediately had people make arrangements. Food, necessities, servants, and maids were all prepared in the shortest time possible. At the same time, Lu Yunfei also arranged for several experts of the Lu family to accompany him. Then he called Lu Yan and they immediately left the Lu mansion. They left the city in the middle of the night and went to the Red Clouds Manor. The next morning, after Little Cranegrass and Little Ewer woke up, they suddenly discovered that there were many more people in the courtyard. The two of them were both stunned. They couldn't understand why there were so many people in the manor overnight. This caused the two of them to be somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, the old gatekeeper came back at this time. The old gatekeeper came back very late last night. When he returned to his room, Little Cranegrass and Little Ewer were already asleep. But because there were a lot of servants today, he didn't have to do everything himself like yesterday. Naturally, he was able to relax, so he took the time to return to his room. Seeing that Little Cranegrass and Little Ewer were in love, the old gatekeeper smiled and said, Ewer, come quickly. We're going to see the mountain gathering wind and clouds. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. When Little Cranegrass and Little Ewer heard the old gatekeeper, their spirits dropped. They simply washed up and then followed the old gatekeeper to the entrance of the manor. When they arrived outside, the two discovered that the sky was still dark. The reason why they woke up so early was because they were woken up by the sounds outside. In addition, there were a lot of lights in the manor, so the two thought that it was already bright outside. When the old gatekeeper led Little Cranegrass and Little Ewer to the entrance of the manor, they discovered that there were a lot of sliding poles parked outside. Sliding poles were unique to the mountains. It looked very simple. It was made up of 2 bamboo poles and a chair. It was carried by 2 people. It was necessary for people with status to climb a mountain. This was because sliding poles were more flexible than palanquins. However, it wasn't easy to lift a sliding pole. Whether it was the person who lifted it or the person who sat on it, it required some courage. After the 3 of them came out, the old gatekeeper arranged for Little Cranegrass and Little Ewer to be in the group. He told the gatekeeper to take care of them while he stood next to the gate and waited for Lu Renli's group. Before long, Lu Renli's group came out of the courtyard. Hu Xian'er was also in the middle of the group. Little Ling was next to Hu Xian'er. When Hu Xian'er arrived outside, her eyes swept through the crowd and saw Little Cranegrass and Little Ewer. Hu Xian'er's face immediately showed a smile. She waved her hand at Little Cranegrass and Little Ewer and said, Cranegrass, Ewer, come to elder sister. Upon hearing Hu Xian'er, whether it was Lu Renli or the old gatekeeper, all of them were stunned. Even Lu Renli's friends were stunned. Then they all looked at Little Cranegrass and Little Ewer. When Little Cranegrass and Little Ewer heard Hu Xian'er calling them, they were also stunned. Then Little Cranegrass turned his head to look at the old gatekeeper. The old gatekeeper smiled and nodded. Then Little Cranegrass took Little Ewer to Hu Xian'er. Then he pulled little Yu to Xianxia and said, "Greetings, Miss Hu." The more Xianxia looked at little Cranegrass, the more she liked him. She quickly said, "Cranegrass, Yu, quickly get up. There's no need to be so polite with elder sister. Also, don't call me Miss Hu. Just call me elder sister. We're going to see the scenery." "Right, why don't you ride the sliding pole with me? It's very fun to ride the sliding pole." Little Cranegrass and little Yu didn't know what to say. Right now, the two of them had become the focus of everyone. This kind of feeling, whether it was little Cranegrass or little Yu, was very uncomfortable. Little Cranegrass was a little better, but little Yu was a little scared and hid behind little Cranegrass when so many people stared at her. At this time, Lu Renli came over and looked at little Cranegrass and little Yu. Then he smiled and said, "Cranegrass, Yu, you two are fine. You can ride the sliding pole and follow us up the mountain. Rest assured, Miss Hu, I've already prepared a sliding pole for them." Then he pointed at a sliding pole that looked bigger than a normal sliding pole. When Xianxia heard Lu Renli, she nodded and said, "That's for the best. Senior brother Lu, then let's set off." Lu Renli nodded and invited Xianxia to ride the sliding pole. He also had little Cranegrass and little Yu ride the sliding pole. However, they didn't ride the sliding pole. They were martial soul soldiers, so their bodies were very good. Naturally, they wouldn't ride the sliding pole. If they also rode the sliding pole, then not only would they not be able to show their status, they would also be teased by Xianxia. Therefore, they could only walk. This was the first time that little Cranegrass and little Yu rode the sliding pole. Sitting on the swaying sliding pole, the two were a bit scared at first. It took them a while to adapt. Then not only were they not scared, they even felt that it was very fun. Just like this, the group slowly walked towards the gathering clouds mountain. Along the way, they met a lot of people who went up the mountain. When these people saw the group, they automatically gave way. This was because whether it was the servants, or Lu Renli and the other martial soul soldiers, they all showed that their status wasn't ordinary. Nobody wanted to cause trouble, so they naturally gave way. From the foot of the mountain to the gathering clouds peak, it wasn't very difficult to walk. Although it was a mountain road, because there were often people who came here to watch the scenery, the roads here were very well built. The servants sent by the Lu family were also people who often walked the mountain roads, especially the ones who carried the sliding pole. They were all veterans. Because of this, they walked very quickly. When the sky was about to turn bright, they had already arrived at the gathering clouds peak. The gathering clouds peak was artificially excavated into a platform. This platform was very large, about 10,000 square meters. On the platform, there were also several stone buildings. These stone buildings were made by the city lord's mansion. They were prepared for people with status who went up the mountain. The stone buildings on the mountain weren't free, they were like scenic spots on the mountain. If you want to enter the stone building, you need to pay a fee. Of course, after entering the stone building, you can also get the corresponding services. The Lu family had their own rooms in the stone building on the mountain. Every year, they would pay a certain fee to the city lord's mansion. Therefore, after they arrived here, they could immediately enter the stone building. The sliding rod was gently placed in front of the door of the stone building. Outside the stone building stood two workers. These two workers were half-bowing with fawning smiles on their faces. They didn't show any arrogance just because they were from the city lord's mansion. After the sliding pole was placed down, Xianxia came down from the pole. Lu Renli and the others also gathered together. Although the mountain road wasn't short, Lu Renli and the others were warriors. Naturally, they weren't afraid of this mountain road. Therefore, everyone was very relaxed. At this time, the old man went to the front of the stone building and greeted the servants. The servants immediately went to arrange rooms for them. Although they had rooms here, the rooms weren't very big. Therefore, the servants went to arrange 2 rooms. Since they were from the Lu family, the servants didn't dare to neglect them and immediately went to prepare. At this time, the old man came to the front and invited Lu Renli and the others to enter. At this time, Xianxia called little Cranegrass and little Yu to her side. She held one in each hand as she lowered her head and talked to little Cranegrass with a smile on her face. Hu Xian'er's performance naturally attracted the attention of Lu Renli's friends. They couldn't help but pay more attention to little Cranegrass and little Yu. Before, when Hu Xian'er let little Cranegrass and little Yu sit on the pole, it had already attracted their attention. Now that they saw Hu Xian'er care about little Cranegrass and little Yu, they couldn't help but be more curious. They really wanted to know what was the difference between the two children. The old gatekeeper walked in front of Lu Renli and bowed. "Young master, the room has been prepared. Please come in." Lu Renli nodded. He turned to Hu Xian'er and said, "Young lady Hu, the rooms have been arranged. Please come in." Hu Xian'er nodded and led little Cranegrass and little Yu into the stone tower. When they arrived at the stone tower, the old gatekeeper led Hu Xian'er to a room. Hu Xian'er suddenly turned to Lu Renli and said, "Senior brother Lu, can I be alone for a while?" Upon hearing Hu Xian'er's words, Lu Renli couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. But then he immediately replied, "Of course, Miss Hu. We have already prepared another room for you. If you have any instructions, you can just call the waiter." After Hu Xian'er thanked Lu Renli, she pulled little Cranegrass and little Yu into the room. Afterward, Hu Xian'er closed the door and ignored Lu Renli. Lu Renli wasn't angry at all. Instead, he led his friends to the room next door. After everyone arrived at the room, Lu Renli turned to the old gatekeeper and said, "Uncle Gatekeeper, have the waiter bring us some food and wine. Today's breakfast will be settled here. Also, ask Miss Hu what she wants to eat and prepare breakfast for her." The old gatekeeper nodded and then turned around to leave. When the old gatekeeper left, one of Lu Renli's friends immediately said, "Brother Lu, there's something I don't understand. Should I ask?" Lu Renli looked at the person and smiled faintly. "You want to ask me about little Cranegrass and little Yu, right?" Hee. Actually, you've already heard about little Cranegrass and little Yu's identity. They are Uncle Gatekeeper's godson and godson. They came to see Uncle Gatekeeper. Uncle Gatekeeper wanted to bring them up the mountain to see the wonders of the mountains. It just so happened that we came back at this time. Naturally, the two little fellows stayed in the manor. Yesterday, when we went hunting in the mountains, little Cranegrass climbed to Miss Hu's courtyard in order to pick up a pine tree that hasn't fully grown yet. I don't know why, but Miss Hu took a liking to them. She wanted me to arrange for little Cranegrass and little Yu to accompany her. How could I not agree? So, these two little fellows came along. Hearing Lu Renli's words, these people were stunned. Then, they felt relieved. They really didn't think that little Cranegrass would be the old doorman's godson and godson. This was really out of their expectations. They couldn't understand why Hu Xian'er would take a liking to these two little fellows. She even brought them along with her in an affectionate manner. Lu Renli looked at the group and smiled bitterly. As for why young Miss Hu values little Cranegrass and little Yu so much, I really don't know. Maybe it's because little Cranegrass is a soul implanter, so she felt close to him. Forget it, there's no need to think about it. Little Cranegrass being close to young Miss Hu can be considered his good fortune. Hearing Lu Renli's explanation, the others nodded. They really couldn't figure out why Hu Xian'er was so close to the little Cranegrass. Now, it seemed that Lu Renli's explanation was the most reasonable. At this time, the food and wine were served. The group drank while looking outside. They all wanted to see what the wonders of the mountains were like. Hu Xian'er was sitting in the room. This room was very strange. After entering, there was a large living room. There was also a door on the side of the living room. Going out through the door, one could directly go to the balcony outside. The balcony was very large, and one could directly see the scenery outside. Hu Xian'er was currently sitting in the living room. There were some food on the table. These were all ordered by Hu Xian'er. They were all delicious dishes. Hu Xian'er and the others were eating. Little Cranegrass and little Yu were also sitting on the table. The two were eating in small bites. Hu Xian'er looked at the two of them and couldn't help but feel even more curious. He already knew that the two of them were extraordinary, but he couldn't figure out where a child like little Cranegrass learned to behave in such a refined manner. After a short while, the three of them finished their meal. Hu Xian'er led the two little ones to the balcony outside the room. Looking at the sun that was about to appear on the horizon, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Now, she was looking forward to the wonderful scene of the mountain gathering wind and clouds. Little Cranegrass and Little Yu-er were standing beside Xianxia. The two were also looking outside. However, the two were looking at different things. Little Cranegrass was the same as Xianxia. They were also paying attention to the scenery on the mountain peak. Little Yu-er was looking at the people on the mountain peak. Now, there were a lot of people on the mountain peak. These people were all standing on the mountain peak and looking outside. It was the first time that Little Yu-er saw so many people gathered together. At this time, someone suddenly shouted from below, "It's coming out! It's coming out! The sun is coming out!" Along with this voice, a golden light suddenly jumped out of the mountain peak. The world instantly became bright. At this time, a trace of clouds gathered outside the mountain peak. Soon, more and more clouds gathered. Slowly, it turned into a sea of clouds. Sunlight shot out from the sea of clouds and dyed the entire sea of clouds golden. The sea of clouds seemed to be surging and constantly changing its shape. However, the sea of clouds was still golden. This made people even more surprised. People felt as if they were in a golden sea of clouds. It was as if they had entered a fairyland. At this time, the sea of clouds surged even faster. Soon, people discovered that it wasn't the sea of clouds that was surging. Instead, it was the mountain wind that was blowing. Normally, when the wind was strong, the clouds would disperse. However, the clouds didn't disperse here. On the contrary, more and more clouds gathered. Under the influence of the mountain wind, the sea of clouds surged faster and faster. At this time, a rumbling sound was suddenly heard from outside the mountain peak. However, people weren't surprised at all. They knew that it was the mountain wind. The rumbling sound became louder and louder. Finally, it turned into a whistling sound. From this sound, one could hear that the wind was very strong. But what was strange was that the wind outside the mountain peak was very strong. However, there was no wind at all on the mountain peak. Soon, the sea of clouds began to change. A huge vortex appeared in the middle of the sea of clouds. This vortex slowly rotated. In the beginning, this vortex wasn't very big. But soon, it became bigger and bigger. In the end, this vortex drove the entire sea of clouds, turning it into a huge vortex that slowly rotated. This scene was naturally unique in the world. Everyone was shocked by the scene. They even forgot to breathe. Both of them were motionless as they looked at the huge vortex. This scene was really shocking. Slowly, the sun was getting brighter and brighter. The vortex was also slowly increasing its speed. At the same time, the sea of clouds was also slowly disappearing. It was as if the clouds were being sucked into the vortex. After an unknown amount of time, the speed of the vortex became very fast. The area of the sea of clouds was only a little bit big. Moreover, it was slowly disappearing into the vortex. Finally, all the clouds in the sea of clouds were sucked into the vortex. The vortex formed a huge golden wind column outside the mountain peak. It was like a golden dragon was soaring into the sky. At this time, the sun outside the mountain peak had already revealed half of its face. The world was bright and the vortex was also slowly disappearing. Finally, when the sun completely rose, the vortex had also completely disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared at all. Until this time, people let out a long breath. They were really shocked by this scene today. Such a beautiful scene was something that they had never seen before. It was worthy of being one of the most famous scenery in the Soul world. At this time, Xianxia also let out a long breath. To be honest, although she had heard that the scenery of the mountain gathering wind and clouds was very beautiful, she didn't expect it to be beautiful to this degree. It was so beautiful that it was shocking. This was really beyond her expectations. However, Xianxia immediately remembered that there were still two children beside her. She immediately turned her head to look at Little Cranegrass and Little Yu-er. She wanted to see how they were doing. But when Xianxia turned her head, she saw a scene that she had never thought of. Little Yu-er was still standing there. Her little face was filled with a look of amazement. There was nothing wrong with her. But Little Cranegrass was different. Little Cranegrass was now standing there with his eyes half closed. Natural energy was fluctuating around his body. The soul above his head was also trembling slightly. It was as if it was cheering. This made Xianxia stunned. In this environment, natural energy actually appeared on little crane grass's body. What was going on? Why would natural energy appear on his body? Also, what's going on with his soul? Why was his soul moving like a beast's soul? Xianxia felt that her mind was in a mess. She took 2 deep breaths and forced herself to calm down. She felt that she had heard of the little crane grass's current situation before, but she couldn't tell where she had heard of it. Xianxia frowned as she thought about it. Suddenly, a light flashed in her mind. She remembered when she was young, when she was cultivating with her grandmother said something to her. Xianxia, you have to remember that in this world, there are some people who are true geniuses. Their souls are very sensitive. At the same time, they are also very sensitive to nature. They can even enter a state called epiphany. You have to remember that we plant masters mainly cultivate natural energy. But what is natural energy? However, there are also some geniuses who can feel all kinds of natural energy. They can see the wind, they can see the clouds, they can see the lightning, they can still feel the natural energy. When they feel the natural energy, they can feel the natural energy. When they feel the natural energy, they can feel the natural energy. When they feel the natural energy, they can feel the natural energy. When they feel the natural energy, they can feel the natural energy. When they see the natural energy, they can also feel the natural energy. When they see the natural energy, they can also feel the natural energy. When they see the natural energy, they can also feel the natural energy. When they see the natural energy, they can also feel the natural energy. When they see the natural energy, they can also feel the natural energy. When they see the natural energy, they can also feel the natural energy. When they see the natural energy, they can also feel the natural energy. When they see the natural energy, they can also feel the natural energy. When they see the natural energy, they can also feel the natural energy. When they see the natural energy, they can also feel the natural energy. When they see the natural energy, they can also feel the natural energy. Geniuses, peerless geniuses, 1 in 10 million geniuses. In fact, when Xianxia grew up, she knew that this number was too high. In fact, even if there was 1 in 10 million chance, no one would be able to feel other types of natural energy. Souls were like locks that locked people up early on. If you were a soul plant, you would never be able to feel natural energy. If you were a soul plant, you would only be able to feel natural energy from plants. This was the will of the heavens. Xianxia even thought that her grandmother was just joking with her. It was impossible for people to feel other types of natural energy. Such people didn't exist. But now that Xianxia saw little crane grass's appearance, she believed her grandmother's words. Little crane grass was the genius that her grandmother talked about. He might be in a state of epiphany. Heavens! How could this be? He was only a child, only a 7-year-old child. A 7-year-old child who had never cultivated before, but now he could actually sense the energy of nature other than plants. Why was this? Was this for real? Xianxia stared blankly at little crane grass. For a moment, her face was filled with shock. She didn't know what to say. She had completely lost her ability to think. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard. Wow, it's too beautiful. Brother Crane Grass, don't you think so? Isn't it beautiful? Upon hearing this voice, Xianxia's body shook as she regained her senses. At the same time, she knew that this wasn't good. She knew how important epiphanies were for a plant master. But once he was woken up, the epiphanies would disappear. She wanted to stop little Yuer, but it was already too late. Little Crane Grass's body shook as he slowly opened his eyes. His face revealed a confused expression before he slowly regained his senses. He turned to look at little Yuer and smiled. Yes, it's really beautiful. Xianxia wailed in her heart. She regretted it to death. Why didn't she clear out everything here immediately after she found out that little Crane Grass couldn't comprehend? She wanted to give little Crane Grass an absolutely quiet environment so that he could comprehend for a while. That would be more beneficial for his future. Now that he was awake, it would be extremely difficult for him to enter a state of epiphany. Heavens, what kind of sin did she commit? Xianxia's face was filled with annoyance. Little Cranegrass didn't know about this. He only felt that he had just slept. His body felt incomparably relaxed. Other than that, he didn't feel anything else. Xianxia took 2 deep breaths and finally calmed down her emotions. However, the way she looked at the little Cranegrass had completely changed. She only had one thought in her mind right now: no matter what the identity of the little Cranegrass was, she must bring him to the Hu clan. If she didn't bring such a talent to the Hu clan, she wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Thinking of this, Xianxia immediately turned to little Cranegrass and smiled. Cranegrass, let's go out. I'm afraid that your grandfather is already waiting outside. Little Cranegrass and nodded and followed Xianxia outside. Xianxia didn't say anything to little Cranegrass because she was very clear that little Cranegrass was still young. It wasn't his turn to make a decision. As long as she discussed it with the old man and Lu Renli, then little Cranegrass joining the Hu clan would be a done deal. When the 4 opened the door, they found that the old man and Lu Renli were already standing outside. When Lu Renli saw Xianxia coming out of the room, he immediately said to Xianxia, Miss Hu, we're preparing to go back. The wind on the mountain will be very cold, so we're preparing to return to the manor. What do you think? Xianxia nodded and said, all right, let's go back. Then she walked out. Her footsteps were somewhat hurried. Lu Renli and the others were puzzled as they looked at Xianxia. They didn't know what was going on with Xianxia. When everyone went outside, Xianxia, little Cranegrass, and little Yu were still sitting on the slide. Everyone went down the mountain and before long, they returned to the manor. After arriving at the manor, Xianxia let little Cranegrass and little Yu play first. Then she turned to Lu Renli and the old man and said, Brother Lu, Uncle Men, please come with me. Xianxia has something to discuss with the 2 of you. When Lu Renli and the old man saw Xianxia's appearance, their eyes couldn't help but light up. They felt that little Cranegrass was really going to soar this time. However, this matter seemed to have come a bit too quickly. It was beyond their expectations. However, the 2 didn't say anything as they followed Xianxia to the pine forest courtyard. After entering the living room and sitting down, Xianxia looked at the 2 and said, the 2 of you, I won't hide it from you anymore. This time, I invited the 2 of you here because I want little Cranegrass to join my Hu clan. Naturally, I don't want little Cranegrass to become a servant of the Hu clan, but I want him to become a student of the Hu clan. He will follow my Hu clan's 3rd grandfather and learn how to cultivate. What do the 2 of you think? Although Lu Renli and the old gatekeeper were already mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but feel excited upon hearing Xianxia's words. Lu Renli's mind suddenly lit up as he looked at Xianxia in surprise and said, Miss Hu, the 3rd grandpa you're talking about, is it Ghostbine Hu Yuan? Xianxia nodded and said, right, it's my 3rd grandfather. After my observation these past few days, little Cranegrass's talent is very good. He's very suitable to become a plant master. If such a child were to fall into the hands of others, then it would be a waste of his talent. Because of this, I want him to join the Hu clan. If the 2 of you agree, then I can promise you on behalf of 3rd grandfather that little Cranegrass will become his disciple. Lu Renli was excited. He couldn't help but feel excited. The old man might not know who Ghostbine Hu Yuan was, but Lu Renli was very clear about it. Ghostbine Hu Yuan was the strongest plant master in the Hu clan's older generation. Not only was his fighting strength incomparable, he was also a formidable pharmacist. It can be said that Hu Yuan's reputation among the older generation wasn't any worse than those famous soul weapon masters. He was even more terrifying than them. If little Cranegrass really becomes Hu Yuan's disciple, then his future would be limitless. Lu Renli turned his head to the old man and said, Uncle Men, what do you think? The old man looked at Lu Renli. His heart was also excited, but he still maintained his rationality. He turned his head to Xianxia and said, Miss Hu, please forgive this old servant for being rude. This matter is related to Bao'er's life. This old servant has no choice but to be careful. This old servant wants to know, after Bao'er joins the Hu clan, what will he have to pay in the future? Xianxia replied, he doesn't have to pay anything. After he becomes a plant master, he will belong to the Hu clan. If the Hu clan is in trouble in the future, then I hope that he can lend a hand. He's only a disciple of the Hu clan, not a servant. The Hu clan won't force him to do anything. When the old man heard he couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he said, "Then this old servant will agree on Bao-er's behalf. I only hope that Miss Hu can do what you said. After all, Bao-er is the hope of the villagers. The reason why this child is so servile is because he wants the villagers to live a better life. As for this old servant, I hope that this child can live a better life. Tree Root Village is just a small village. If we want to help it, our Lu clan can easily do it. We don't need to wait for Bao-er to grow up, so I just hope that Bao-er can live a better life." Xianxia nodded and said, "Uncle Men, don't worry. Our Hu clan takes good care of all plant masters. Otherwise, our Hu clan wouldn't have the status we have today. After all, in the Plant Master Association, our Hu clan isn't the only major family with plant masters. All plant masters have their own dignity. If we did something that let down the plant masters, they wouldn't care about the Hu clan and the Hu clan wouldn't have reached where we are today." The old man nodded and said, "This old servant believes in Miss Hu. I'll talk to Bao-er about this matter. May I know when Miss Hu will take Bao-er away? Bao-er's grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother are all here. Moreover, Tian Niu, who took care of him since he was young, is also here. If he wants to go to the Hu clan to learn, then he needs to inform these people. I hope Miss Hu can understand this." Xianxia waved her hand and said, "This is what I should do. I'll be staying here for a while. I just hope that Uncle Men can make the arrangements as soon as possible." Xianxia looked at the green hummingbird in her hand. The green hummingbird was a unique bird used by the Hu clan to deliver letters. It was small in size, fast in flight, and wouldn't get lost. This made this bird the Hu clan's first choice for delivering letters. Xianxia has been in the Red Cloud Villa for half a month. When she found little crane grass, she had the green hummingbird send a letter to her family, asking them to investigate little crane grass's background. They wanted to see if there was anything suspicious about little crane grass's background. But in the end, they didn't find anything. Little crane grass's background was clean. From when he appeared, to when he entered Green Jade City, to when he entered the academy, to when he came to Jiyun City, to what he encountered on the Wuling River, everything was written clearly. In short, there was no problem. After discovering that there was no problem with little crane grass's identity, Xianxia immediately sent a letter to her family. She told them about little crane grass's uniqueness and his innate talent. Finally, she told them that she had accepted little crane grass as a disciple on behalf of Hu Yuan. This matter caused a huge reaction among the higher-ups of the Hu clan. It must be known that Xianxia had always been very cautious in doing things, but this time, she decided so quickly to let little crane grass join the Hu clan and even let him become Hu Yuan's disciple. This was completely out of the Hu clan's expectations. In addition to Xianxia's words about little crane grass's innate talent, some people in the Hu clan didn't believe it. They really couldn't believe that a grass-planted soul child would have such a strong innate talent, and even have an epiphany. In their opinion, this was almost impossible. However, Xianxia had always been very careful and reliable. This made the Hu clan have no choice but to believe it. In the end, the Hu clan decided to wait until little crane grass arrived at the Hu clan's residence. Xianxia's status in the Hu clan wasn't low. Although she wasn't like Lu Renli, who was already determined to be the next patriarch of the Lu clan, she was still one of the chosen elders of the Hu clan. If Xianxia was punished because of this matter, her prestige would be damaged, which wasn't a good thing for the Hu clan. Of course, in the Hu clan's view, even if little crane grass became Hu Yuan's disciple, it didn't mean anything. If his performance wasn't good, the Hu clan could still kick him out. There was no need to punish Xianxia for this matter. Of course, the main reason for this was because little crane grass was only 7 years old. Therefore, the Hu clan gave Xianxia a reply. They agreed to Xianxia's suggestion to let little crane grass become a disciple of the Hu clan and Hu Yuan's disciple. Seeing the clan's reply, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. She also knew that her decision this time was somewhat rash, but she had no choice but to make such a decision because she was afraid that if she didn't quickly bring the little crane grass to the Hu clan, it would be discovered by others and snatched away in the end. In order to keep an eye on little crane grass and prevent him from being snatched away by others, Xianxia decided to live in Xianxia Villa and wait for little crane grass. Little Crane Grass had already returned to Green City by boat after she talked with Old Doorman and Lu Renly. Then, he returned to Tree Root Village. This time, the place where Little Crane Grass was going to study was very far away. She was afraid that he wouldn't be able to return home for a long time. Therefore, she wanted him to go home and properly greet his family. During this period of time, Xianxia had been in contact with the Hu clan. She had already asked the clan to send people to protect Little Crane Grass. They absolutely couldn't let anything happen to Little Crane Grass. The Hu clan was very surprised that Xianxia attached so much importance to Little Crane Grass. At the same time, it also aroused their curiosity. In the end, the Hu clan really did send people to protect Little Crane Grass. At the same time, they also secretly observed Little Crane Grass. Time passed day by day. When Xianxia had been living in Xianxia Villa for a month, Little Crane Grass finally came to Xianxia Villa. He came with Old Doorman. Little Yu-er had already returned home and didn't come with him. After all, Little Yu-er was only a sole possessor and couldn't enter the Hu clan. At this time, Little Crane Grass also understood that he wanted to learn skills from the beautiful elder sister. The elder sister's family had a very powerful plant master. He wanted to learn skills from the master. Little Crane Grass was very happy. He wanted to learn skills quickly so that he could help the people in the village. But now, Old Doorman told him that he didn't need to worry about the village. Lu Renly had already promised to help Tree Root Village. In the future, not only would Tree Root Village not have to pay taxes, they would also be able to plant a lot of high-yield crops. Their lives would become better and better. Although Little Crane Grass didn't understand what kind of benefits Lu Renly could bring to the village, he also knew that Old Doorman wouldn't lie to him. Because of this, he was very happy. Although he was only 7 years old, he had been running back and forth for a month. It was very hard for him, but he was still very happy. He was happy that he could learn skills. When Xianxia saw Little Crane Grass, she was also very happy. She invited Little Crane Grass and Old Doorman to the living room. Now that Xianxia Villa was here, Xianxia was the master. Lu Yunfei was the master. When Xianxia lived in Xianxia Villa, she was the master of Xianxia Villa. The servants and maids sent by the Lu clan had to treat her as their master. If anyone dared to disobey, they would be punished according to the clan's rules. The maids and servants that the Lu family sent to the Red Cloud Villa were all children of the Lu family. The Lu family's rules could be used on them, and the Lu family's rules were very strict. Therefore, the maids and servants didn't dare to show the slightest neglect. When the Old Doorman and Little Crane Grass entered the room, Xianxia smiled at the Old Doorman and said, "Uncle Doorman, you've worked hard. Please take a seat." After the Old Doorman expressed his gratitude, he sat down. Little Crane Grass also sat down. Xianxia looked at Little Crane Grass, then she smiled faintly and said, "Crane Grass, in the future, you'll be going to the Hu clan to learn. Don't worry, the Hu clan is very capable, especially this master that I found for you. His ability is very great, you must learn from him." Little Crane Grass stood up, then he bowed to Xianxia and said, "Thank you, Sister Xianxia. Crane Grass will work hard to learn." Xianxia smiled and nodded. Then she turned to the Old Doorman and said, "Uncle Doorman, I know that you care about Crane Grass, but you don't need to worry. I'll have the family take good care of him. Moreover, I think that with his talent, my third grandfather will certainly like him. In the Hu clan, my third grandfather's status is very high. Nobody would dare to bully Little Crane Grass." The Old Doorman nodded, then he turned to look at Little Crane Grass. Then he gently patted Little Crane Grass' head and said, "Miss Hu, Crane Grass is a very sensible child. I hope that he will have a promising future. I'll leave him to you in the future." Xianxia nodded and said, "Uncle Doorman can rest assured. We'll take good care of Little Crane Grass." The old man nodded, then he turned to Little Crane Grass and said, "Bao-er, after arriving at the Hu clan, you need to be good and obedient. You need to study hard. You don't need to worry about your village, but as long as you study hard, you will definitely become a person above others in the future. You will become a person more prestigious than the young master." Little Crane Grass nodded and said, "Grandpa, rest assured. Bao-er will certainly study hard." The Old Doorman smiled and nodded, but his eyes were filled with tears. He didn't have any children in his life. He already regarded little Cranegrass as his own grandson. Although little Cranegrass was only studying, he was still very reluctant to part with him. However, the old doorman also knew that he couldn't cry right now. If he cried, then little Cranegrass would also cry. He didn't want to see little Cranegrass cry. The old doorman took a deep breath and held back his tears. Then he turned to Xianxia and said, "Miss Hu, actually, this old servant came this time for another matter. It's the matter between the Lu clan and the Hu clan. What do you think?" Xianxia frowned and thought for a moment, then she said, "Uncle Doorman, I won't hide it from you. It's impossible for the Hu clan to form an alliance with the Lu clan. However, we can do something else, and that is to cooperate with the Lu clan. The Lu clan has a shop in Green Jade City that specializes in medicinal herbs. Our Hu clan needs a large amount of medicinal herbs every year. I can represent the Hu clan and cooperate with the Lu clan. In the future, the Hu clan can buy a certain amount of medicinal herbs from the Lu clan and form a cooperative relationship. You can go back and talk to the Lu clan. If they agree, then you can have them come to Red Cloud Villa tomorrow. I can directly sign an agreement with them. If they don't agree, then we can forget about it. But in the future, for the sake of little Cranegrass, we will take care of the Lu clan." The old man immediately nodded and said, "Miss Hu, don't worry. I'm sure the patriarch will agree. I'll go back now. Bauer will stay here." "Bauer, you stay here and listen to Miss Hu." Little Cranegrass nodded. The old doorman stood up and gave Xianxia a salute. Then he turned around and left. After the old doorman left, Xianxia looked at little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, come. Tell elder sister what you've learned these years. How many words do you know? What kind of books do you read?" Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "Elder sister Xianxia, I know a lot of words and have read a lot of books. Let me tell you." Then little Cranegrass told Xianxia all the books that he had read. As Xianxia listened to little Cranegrass's words, she was secretly surprised. She really didn't expect that little Cranegrass had read so many books. This really surprised her. Then little Cranegrass told Xianxia that he had read some books about herbs. Moreover, he knew all the herbs in the books. Xianxia was really shocked when she heard this. This was because Xianxia found that the books that she had read over the years were not as many as little Cranegrass. Moreover, little Cranegrass knew all the herbs that she knew. How could she not be surprised? After little Cranegrass finished, Xianxia looked at little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, have you read all these books and remembered them?" She really didn't believe it. Even if the old doorman told her that little Cranegrass could remember everything that he had seen, she still couldn't accept it. This was because she found that the things that she had learned over the years couldn't be compared to a 7-year-old child. Of course, little Cranegrass didn't know what Xianxia was thinking. He thought that Xianxia was testing him. Of course, he didn't dare to hide anything and said, "Elder sister, not only have I read these books, but I can also remember them all. I even wrote down all of them from memory." Xianxia took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. She wanted to calm her emotions because she found that she seemed to have underestimated little Cranegrass's talent. Such a powerful talent, was it a good thing or a bad thing for him? Xianxia was very clear that people with good talent might not necessarily be able to become successful. On the contrary, many people with good talent would disappear into the crowd in the end. This was because people with good talent were easy to be arrogant, and arrogant people were easy to be complacent. Complacent people would find it hard to listen to others and accept new knowledge. Even if they learned a lot of knowledge, they wouldn't necessarily work hard to study it. On the path of a plant master, if you didn't study it diligently, you wouldn't have much success in the end. Moreover, people with good talent would easily look down on others and easily offend others. The possibility of them dying early was very high. Some people said that people with good talent were easy to be punished by the heavens and might die early. These words weren't without reason. People with good talent, even if they had a good character, might still have an accident. This was because people with good talent generally grew up with praise. Their path was smooth sailing, and such people often couldn't withstand setbacks. As long as there was a little setback, they might not be able to recover from it, and then they might be ruined. These thoughts kept churning in Xian'er's mind, but in the end, she still couldn't figure out how to teach little crane grass. How to suppress little crane grass? But how to suppress him? Praise little crane grass? But what if he was too arrogant in the future? For a moment, Xian'er actually felt very embarrassed. Little crane grass looked at Xian'er's silent appearance and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He sat there quietly and didn't know what he just said to make Xian'er so embarrassed. He tried hard to think if he said something wrong, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. At this time, Xian'er slowly opened her eyes and let out a long breath. She decided not to think about this problem anymore. In any case, it wasn't up to her to teach little crane grass. Let Hu Yuan do the difficult thing. No matter how little crane grass grew in the future, it was the will of the heavens. Even if she wanted to control it, she couldn't. After thinking about this, Xian'er turned her head and looked at little crane grass. She found that little crane grass was sitting there with a frown on his face. His eyes were motionless, she didn't know what he was thinking. His mature appearance made Xian'er feel funny and heartache. Xian'er looked at little crane grass and said, "Crane grass, what are you thinking about?" Little crane grass came back to his senses. He turned to look at Xian'er and said, "Sister Xian'er, did crane grass say something wrong? Is that why you're unhappy?" Hearing little crane grass's words, Xian'er couldn't help but stare blankly. Then she looked at little crane grass's uneasy expression and couldn't help but feel heartache. She quickly said, "No, little crane grass didn't say anything wrong. Sister was thinking about something else, it has nothing to do with little crane grass. Little crane grass, you have to remember, diligently learn. No matter how many skills you learn, don't be arrogant because in this world, there are too many capable people." Little crane grass looked at Xian'er as if he understood, then he nodded vigorously. This was little crane grass's fourth time on a ship, but this time it was very different from the previous ones. The previous ships he took were all cargo ships, and the cabins he stayed in were all for the sailors, so they were small and cramped. But this time, the ship he took was a real passenger ship. In fact, it wasn't just a passenger ship, it was the Hu clan's own ship. The cabins on the ship were very large and spacious. It was very comfortable to live in. At this time, little crane grass's clothes had changed. He was no longer wearing the coarse clothes he used to wear. His clothes were now made of silk. His dark blue clothes, coupled with little crane grass's refined temperament, made him look very extraordinary. Moreover, little crane grass was now on the Hu clan's ship. He was no longer a child that no one paid attention to. The boatmen and servants on the ship called him young master. Little crane grass wasn't used to this change in identity. However, he could only slowly adapt. This time, besides Xian'er and Ling he didn't have any acquaintances. Even with little crane grass's temperament, he couldn't help but feel timid. Little crane grass didn't run around on the ship. He also didn't feel bored. Every day, he would hide in his room and read books. Xian'er had a lot of books that little crane grass hadn't seen before. Naturally, little crane grass was very happy to read them. In fact, little crane grass didn't know that these books were specially prepared by Xian'er. She wanted to see if little crane grass could really have a photographic memory. After a few days, Xian'er completely believed that little crane grass could have a photographic memory. Moreover, the books that little crane grass had read, he could write them down from memory without missing a single word. To be honest, Xian'er was very surprised when she found out about little crane grass's ability. But after being surprised, Xian'er also paid more attention to little crane grass. In her opinion, little crane grass was a genius. If such a genius entered the Hu clan, it would be very good for the clan. Today, little crane grass was reading in her room. They had been on the ship for 7 days, but before they boarded the ship, Xian'er told little crane grass that this time, they would be on the ship for half a month, so little crane grass was mentally prepared. Every day, she would read a book or walk around the deck, which was also quite comfortable. Little crane grass didn't know that his performance these days had been seen by Xian'er. She was becoming more and more satisfied with little crane grass. Outsiders didn't understand plant masters and thought that it was a noble profession. But those who truly understood plant masters and knew how they practiced were very clear that plant masters needed you to be able to endure loneliness. This was because most of the time, plant masters had to stay with plants or go into the mountains to observe plants and collect herbs. These places were often inaccessible. If you couldn't endure loneliness, then it was impossible to become a qualified plant master. In the plant master's world, there had always been a saying that a plant master who wasn't close to plants wasn't a good plant master. A plant master who didn't personally collect herbs wasn't a good pharmacist. It was precisely because of this that many plant masters would personally go into the mountains to collect all kinds of plants and herbs. Sometimes, a plant master would even live in the mountains for a long time in order to observe a plant that he had never seen before and understand the habits of this plant. Therefore, patience was very important to plant masters. If little Cranegrass was too anxious and restless on the ship, then it meant that his patience wasn't good. In the future, when he studied, he would have to strengthen his training in this aspect. But after observing little Cranegrass, Xianxia determined that little Cranegrass was a natural plant master. He could endure loneliness and wasn't arrogant or impatient. It was very rare. One must know that little Cranegrass was only 7 years old. It was very rare for a 7-year-old child to have such a temperament. Therefore, Xianxia became more and more satisfied with little Cranegrass. On this day, little Cranegrass was reading in his room for a while. He felt a little tired and wanted to go to the ship to exercise. Just as he came out of his room, he saw Ling walking over. He immediately bowed to Ling and said, "Big sister Ling, where are you going?" Ling also liked little Cranegrass very much. She was young and little Cranegrass had always been very polite to her. This made Ling like little Cranegrass even more. Now that she heard little Cranegrass say this, she immediately smiled and said, "Cranegrass, the young miss is calling you. Come with me." When little Cranegrass heard Ling he was puzzled and said, "Big sister Ling why is big sister Xianxia looking for me?" Ling looked at little Cranegrass and smiled faintly, "Come with me." Then without any explanation, she pulled little Cranegrass and walked towards Xianxia's room. When the two arrived at Xianxia's room, they found that Xianxia was reading in her room. Xianxia had recently developed the habit of reading by herself. This was because she discovered that her accumulation of knowledge was too little. It couldn't compare to little Cranegrass at all. This caused her self-esteem to be hurt. Seeing little Cranegrass come, Xianxia immediately waved her hand and had little Cranegrass sit down. Little Cranegrass bowed to Xianxia before sitting down and said, "Big sister Xianxia, why are you looking for me?" Xianxia looked at little Cranegrass. She really liked this child. He was smart but not arrogant. He always used a humble attitude to face people and matters. For a plant master, this was very important. Xianxia smiled and said, "Do I have to look for you for something? Can't I look for you if there's nothing?" "Hee, you hide in your room and read books every day. I think you'll become a bookworm sooner or later." Little Cranegrass smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's okay. I like to read books. The things written in those books are things that I don't know. Every time I read a book, I feel very fulfilled." Xianxia nodded and said, "In a few days, we'll be arriving at Lingshan City. From Lingshan City, it would take about 4 hours to arrive at our Hu clan. Because our Hu clan is a plant master, we don't live in the city. Instead, we live in the corner of a mountain outside the city. There is a huge botanical garden that our Hu clan built there, which is called the Botanical Fort. After many years of hard work, the Botanical Fort has a lot of rare plants. Every year, there would be a large number of plant masters coming to the Botanical Fort to study these plants." Little Cranegrass nodded with an expression of yearning. Xianxia looked at little Cranegrass and smiled faintly. "After sending you to the Hu clan, Big Sister will go to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion to study. It will take a few years for Big Sister to finish her studies there. Little Cranegrass, when you're in the Hu clan, you have to study hard. I hope that you can also study at the Saber Sovereign Pavilion in the future." Little Cranegrass couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Xianxia and said, "Big sister Xianxia, can I also study at the Saber Sovereign Pavilion? Isn't it only for people like the Lu clan's young master to study there? Also, don't plant masters study at the Plant Master Society? Why do I have to go to the Saber Sovereign Pavilion?" Xianxia shook her head and said, "Cranegrass, you're wrong. The Plant Master Guild isn't a place where a plant master can learn. The Plant Master Guild is a platform for plant masters to communicate with each other. They only nurture soul plant masters who are around 10 years old, and the duration of nurturing them is about 3 years. After that, whether you want to become a plant master or a pharmacist is up to you. If you want to become a plant master or a pharmacist, then you have to join some big plant master clans or plant masters, or enter some large institutions. Only then can you truly become a formidable plant master. Only then can you become a true plant master. When Little Cranegrass heard Xianxia, he understood. To put it bluntly, the Plant Master Society was just a platform. They were only responsible for nurturing ordinary plant masters. It was like an elementary school. If you want to learn more, then you have to go to a better school to learn. In this world, there were a lot of soul grafters that didn't have the talent of the Little Cranegrass. Those plant master clans wouldn't just take a soul grafter into their clan and nurture them. That was impossible. After all, a clan's resources were limited. This was the reason why the plant master clans were so useful. After 3 years of nurturing by the Plant Master Society, a person's potential could be roughly seen. If you can't become a plant master or an alchemist after 3 years of nurturing, then it meant that you didn't have much potential. There was no need for you to continue your studies. If you can become a plant master or an alchemist during these 3 years of nurturing, then there would be countless people who would want to nurture you. The nurturing process of the Plant Master Society was like a screening process. It allowed people to see who was sand and who was pearls. Xianxia looked at Little Cranegrass and continued, "Of course, the Plant Master Association isn't that simple. In fact, there are 3 main functions of the Plant Master Association. One is to cultivate those ordinary soul planters so that those soul planters can become plant masters or pharmacists. The second is to communicate. The communication between plant masters is a must. For example, if a plant master wants to concoct a medicine but lacks a few medicinal herbs, he can issue some tasks through the Plant Master Association, asking the people in the association to help him find the medicinal herbs, and he will pay the corresponding remuneration. The third is to maintain the status of the plant master. For example, wherever a plant master is treated unfairly, the Plant Master Association will appear and communicate with the relevant local personnel to maintain the rights and status of the plant master. This is very important. It is precisely because of the existence of the Plant Master Association that the various countries in the soul world are very respectful to the plant masters and dare not be rude to them. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to offending the entire Plant Master Association, and then they would be in big trouble. Little Cranegrass nodded. He really didn't expect that the Plant Master Society had such an ability. Thinking about it, it was also reasonable. Take the Blade Spirit Country for example. If the Blade Spirit Country didn't respect the Plant Master Society, then the Plant Master Society would come forward to communicate with the Blade Spirit Country. If the Blade Spirit Country still didn't respect the Plant Master Society, then the Plant Master Society could impose sanctions on the entire Blade Spirit Country. For example, they could block their new crops, not sending plant masters to treat the diseased plants in their country, and so on. Such sanctions were very serious for a country and would affect the country's strength. The reason why Xianxia told Little Cranegrass all this was to let him have a better understanding of the Plant Master Association. The Hu clan was an important force in the Plant Master Association. Now that Little Cranegrass had entered the Hu clan, he would have to come in contact with the people in the Plant Master Association in the future. Letting him understand the Plant Master Association earlier was very beneficial. To be honest, Xianxia no longer treated Little Cranegrass as a 7-year-old child. Although Little Cranegrass would occasionally display the childishness of a child, Xianxia had already treated Little Cranegrass as a 10-year-old child and educated him. This was because Little Cranegrass was too smart. Although Little Cranegrass knew the purpose of the Plant Master Association, he still couldn't fully understand it. After all, he was still young and didn't have much experience. He still didn't know the twists and turns in this matter. However, his intuition told him that what Xianxia told him was very useful. He also carefully remembered it in his heart. When Xianxia saw Little Cranegrass obediently accepting the teaching, she couldn't help but feel happy. To be honest, after coming in contact with Little Cranegrass for the past few days, she had suffered quite a blow. In terms of talent, she couldn't compare to little Cranegrass. In terms of learning, she couldn't compare to little Cranegrass. This caused her confidence to take a huge hit. Now that she saw little Cranegrass accepting the teaching, she could finally hold her head up high. It must be said that Xianxia was only a 10-year-old child. However, she was born in a large clan like the Hu clan. The education that she received from a young age was completely different from little Cranegrass. In terms of knowledge, she was naturally much better than little Cranegrass. Moreover, she was much more mature than little Cranegrass. This was her advantage. Xianxia looked at little Cranegrass and smiled faintly. Cranegrass, you will learn from third grandpa in the future. My third grandpa is one of the strongest plant masters in our Hu clan. You need to study diligently. However, because third grandpa's learning is different from mine, I didn't teach you anything. This would prevent you from having preconceived ideas. That would be very detrimental to your future studies. Little Cranegrass nodded. Xianxia continued, all right, little Cranegrass, go out and play for a while. Although there aren't many things to play on the ship, you should still go out and take a walk. After all, the ship will take a long time. It's not good to stay in the cabin every day. Little Cranegrass responded and stood up. She bowed to Xianxia before turning around and walking out. Looking at his back, Xianxia couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Then she turned to Ling and said, Ling why do I feel like there's a lot of pressure in front of the little Cranegrass? Ling looked at Xianxia's appearance and couldn't help but snicker. What pressure? I think young miss is just afraid that she can't compare to Cranegrass and will feel embarrassed, hee. Xianxia smiled and said, damn girl, you're really clever. Little Cranegrass slowly walked out of the cabin and went to the deck outside. There were many boatmen busily working on the deck. The Hu family's ship was different from the Lu family's ship. The Lu family's ship was used to transport goods, so it was relatively rough. But now, the ship they were on was used by the Hu family to transport people. Because of this, the ship was very beautiful. Moreover, there weren't only male boatmen on the ship, there were also many maids and women. Because people were living on the ship was cleaned every day. Moreover, it was very clean. Moreover, because the people living on the ship were generally of high status in the Hu clan, the boatmen on the ship were carefully selected. These boatmen not only had extraordinary looks, but they also had to be born in the Hu clan. They also went through a period of training, and their skills were also good. When they wore the uniform, they looked very extraordinary. Little Cranegrass walked all the way to the deck. All the boatmen on the ship, regardless of whether they were men or women, bowed to Little Cranegrass and said, Greetings, young Master Tian. Little Cranegrass also nodded in return. Her etiquette was very considerate. The boatmen on the Hu family's ship liked Little Cranegrass very much. This was because Little Cranegrass didn't have any arrogance. Moreover, she was such a smart and cute child. Anyone who saw her would like her. Just as Little Cranegrass stood on the deck, a 30-year-old boatman immediately came over. This person was also wearing the Hu family's uniform. The Hu family's uniform was actually short, but the color was dark green. Everyone was wearing the same uniform. This boatman of the Hu family walked in front of Little Cranegrass, then he bowed and said, Young Master Tian, why did you come out today? The wind outside is very strong, you should wear more clothes. Little Cranegrass smiled and said, Uncle Hu, I'm a bit tired from reading in my room, so I came out to exercise. Uncle Hu, you don't need to worry about me. This person was called Hu Quan, a member of the Hu family. Moreover, his family has been serving the Hu family for more than 5 generations. They have always been loyal and devoted to the Hu family. Now, Hu Quan was the captain of this ship. Because all the people on this ship were important figures of the Hu family, Hu Quan's status in the Hu family was also very high. Even Xianxia would call him Big Brother Hu Quan when she sees him. Hu Quan was 30 years old, even older than Tian Zhuang. Xianxia could call him Big Brother Hu Quan, but if Little Cranegrass called him Big Brother, then it would be inappropriate. Therefore, he has been calling Hu Quan Uncle Hu. Hu Quan smiled and said, That's right, young Master Tian. These days, I've noticed that you like to stay in the cabin and read. This won't do. Even if you like to read, you still need to have a good body. Don't tire yourself out just because of reading. Otherwise, the gains won't make up for the losses. Little Cranegrass smiled and said, yes, Uncle Hu is right. This kid is just happy to see so many books that I haven't read before. Hu Quan looked at Little Cranegrass and sighed, my family's child is about the same age as young Master Tian. He's currently studying in our family school. If he can be as hardworking as young Master Tian, then even if I lose 10 years of my life, it would be worth it. That kid is too bad, he's always getting beaten by the teacher. Little Cranegrass didn't understand what Hu Quan meant, so he just stood there and didn't say anything. Hu Quan looked at Little Cranegrass and couldn't help but secretly pat his head. He discovered that he was thinking too much. Even if young Master Tian was young and mature, he was still a 7-year-old child. What's the use of talking to him about these things? Thinking of this, Hu Quan smiled and said to Little Cranegrass, young Master Tian, there's nothing fun on this ship. How about fishing? Little Cranegrass really hasn't fished before. Now that he heard Hu Quan, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the ship and saw that it was still sailing. How could they fish at this time? Hu Quan looked at Little Cranegrass and knew what he was thinking. Hu Quan smiled faintly and said, if young Master Tian wants to fish, then I naturally have a way. Little Cranegrass was curious, so he didn't decline and nodded. Hu Quan immediately took out several fishing rods from the cabin. Then the two went to the back of the ship and began to cast their hooks. Little Cranegrass was just curious about fishing on the ship, so he followed Hu Quan. Hu Quan's fishing rods were specially made. After the rods were cast into the river, Hu Quan was able to feel it. Before long, Hu Quan was able to catch a few fish. This made Little Cranegrass even more curious. The day passed while they were fishing. At night, the ship stopped at a place and quietly passed the night. The next morning, the ship didn't set off like it did every day. Instead, it just waited there. This made Little Cranegrass puzzled. After eating breakfast, Little Cranegrass went to the deck and saw that Hu Quan was also there. Little Cranegrass looked at Hu Quan and said, Uncle Hu, why aren't we leaving today? Hu Quan smiled and said, that's not it. Today, someone wants to board the ship. It's the 18th Master. The 18th Master was traveling nearby and just happened to hear that the family's ship was going to pass by here. Therefore, he wanted to take the family's ship back. Little Cranegrass nodded and didn't say anything. Not long after, a small boat appeared on the river. That small boat stopped beside the Hu clan's ship. Hu Quan didn't put down the rope ladder, but a figure from the small boat soared into the sky and landed on the ship. Little Cranegrass was startled. He carefully looked at these people. The person who jumped onto the ship looked to be around 40 years old. He was dressed in black and had a beard on his face. He looked like he had been through a lot. There was also a soul plant on his head. This soul plant was a small tree. Little Cranegrass recognized this tree, it was an ordinary elm tree. Seeing this person board the ship, Hu Quan quickly bowed and said, welcome, 18th Master. That person nodded, then his eyes fell on Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass quickly bowed to that person and said, greetings, 18th Master. But before the person could speak, a voice was heard, 18th Uncle, you're back. The one who spoke was Xianxia. She already knew that the 18th Master would board the ship, so she wasn't too surprised. The man turned his head to look at Xianxia, then a smile appeared on his face as he said, Xianxia, you're getting more and more beautiful. Ha ha ha. Your 18th uncle's speed isn't slow. Is this the kid? Not bad, not bad. You have good manners. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, 18th uncle, I didn't expect you to be this fast. Looking at your appearance, it seems like you've been on your way. Go in and take a rest. 18th Master shook his head and said, I'm fine. Kid, you're Cranegrass? Not bad, you have good manners. Come, call me 18th uncle. Little Cranegrass obediently bowed to the 18th Master and said, I have seen 18th uncle. When the 18th Master heard Little Cranegrass, he laughed and said, good kid. Not bad. I, Hu Ding, didn't travel thousands of miles in vain. This 18th Master was called Hu Ding, one of the Hu family's combat plant masters. This time, the Hu family wanted to investigate little Cranegrass's identity. At the same time, they also wanted to send people to protect little Cranegrass. In addition, Xianxia attached too much importance to little Cranegrass, which aroused the curiosity of the Hu family. Therefore, they sent Hu Ding to investigate little Cranegrass's identity and secretly protect little Cranegrass. Although the Hu family was a big family in the soul world, this didn't mean that they didn't have any enemies. And those who could become the Hu family's enemy were definitely not simple. If the other party knew that a genius like little Cranegrass had joined the Hu family, then they would definitely think of ways to get rid of little Cranegrass. Therefore, the Hu family sent Hu Ding to secretly protect little Cranegrass. Although Hu Ding's strength wasn't the strongest in the Hu family, he was very meticulous in his work. People in Jianghu gave him the nickname of Spirit Elm Hu Ding. With him protecting little Cranegrass, the Hu family felt relieved. Xianxia looked at Hu Ding, then she smiled faintly and said, 18th uncle, you've worked hard this time. Did you encounter any trouble? Hu Ding shook his head and said, not really. Other people don't know about the little Cranegrass. Naturally, there wouldn't be any trouble. Although the Lu family knows about the little Cranegrass, they wouldn't reveal it. Therefore, this information is still a secret. However, we still need to be careful. Xianxia nodded, then she turned to Hu Quan and said, Big brother Hu Quan, let's set sail. We'll return home as soon as possible. Then we can rest assured. Hu Quan nodded, then he immediately commanded the people to set sail. Xianxia turned to Hu Ding and said, 18th uncle, you should take a rest. You've worked hard along the way. Now that we're on the ship, as long as no one gets on board, there shouldn't be any problems. Hu Ding nodded, then he turned his head to look at the little Cranegrass. Then he looked at the little Cranegrass's grass soul. Then he sighed and said, this kid is an anomaly. I only hope that he'll be successful in the future. Although Hu Ding had been secretly protecting the little Cranegrass these past few days, he still couldn't keep an eye on the little Cranegrass all the time. Moreover, besides the time when the little Cranegrass showed his talent in front of Xianxia, he didn't show it anywhere else. Because of this, Hu Ding didn't know about the little Cranegrass's talent. He only knew that the child was very smart, but he didn't know about the little Cranegrass's talent as a plant master. Xianxia looked at Hu Ding and knew what he was thinking. She smiled faintly and said, 18th uncle, you can rest assured. The little Cranegrass's talent is absolutely top-notch. Hu Ding nodded, then he turned around and entered the cabin. The little Cranegrass didn't care too much, he was still standing on the deck. Although he didn't understand all of Hu Ding's words, he still understood some of it. He secretly vowed in his heart that he must learn this skill. Although Hu Ding boarded the ship, there weren't any changes. Hu Ding spent a lot of time in his cabin and didn't come out. Even if he came out, it was impossible for him to find a 7-year-old child to chat with. Moreover, little Cranegrass had been studying hard these past few days. Even if he wanted to chat with little Cranegrass, he couldn't find her. Because of this, the ship returned to its peaceful state. After another 3 days, they would arrive at Lingshan City in about 5 days. The ship was sailing on the river, and the journey was smooth. However, Hu Quan's expression changed slightly. After a while, Hu Quan's expression changed completely. He immediately shouted, everyone, be on guard. Women, return to the cabins and distribute the weapons. Following Hu Quan's words, everyone on the ship was alarmed. The women on the ship all entered the cabin, while the men all took their weapons. Their expressions also changed. At this time, Hu Ding also came out of the cabin. He looked at Hu Quan and said, Quan, what's going on? Why are we distributing the weapons? Hu Quan cupped his fist towards Hu Dingy and said, 18th Lord, it's been almost 2 hours since this morning. However, we still haven't met a single boat on this river. This is very abnormal. This is the Wu Ling River, one of the busiest waterways in the Saber Spirit country. Not meeting a single boat on this river for almost 2 hours is very abnormal. Unless someone is blocking the boats on both sides of the river. If that's the case, then things will be troublesome. Hearing Hu Quan's words, Hu Ding smiled faintly. Then he nodded and said, all right, be careful. After he said that, he walked to the bow of the ship and stood there quietly. At this time, Xianxia also came out of the cabin. She also heard Hu Quan's words, so she didn't say anything. She just looked at Hu Ding and said, 18th uncle, do you want to release the green hummingbirds? Hu Ding shook his head and said, not now. Alright, you don't need to worry. Go back to the cabin and take care of yourself as well as that kid. Hu Xian'er nodded, then she turned around and left. Although Hu Xian'er was also a plant master, what she learned was different from Hu Ding. Hu Ding learned how to use plants to fight while she learned how to treat people. Because of this, she didn't have any fighting strength. At this time, she would only be a burden if she stayed on the deck. Little Cranegrass also heard the movements outside. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He couldn't help but think about his experience on the Lu clan's ship. This made his expression unsightly. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Before Little Cranegrass could open the door was pushed open. Ling walked in and didn't say anything as she pulled Little Cranegrass outside. Little Cranegrass was confused by Ling actions. He asked, Sister Ling where are we going? Did something happen? Ling replied, let's go to the young miss room. The young miss wants to watch you study. Ling didn't tell Little Cranegrass that they might be attacked. She was afraid of scaring Little Cranegrass. When Little Cranegrass heard this, he didn't struggle and followed Ling to Hu Xian'er's room. Hu Xian'er was sitting in the room with a nervous expression. This was the first time she encountered this kind of thing. When she was in the family, she was well protected. Later on, she went to the Sovereign Saber Pavilion. The Sovereign Saber Pavilion was very safe. And with her status, no one dared to say a harsh word to her. Therefore, she really didn't experience this kind of thing before. Although Hu Ding was outside, she was still very nervous. Now that she saw Little Cranegrass, Hu Xian'er relaxed. It was as if having one more person in the room would give her a sense of security. After entering the room, Ling let go of Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass bowed to Hu Xian'er. Hu Xian'er nodded and said, there's something going on outside today. Don't go out. Just stay in my room and read. Little Cranegrass nodded. Then he took out a book from Hu Xian'er's room and started reading. There were many books in Hu Xian'er's room. Most of these books introduced various plants. And these books were exactly what Little Cranegrass needed. In the past, the books that Little Cranegrass read were mainly about medicinal herbs. Aside from medicinal herbs, there were very few other plants. However, Hu Xian'er's books were different. Her books introduced plants. Plants weren't all medicinal herbs. Because of this, Little Cranegrass has been reading books about various plants these days. Although Little Cranegrass knew that something happened on the ship, he didn't make any preparations this time. The reason why he made those preparations last time was because he felt that it was necessary. But this time, he didn't feel that he needed to make those preparations. Because of this, he didn't make any rash movements. Hu Xian'er looked at Little Cranegrass, who was seriously reading a book, and couldn't help but sigh. She really couldn't understand Little Cranegrass. She knew that with Little Cranegrass's intelligence, it was impossible for him to not know what happened on the ship. In this case, a 7-year-old child like him didn't panic at all. Instead, he was able to read a book. Hu Xian'er immediately thought of the information they received before. It said that Little Cranegrass had already encountered danger on the Wuling River. At that time, he relied on his wit to escape. At that time, she was still skeptical. But now, she believed it. Just by looking at Little Cranegrass's calmness, she could tell that he was stronger than her. She didn't know why, but when she saw Little Cranegrass's calm appearance, Hu Xian'er also calmed down. She was no longer nervous. She also picked up a book and slowly flipped through it. On the other hand, Ling was somewhat restless, but this didn't affect the two. At this time, Hu Ding was looking ahead. In front of him, a ship was slowly approaching. At the same time, behind their ship was another ship. These two ships weren't smaller than the Hu clan's ship. Moreover, according to their sailing route, they seemed to want to ram the Hu clan's ship. Hu Ding's expression changed. He coldly snorted, then he turned to Hu Quan and said, Quan get ready. Those guys want to ram the ship. Do you want to go to the shore? Hu Quan shook his head and said, 18th Master, you don't need to worry. Our Hu clan's ship is made of 10,000-year-old iron birch. They want to ram our ship with their ship? What a joke. Hu Ding nodded, then he said, "You're an expert in fighting on the river. You just need to guard your ship. Leave the rest to me. I want to see who these people are." As the two spoke, the two ships were getting closer and closer to the Hu clan's ship. The ship behind them didn't seem to have any intention of slowing down. Although the ship in front was going against the current, there were 2 rows of large oars on both sides of the ship. They were constantly paddling, so the ship's speed wasn't very slow. As the 3 ships slowly approached, Hu Quan and the others could already see the people on the 2 ships. There were a lot of people on the 2 ships. Each of them was wearing a pair of shorts, and the ship was covered with a piece of cloth, making it impossible for people to see their faces. They all had weapons in their hands, and each of them had an ominous glint in their eyes. Hu Quan wasn't afraid. He turned his head and said, "Go to the cabin and tell the women to stabilize the ship." One of the women nodded before she turned around and left. Outsiders didn't know what the Hu clan's ship was, they only thought that it was a passenger ship. What they didn't know was that the Hu clan's ship was designed according to the form of a warship. The hull was made of high-quality iron birch, which was stronger than steel. Moreover, it was very heavy, making the ship more stable than an ordinary ship. Moreover, there were mechanisms in the cabin. There were several hidden water wheels below the ship. These water wheels could be used in place of oars. When going against the current, the ship could move normally. Naturally, the water wheels could also play a role in stabilizing the ship. The women on the ship weren't only used for cleaning and cooking, they were also trained. They could be in the cabin and move the water wheels, making the ship more stable. They could even participate in battles when necessary. This was because the ship was equipped with small boats. Boom! The ship behind hit the Hu clan's ship. However, the hull of the Hu clan's ship only shook slightly, it didn't shake too much. Then the ship in front also hit the Hu clan's ship. However, the Hu clan's ship was still stable, it didn't look damaged at all. The sturdiness of the Hu clan's ship was beyond the expectations of the people on the other 2 ships. They stared for a moment, but then under the command of their leader, they took out their weapons and rushed towards the Hu clan's ship. However, before they could even reach the Hu clan's ship, they were greeted with a rain of arrows. These arrows were all shot with great strength, and they killed several people on the spot. However, those people didn't stop. Instead, they howled and rushed to the Hu clan's ship. Upon seeing this situation, Hu Quan's expression changed slightly. This was because he knew that those who could face the rain of arrows and still rush forward were people who had seen blood on the battlefield. Such people weren't easy to deal with. Hu Ding stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the opposite ship. He didn't even look at the people who rushed onto the ship. This was because they were all soul bearers and couldn't cultivate. In front of him, they were just like ants. Hu Ding could sense his true enemy and the enemy on the other side. The people who rushed towards the Hu clan's ship seemed to know Hu Ding's strength. Although they were attacking the Hu clan's ship, none of them dared to approach Hu Ding. It was as if Hu Ding was invisible, he didn't exist at all. Hu Ding looked at the people who jumped onto the ship, but the people on the opposite ship still didn't show themselves. He couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he waved his hand and a green energy swept out. Therefore, the masked people who were swept by the energy were all sent into the river. "Ha ha ha ha, you're worthy of being the Hu clan's Ling Yu. You really have some skills. This old man will meet you today." Then a figure came out of the ship and rushed towards Hu Ding. Although this person's face was covered, the soul above his head was a ferocious-looking large dog. The large dog stood 3 feet above the person's head, its eyes were glowing red as it stared at Hu Ding. It seemed like it would pounce and bite Hu Ding at any time. However, Hu Ding knew that it was impossible for a soul to directly harm a person. Although the large dog looked ferocious, it couldn't really hurt him. However, Hu Ding was able to get a lot of information from the large dog. Beast soul masters were different from ordinary soul masters. Beast soul masters had living souls. For example, if a child had a dog beast soul, then when he was born, the beast soul above his head would also look like a small dog. As the child slowly grew up, the beast soul above his head would also slowly grow. But if the child had been kind to others, then the dog's soul above his head would also look cute and harmless. But if the child had been cultivating and killing, then the beast's soul would become very ferocious, as if it wanted to devour someone. This was the biggest difference between a beast soul master and other soul masters. There were a lot of beast soul masters in the soul realm. Just by looking at this person's soul, Hu Ding really couldn't tell his identity. So when Hu Ding saw this person rushing over, he just coldly snorted and said, hiding the head but showing the tail, "You're just a dog." Then he waved his hand and shouted, "Ling Yu's wind." His two hands were like two branches as they went straight towards the person. That person seemed to know Hu Ding's strength. His body rolled to the side to avoid Hu Ding's move. Then he pounced on Hu Ding like a hungry dog and shouted, "Hungry dog pounces." His two hands were like claws as they went straight for Hu Ding. Hu Ding looked at the opponent's move. His body moved to the side and then he kicked out. One was old tree coiling roots, which went straight for the opponent's lower body. Both of them moved and jumped into the air. The other was yellow dog piss, which went straight for Hu Ding. The two people exchanged punches and kicks as they fought. The battle between Hu Ding and that person had clearly affected the people on the ship. The others were far away from the two, they didn't dare to approach. Hu Quan and the others had received training. Although they were fighting, they were still in a neat formation. They didn't attack the bandits, instead, they firmly guarded the cabin door, not allowing the bandits to enter the cabin. Hu Ding and that person fought for dozens of rounds, but the victor couldn't be determined. That person coldly snorted and said, "Spirit Elm Hu Ding, you're only SOSO. If you only have this much skill, then you're dead." After he said that, his figure suddenly turned. It wasn't clear how he moved, but in the next moment, two dog paws appeared in his hands. These two things were made of steel and looked like iron whips. However, the head had 5 fingers, and the fingertips were sharp. One look and one could tell that it was a sinister weapon. Seeing this pair of weapons, Hu Ding's expression changed. He said in a deep voice, "Hungry dog Luing, so it's you. It seems like your Lu clan really wants to go against our Hu clan." That person laughed and said, "Haven't we always been going against your Hu clan? I heard that the eldest daughter of the Hu clan is on this ship. Today, this old man wants to see how different the eldest daughter of the Hu clan is from other women." Hearing this, Hu Ding's expression turned ashen. He coldly snorted and said, "What a villain. You really think that I can't deal with you? Just your Lu clan dares to go against my Hu clan? You really don't know life from death." After he said that, Hu Ding's hand moved, and a bunch of seeds appeared in his hand. Hu Ding threw the seeds on the ground and shouted, "Spirit seed soldiers, drive." Along with his voice, his body emitted bursts of green light. When the green light came into contact with the seeds began to germinate in an instant. Then, they suddenly turned into rattan-like things. These rattan-like things directly fell onto the ship and began to swing by themselves. When Luing saw these rattans, his expression changed and said, "Drive plant soldiers?" "Good, Hu Ding, you actually learned how to drive plant soldiers. No wonder you're so arrogant. But do you think that you can deal with me like this? Plant soldiers might be able to deal with ordinary people, but against me, you're underestimating me." Hu Ding sneered as he looked at Luing and said, "Those idiots from your Lu family want to know about my Hu family's wealth? You really don't know what's good for you. Today, I'll let you know the power of the plant soldiers." After saying that, Hu Ding formed a hand seal and chanted softly. The vines immediately began to move like whips. At this time, Hu Quan and the others had already retreated to the cabin door, leaving all the other places on the ship to the rattan vines. None of the bandits who were whipped by the vines were spared. They all fell into the river, and after they fell in, they never got up again. At this moment, a few vines whipped towards Luing, but Luing didn't care. Instead, he snorted coldly and swung the hungry dog's paws at the vines. Bang! 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 Luing was pushed back by the vines. He didn't expect the vines to be so tough. At the same time, the strength of the vines was so great. Luing blocked a few times in succession, but he had already reached his limit. He retreated. Lu Ying's expression finally changed. He had fought with the Hu family before, and he also dealt with the Hu family's plant soldiers. But at that time, the Hu family's plant soldiers weren't very strong. The claws in his hands could completely break the plant soldiers. Those plant soldiers didn't pose any threat to him at all. But this time, the plant soldiers that Hu Ding released made him very surprised. He didn't expect these plant soldiers to be so strong. At this time, Lu Ying also noticed that the subordinates that came with him had all disappeared from the ship. It seems like they were beaten into the river. But what made Lu Ying feel strange was that he didn't hear any sounds of them struggling in the river. Lu Ying sneaked a glance at the river and found that there was no one there. This made Lu Ying's heart sink. When two people fight, the most frightening thing is to be distracted. Lu Ying's distraction caused him to be in trouble. The plant soldiers weren't just standing there, they could actually move. Their roots were like feet, moving on the ship. Although their speed wasn't very fast, it wasn't slow either. While Lu Ying was distracted, the plant soldiers had already surrounded him. Then the vines attacked together. By the time Lu Ying realized that something was wrong, his situation was already very dangerous. Lu Ying quickly waved his claws to block the attacks of the vines. However, there were too many of them. He couldn't block them even if he wanted to. After blocking a few times, Lu Ying was hit by a vine. As soon as he was hit by the rattan, Lu Ying felt pain all over his body. Then, a numbing feeling came from his wound. Lu Ying was stunned. Then, his expression changed. He suddenly remembered that the Hu family was a family of botanists. They were the best at using poison. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little scared, but the feeling of numbness became even stronger. After a while, Lu Ying felt that the claws in his hands weighed at least 1,000 pounds, and his strength was slowly draining away. He couldn't hold the claws in his hands anymore. Lu Ying's expression changed. He knew that things were bad. Sure enough, the vines attacked him from head to toe. Before long, Lu Ying's body was torn apart by the vines. Lu Ying had no strength left. He fell on the deck, his claws were long gone. His eyes were fixed on Hu Ding, who was standing at the side, and he slowly stopped breathing. Hu Ding looked at Lu Ying, then he coldly snorted and said, "The Lu family really thinks of themselves as important people. It seems like after we go back, I'll have to tell the family to clean up the Lu family." After he said that, he formed a seal with his hand and said, "Return." Along with his command, the vines slowly shrank. Finally, they turned into seeds and flew back to Hu Ding's hand. At this time, Hu Quan also came over. He bowed to Hu Ding and said, "18th Master, what about the two ships? Now that the two ships are ownerless, it would be a pity to leave them here." Hu Ding looked at the two boats and said, "You guys go over first and park the two boats on the side. Then send a letter to the family and have them come over. Since they dared to make a move on us, these two boats can be considered as interest. Go." Hu Quan nodded, then he immediately commanded the boatmen to board the two ships. However, all of them were armed. After they boarded the two ships, they wanted to see if there were any people on board. If there were, then they wouldn't be polite. Sure enough, there were still some people left on the two ships. However, they were quickly dealt with by Hu Quan and the others. After dealing with the people on the two ships, Hu Quan and the others drove the two ships towards the shore. After the two ships were stopped, Hu Quan and the others returned to the Hu family's ship. The Hu family's ship began to sail again. When the ship started to sail again, Hu Ding returned to the cabin and went directly to Hu Xian'er's room. When he arrived outside Hu Xian'er's room, Hu Ding gently knocked on the door and said, "Xian'er, it's me. Open the door." The door creaked open. Ling Er's face was pale as she looked at Hu Ding. When Hu Ding saw Ling Er's appearance, he smiled faintly and said, "All right, Ling Er, don't worry. Everything outside has been dealt with. Where's Xian'er?" Then he entered the room. At this time, Hu Xian'er also came over and said to Hu Ding, 18th uncle, has everything been dealt with? Can we go now?" Hu Ding smiled and said, "Don't worry, the ship has already set sail. We'll be home in a few days." Then he turned his head and saw that little Cranegrass was still reading. He didn't move at all. Hu Ding looked at little Cranegrass in confusion. Hu Xian'er smiled faintly and said, "Little Cranegrass is engrossed in his book. He doesn't know what's happening outside." To be honest, 18th uncle, his calmness is something that even I can't compare to. Hu Ding nodded, then he looked at little Cranegrass and smiled faintly. He's a good child. In the future, he'll certainly have a promising future. Alright, I'll go back and rest. In a while, I'll wake this kid up and have him go back to his room to rest. I think there won't be any problems in the next few days. I've already sent a letter to the family. Our safety will be guaranteed. Xianxia nodded, then she smiled and said, that's good. Let little Cranegrass stay here and read. He still has some restraint when he reads. Generally, he'll get up and move around in an hour or two. Hu Ding nodded, then he looked at little Cranegrass before he turned around and left. When Xianxia saw Hu Ding leave, she went to the living room and sat down. She looked at little Cranegrass and smiled faintly. Then she picked up her book and continued reading. After 2 hours, little Cranegrass finally felt tired. He put down his book and slowly stood up. When Xianxia saw little Cranegrass stand up, she smiled faintly and said, what's wrong? You're finally tired? When little Cranegrass heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He smiled and said, I'm sorry, big sister Xianxia. I was engrossed in my book and forgot about the time. I'm sorry. Xianxia waved her hand and said, it's fine. Get up and move around. We'll be home in a few days. Little Cranegrass nodded. When he heard Xianxia, he understood that the matter outside had already been resolved. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't say this. Little Cranegrass moved around the room for a while before he said goodbye and returned to his room. Xianxia didn't stop him and let him go. After returning to his room, little Cranegrass didn't read his book. Instead, he went back to his bed and laid down. His mind was thinking about today's matter. Within more than a month, little Cranegrass had experienced 2 attacks in succession, which made him vigilant. He found that this world wasn't as peaceful as he thought. In the past, whether it was in Tree Root Village or Emerald City, there was no danger. But now, it was different. He just went out and encountered danger one after another. This made little Cranegrass understand that the world he was in was still very dangerous. Little Cranegrass calmly lay on the bed, recalling his experience these days. Since he arrived at the Lu family's place on the boat, little Cranegrass already knew the old gatekeeper's position in the Lu family. The old gatekeeper said that the Lu family would help the village, then the village would definitely have a good life. He didn't need to worry about the village anymore. He didn't need to worry about the village. He just needed to learn his skills and become a plant master. But after these 2 incidents, little Cranegrass understood that if he wanted to live a good life, then he must have the ability. He must have a force like the Lu family and the Hu family. Only then could he live a good life with peace of mind. In the next few days, little Cranegrass worked even harder. His mentality had changed, he no longer wanted to work hard for the villagers. This was because he had already done that. He wanted to work hard for himself, he wanted to become a powerhouse. The change in mentality this time was very important. If little Cranegrass always wanted to work hard for the good of the villagers, then sooner or later he would relax, and once he relaxed, it would affect his state of mind. And this change in mentality was very important to little Cranegrass. This time, he wanted to work hard for himself, he wanted to become a powerhouse. Only then would he continue to work hard and become stronger. Moreover, little Cranegrass also set a goal for himself, it was the person in his dream. He hoped that one day, he would be able to be like that man, he would be able to stand up against the heavens and the earth. Xianxia also discovered that little Cranegrass was working even harder than before. Almost every day, he would never leave his book. His hard work made Xianxia surprised. Hu Ding was also paying attention to little Cranegrass. When he saw little Cranegrass's appearance, Hu Ding was also very surprised. He didn't think that little Cranegrass would be able to reach this level. After 5 days of sailing, they finally arrived at Lingshan City. Little Cranegrass stood on the deck of the ship and looked at the pier of Lingshan City. The pier of Lingshan City was very big and very busy. However, there were some piers that didn't have many people, only a few ships were docked there. Little Cranegrass knew that the busy piers were public piers. As for the less busy piers, they were the piers of the great clans. He already knew about this from the Lu clan. Kid, what are you looking at? Do you see that pier with the word Hu on it? That's our Hu clan's pier. What do you think? Hu Ding walked to Little Cranegrass's side and forcefully patted Little Cranegrass's shoulder, causing Little Cranegrass to stagger. This caused Hu Quan and the others to burst into laughter. Hu Ding naturally laughed the loudest. Hu Ding actually liked Little Cranegrass a lot, but when he saw Little Cranegrass's grown-up appearance, he wanted to tease him. He patted Little Cranegrass's shoulder hard. This was something he had to do every day, which made Little Cranegrass very depressed. However, Little Cranegrass's attention was quickly attracted by the city in the distance. Although the city was still far away, Little Cranegrass could clearly see that the city walls were much higher and longer than Jiyun City. Moreover, behind the city walls, Little Cranegrass could see the shadow of a mountain. It seems like there was a huge mountain behind the city. The boat slowly docked on the shore. Naturally, there were people on the shore to receive them. After the boat docked on the shore, someone immediately tied the rope to the stone pillar. Then, the boat lowered a gangplank. Hu Ding was the first to walk down. Hu Xian'er followed behind Little Cranegrass and Ling followed by Hu Quan and the others. As soon as they reached the shore, a steward immediately came over. He first bowed to Hu Ding and said, "Greetings, Lord 18. "Greetings, Miss Xian'er." Hu Ding nodded, then he looked at the steward and said, "All right, are the carriages ready?" The steward immediately replied, "It's ready." "Lord 18, please." Hu Ding nodded, then he turned to Little Cranegrass and waved his hand. Little Cranegrass was confused as he walked to Hu Ding's side. Then Hu Ding turned to the steward and said, "This is Cranegrass, third uncle's disciple. From now on, call him young Master Tian." The steward looked at Little Cranegrass, then he bowed to Little Cranegrass and said, "Greetings, young Master Tian. This little one Huan greets you." Little Cranegrass understood why Hu Ding called him over. He immediately gave Huan a salute and said, "Greetings, Uncle Huan. You're too polite." Seeing Little Cranegrass return the salute, Huan's heart couldn't help but feel warm. Then he quickly said, "Young Master Tian, please." Then he made an inviting gesture. Then Hu Ding led Little Cranegrass and the others out of the pier. There were already 2 carriages parked outside the horse's head. These 2 carriages each had 2 horses, and each carriage had a carriage. It looked very imposing. Hu Ding pulled Little Cranegrass onto one of the carriages while Hu Xian'er and Ling boarded the other. After the group boarded the carriages, the coachman immediately drove the carriages. Hu Ding sat in the carriage and looked at Little Cranegrass who was sitting beside him. Little Cranegrass still had a calm expression on his face. He didn't look out of the window, nor did he look restless. This made Hu Ding think even more highly of him. Hu Ding looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, when you arrive at the Hu clan's botanical fort, you need to learn more and ask more questions. There aren't only botanists from the Hu clan, there are also botanists from other places. Because there are a lot of plants in the botanical fort, they would all go there to study them. Although those botanists aren't as strong as our botanists, they still have their own unique path. If you can learn a thing or two, it would be very beneficial for you." Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "Yes. Don't worry, 18th uncle. I'll definitely study hard." Hu Ding nodded, then he looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "What the Hu clan's men learn is different from what the women learn. The Hu clan's women learn how to ask for help while the Hu clan's men learn how to kill." Upon hearing Hu Ding, Little Cranegrass's eyes couldn't help but shrink as his expression changed. Hu Ding looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Are you very surprised? A botanist who has always advocated nature actually thinks about how to kill people every day. This doesn't seem like something a botanist would do, right?" Little Cranegrass nodded. Hu Ding looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, you need to remember. If you want to save people, you also need to have a killing sword. If you don't have a killing sword, how can you protect yourself? Just like our Hu clan. Do you know why our Hu clan's men learn how to kill?" Little Cranechow shook her head. Hu Ding let out a long sigh and said, "You'll know when you enter the Hu family. Our Hu family originally didn't care about men or women, we only learned how to save people. 10 generations ago, our Hu family had always been focused on saving people. In the soul world, we were very famous. The people we saved were spread all over the continent. At the same time, because of saving people, our Hu family accumulated a lot of wealth. But we didn't expect that this was where our Hu family attracted the most disaster. Later on, one day, there was a turmoil on the continent. Because of our family's prestige, no one dared to touch us. But one day, a man suddenly broke into our Hu family with an army. Not only did he snatch away all of our Hu family's property, he also forced us to become military doctors in the army. No matter men or women, all of us had to follow the army. After he kidnapped our Hu family people into the army, he immediately ordered all the old and weak of our Hu family to be killed. At the same time, he burned down our Hu family. Most of the Hu family people who were in the army at that time committed suicide. Only a few people endured the humiliation and survived. Finally, they escaped from the army and established the Hu family. Hu Ding sighed, then he looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "When the Hu clan escaped from the army, we were chased by that person. Fortunately, the Hu clan saved a lot of people, and some of them had a conscience and protected the Hu clan. That's how the Hu clan became what it is today." However, most of the people who were saved by our Hu clan didn't dare to make a sound because the person who dealt with the Hu clan was very powerful at that time. Nobody dared to offend him. It was precisely because of that incident that our Hu clan saw the true face of the world. If you don't have the strength, then you can only rely on prestige and backing. Those are all unreliable, and nothing is comparable to strength. Therefore, after the establishment of the new Hu clan, the rules of the Hu clan stated that the men of the Hu clan must learn how to kill, and the women must learn how to save. When Little Cranegrass heard Hu Ding, he stared blankly. He didn't think that the Hu clan would have such a history. He nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Hu, I understand." "Uncle Hu, can I learn how to fight while learning how to save people?" When Hu Ding heard Little Cranegrass, his eyes couldn't help but shine as he looked at Little Cranegrass. Then he laughed and patted Little Cranegrass's shoulder and said, "Good, good child. From your words, I can see that your ambition isn't small. But this is a good thing. Little Cranegrass, you have to remember that no matter how strong you are still a single person. A single person's strength is also limited. Therefore, you have to establish a clan, a force. Only in this way can others not look down on you and use your strength to the extreme. At the same time, you have to make more friends and fewer enemies. When you have more friends than enemies, you will become a successful person." Little Cranegrass nodded as if he understood, but he still listened to Hu Ding's words. Making more friends and fewer enemies, Little Cranegrass firmly engraved these words in his heart. Hu Ding looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, I know what you're thinking. You want to save people, but you also want to have the ability to protect yourself. I don't object to you doing this. In fact, although the men of our Hu clan mainly learn how to fight, we also know how to save people. We're just a little bit worse than women. Moreover, you have to remember that a person's energy is limited. Although your talent is very good, you can't learn too much, or else you won't be able to achieve anything. Therefore, when you learn, you must have a main direction of attack. What do you want to learn the most? After you learn what you want to learn the most, you can learn other things. If you can't distinguish between the main and secondary things, then you might learn everything in the end, but you won't be able to master any of them." Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. Rest assured, Uncle Hu, I know what to do." Hu Ding looked at Little Cranegrass and smiled faintly. "Then tell me, what do you want to learn? Fighting or saving people?" Little Cranegrass said, "Fighting, I want to learn how to fight." Little Cranegrass's face was filled with determination. This made Hu Ding stare. Hu Ding thought that Little Cranegrass would learn how to save people. After all, Little Cranegrass was only 7 years old, he might not understand the importance of fighting. Hu Ding looked at Little Cranegrass and curiously asked, "Why do you want to learn how to fight? Isn't it good to save people?" Little Cranegrass said, "Because I want to protect myself, protect our village, protect Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, and Mom. Therefore, I must learn how to fight, I must have the ability to protect myself." Hu Ding looked at Little Cranegrass and laughed, "Good kid, good, good. You're so young yet you can understand this. You're not simple. You're right, only by learning how to fight can you protect yourself, your family, and everything you have." Little Cranegrass nodded. At the same time, he made up his mind to study hard in the future. He wanted to learn as soon as possible so that he could protect his grandparents, parents, and everything in the village. Hu Ding looked at Little Cranegrass's appearance and liked him even more. He looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, since you've made up your mind to learn how to fight, then your 18th uncle will also teach you some experience. This experience is what your 18th uncle has learned over the years. You need to remember it." Little Cranegrass looked at Hu Ding and nodded, "Yes, I'll have to ask 18th uncle to speak frankly." Hu Ding nodded and said in a deep voice, "Cranegrass, you have to remember that learning how to fight is the same as learning how to save people. The things you learn from books are still books. Just because you read a book and understand it doesn't mean that you can do it. It's like if you read a book and understand a prescription, can you really make that kind of medicine? It can't be, so you have to work hard and learn how to practice. You have to learn how to fight, so you have to fight. The usual practice doesn't count because when you practice, you can only practice. Nobody will be ruthless. This is completely different from a real battle. A real battle is a contest of life and death. Once you lose, you will often die. And this kind of feeling will improve your fighting strength. Do you understand what I mean? Do you understand?" Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "I understand." 18th uncle, what you mean is that after I learn how to fight, I need to participate in battles. Only in this way can I truly transform my fighting style into fighting strength, right? Hu Ding looked at Little Cranegrass, then he sighed and said, "Right, you're right. But you're really too smart. You can learn anything that others teach you. But Little Cranegrass, you need to remember that a truly smart person wouldn't let others know that they're smart. This is because if you're too smart, others would be on guard against you and might even stay away from you. Do you understand?" When Little Cranegrass heard Hu Ding's words, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Then, he looked at Hu Ding in confusion. Hu Ding looked at Little Cranegrass and knew that he still didn't understand the meaning of hiding. Therefore, he just sighed and said, "Cranegrass, you have to remember, in the future, try not to let others find out that you're so smart. To an elder like me, you can act smart, but to your peers, don't be too smart. Otherwise, you won't be able to make friends." Although Little Cranegrass didn't quite understand what Hu Ding meant, he still nodded his head. Hu Ding looked at Little Cranegrass and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He now understood Hu Xian'er's feelings. After seeing him, Hu Xian'er also told him some things about the Little Cranegrass. She even showed some worry. Hu Ding asked her what was there to worry about. Hu Xian'er said that the Little Cranegrass was too smart. She was a little worried. At that time, Hu Ding even laughed at Hu Xian'er, blaming Hu Xian'er for worrying for nothing. Wasn't it better for the Little Cranegrass to be smart? But now, Hu Ding was truly worried. Little Cranegrass was too smart. If he couldn't learn how to hide his intelligence, then it would only be more troublesome in the future. Even others would be in more danger. The carriage continued forward, and it didn't take long for them to enter Lingshan City. Lingshan City was very similar to Jiyun City. They both got their names from the mountains. Jiyun City got its name from Jiyun Mountain, and Lingshan City got its name from Lingshan. However, Ling Mountain was much bigger than Jiyun Mountain. Even the 5 King Peaks weren't half as big as Ling Mountain. Ling Mountain was a huge mountain range. In this mountain range, there were a lot of wild beasts. Snakes, insects, rats, and ants were innumerable. Even if a powerful soul soldier entered Ling Mountain, he wouldn't dare to say that he could come out alive, let alone other people. The Hu clan's main castle was located here. There was a reason why the Hu clan chose this location. Although Ling Mountain was a huge mountain, it wasn't very far from Ling Mountain City. Moreover, Ling Mountain City was next to the Wu Ling River. It was very convenient for water transportation. Although the transportation capacity of the land was a bit worse than the water, it wasn't too bad. It was enough for them to use. In addition, it was backed by Ling Mountain. There were countless medicinal herbs and all kinds of strange plants on the mountain. This was very important to the Hu clan. The Hu clan was a family of botanists. Their demand for plants was far greater than other people's. Therefore, it was best to build the main castle here. In fact, there was another point that the Hu clan didn't tell others. The reason why the Hu clan built the main castle here was just in case. If someone besieged the Hu clan and the Hu clan couldn't defend, they could retreat into Ling Mountain. The vast Ling Mountain was enough to provide them with a good hiding place. The Hu clan's castle was still some distance away from Ling Mountain City. The Hu clan's carriage directly passed through Ling Mountain City. They didn't stay in Ling Mountain City for long and directly drove to the Hu clan's castle at the foot of Ling Mountain. It took about 4 hours to get from the dock to the Hu clan's castle. The journey was very smooth and they didn't encounter any problems. In fact, although Ling Mountain City was still under the jurisdiction of the Saber Spirit Nation, the Hu clan attached great importance to Ling Mountain City. Ling Mountain City was actually controlled by the Hu clan. However, if you looked at the list of officials in Lingshan City, you wouldn't see a single one with the surname Hu. This was also the brilliance of the Hu clan. They had selected a few loyal and devoted sons and then used various methods to get them a job in Lingshan City. In this way, the entire Lingshan City had fallen into the hands of the Hu clan. The carriage passed through Ling Mountain City, but it didn't take the main road because there were too many people on the main road. If they walked on the main road, they would have to stop and walk. That would waste even more time. Therefore, they took a detour on a side street. Because there were fewer people, the road was smooth and the speed was much faster. Soon, the carriage left Ling Mountain City. When Little Cranegrass came to Ling Mountain City for the first time, he also passed by in the carriage. He didn't have any impression of Ling Mountain City. After leaving Lingshan City, they traveled for another 2 hours before the carriage turned to the side. Although this road was an ordinary dirt road, there were a lot of trees on both sides of the road. The entire road was very sturdy, and the road was very flat. The carriage was able to move very smoothly. After another quarter of an hour, the carriage slowed down. Hu Ding didn't look outside and said to Little Cranegrass in a deep voice, "Cranegrass, we've arrived at our Hu clan's botanical fort. Do you want to go out and take a look?" Little Cranegrass stared. He looked at Hu Ding and asked, "18th uncle, how did you know?" Hu Ding smiled faintly and said, "Because I smelled the Tao." "Didn't you smell it?" After saying that, he turned to look at Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass looked at him and couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he also sniffed it. Sure enough, he found something different. A faintly discernible floral fragrance wafted over, making his body feel comfortable. Little Cranegrass couldn't help but close his eyes as he took a deep breath. Then he muttered, "Floral fragrance, grass, and trees. There must be a lot of plants here." Having said that, Little Cranegrass immediately ran to the window and opened it. Then he stretched his head out and looked outside. When he looked outside, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but open his mouth. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. This was because what appeared in front of him was a green castle surrounded by countless plants. As far as the eye could see, there were endless plants, tall trees, short shrubs, blooming flowers, and lush green grass that was full of vitality. Endless green, endless vitality. Little Cranegrass opened his mouth. He really didn't know what to say. He felt that his mind was in a mess. But at the same time, he also felt endless joy. From the first time he saw this place, he liked it. This place was really beautiful. "Ha ha ha, how is it, kid? My Hu clan's fort isn't bad, right?" At this moment, Hu Ding's voice was heard, making Little Cranegrass come back to his senses. Little Cranegrass looked at Hu Ding and nodded, "Good, this place is really good. 18th uncle, this place is really beautiful, really good." Hu Ding laughed and said, "Of course, this is our Hu clan's fort. Our Hu clan spent several generations of effort to build this fort." Little Cranegrass nodded vigorously, but she was reluctant to retract her eyes. She stopped to look at the scenery outside, as if she wanted to take in all the beautiful scenery outside into her eyes. Soon, Little Cranegrass's carriage was surrounded by countless trees and flowers, making him feel as if he had entered a huge forest. At this moment, a human voice was heard. Little Cranegrass stared blankly, his mood suddenly turned bad. It was like a fly buzzing in your ear while you were admiring a beautiful landscape. Little Cranegrass couldn't help but frown as he looked towards the direction of the voice. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He had seen a lot of people before, but he didn't feel annoyed like now. It was just a human talking. How could it be like this? Hu Ding had been paying attention to the little crane grass. When he saw the little crane grass frown, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. In fact, no one who had been to the Hu clan would know that the botanical garden outside the Hu clan was actually the best test for a person's talent. A plant master, no matter what his rank was, as long as his talent was good and he had a heart that yearned for nature, he would feel happy when he entered this botanical garden. If he saw animals in this botanical garden, he wouldn't feel annoyed. After all, animals were also a part of nature. However, if he heard the voice of a human, then a person with good talent would have some reaction. This didn't mean that people weren't a part of nature. Of course, people were a part of nature. However, this botanical garden was too successful. It gave people the feeling of a primeval forest, but the primeval forest didn't belong to humans. When a human's voice appeared, the beauty of nature would be destroyed. Those talented botanists would feel annoyed, and naturally, they would have all kinds of reactions. And when the Hu clan saw their reactions, they could roughly judge a person's talent. Little crane grass's reaction was all seen by Hu Ding. Hu Ding knew that little crane grass hadn't received any training in the field of plant masters. In this case, when he heard a human's voice, he still felt annoyed. This showed how high his talent was. At this moment, Hu Ding completely believed Hu Xian'er's words. Little crane grass talent was absolutely unparalleled. As long as he was properly nurtured, he would certainly become a great plant master in the future. At this time, little crane grass also discovered the people who were talking. Several people wearing short clothes were surrounding a tree and talking about something. They also had pens and paper in their hands. Moreover, from the aura of these people, one could see that they were all plant masters. This made little crane grass stare. Then he remembered that Hu Ding and Hu Xian'er said that every year, a large number of plant masters would come to the Hu clan's fort to study the plants. It seems like these people came to the Hu clan's fort to study the plants. They didn't expect to meet these people when they just arrived. Hu Ding didn't look outside at all. Instead, he said to little crane grass, "Our Hu clan's botanical fort has a lot of plants unique to the south. Many of these plants can't survive here, but because the location of the botanical fort is very special, it's warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It's like spring in all 4 seasons. It can be said that it's suitable for all kinds of plants to grow. It's precisely because of this that so many plants can be grown here. Back then, our Hu clan's ancestors discovered this place and decided to build the botanical fort here. After many years of hard work, we finally built this botanical garden. After many years of hard work, we finally built this place." Little crane grass also retracted his gaze. He turned to look at Hu Ding and said in a deep voice, "18th uncle, your Hu clan's people are really amazing. No wonder your plant masters are so powerful." Hu Ding smiled faintly. His eyes were full of pride. To be honest, he was also very proud of his identity. For so many years, the Hu clan had never stopped the construction of this botanical garden. Even every year, there were disciples of the Hu clan who went to various places in the Soul World to search for rare plants. In the end, they died in a foreign land. It can be said that this botanical garden was the crystallization of the disciples of the Hu clan. It was also the pride of the Hu clan. Hu Ding turned to little crane grass and said, "Crane grass, in the future, you are also a member of the Hu clan. Although you are only a disciple of the Hu clan, you are still a member of the Hu clan. In the future, you have to work hard to make this botanical garden bigger. You have to make the botanical garden more complete. This is the responsibility of every disciple of the Hu clan. Do you understand?" Little crane grass nodded vigorously and said, "Uncle Hu, don't worry. In the future, I will definitely make the botanical garden bigger and make the plants more complete. I definitely will." Hu Ding nodded with satisfaction. Hu Ding's words just now weren't just for little crane grass to hear. All the disciples of the Hu clan had heard this sentence. It had almost become the family motto of the Hu clan. The carriage slowly came to a stop. Little crane grass looked at the castle outside the carriage. At this time, they were already in front of the castle's gate. There were 2 robust men wearing green clothes standing in front of the gate. However, these 2 men were both soul bearers and not soul transplants. Little crane grass wasn't paying attention to the 2 men, but the city wall next to them. The city wall was made of bluestone, but it looked quite old. The bluestone was covered with moss, and vines were crawling all over it, making it look like a piece of green. The castle wasn't very spacious, it could only fit 2 carriages side by side. However, their carriage stopped in front of the castle's gate. This made Little Cranegrass curious. Huding looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Let's go. The carriage can only go up to here. After entering the castle, we need to walk. In general, carriages aren't allowed to enter the castle." Little Cranegrass nodded and then followed Huding down the carriage. After the two got off the carriage, Little Cranegrass discovered that Xianxia had already come down from the carriage. He immediately gave Xianxia a salute. Xianxia nodded. At this time, the 2 gatekeepers also gave a salute. Huding nodded and then led the group into the castle. The castle's wall wasn't very thick, it was only 3 meters in total. The group only needed a few steps to pass through the gate and enter the castle. Upon entering the castle, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but stare. This was because he didn't expect the castle to be like this. Looking at the castle from the outside, the area wasn't small, it was almost the size of a small city. Little Cranegrass thought that after entering the castle, it would be like those castles where there would be some shops and people hawking their wares, it would be very lively. He didn't expect that the inside of the castle was completely different. Inside the castle, one could see people wearing robes everywhere. There were also people wearing short robes. These people were gathered in 2s and 3s, whispering to each other. Naturally, what made Little Cranegrass surprised was that the ground inside the castle wasn't paved with stone. The ground inside the castle was covered with grass. Little Cranegrass could even see that a lot of people were walking barefoot inside the castle. In addition to the grass, flowers and trees could be seen everywhere in the castle. Moreover, many of the houses in the castle were made of vines, which looked very strange. Cranegrass felt as if he had entered a kingdom of plants. Plants could be seen everywhere, and most of them were all kinds of plants. They were very beautiful. There were a lot of trees in the castle, and treehouses were built on top of those trees. The treehouses were very unique, revealing a simple and natural flavor. However, the most attractive thing was still the tallest trees in the castle. Just how tall were those trees? Little Cranegrass couldn't even see the top of those trees. Moreover, those trees were very thick and solid, just like pillars that supported the sky. The entire castle gave people a feeling of tranquility. Naturally, there was no noise at all. Even those who were talking would lower their voices as if they were afraid of destroying the tranquil atmosphere. Little Cranegrass looked at everything in the castle in a daze. He never thought that the castle would be like this. At this time, Huding also turned his head to look at the Little Cranegrass. He smiled slightly and said, "Now you understand why my Hu clan's castle is called Ji Castle, right? This is a plant master's paradise." Little Cranegrass knew that Huding's words weren't nonsense. This place really was a bit like a plant master's paradise. This was because he could hear Little Cranegrass's cheers and feel the natural atmosphere. As long as he stayed here, he would feel very comfortable. Huding said, "Let's go. Let's go inside first." After saying that, he led the group inside. The people in the castle also noticed them. Some of the people who knew Huding would greet him, and some of the people who knew Xianxia would also greet her with a smile. Little Cranegrass discovered that Xianxia was a lot more relaxed after entering the castle. Her elder sister also showed a smile, which made her look even more beautiful. Those who greeted Huding and Xianxia curiously looked at the Little Cranegrass. They didn't know who the Little Cranegrass was, but when they saw the grass soul on the Little Cranegrass's head, they thought that the Little Cranegrass was a member of the Hu clan. So they didn't ask much. Huding and Xianxia greeted the people around them as they walked into the castle. This castle was also divided into the inner castle and the outer castle. Between the inner castle and the outer castle, what separated them was not the castle itself, but a bunch of trees. These trees were very long, very tall, and very dense. Moreover, there were barbs on these branches, which were absolutely natural walls. Between the inner and lower castles, there was a gate. This gate was installed on top of 2 large trees. The trees were very thick. Moreover, there were holes dug out from the trees and installed doors and windows. It seems like people could live inside. The group of 4 arrived at the gate of the inner castle. There were 2 big men guarding the gate. When the 2 big men saw Hu Ding and Hu Xian'er, they quickly saluted and then opened the gate for the 2 to enter the inner castle. The inner castle looked similar to the outer castle, but there were more plants and flowers. It looked more beautiful, but there were fewer people in the inner castle. As Hu Ding walked inside, he said to Little Crane Grass, "My Hu clan's inner castle is where the disciples of the Hu clan live. The outer castle is where people who come to visit the Hu clan live. Because of this, the outer castle is open to the public. But the inner castle isn't. Only the Hu clan's people can enter the inner castle. Since you are now a member of the Hu clan, you can naturally go between the inner and outer castles. But when you go back, you need to take a token." Little Crane Grass nodded and replied. Inside the Hu clan's castle, besides the outer castle, there weren't any buildings made of bricks. The entire castle gave people a fresh and natural feeling. Moreover, inside the Hu clan's castle, there was a type of very thick tree. This tree was thick and tall, and its vitality was very tenacious. Little Crane Grass saw a lot of doors and windows on these trees. He saw that the insides of these trees had been hollowed out for people to live in. However, these trees were still growing very well. The branches and leaves on them were very lush. This was really beyond his expectations. Hu Ding looked at Little Crane Grass, then he smiled faintly and said, "Do you feel strange when you see these trees? These trees are called sky-piercing trees. These trees are very strange. After planting them, they can germinate in 1 year. After germinating, in 2 years, they can reach a height of more than 10 meters. Moreover, no matter how much you dig, it won't affect the growth of the tree. As long as you don't damage the bark too much, you only need to leave 1/10 of it for the tree to grow. The bark of the tree is very sturdy, it can be used as a shield. Moreover, as long as you don't damage it too much, after a year, the tree can grow a new layer of bark. It's very strange." Little Crane Grass was surprised as he looked at the sky-supporting trees and said, "How come I've heard of sky-supporting trees? These trees don't belong to the Saber Spirit Country, right?" Hu Ding laughed and said, "Of course these trees don't belong to the Saber Spirit Country, they don't even belong to any country. Originally, these trees didn't exist in this world. These trees were created by the ancestors of our Hu clan. After decades of experiments, they combined several types of trees together. In the entire Soul Realm, only our Hu clan has these trees. You won't be able to see them anywhere else." Upon hearing Hu Ding, Little Crane Grass couldn't help but be startled. He turned his head to Hu Ding and said, "You can do this? In other words, by combining different types of plants together, you can create a new type of plant." 18th uncle, is this the case? Hu Ding laughed and said, "Kid, how could it be that easy? If it's that easy, then wouldn't there be more trees in this world every day? In fact, this isn't an easy thing to do. When several plants come together, it's possible for a new species to appear. But it's even more likely that nothing will appear, and the plants will die. It's not an easy thing to make plants come together." Jiao Hai nodded, then he looked at Jiao Hai. Little Crane Grass nodded. He also felt that he seemed to have thought of this matter too simply. At this moment, a group of children ran over from afar. These children were all around 10 years old. Each of them was wearing emerald green clothes. The sole objects above their heads were all different types of plants. Moreover, none of them belonged to Little Crane Grass. They laughed as they ran over. When they saw Hu Ding and Hu Xian'er, they didn't stop. Instead, they quickly ran towards the 2. As they ran, they shouted, "18th uncle, big sister Xian'er, come back." Not long after, the group of children ran to Hu Ding's side and chattered with the 2 of them. There were even a few who curiously sized up the Little Crane Grass. Although they saw that the sole item on the Little Crane Grass's head was a small blade of grass, they didn't look down on it at all. Instead, they revealed a sense of intimacy. Hu Ding looked at the children and laughed, "Good, you kids. Do you want to see what gift 18th uncle brought back for you? Let me tell you, you've miscalculated this time. 18th uncle went out to do some business. I didn't have time to bring you gifts. Quickly go and play." When the children heard Hu Ding's words, they didn't get angry. Instead, they all giggled. Then, they scattered and ran away without leaving a trace. Hu Ding ignored them as he turned to little Crane Grass and said, "Crane Grass, these children are our Hu clan's core disciples. Some of them are direct disciples while some are children of the Hu clan servants. In our Hu clan, all soul plant children have the same status. No one can bully others just because of their status. If someone dares to do so, they will be severely punished. At the same time, if your talent is good, you should try your best to help others instead of mocking and bullying them. Otherwise, you will also be severely punished. Your talent is very good, but you must not be arrogant in the future, understand? But you're very good." When little Crane Grass heard Hu Ding, he quickly said, "Yes, 18th uncle. I'll remember it." Hu Ding nodded with satisfaction. Then he led little Crane Grass and Xianxia towards a towering tree. This was a very tall tree. It was the tallest tree in the entire Hu family. Little Crane Grass looked at it and saw that the trunk of this tree wasn't smaller than any other building. Moreover, it was taller and looked very imposing. Under this tree was a hole. However, there was a door inside. The door was also made out of tree bark. Looking at it from a distance, it looked just like a tree. Outside the tree hole, there was no one standing guard. Hu Ding directly opened the door and entered the tree. Upon entering the tree hole, one could see 2 rooms. On the wall outside the room, there were 2 small wooden platforms. On top of these platforms were 2 flower pots with lantern fruits inside. Just as they entered, 2 people immediately came out of the 2 rooms. These 2 people didn't look very old. Moreover, they were also soul grafters. When the 2 saw Hu Ding and Xianxia, they immediately saluted Hu Ding and said, "18th uncle, Xianxia, you're back." Hu Ding nodded and said, "You're on duty today. Is the patriarch here?" One of the youths nodded and said, "Yes, the patriarch is upstairs. He's been waiting for 18th uncle." "18th uncle, I heard that you were attacked when you came back. Who was it?" Hu Ding smiled and said, "Your ears are quite sharp. This matter shouldn't be known to you. Don't try to scare me." "Alright, I'll be going in." Then he led Xianxia and little Crane Grass upstairs while Ling stayed downstairs. Although Ling was Xianxia's maid, she still didn't have the authority to go upstairs. One of the youths looked at Hu Ding and the others going upstairs. Then he turned his head to Ling and said, "Little sister Ling, you've been in contact with that child all this time. How is his talent? Is it really as good as Xianxia said? I heard that in order to let that child enter the Hu family, Xianxia used her authority." Ling looked at the youth, then she smiled and said, replying to young Master Hai, "Young Miss didn't do anything wrong this time. Crane Grass' talent is very good, and she's also very hardworking. Her future achievements will definitely be limitless." Young Master Hai's name was Hu Hai. Although he wasn't a direct descendant of the Hu clan, his talent was very good. However, the people of the Hu clan had always been very united. This was also the rule of the Hu clan, and it had a lot to do with their education. The people of the Hu clan, whether they were direct descendants or collateral descendants, studied and lived together since childhood. Moreover, the rules of the Hu clan also stipulated that they must help each other. They must not rely on their status or talent to bully others. If anyone dared to do so, the rules of the Hu clan would be ruthless. It was precisely because of this that the Hu clan was surprisingly united. When Hu Hai heard Ling he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Is he really that powerful? He seems to be less than 10 years old, right? Did he learn the plant master cultivation method?" Ling shook her head and said, "Crane Grass is only 7 years old this year. He has never learned any plant master cultivation method. However, his talent is very good. This is because he can communicate with grasses without learning any plant master cultivation method. He can even command grasses. Moreover, he seems to have communicated with pine trees and even comprehended natural energy." When the youth next to Hu Hai heard Ling his eyes widened. He looked at Ling and said, "Ling don't talk nonsense. If he hasn't learned the plant master cultivation method, how can he comprehend natural energy?" Ling quickly said, "Young Master Xian, I'm not talking nonsense. I'm telling the truth. The young miss told me this herself." Originally, the young miss suspected that someone had arranged this. However, Cranegrass's performance made the young miss completely believe that Cranegrass could do this because of his talent. Because of this, the young miss wanted to bring little Cranegrass to the family at all costs. The young master Xian that Ling spoke of was called Xian. He was also a disciple of the Hu clan's side branch. His talent was also very good. He belonged to the top of the Hu clan's younger generation. One shouldn't underestimate them just because they were guarding the door here. This was the clan's mission. Moreover, this mission wasn't something that just anyone could get. The sky-supporting tree that they were in was actually the Hu clan's office. This tree was different from the other sky-supporting trees. In the other sky-supporting trees, there were people from the Hu clan who lived there. On the other hand, this sky-supporting tree was the center of the Hu clan's power. Its status was very special. Because there weren't any people arranged to guard the door outside, people were arranged to guard the door inside. This mission was generally assigned to those who were talented and had good grades. Those who weren't good at their studies wouldn't even have the qualifications to guard the door. When Hu Hai and Xian heard Ling they couldn't help but feel surprised. They had heard about the little Cranegrass before, but they didn't think that it would be like this. The talent of the little Cranegrass was actually this good. This made them very surprised. Hu Hai looked at Ling and said, "Ling is what you said true? Is Cranegrass's talent really that good?" Ling nodded and said, "It's true. Cranegrass's talent is really good." Hu Hai and Xian both nodded. At the same time, they also had a plan in their hearts. The Hu clan was different from other large clans. In other large clans, internal strife was unavoidable. Strife between the direct line of descent, the collateral line of descent, and the direct line of descent against the collateral line of descent. In any case, they would fight non-stop for the sake of that position. On the other hand, the Hu clan was different. Although the Hu clan was managed by the direct descendants, the Hu clan still had a council of elders. This council of elders couldn't affect the clan's operations, but they had the authority to monitor the Hu clan's finances. In the Hu clan, whether it was a direct descendant or a collateral descendant, their monthly allowance was fixed. Everyone received a fixed amount of allowance, unless they were researching something. If they wanted to do research, then they would need to write a report. Then they would need to write a report about what they wanted to research. At the same time, they would also need to write the reason why they wanted to research it, and what benefits it would bring to the clan. Then the report would be submitted to the patriarch and the council of elders for approval. After approval, the corresponding funds would be allocated for the research. However, every year, the research would be evaluated to see the progress of the research. If the research didn't have any results, then the research could be stopped or the project would be handed over to someone else. If the research had results, and if the results were very high, then the clan would benefit. Then the clan would receive a certain amount of shares as a reward. The clan would use the research to make profits, and the rest would be given to the clan. The clan wouldn't care about the money, it would be handed over to the clan to handle. Therefore, even if you were a main descendant, if you couldn't research something, then you would only receive a small amount of allowance every month. As for the other things, you wouldn't get a share. Although it was said that the Hu clan's main descendant was in charge of the clan, if the main descendant dared to use his power to bully the other main descendant, then the other main descendant could impeach the main descendant. Once the impeachment was successful, even the main descendant, the patriarch, would be punished. The Hu clan's monitoring system had always been under the control of the Elder Council. And the Elder Council wasn't a place where one person had the final say. Every main descendant had to enter the Elder Council. Moreover, once the Elder Council had a decision, it had to be voted by all the elders. If a third of the elders voted against the decision, then the Elder Council's decision wouldn't pass. Although the monitoring system was controlled by the Elder Council, it was also an independent existence. They were responsible to the Elder Council, but they were responsible to the entire Elder Council. They weren't responsible to any one elder. If they didn't see the Elder Council's decision, then the monitoring system could completely ignore the orders of the elders. It was precisely because of these measures, in addition to the Hu clan's education methods, that the Hu clan became more and more prosperous. It also made the Hu clan more and more united. The matter of the little crane grass was definitely a special case in the Hu clan. The current core members of the Hu clan were all made up of the Hu clan's own people and the Hu clan's children. The Hu clan almost didn't recruit outsiders. The little crane grass was the first disciple that the Hu clan recruited in 100 years. It was precisely because of this that the matter of the little crane grass caused a huge uproar in the Hu clan. A lot of people in the Hu clan knew about the existence of the little crane grass. They also wanted to see what kind of talent this person had to be able to make Hu Xian'er so attentive. Of course, Hu Hai and Hu Xian also knew about this matter. They were also very interested in the little crane grass. Naturally, they hoped that the little crane grass would have a good innate talent. That way, the Hu clan would be able to develop even better. However, they were also afraid that Hu Xian'er would make a mistake. Therefore, they asked Ling Er for more information. Now that they heard these words from Ling Er, they were naturally even more curious about the little crane grass. At this time, the little crane grass had already followed Hu Ding and Hu Xian'er to the top floor of the sky supporting tree. They went all the way up to the 10th floor before stopping. Then Hu Hai led the little crane grass and Hu Xian'er to a door on the 10th floor and gently patted it. All of the rooms in the sky supporting tree were dug out. After they were dug out, they underwent a certain amount of polishing. Because of this, the walls had very natural wood grain, making them look very beautiful. Then as long as the doors and windows were installed, people could live in them. However, these rooms would need to be polished every year or so. Otherwise, the sky supporting tree might grow out and destroy the walls and floor. The doors on the walls of the sky supporting tree were all wooden doors. These wooden doors were generally made from the sky supporting tree's bark. They were very sturdy and very beautiful. When Hu Ding knocked on the door a few times, the door opened from the inside. A man around 40 years old was standing inside. When the man saw Hu Ding and Hu Xian'er, he quickly bowed and said, "18th Grandpa, Miss Xian'er, you're back. Please come in. The patriarch is waiting for you. He said that since you've arrived, he'll immediately see you. This must be crane grass. Mister will stay here with me for a while. When the patriarch calls for him, he'll come in." Hu Ding nodded, then he turned to Hu Xian'er and said, "Xian'er, let's go in. Crane grass, you stay here with this uncle. Just call him Uncle Chu." Then he led Hu Xian'er inside and directly pushed open the door and went inside. Little crane grass looked at Hu Ding, who just entered the room. Then she turned her head to the person and said, "I have seen Uncle Chu." Little crane grass didn't know that this person was called Chu Jiang. He was the secretary of the Hu family's patriarch, Hu Chao, as well as the head steward of the Hu family. His family had been with the Hu family for more than 10 generations. Even during the most difficult times of the Hu family, the Chu family had always been loyal to the Hu family. In the eyes of the Hu family, they were a part of the Hu family. Later on, the Hu family allowed them to restore their original surname. With the help of the Hu family, they established their own family. Now, the Chu family was a mid-level family. However, their family members were still loyal to the Hu family. The position of the head steward of the Hu family had always been held by the Chu family. It can be said that the Chu family was completely integrated into the Hu family. Now, as long as the Chu family was a plant master, they would enter the Hu family to study. As for the Hu family, as long as they were craftsmen, they would enter the Chu family to study. This was because the Chu family was a craftsman family. Chu Jiang looked at little crane grass. No one knew better than him how important little crane grass was to Hu Xian'er. In the process of bringing little crane grass to the Hu family, Hu Xian'er had sent many letters to the patriarch. Moreover, each letter was more urgent than the last. If Hu Xian'er's status in the family wasn't low, then the patriarch wouldn't have allowed little crane grass to enter the Hu family. However, after Chu Jiang looked at little crane grass for a while, a smile could be seen in his eyes. He was very satisfied with little crane grass. After little crane grass gave him a salute, he just stood there quietly. Under Chu Jiang's gaze, he didn't feel uncomfortable. Moreover, his eyes were clear and his expression was calm. He didn't look like a child at all. All of this made Chu Jiang very satisfied. Chu Jiang looked at little crane grass and smiled. "Little crane grass, I've heard about you a long time ago. Miss Xian'er has been praising you. She said that you are talented and have a photographic memory. Is this true? Little Crane Grass looked at Chu Jiang and smiled embarrassedly. It's true, Uncle Chu. As long as I see something, I'll remember it. If this is what you mean by having a photographic memory, then that's it. Chu Jiang nodded and took out a book from the table. He handed it to Little Crane Grass and said, "Take a look at this book and see how many words you can remember." Little Crane Grass nodded, took the book, and read it carefully. This was an account book. The things recorded inside were very messy. It was almost impossible for an ordinary person to memorize it in a short time. However, it was not difficult for Little Crane Grass. Moreover, not only could he remember the things on the books, but he had also learned how to do accounts. While looking at the accounts, he kept calculating them himself, and finally checked them with the offsets in the account books. After flipping through 5 pages, Little Crane Grass suddenly frowned and stopped at that page. Chu Jiang has been paying attention to Little Crane Grass. Seeing him stop, Chu Jiang immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Little Crane Grass looked at Chu Jiang and said, "Uncle Chu, the account book on this page seems to be wrong. There's an extra 10 silver coins." When Chu Jiang heard Little Crane Grass, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately took the account book from Little Crane Grass and looked at it carefully. At the same time, he silently calculated in his heart. In the end, he discovered that there was an extra 10 silver coins. Chu Jiang couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Little Crane Grass and said, "Crane Grass, how did you find out?" Little Crane Grass looked at Chu Jiang and said, "I calculated it." Chu Jiang stared, then he said, "You're saying that while you were looking at it, you were silently calculating these accounts? And then you discovered that there was an error in the account book?" Little Crane Grass nodded and said, "Yes. Teacher said that if you just remember what you've learned, then you don't really learn it. You have to understand what it says. It's just like a medicinal ingredient. You have to remember the name and characteristics of the ingredient, but you also have to remember the medicinal properties of the ingredient. This is my first time looking at this account book, but shouldn't I be looking at it while calculating?" Chu Jiang really didn't know what to say. This was the first time he saw such a smart child. "Ha ha ha ha, old friend, you've been cheated this time. Ha 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 ha, if you let him look at it, then I'm afraid that he'll know how much my Hu clan's annual income is." A burst of hearty laughter rang out. Little Crane Grass and Chu Jiang looked towards the source of the voice and discovered that the door inside had already opened. Hu Ding, Hu Xian'er, and a middle-aged man around 50 years old were standing at the door and looking outside. Chu Jiang smiled and said, "Yes, Patriarch. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen such a smart child. Good child, you'll definitely have a bright future." Little Crane Grass hurriedly saluted the middle-aged man and said, "Greetings to Grandpa Patriarch." "Thank you for your praise, Uncle Chu." "Grandpa? Uncle? Ha ha ha, Chu Jiang, you're a generation younger than me. Come, quickly call me Uncle Chu." Upon hearing Little Crane Grass's address, Hu Chao immediately laughed. Chu Jiang also had a secretive expression. He snorted and said, "I dare to call you that, but do you dare to respond? Let my old man know that he won't come looking for you with a hammer. Let's see what you'll do when the time comes." "Kid, you're not allowed to call me uncle, call me Grandpa Chu." Little Crane Grass looked at Chu Jiang in confusion. Chu Jiang was around 40 years old, but because he was in a high position, he maintained himself very well. He looked like a 30-years-old person. Little Crane Grass estimated Chu Jiang's age based on the appearance of his family. Tianzhu wasn't that old, but he lived in the countryside and worked hard every day. Therefore, he looked a bit old. Tianzhuang was the same, so Chu Jiang and Tianzhuang's age didn't differ much. On the other hand, Hu Chao was different. Because Hu Chao was the patriarch, he was very dignified. Therefore, he dressed very formally and looked very mature. Because of this, Little Crane Grass regarded him as Tianzhu's peer. Naturally, he had to call him Grandpa, which made him a big joke. Hu Chao looked at Little Crane Grass and laughed. Even Hu Ding and Hu Xian'er smiled. Chu Jiang also couldn't help but laugh. He patted Little Crane Grass's head and said, "All right, go." Little Crane Grass quickly turned to Chu Jiang and said, "Yes, Grandpa Chu." Hu Chao and Hu Ding also turned around and entered the house. Little Crane Grass also followed. After entering the house, Hu Chao still had a smile on his face as he looked at little crane grass. But for some reason, little crane grass felt that the pressure on his body was getting bigger and bigger. It was as if he couldn't help but want to submit. But at this time, little crane grass felt a trace of power coming from the sole object above his head, making him unable to bend down. Because of this, little crane grass still stood there like a small blade of grass. Although there was a boulder pressing down on it, it was still trying to move up. Little crane grass's performance made Hu Chao smile faintly. The smile in his eyes became thicker as he nodded and said, "Good, you're a good child. Xian'er, you did a good job this time." Hu Xian'er said, "Father, I already said that I want little crane grass to learn from third grandpa. What do you think?" Hu Chao looked at Hu Xian'er and bitterly smiled, "You child, how can you agree to this so easily? Third uncle likes you and promised to give him a chance. If he can enter third uncle's eyes, then he can naturally become third uncle's disciple. If he can't enter third uncle's eyes, then we can only find him another master. Go, take him to third uncle." Hu Xian'er wasn't worried about little crane grass's talent at all. She believed that as long as Hu Yuan saw little crane grass's talent, he would definitely accept him as a disciple. So she nodded and bowed to Hu Chao. Then she took little crane grass's hand and turned around to leave. After little crane grass left, Hu Chao called Chu Jiang into the house. After sitting down, Hu Chao looked at Chu Jiang and said, "Old Chu, what do you think of this child?" Chu Jiang said in a deep voice, "I can only say that this child's temperament is very good. He has a mature temperament, but he's also fair and gentle. He's tough and tenacious. He's a good child." Hu Chao nodded, then he turned to Hu Ding and said, "18th brother, you've been in contact with this child for a long time. You should be able to give an evaluation." Hu Ding said, "My Hu clan is going to prosper." When he said this, Hu Ding was actually a little excited. His words also made Chu Jiang and Hu Chao a little stunned. They didn't expect that Hu Ding would say such a sentence. They were very clear about what this sentence meant. But wasn't this evaluation of little crane grass too high? Hu Ding looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice, "Big brother, Brother Jiang, you don't know that this child's talent is really good. When he entered the plant garden outside my Hu family, even if it was an ordinary plant master, he wouldn't have much reaction when he heard the sound of people there, but he was very disgusted. From this point, we can see that his talent is really good." Speaking of temperament, crane grass's temperament is absolutely first class. When I came back, I was attacked by the Lu family. I think you also know this, but you may not know that when I was fighting with the hungry dog looing outside, he was reading in the room, but he was fascinated by the book and didn't know the situation outside. Such a calm temperament is really rare. Chu Jiang frowned and said, "Could it be that he didn't know that someone was attacking outside?" Hu Ding shook his head and said, "No, he knows. When we discovered the danger, Xian'er called little crane grass to her room. He was reading a book in Xian'er's room. Moreover, when he was on the Lu family's ship, he also encountered a danger, but he was able to resolve it. It's like this." Then Hu Ding told Hu Chao and Chu Jiang about little crane grass's encounter in the Devil Beach and how he resolved the danger. Hu Chao and Chu Jiang listened carefully. When Hu Ding finished, Chu Jiang looked at Hu Ding and said, "18th master, is what you said true? Was this really done by little crane grass? Was this news deliberately spread by the Lu clan?" Hu Ding shook his head and said, "Absolutely not. The Lu clan didn't think that little crane grass could enter our Hu family. Moreover, I've also confirmed this news. It's absolutely true." Hu Chao frowned and said, "This child is very smart. Moreover, his talent is good. In the future, he might become a talent. However, this child is too smart. Smart children tend to die young. It seems like we need to pay more attention to this aspect." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Chu Jiang nodded and said, "Right, but I think Miss Xian'er also thought of this. Therefore, she had third uncle personally teach this child. Third uncle's nickname is Ghost Rotan. He has killed countless people in his life. His murderous aura is very heavy. It can be said that he has reached the point of punishing evil. Letting third uncle teach this child should be the most appropriate." Chu Jiang's status in the Hu family could be seen from the way they talked about Chu Jiang. Although he called Hu Chao patriarch or patriarch, Hu Ding elder 18, and Hu Xian'er Miss Xian'er, he dared to joke with Hu Chao. Moreover, he directly called Hu Yuan as third uncle. Although he added an honorific behind the words third uncle, it still showed that his status in the Hu family was extraordinary. One must know that in the Hu family, even an ordinary disciple wouldn't dare to joke with Hu Chao. Hu Chao nodded, then he said in a deep voice, "Right now, I just hope that third uncle can accept this child. Although third uncle has been cultivating his body and mind these years, it isn't easy to become his child. I'm afraid that the child will have to suffer some hardships. However, this is also a test for him. If he wants to become a qualified plant master, then he must suffer some hardships. If he's afraid of suffering, then he won't be able to become a qualified plant master. This can be considered his final test." Chu Jiang and Hu Ding both nodded. Chu Jiang's eyes had a trace of testing expression while Hu Ding was full of confidence. He was the same as Hu Xian'er. He believed that Hu Yuan would definitely accept Little Cranegrass as his disciple. At this time, Little Cranegrass had already followed Hu Xian'er down the stairs. Hu Xian'er greeted Hu Hai and Hu Xian before leading Little Cranegrass and Little Cranegrass out of the towering tree. After arriving outside, Hu Xian'er didn't stop and directly walked towards the back. Along the way, they also met a few people from the Hu clan. Hu Xian'er greeted those people and saluted them. Then, she continued to walk towards the back with Little Cranegrass. The more they walked, the closer Little Cranegrass felt to the mountain. At the same time, he also noticed the mountain behind the Hu clan's Ji castle. That mountain was really tall. Moreover, with a glance, one could feel that it was piercing through the clouds. Little Cranegrass had been paying attention to Ling Shan, but he didn't pay attention to the road ahead. Soon, he felt that there was no road ahead. He couldn't help but be curious. When he looked forward, he found that there was indeed no road ahead. They arrived at the castle walls. On the walls, there were still many vines growing. There was also a towering tree growing here. This tree wasn't small, it also had a tree hole. Hu Xian'er opened the tree hole's door and walked in. As soon as they entered the tree hole, a person immediately came to greet them. This person looked to be around 30 years old. He was wearing a short robe and had a green bamboo sole on his head. He was tall and straight like the green bamboo, but he also looked a bit thin. When Hu Xian'er saw this person, she immediately saluted him and said, "10th uncle, you're here today. I'm going to third grandpa's place." That person didn't say anything and just nodded. Then he glanced at Little Cranegrass and didn't say anything. He turned around and returned to his room. Hu Xian'er turned her head to look at Little Cranegrass, then she smiled faintly and said, "Cranegrass, don't mind it. 10th uncle is that kind of person. His mind is completely focused on cultivation. Even when he sees my father, he's still the same. Let's go." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he followed Hu Xian'er into the sky supporting tree. The sky supporting tree was very simple. There were only a few small houses inside. There seemed to be people living in the houses, but those people didn't appear. Hu Xian'er directly led Little Cranegrass and Ling upstairs. After going up to the 6th floor, they went to a door on the side. Upon entering the door, Little Cranegrass was stunned. This was because they found themselves on a huge branch. This branch was very thick. It wasn't a problem for 3 people to walk on it side by side. Moreover, it was very long, directly extending outside the castle. On the opposite side, there was another sky-supporting tree. This sky-supporting tree was also very tall. It also had a branch that stretched out. These 2 branches actually formed a small bridge that allowed people to walk from the castle to the outside. Hu Xian'er didn't pay attention to Little Cranegrass's startled appearance, and directly led Little Cranegrass out of the castle. The 3 of them passed through the bridge, and soon arrived at the sky-supporting tree on the opposite side. Originally, they had entered from the door on the sky-supporting tree, then went down from the sky-supporting tree, and finally came out. During this process, Little Cranegrass didn't see anyone. However, Little Cranegrass felt that there were people in the sky-supporting tree. In the 2 sky-supporting trees, there were at least 6 to 8 people on each floor. However, these people all stayed in their rooms and didn't appear. Although Little Cranegrass wanted to know why these people didn't appear, he didn't ask. He followed Hu Xian'er all the way out of the sky-supporting tree. Upon arriving outside the sky-supporting tree, little Cranegrass was stunned. He really didn't think that the back of the castle would be like this. Behind the castle was a valley. This valley was very beautiful. It was full of green plants. There were all kinds of plants. It was like a miniature botanical garden. It was very beautiful. Little Cranegrass carefully looked around. The plants in the valley weren't any less than the plants outside the fort. Moreover, the natural energy here was much stronger. Because of this, little Cranegrass liked this place very much. Xianxia led little Cranegrass into the valley, and while walking, she said to little Cranegrass, "Cranegrass, this valley is where some of the elders of the Hu clan live. They don't live in the castle, because the climate here is like spring all year round, and it's very quiet, so they all like to live here. The people and plants here were all planted by those elders. Third Grandpa is also here, remember, the elders here don't like to be disturbed. If Third Grandpa really wants you to stay here to study, then don't disturb them, do you hear me?" Little Cranegrass nodded and followed Xianxia inside. Before long, the group entered the valley. There weren't any towering trees in the valley, but there were many tall trees. Tree houses were built on top of these trees, while some were built under the trees. The entire valley gave people a peaceful and harmonious feeling. But what made little Cranegrass feel strange was that he didn't see anyone in the valley. He didn't even sense anyone. This made little Cranegrass very puzzled. Xianxia didn't say anything, she just led little Cranegrass all the way inside. Before long, they arrived at the valley and stopped in front of a small wooden house. Xianxia reached out her hand and gently patted the small wooden layer. Then she stopped and stood outside the wooden house. There was no sound coming from inside the wooden house. This made little Cranegrass very puzzled, because he didn't feel anyone inside the wooden house. However, Xianxia didn't move, she still stood outside the door. She didn't seem to be anxious at all. This made little Cranegrass even more puzzled. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "Little Xianxia, you're here. This is the disciple you sent to me." This voice came from behind little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass couldn't help but turn around to take a look. He saw an old man standing behind him. This old man was wearing coarse clothes. He didn't wear any shoes, he was barefoot. His trousers were rolled up, and he was holding a hoe in his hand. He was dressed like an old farmer. Upon seeing this person, little Cranegrass couldn't help but stare. Then he felt a sense of familiarity. This was because little Cranegrass was born in the countryside. His grandfather and father usually dressed like this. Now that he saw this old man dressed like this, he naturally felt a sense of familiarity. At the same time, the little Cranegrass also noticed the sole object on top of the old man's head. It was a vine with a flower blooming on top of it. The flower was completely black and looked very strange. But at the stamen of the flower, there was a white devil's face. This made the flower look even more terrifying. Xianxia immediately bowed to the old man and said, "Third Grandpa, you're back. Right, this is the disciple I found for you, Cranegrass. Cranegrass, this is my third grandpa, the master I found for you." When little Cranegrass heard Xianxia, he immediately knelt down. However, Hu Yuan waved his hand and said, "Don't kneel. I'll make it clear to you. You're not my disciple yet, so you can't call me master. Just call me third grandpa. When I think that you can become my disciple, then it won't be too late." When little Cranegrass heard Hu Yuan, he didn't kneel down. Instead, he bowed and said, "Yes, I've seen third grandpa." Hu Yuan nodded. Then he turned his head to Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, since you're here, you can go back. I don't have anything good to entertain you. Go back." Xianxia nodded. Then she bowed to Hu Yuan and turned around to leave. After Xianxia left, Hu Yuan turned his head to look at little Cranegrass. At this time, little Cranegrass was still wearing a scholar's robe. Hu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and said, "Kid, go inside and change your clothes. How are you going to work with those clothes? Your family has already sent your clothes over. They're in the cabinet. Go change." Little Cranegrass nodded. Then he opened the door but didn't go inside. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan nodded. Then he took the hoe and entered the wooden house. Then he placed the hoe in a corner of the house. After that, little crane grass followed him inside. The wooden house wasn't very big. It was only about 20 square meters. The furnishings inside the house were very simple. There were 2 single beds. One bed had a set of clothes on it while the other was a bare bed. Moreover, it looked very new. In between the 2 beds, there was a cabinet. This cabinet was made of wood and had 4 doors. It was very big, about 2 megometers in size and a meter in width. Near the door of the wooden house, there was a small table. Next to the table were 2 small round wooden stools. Next to the table were several boxes with fruits in the corner of the house. There were several farm tools in the corner. The old man walked to the small table and sat on the small round stool. Then he took out a fruit from the box and ate it. Little crane grass walked to the cabinet and opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, he discovered that it was filled with coarse clothes that the old man wore. They were very big, so he couldn't wear them. He then opened the lower cabinet. There were some clothes in the lower cabinet. These clothes were also made of coarse cloth, but they were much smaller than the ones above. It seems like they were prepared for him. Little crane grass immediately took out a set of clothes and changed his clothes. At the same time, he also took off his shoes and placed them to the side. He walked barefoot and rolled up his trousers. Hu Yuan has been quietly watching Little Crane Grass's movements. Little Crane Grass's movements were very natural. Moreover, after putting on those coarse clothes, it didn't feel uncomfortable at all. This made Hu Yuan's face show a trace of surprise. Hu Yuan looked at Little Crane Grass and said, "Kid, have you worn these clothes before?" Little Crane Grass stared blankly, then she looked at Hu Yuan in confusion and said, "I've worn it before. I used to wear this kind of clothes in my village. Later on, when I went to school in the city, I changed to these clothes. I feel that these clothes are more comfortable to wear." Then she looked at Hu Yuan and chuckled. When Hu Yuan heard Little Crane Grass, he nodded and said, "All right, it's good that you've worn them before. Kid, I want to make it clear to you that my family doesn't care about this place. They also won't give me anything to eat. Do you see these fruits? These fruits will be your food in the future. However, the ones in the box aren't. You have to pick your own food. In this valley, as long as you can find it, you can pick it. But there's one thing, you can't make a fire. This valley doesn't allow people to make a fire. Do you understand?" When Little Crane Grass heard Hu Yuan, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that there would be such a strange rule in this valley. However, he still nodded and said, "Yes, third grandfather, I understand." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "All right, you can go out and familiarize yourself with the valley. Right, you can also bring back some food. If you can't find anything, then you can come back and eat the fruits in the basket. But let me tell you, today is the only day. After today, you'll have to find your own food." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "All right, you can go out and familiarize yourself with the surroundings." Little Crane Grass nodded, then he turned around and walked out of the door. Hu Yuan looked at Little Crane Grass's back and muttered, "Kid, I hope that you can pass this test. That way, this old man will have a successor." Then he closed his eyes and sat there quietly. Little Crane Grass didn't care too much. He came out of his room and walked around the valley. Before long, he found a pool. Little Crane Grass immediately went over. He saw that there were several wooden barrels on the side of the pool as well as several gourd ladles that could be used to hold water. Little Crane Grass walked over and picked up a gourd ladle. He scooped some water and drank a mouthful. The water was sweet and tasty. Little Crane Grass drank a mouthful of water with satisfaction. Then he carefully looked at the small pool. The pool was about 100 square meters in size. The water was very clear, but he couldn't see the bottom. It seemed very deep. In the middle of the pool, there was a spring. There was a column of water that was constantly churning. Little Crane Grass looked to the side. There were a lot of footprints on the side of the pool. It seems like people often come here. Little Crane Grass didn't care. After putting down the ladle, he walked towards the valley. Inside the valley, there were all kinds of plants and fruit trees. When Little Crane Grass entered the valley, he was dazzled. At the same time, He discovered that this place was truly a paradise for plant masters. There were a lot of edible things in the valley. Naturally, there were also a lot of inedible things. Little Cranegrass was able to recognize a lot of medicinal herbs. While walking, Little Cranegrass compared the things he learned. What he could recognize now wasn't only medicinal herbs. He also read a lot of books about plants in Xianxia's place. Most of the plants in the valley were recognized by him, there were only a few that he didn't recognize. Because of this, it was very easy for him to find something to eat in the valley. For a child who came from the countryside, if you didn't know how to climb trees, then you wouldn't be able to say that you came from the countryside. Little Cranegrass was also an expert at climbing trees. When he saw a few fruit trees, he directly climbed them. Before long, Little Cranegrass picked up some fruits. Then he took the fruits to the pond and washed them before returning to the log cabin. It wasn't that he didn't want to communicate with the trees and have them send him the fruits, but he couldn't do it right now. Therefore, he could only obediently climb the trees. When Little Cranegrass returned to the log cabin, Hu Yuan was still sitting inside. Seeing Little Cranegrass come back, Hu Yuan opened his eyes and looked at him. When Hu Yuan saw the fruits that Little Cranegrass picked, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. This was because the fruits that Little Cranegrass picked were all edible. Moreover, they were very delicious. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and nodded, "Good. Have a good rest. Tomorrow morning, come with me to take care of the plants." Then he closed his eyes and didn't say anything else. Little Cranegrass nodded, then he slowly ate the fruits. The fruits that he picked weren't just fruits. There were also dried fruits that could be eaten raw. Not only were these fruits delicious, they were also very filling. In the future, Little Cranegrass would eat a lot of them in Tree Root Village. After Little Cranegrass ate those fruits, it didn't stay in the wooden house for long. Instead, it went to the valley for a walk. This valley was very big, and it had only seen a small part of it. It wanted to know more about this valley. Little Cranegrass looked at the surrounding plants as he walked forward. From time to time, he would stop by the side of the grasses and communicate with them. Although the Little Cranegrass could now communicate with the pine tree, it needed to place its hand on the pine tree to do so. However, it didn't need to do so with the little grass. Even if it stood on the grass, it could still communicate with the little grass. Moreover, Little Cranegrass also liked to communicate with the grasses. This was because the grasses gave him a very friendly feeling. When he communicated with the grasses, he felt that he was just a grass. He wasn't any different from the other grasses. The grasses would also tell him some interesting things, help him do things, and treat him as one of their own. To be honest, this feeling was very good. Little Cranegrass stared blankly, he looked around and discovered that he had arrived at the side of a large pine tree. This pine tree was very large, it wasn't any smaller than the sky-supporting tree. One must know that this was a pine tree, not a sky-supporting tree. For a sky-supporting tree to grow to this size, it wouldn't take a long time, but for a pine tree to grow to this size, it wasn't an easy matter. Little Cranegrass looked around. There was only this big pine tree here, there was nothing else. This made Little Cranegrass very curious. He couldn't help but gently touch the big pine tree. Then he called out in his mind, Grandpa Pine, do you hear me?" An old voice was heard, "Kid, are you calling me?" "HM? You actually obtained the heart of pine. I really didn't expect this. Kid, how did you get it?" When Little Cranegrass heard this, he couldn't help but stare, "Grandpa Pine, what's the heart of pine? How come I don't know about it?" When the big pine tree heard Little Cranegrass, he was surprised, "You actually didn't know that you obtained the heart of pine? That's strange. Did that fool give you the heart of pine? Let me take a look." Just as he said this, a wave of energy entered Little Cranegrass's body. Little Cranegrass was very familiar with this energy. When he met the pine tree in the Red Cloud Villa, the pine tree sent this energy into his body. Later on, the pine tree said so that's how it is and then took back the energy. Right, he seems to have left some energy in his soul object. Could it be the heart of pine that the old pine tree was talking about? What exactly was the pine tree heart? Little Cranegrass didn't pay attention to the energy. The energy circled around his body before entering his soul object. After the energy circled around his soul object, the old pine tree muttered, "So that's how it is." Then he took back his energy. Then the old pine tree said to little Cranegrass, "Kid, why did you come looking for me?" Little Cranegrass didn't notice the change in the old pine tree's tone. He opened his mouth and said, "Grandpa Pine, have you been here for many years? Do you know what's going on here?" When the old pine tree heard little Cranegrass, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "Kid, you're right. I've been here for many years. I can't remember how many years it has been. A lot of things have happened here, so many that it's like the wrinkles on my face." Little Cranegrass raised her head and glanced at the pine tree. Suddenly, she laughed. The bark of this pine tree was really full of wrinkles. Just how many things had happened. After thinking about this, little Cranegrass smiled and said, "Grandpa Pine, can you tell me what happened after those people came to the valley?" The old pine tree seemed to be very happy that little Cranegrass was chatting with him. When he heard little Cranegrass, he immediately said, "You're talking about those people living in the valley? Those people are really good. In the past, there weren't that many people to talk to me. But after they came, there were a lot more people to talk to me. I'm very happy." Little Cranegrass roughly understood that the people mentioned by the old pine tree were the plants in the valley. In the eyes of the people, other people were their own kind. In the eyes of the plants, it was the same. The other plants were their own kind. Then the old pine tree chatted with little Cranegrass for a while. He told little Cranegrass some things about the valley. Naturally, most of it was useless. Only one thing was useful to little Cranegrass, and that was the pond. The pond was formed by a spring, and the spring was directly connected to the earth vein. It could be considered a spirit spring, and drinking it often was very good for people. Little Cranegrass chatted with the old pine tree for a while. It wasn't until the sky was dark that he said goodbye to the old pine tree. Moreover, he also promised the old pine tree that he would chat with him often. Only then did the old pine tree let little Cranegrass leave. After little Cranegrass left the old pine tree, he had a strange feeling. He felt that his senses were more sensitive than before. He could hear little Cranegrass speaking from a distance, and at the same time, he could also hear the voices of the flowers. At first, little Cranegrass thought that he misheard. This was because he couldn't hear what the flowers were saying before. But now, he could. Because of this, he deliberately ran in front of a flower. As soon as he arrived in front of the flower, he heard the flower say, "He's coming, he's coming. He won't step on me, right? I'm so beautiful, it would be a pity if he stepped on me. Bad guy, stay away from me. I'm so beautiful, you can't get close to me. Quickly stay away from me." Upon hearing this, little Cranegrass couldn't help but stare. Then he slowly squatted down and reached out to touch the flower. The flower immediately screamed, "Stay away from me, stay away from me. Don't you know that I'm a girl? How can you touch a girl so casually? Quickly go away." Little Cranegrass immediately retracted his hand. Then he looked at the flower and said, "Little Cranegrass, are you a girl? Can you hear me? Ah, you can hear me? You can even talk to me? How is this possible? You're clearly a person, not a flower. But how can you talk to me?" When the little flower heard little Cranegrass talking to it, it immediately asked in surprise. Little Cranegrass looked at the little flower and said, "Little Cranegrass, this is my ability. After I chatted with Grandpa Pine Tree, I was able to hear you. I couldn't hear you before." "You talked to Grandpa Pine Tree? You're actually talking to Grandpa Pine Tree? Heavens, who are you? How can you talk to Grandpa Pine Tree? This is too strange. Why is it like this? Grandpa Pine Tree, why can I talk to you and now I can talk to you?" Little Flower said the last sentence to Pine Tree. "Little Cranegrass, talk to him properly. He's a good person, he'll take good care of you in the future. Remember." An old voice was heard, it was Pine Tree's voice. When little Cranegrass heard this voice, he stared. He didn't think that Pine Tree would be able to talk to the little flower even though they were so far away. Little Cranegrass was puzzled. "Grandpa Pine Tree, we're so far away. Can you still talk to me?" "Ha ha ha, young man, of course you can. The world's plants are our family. We have our own unique way of communication. Even if we are far away, we can still talk. But you can't do it now. You are too weak. Young man, quickly become strong. Don't. The old pine tree only said the word don't before it stopped talking and went silent. Little Cranegrass was puzzled. Grandpa Pine Tree, don't what? Pine Tree's voice was heard, nothing, you need to become stronger as soon as possible. Then there was silence. This made Little Cranegrass even more puzzled. But no matter how much he called out, Pine Tree didn't speak. This made Little Cranegrass feel very depressed. Little Cranegrass turned to the little flower and said, "What's your name?" "Is it Little Cranegrass?" "Isn't that nonsense?" "Of course I'm called Little Cranegrass. I'm a flower." "Little Cranegrass, Grandpa Pine Tree said that you're a good person, you need to take good care of me in the future." Little Cranegrass walked back to the wooden house in a daze. He felt like his head was about to explode. To be honest, he was a bit afraid of the little flower. The little flower was too talkative and hard to deal with. This was the first time that Little Cranegrass encountered such a plant. Before long, Little Cranegrass returned to the wooden house. When he arrived, the sky was already dark. On the way, Little Cranegrass found some food and ate along the way. When he returned to the wooden house, he was already full. When Little Cranegrass arrived at the wooden house, he discovered that the wooden house's door was still open. Huyuan was still sitting inside the wooden house. On the wooden house's table, there was a flower pot, and inside the flower pot was the lantern grass. When Huyuan saw Little Cranegrass, he relaxed. If Little Cranegrass didn't come back, then he would have gone to look for him. It wasn't that he was afraid that Little Cranegrass would be in danger, but he was afraid that he would get lost. There weren't any animals left in the valley. All of them had been chased away by them. There was no way that they could pose a threat to them. However, this valley wasn't small. Moreover, it was full of plants. A child might get lost in this valley. Huyuan looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Where did you go today?" Little Cranegrass knew that he came back late, so he bowed to Huyuan and said, "Third Grandpa, I'm sorry. I came back late. I wanted to see what kind of plants there are in the valley. Then I chatted with a pine tree and lost track of time." When Huyuan heard Little Cranegrass, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Chatting with a pine tree? What kind of pine tree? I remember that there aren't many pine trees in the valley, right?" Little Cranegrass quickly said, "It's the biggest pine tree in the valley. I've been chatting with it." Huyuan's eyes shrank. Then he looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, have you learned the cultivation method of plant cultivation before?" Little Cranegrass shook his head and said, "No, I've only heard of plant cultivation." "Is there a cultivation method for plant cultivation? Isn't it enough to know and communicate with plants?" Huyuan stared. From Little Cranegrass's answer, he knew that Little Cranegrass really didn't know the cultivation method of plant cultivation. He couldn't help but bitterly smile as he shook his head and said, "No, plant cultivation has its own cultivation method. It's not as long as you can communicate with plants." "Can you communicate with pine trees now?" "What kind of plants can it communicate with?" Little Cranegrass said, "It can also communicate with little grass and flowers." "Oh right, Third Grandpa, do you know what the heart of pine tree is?" "Heart of pine? Are you the heart of pine?" Huyuan looked at the Little Cranegrass in shock and asked in surprise, "Where did you hear about the heart of pine tree?" Little Cranegrass said in a deep voice, "Grandpa Pine Tree told me. He said that someone gave me the heart of pine tree." Whoosh! Huyuan stood up and looked at the Little Cranegrass. "Someone gave you the pine tree's heart. How could this be? How could he give away the pine tree heart? Who was it?" Little Cranegrass shook his head and said, "I don't know. Maybe it wasn't a person, but a pine tree. The first time I could communicate with a pine tree was in the Red Cloud Villa. The pine tree used its power to drill into my body. Later on, it seemed to have left some power in my body. When Grandpa Pine Tree saw me today, he said that I have the heart of pine tree." Huyuan calmly looked at Little Cranegrass. He found that Little Cranegrass's eyes were calm and magnanimous. With one look, he knew that Little Cranegrass was not lying. This made Hu Yuan believe little crane grass's words, but he was still very surprised. Hu Yuan knew from Hu Xian'er that the little crane grass innate talent was very good. Even before cultivating, he could already feel natural energy. But now, it seems like the little crane grass innate talent wasn't just good, it was too good. The little crane grass didn't know what the pine tree heart was, but Hu Yuan was very clear about it. The pine tree heart was something that a pine tree would give to a person. As long as a person had the pine tree heart, they could make all the pine trees in the world think of them as one of their own. Not only could they communicate with the pine trees, they could also make the pine trees do a lot of things for them. It wasn't only the pine trees that had the pine tree heart, little grass also had a heart. All the plants in the world had a heart, and these plants had hearts. However, the heart of a plant was very difficult to obtain. Once a person obtains the heart of a plant, then no matter what kind of plant it was, their future achievements would be limitless. Now, the little crane grass actually obtained the pine tree heart. The pine tree heart was a top-notch existence in the hearts of all plants. Obtaining the pine tree heart was very important for a plant cultivator. With the pine tree heart, as long as one cultivated diligently, then their cultivation would certainly be very high. The soul of the Hu clan's patriarch, Hu Chao, was a pine tree. However, Hu Chao still hadn't obtained the pine tree heart, while the little crane grass obtained it. How could Hu Yuan not be surprised? The little crane grass wasn't a plant cultivator yet, so he didn't know that there was a saying in the world of plant cultivators. If you want to obtain the pine tree heart, then your soul must be that plant. In other words, if you want to obtain the pine tree heart, then your soul must be a pine tree. However, the little crane grass soul was clearly a small grass, yet he was able to obtain the pine tree heart. This completely broke the laws of the world of plant cultivators. What was going on? All these reasons added together caused Hu Yuan to feel incomparably shocked. Now, he also somewhat understood why Hu Xian'er insisted on letting the little crane grass enter the Hu clan, and even insisted that he become the little crane grass's master. Hu Yuan sat down quietly. His mind was in a mess. For someone like Hu Yuan who had seen the world, this kind of situation was very rare. After a while, Hu Yuan calmed down. He took a deep breath and then turned to the little crane grass and said, "All right, it's fine. You should sleep early. Tomorrow, you'll come with me to take care of those plants." The little crane grass nodded and then walked towards the bare bed. Hu Yuan said, "There's a set of bedding in the cabinet. It's prepared for you. Go ahead and lay it down." The little crane grass nodded. Then he took out a set of bedding from the cabinet and placed it on the wooden bed. Then he took off his clothes and lay down on the bed. Before long, he fell asleep. Today, he was really tired. After getting off the ship, he didn't rest at all. It was only now that he could truly rest. Hu Yuan looked at the sleeping little crane grass and a smile appeared on his face. He murmured, "Seems like Xian'er has really found me a good disciple. The heart of pine tree. Ha ha ha, he actually comprehended the heart of pine tree. Not bad at all." After a night of silence, the next morning, the little crane grass woke up early. However, Hu Yuan was already awake. Seeing that the little crane grass was awake, Hu Yuan nodded and said, "You're awake. Go wash your face and eat something." The little crane grass nodded. Then he put on his clothes and folded the quilt on the bed. Then he ran out and washed his face by the pond. Then he picked some fruits and ate them before returning to the wooden house. Seeing the little crane grass come back, Hu Yuan picked up the hoe and said, "Let's go." The little crane grass nodded. Then he looked at the corner and saw that there was another hoe. However, this hoe was much smaller than the one Hu Yuan was holding. It was clearly prepared for him. The little crane grass didn't hold back as he directly picked up the hoe and followed Hu Yuan out of the wooden house. While walking, Hu Yuan said to the little crane grass, "Don't you feel strange? I'm a plant master, so I should be able to communicate with the little grass. Why do I have to carry a hoe?" The little crane grass nodded and said, "Yes, little grass is also a type of plant. Do we have to get rid of them?" Hu Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Crane grass, you have to remember that we plant masters can communicate with a lot of plants. Moreover, we have to respect all the plants in the world. But in the end, we are still humans. Humans need to make use of plants. Grass isn't very useful to us, but other plants are. It's like a farmer who planted crops, but grass grows in the field. If he doesn't remove the grass, then his crops won't grow well, and his harvest won't be good. If his harvest isn't good, then he won't be able to eat, and he might starve to death. Because of this, they will remove the grass. We humans also need to survive, and in order to survive, we must put away our compassion at the right time. After all, we can't rely on eating grass to live, do you understand? Do you understand? The little crane grass nodded and said, "Yes, third grandpa, I understand. It's like those bandits who want to rob us. We have to resist, we can't just wait for them to kill us." However, we plant masters are different from other humans. Although other humans are part of the laws of nature, they do everything they can to break the laws of nature. In order to survive, they will break the laws of nature. However, we plant masters are different from other humans. Although other humans are part of the laws of nature, they do everything they can to break the laws of nature. For the sake of their own survival, they will break the laws of nature. But we plant masters are different. What we pursue is to protect the laws of nature as much as possible so that we can survive. Sometimes, we even have to protect the laws of nature. This is what we plant masters should do. Little crane grass nodded as if he understood. He didn't really understand Hu Yuan's words, but he firmly engraved these words in his mind. Hu Yuan led the little crane grass to a flower field in the valley. Hu Yuan stopped, he looked at the flower field and said, "Do you see this flower field? Do you know what kind of flowers are in this field?" The little crane grass nodded and said, "I recognize them. The bitter no flower is a kind of detoxifying grass. It tastes bitter, but it can detoxify heat and fire toxins. It's very effective and thrives in warm and humid lands. It blooms once every 3 years. The effect of a 12-year-old bitter no flower is the best. If the bitter no flower is older than this, its medicinal properties will change and it will turn into a poisonous grass that contains cold poison. If a person accidentally consumes it, their meridians will be blocked and they will die." Hu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at the little crane grass and said, "Then take a look. How old is this bitter no flower field?" The little crane grass nodded, then he carefully looked at the bitter no flower field. Then he said with a puzzled expression, "It's a bit strange. These bitter no flowers are white with a hint of blue. They seem to be 12-year-old, but from the thickness of the plant, they seem to be 6-year-old. When someone asked about these flowers, they also said that they were only 6 years old. However, the appearance of these flowers is indeed 12-year-old bitter no flowers. This is too strange." When Hu Yuan heard little crane grass's words, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Not bad, you're very observant. You're right, these bitterless flowers are only 6 years old, but their medicinal effects have already reached the best 12-year-old. Do you know why?" The little crane grass shook his head. Hu Yuan didn't say anything and just looked at him. The little crane grass looked at Hu Yuan and suddenly understood. He squatted down and gently stroked a bitter no flower. After some time, the little crane grass looked at Hu Yuan and said, "He said that you gave them a lot of good things to eat. That's why they became like this, right?" Hu Yuan thought that the little crane grass was just casually saying that he could hear the flowers. But now, he really believed it. He looked at the little crane grass and said, "Little crane grass, how did you communicate with them? How did you talk to them?" Little crane grass looked at Hu Yuan in confusion and said, "He just said that. I asked him why he became like this. He said that it was because you gave him a lot of delicious food, and then he became like this. He even said that those things were really delicious, and he wanted to eat more." Hu Yuan looked at the little crane grass and murmured, "You talked to them like that? Just like how you talked to me?" The little crane grass looked at Hu Yuan and was somewhat puzzled. But he still nodded and said, "Yes." Hu Yuan looked up at the sky and sighed. Then a big smile appeared on his face. He was really happy. He didn't think that the little crane grass would be able to communicate with the bitter no flowers. He was sure that he had picked up a treasure this time, a treasure that could change the entire Hu family. The little crane grass didn't know how amazing it was for him to communicate with plants like this. One must know that even for someone like Hu Yuan, the top soul master in the soul world, it was impossible for him to talk to plants like how he talked to humans. It was impossible. Humans were humans, plants were plants, they were different species. Just like how it was impossible for humans to talk to animals directly. Plant masters could communicate with plants, but they could only do relatively simple communication. For example, they could feel the emotions of the plants and feel whether the plants were ill or not. Even for a top plant master like Hu Yuan, they could only communicate with plants at most. When they communicated with plants, it always felt like there was a layer between them. In the process of communication, half of the communication was real while the other half was guessing. Like the little crane grass who could talk to plants directly, this was the first time Hu Yuan encountered and even the first time he heard about it. Hu Yuan calmed himself down. His face didn't have any expression as he turned to little crane grass and said, "Then do you know how to make these bitter flowers bloom into 12-year-old flowers when they're only 6 years old?" Little crane grass honestly shook his head this time. He really didn't know. Although he could communicate with the bitter flowers didn't know what kind of fertilizer Hu Yuan gave them. Therefore, little crane grass naturally didn't know how to make a 6-year-old bitter flower bloom into a 12-year-old flower. Hu Yuan smiled and said, "A good plant master doesn't only need to communicate with plants, but also know what plants can do. Most importantly, you need to know the habits of the plants, as well as the most suitable environment for them to grow. This way, we can make the plants grow faster. Only then can we make the bitter grass bloom into a 12-year-old flower when it's only 6 years old." When little crane grass heard Hu Yuan, he nodded and said, "Yes, third grandpa, I understand." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "Plants and animals are different. You should know that plants have a long lifespan. Moreover, they can grow very quickly in a suitable environment." Little crane grass nodded. Hu Yuan looked at Ku Wu Hua and said in a deep voice, "In theory, plants have the possibility of unlimited evolution. The possibility of evolution is even greater than that of animals. Therefore, on the continent, many plant masters believe that plant masters have combat strength that isn't weaker than a soldier spirit and are even stronger than a beast spirit. Unfortunately, there hasn't been a plant master to prove this point." Little crane grass stared blankly at Hu Yuan. He didn't know that there was such a theory among plant masters. This made him very surprised. Hu Yuan looked at little crane grass and knew that it wasn't the right time to talk about this. Therefore, he pointed at the bitter flowers and said, "The bitter flowers grow in cold and damp environments. Therefore, they can cure heat and fire toxins. In other words, the bitter flowers need to absorb cold attribute things in order to grow quickly. Only then would their medicinal effects be better. Therefore, in this case, the chilling ice grass is the best choice." Hu Yuan then pointed at the few large buckets next to the kunai field and said in a deep voice, "Do you see them? Ice-cold grass is a kind of grass that grows in extremely cold places. It's snow-white, and the colder the weather, the faster it grows. It can be used to detoxify or make poison. It's a very special kind of plant. I cut the mature ice-cold grass into small pieces and sprinkled them in the bitter flower field. The ice-cold grass will quickly rot in a warm environment and become fertilizer for the bitter flower to absorb. This is why the bitter flower can bloom when it's only 6 years old." Little crane grass nodded. Only now did he realize that the matter of plants seemed to be far more complicated than he had imagined. His previous thoughts were simply too simple. Hu Yuan looked at little crane grass and smiled faintly. "Now, little crane grass, I want to ask you something. If these bitter flowers are 15 years old, but I want them to bloom 12 years old, what method should I use?" When little crane grass heard Hu Yuan, he couldn't help but stare. But after thinking about it, he immediately understood what Hu Yuan meant. Then he excitedly said, "We can use a fire-attributed plant as fertilizer. Although the bitterless flowers are 15 years old, they wouldn't be able to absorb enough nutrients. Therefore, the flowers that they bloom would still be 12 years old. But I think that we need to control the quantity, otherwise we might kill the bitterless flowers." Hu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Although what little crane grass said might seem like something that could be said by anyone, in Hu Yuan's opinion, it was very rare. Don't forget that little crane grass was only 7 years old. However, little crane grass frowned and said, "But doing this isn't good for the plant. It might cause some damage to the plant. The 15-year-old bitterless flower medicine is only a cold poison. If we can use some method to dilute this cold poison, then it can still be used as an antidote. Maybe the effect will be better. Hu Yuan looked at little crane grass and his eyes couldn't help but light up. In fact, what little crane grass said about the bitter flowers was correct, but it also wasn't correct. Bitter flowers that were 15 years old and above, although they had cold poison, were still a holy antidote. It was even better than 12 years old bitter flowers. However, when using 15 years old bitter flowers to concoct an antidote, other herbs would need to be added in to neutralize the bitter flowers. This way, the bitter flowers would be able to be used to its full potential, and people wouldn't be poisoned. Little crane grass didn't know about this method, but he was still able to think of this method. This was already very amazing. He was only 7 years old, 7 years old. For him to be able to think of so many things, it was very amazing. Hu Yuan sighed, then he looked at the little crane grass and said, "What you said is very reasonable. In fact, in many antidote pills, the main ingredient is bitter flower. Moreover, it's bitter flower that's over 15 years old. Therefore, you don't need to worry about it. Generally, the older the herbs, the better the effect." Little crane grass nodded. He looked at the bitter flowers and thought about it. He discovered that plants were very mysterious. People could actually use this method to control plants. This was very amazing. Hu Yuan looked at little crane grass and said, "Your task today is to loosen the soil for the bitterless flowers. Although the bitterless flowers don't have high requirements for their growth, loosening the soil is still very beneficial for their growth. You can loosen the soil for the bitterless flowers in the morning and return to the wooden house at noon." Little crane grass nodded, then he took his hoe and walked into the bitterless flowers field. When Hu Yuan saw little crane grass loosening the soil for the bitter flowers, he turned around and left. He wouldn't keep looking at little crane grass. In Hu Yuan's opinion, there was no point in doing so. Although Hu Yuan left, little crane grass didn't stop. While he was loosening the soil for the bitter flowers, he was also chatting with them at the same time. These bitter flowers were planted very sparsely. Only one bitter flower could be found very far away. It was very easy to loosen the soil for these bitter flowers. The morning passed by as little crane grass loosened the soil and chatted with the bitter flowers. It wasn't until noon that little crane grass stopped. To be honest, loosening the soil wasn't very tiring. Little crane grass was very relaxed. Little crane grass looked up at the sky, then he picked up his hoe and said goodbye to the bitter flowers. Then he slowly walked towards the wooden house. While walking, he picked some fruits from the valley's fruit trees to eat. When he arrived at the wooden house, lunch was already finished. Hu Yuan was already waiting for him in the wooden house. When he saw little crane grass return, Hu Yuan nodded and said, "You're back. Have you eaten yet?" Little crane grass quickly replied, "I've eaten." "Third grandfather, have you eaten?" Hu Yuan nodded and said, "I've eaten. You can rest for a while. I'll call you later." Little crane grass nodded, then he put down his hoe and went out to wash his face. Then he returned to the wooden house and lay down on the bed. Before long, he fell asleep. Hu Yuan looked at little crane grass and couldn't help but smile. When little crane grass was working in the bitter flowers, Hu Yuan also went to see him a few times. Although little crane grass wasn't drying very fast, he didn't slack off. This made Hu Yuan very satisfied. This was because little crane grass didn't slack off like the other cranes. This was what Hu Yuan was most satisfied with. As a plant master, he had to be able to calm his heart. Many plant masters had to deal with plants all year round. The amount of time they had to deal with plants was far more than the amount of time they had to deal with humans. If he couldn't supervise himself, then his achievements would be limited. This wasn't an issue of talent, it was an issue of mentality. Little crane grass slept for an hour. Hu Yuan just sat there with his eyes closed. After an hour, he stood up and walked to little crane grass's bedside. Then he gently patted little crane grass and said, "Crane grass, get up." Little crane grass opened his eyes in a daze. When he saw Hu Yuan, he immediately sat up and jumped from the bed to the ground. Then he said to Hu Yuan, "I'm sorry, third grandfather, I woke up late." Hu Yuan smiled faintly and said, "No, you didn't wake up late. You only slept for an hour." Alright, get up. We still have things to do in the afternoon. Little Crane Grass nodded and then ran outside. He wanted to wash his face. At the same time, he felt strange. It seems like Hu Yuan was a lot more amiable compared to before. Little Crane Grass wasn't mistaken, Hu Yuan's attitude towards Little Crane Grass was changing bit by bit. This was something that Little Crane Grass fought for. If Little Crane Grass didn't show his talent before, and if he was lazy when working, then Hu Yuan wouldn't treat him like this. Hu Yuan's change in attitude was entirely because he did well. It's just that Little Crane Grass didn't think of this. After washing his face, he ran back to the wooden house. Hu Yuan was standing in front of the wooden house. Little Crane Grass walked to Hu Yuan's side and said, "Third grandfather, what are we doing in the afternoon? Are we still going to give Huasong some land?" Hu Yuan looked at Little Crane Grass and shook his head. "No, we're going to practice martial arts in the afternoon." When Little Crane Grass heard Hu Yuan, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Hu Yuan and said, "Practice martial arts? Do plant masters need to get used to it? Aren't only soul soldiers able to practice martial arts?" Little Crane Grass didn't read those books for nothing. He still had some basic knowledge. Hu Yuan looked at Little Crane Grass and said, "Who told you that only soul soldiers are able to practice martial arts? Soul soldiers, soul beasts, soul craftsmen, and soul plants can all practice martial arts. Otherwise, how could they be called combat plant masters? Do you really think that soul craftsmen can't resist at all? If they really couldn't resist, then how could they establish the Craftsman Guild? I'm afraid that they would have already been destroyed. Moreover, plant masters sometimes need to go to the mountains to find new plants. Are there no dangers in those mountains? If you don't practice martial arts, what if you meet a wild beast? Are you going to wait for it to eat you?" Little Crane Grass listened to Hu Yuan's words in a daze. Although there were some things that he didn't understand, he understood that plant masters needed to practice martial arts. This made him excited. In every man's blood, there was a fighting gene. In every man's body, there was a fighting gene. This was a man's innate nature. Although Little Crane Grass was a plant master, he also hoped that he could become stronger. He also hoped to learn martial arts so that he could use his strength to protect his family in the future and become a true powerhouse. It was precisely because of this that Little Crane Grass also wanted to learn martial arts. However, he had always thought that plant masters couldn't learn martial arts. He knew that plant masters needed to cultivate, but he thought that the things plant masters cultivated were all related to plants and wouldn't have anything to do with martial arts. But now, it seemed that he was wrong. Plant masters also needed to learn martial arts, and they had to learn martial arts. Hu Yuan looked at Little Crane Grass and said, "Plant masters are generally divided into two types. One is a plant master, the other is an alchemist. A good alchemist must be a plant master, but a good plant master doesn't necessarily have to be an alchemist. There are many types of alchemists. Some alchemists will go pick herbs themselves and study the medicinal properties of the herbs. Such alchemists can also be called plant masters. On the other hand, there are some alchemists who specialize in medicinal research. They generally don't go pick herbs themselves, they only study medicinal properties every day. Therefore, they don't usually fight." Speaking up to here, Hu Yuan paused for a moment. Then he looked at Little Crane Grass and said, "Our Hu clan's men are all combat plant masters. Although they know a little about medicinal properties, they aren't good alchemists. However, our Hu clan's men are all the best combat plant masters. If you want to fight, you can't not learn martial arts. Therefore, every afternoon is a fixed time to practice martial arts. Do you understand?" Little Crane Grass nodded and said, "Yes, I understand, Third Grandpa." Hu Yuan nodded. He looked at Little Crane Grass and said, "You're still young. If you want to learn martial arts, the first step is to train your body's flexibility while you're still young. This is what people call stretching. Now, come with me." Then he led Little Crane Grass to the forest beside the wooden house. After the two entered the forest, Little Crane Grass discovered that there were many tree stumps in the forest. There were also some tree stumps that had grass ropes wrapped around them. Hu Yuan brought the Little Crane Grass to the front of a few tree stumps. These tree stumps were of different heights and were very smooth on the top. Moreover, they seemed to have existed for a long time. Little Cranegrass looked at these things and didn't understand what these things were for. Hu Yuan led Little Cranegrass to a tree stump that was about the size of a mango and said in a deep voice, "Stretch your tendons here and put your left foot on it." Little Cranegrass was stunned, but he still put his left foot on it. He was young and not tall, so when he put his foot on the tree stump, he immediately felt a pain like a tendon in his hand. Hu Yuan said in a deep voice, "Turn your body a little sideways and use your right hand to touch the tip of your left foot." After saying that, he even told Little Cranegrass what to do. The Little Cranegrass's tendons hadn't been fully pulled out yet, so it naturally felt a lot of pain. However, it didn't say anything as it continued to pull. Soon, its face turned red. However, Hu Yuan didn't care about it and continued to let it continue to press its legs. This was a process that every martial artist had to go through. If it couldn't pull out its tendons, it would be very inconvenient when it came to martial arts in the future. This leg press lasted for nearly an hour. Then, Hu Yuan changed to another leg and continued to press. When both legs were done, Little Cranegrass felt incomparable pain in his legs. However, this pain also revealed a sense of comfort, as if his legs had been liberated. After pressing his legs, Hu Yuan took Little Cranegrass to do some other activities to let him relax. Then, he led Little Cranegrass to the wooden house. At this time, the sky was already dark. When they arrived at the wooden house, Hu Yuan said to Little Cranegrass, "You're tired this afternoon. Eat the fruit in the basket." Little Cranegrass glanced at the fruit in the basket and shook his head. "No, third Grandpa. I'll go find some fruit to eat." Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass, then he nodded and said, "If you want to go, then go." Little Cranegrass nodded to Hu Yuan before turning around and walking out. Looking at Little Cranegrass's departing figure, Hu Yuan's face showed a smile. He was very satisfied with this disciple of his. Little Cranegrass didn't directly go to pick the fruit. Instead, he went to the little flower he saw yesterday. He looked at her and talked to her for a while before going to the big pine tree. Just as he arrived at the big pine tree, the big pine tree's voice was heard. "Oh? You seem to have some internal injuries today. What did you do?" Little Cranegrass stared. He looked at the big pine tree in confusion and said, "Grandpa Pine, how do you know that I have injuries?" "I don't have any injuries. I practiced martial arts today and only pressed my legs. I didn't do anything else." Pine Tree said, "Actually, your injuries aren't injuries. Your human body has a very strong self-healing ability. Your body can recover, but it's easy to leave behind some internal injuries. It's fine when you're young, but when you're old, there might be some problems. How about this, you go pick some herbs that can promote blood circulation and eat them. Then you'll be fine." Little Cranegrass looked at Pine Tree in confusion and said, "Grandpa Pine, shouldn't you be protecting those plants? Why do you want me to eat them now?" He, young man, everything in this world has its own laws. Some things are born to be eaten, while others are born to be used for other people. Just like me, maybe one day someone will cut me down and make me into a pillar. This is the fate of us plants. Go." Although Little Cranegrass didn't quite understand Pine Tree's words, he didn't object. He had read a lot of medicinal books, so naturally, he knew that these herbs could relax the muscles and promote blood circulation. There were also these herbs in the valley, so he wasn't polite. He looked for one that could stimulate blood circulation and directly ate it. Then he looked for some fruits. After eating his fill, he returned to the wooden house. Yuanjing was sitting on a small stool inside the wooden house. However, in front of him was a book. It was a very thick book. However, this book was somewhat strange. It looked like it was handwritten and nailed on by himself. It was very rough. Besides these things, there was also a wooden box. Inside the wooden box were a pen, an ink stick, an ink slab, a brush washer, and a piece of white paper. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "You're back, take a seat." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he sat in front of Hu Yuan. There was already a pot of lantern fruit on the table. The fruit was emitting a faint white light. After seeing Little Cranegrass sit down, Hu Yuan opened his mouth and said, "This book was written by me. It recorded the characteristics of some plants. I heard that you have a photographic memory, but you still need to study hard. Alright, let's start with this book. Little Cranegrass nodded, then he sat there obediently. At the same time, he poured some water into the ink slab and gently rubbed the ink stick. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass's appearance and gently nodded. Then he picked up the book and slowly read it to Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass listened carefully. Every time Hu Yuan finished reading a paragraph, he would explain to Little Cranegrass in detail. The most important thing was to talk about the characteristics of these plants. After reading a few plants, Hu Yuan stopped, then he looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Write down what you just learned. If you have time, you need to carefully memorize it." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he picked up the pen and dipped it in ink. Then he began to write down the things he learned. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass while the book was placed in front of him. He thought that if Little Cranegrass couldn't remember, then he would give the book to Little Cranegrass and have Little Cranegrass copy down the things he learned. However, what surprised Hu Yuan was that Little Cranegrass didn't even look at the book while he was writing. This made Hu Yuan very surprised. He carefully looked at what Little Cranegrass wrote and couldn't help but be stunned. This was because what Little Cranegrass wrote down was almost the same as what he wrote in the book. There were even some things that weren't written in the book. Little Cranegrass even wrote down the things that he taught Little Cranegrass. After some time, Little Cranegrass finished writing. After he finished, Hu Yuan said, "Let me have a look." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he handed the papers over to Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan took the papers and carefully looked at them. After he finished, he put the papers down and looked at Little Cranegrass. Then he let out a long breath and said, "Good, very good. Let's call it a day. Go and rest." Little Cranegrass responded and put away all the wetting brushes. She put away the few pieces of paper with the words written on it, then went outside to wash her face and feet before returning to the house. Little Cranegrass didn't stay idle after entering the room. She found a rag in the room and wiped the cabinets and tables in the room. Then, she washed the rag and hung it outside. Only then did she return to her bed. She took off her clothes and sat on the bed. Then, she picked up the few pieces of paper that she had just written on and looked at them carefully. Hu Yuan sat there and watched Little Cranegrass's movements. He waited until Little Cranegrass sat on the bed and carefully looked at the few pieces of paper. Only then did he return to his own bed and read the book that he had pinned on the wall. Little Cranegrass was really a little tired today, especially when he was pressing his muscles in the afternoon. Not only was he tired, but his body was also a little sore. Therefore, after he memorized everything on the paper, he put the paper away and lay down to rest. It wasn't until Little Cranegrass fell asleep that Hu Yuan put down the book in his hand. He looked at Little Cranegrass and smiled. Then he put the book away and covered the lantern fruit with a cloth before leaving the room. After Hu Yuan went outside, he went to a large tree and touched it with his hand. Then he closed his eyes and poured natural energy into the tree. The tree's leaves trembled slightly before returning to their original state. Hu Yuan also let go of his hand and stood there quietly. Before long, a person wearing a short robe came in front of Hu Yuan and bowed. "Third grandfather, what are your orders?" Hu Yuan nodded and said, "What about the things that I asked you to prepare? If you're ready, then send them over yesterday. Also, call someone to come and fix this place. Go." The person nodded and then turned around to leave. Little Cranegrass felt that he had a good sleep last night, so when he woke up in the morning, he wasn't sleepy at all. He immediately sat up on his bed, but when he sat up, he was dumbfounded. This was because he discovered that the cabin had changed a lot. In the past, the cabin was very big, but now it has disappeared. He was now in a very big room, and it was his own room. His bed was in the room, but in addition to the bed, there was also a table, a chair, a teacup on the table, and a pot of lantern fruit. At the head of his bed was a large cabinet. Now that the cabinet's door was opened, there was a set of luggage inside as well as some clothes. Although they were made of coarse cloth, there were a few more sets than before. In addition to these things, there was a desk by the window in the room. There was also a chair on the desk. On the desk, there were 4 treasures of the study, a pen washer, a paperweight, a pen holder, and so on. There was also a pot of lantern fruit, which made the Little Cranegrass very curious. However, he only panicked for a moment before calming down. He knew where he was in the back mountain of the Hu clan. Nobody was allowed to come here. Although there were many changes, his bed hadn't changed, and his clothes hadn't changed either. It seems like the Hu clan's people made this place look like this last night when he was sleeping. Little Cranegrass jumped off the bed, put on his clothes, and walked out of the room. Upon leaving his room, he saw a living room, a very big living room. Hu Yuan was sitting in the living room reading a book. Although he was still dressed in coarse cloth, the living room looked very good. There was a set of wooden chairs and a small wooden table. The entire living room looked very antique and tasteful. On the opposite side of the living room, there was a door. This door seemed to lead to Hu Yuan's room. In front of the living room, there was a door that led outside. Moreover, Little Cranegrass felt that there was someone behind the door. Little Cranegrass went in front of Hu Yuan and gave him a salute, "Third grandfather." Hu Yuan nodded and looked at the Little Cranegrass. "Here's the tea." Little Cranegrass responded and picked up the teapot on the table. She poured a cup of tea for Hu Yuan and brought it in front of him. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and said in a deep voice, "Kneel down." Although Little Cranegrass was a little confused, he still knelt down with the tea in his hands. Hu Yuan looked at the Little Cranegrass and said in a low voice, "Originally, I wanted to test you for a period of time before taking you as a disciple. But through yesterday's interaction, I noticed that your disposition isn't bad, so the test is waived. From today onwards, you're my disciple. This cup of tea is a toast to your master." Hearing Hu Yuan's words, Little Cranegrass excitedly bowed towards Hu Yuan. At the same time, she raised her teacup high and said, "Master, please have some tea." Hu Yuan picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he placed it on the table and said, "All right, stand up." Little Cranegrass nodded and stood up. Hu Yuan took out a wooden token from his chest and handed it over to Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass quickly took the jade token. Hu Yuan said, "This is my Hu clan's wooden token. It has a name in the underworld, it's called the Greenwood token. With this token, you can get a lot of benefits from the Plant Master Association. If you have any problems, you can ask the Plant Master Association for help." Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "Yes, Master." Then he lowered his head and looked at the wooden token. This wooden token was dark green in color. There was a picture of a pine tree on the front with the word "Hu" written on it. He turned the wooden token over and saw the words written on it, "Field Cranegrass, Hu Yuan's disciple." These words were simple, but Little Cranegrass knew that these words weren't simple at all. This was because these words represented his identity. Others would know whose disciple he was with just a glance. Little Cranegrass carefully put the wooden token away. Hu Yuan said, "In the future, you still need to pick fruits every day. However, you don't need to eat fruits. You're still young. Moreover, you still need to work and practice martial arts. In the future, Xianxia will be in charge of your meals. Xianxia, come out and meet this kid." A voice was heard, "Yes, Master." This voice came from the door behind the living room. As soon as the voice fell, a woman came out from the door. Little Cranegrass looked at the woman who came out. This woman looked to be around 40 years old. Her appearance was very ordinary. She wore coarse clothes and an apron. At a glance, one could tell that she was a maid. Hu Yuan said to Little Cranegrass, "She's called Xianxia. She's my wife's personal maid. However, my wife has already passed away. She hasn't married and has been taking care of my daily life. From now on, call her Aunt Xianxia." Little Cranegrass quickly gave Aunt Xianxia a salute and said, "I've seen Aunt Xianxia." Xianxia quickly returned the salute and said, "I can't accept young master's salute. Young master is too polite. Just call me Xianxia." "Master, breakfast is ready. Do you want to eat?" Hu Yuan nodded and said, "Bring it up." Xianxia nodded. Then she turned around and went into the kitchen. Before long, she came out with a tray. This tray only had 2 bowls of porridge and a plate of pickled vegetables. However, aside from 2 pairs of chopsticks, there was nothing else. However, Little Cranegrass was able to smell a fragrance from afar. This fragrance contained the fragrance of meat, rice, and herbs. Xianxia placed the tray on the tea table. Then she picked up the pickled vegetables and placed them on the tea table as well. Then she placed the 2 bowls of porridge in front of Little Cranegrass and Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan said to Little Cranegrass, "Let's eat. After eating, we'll loosen the soil for Kuwahua. If there are any weeds, we'll get rid of them as well." Little Cranegrass nodded. Then he picked up the bowl and ate. The porridge tasted very good. It was made with brown rice. Inside, there was some meat essence as well as some herbs. Little Cranegrass ate some of these herbs last night. After eating the porridge, Little Cranegrass felt his stomach warm up. His body also seemed to warm up. It was as if he had an endless amount of energy. At this time, Hu Yuan also finished eating. He looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Xianxia's medicinal cuisine is the best in the entire Hu family. You're still growing. You still need to practice martial arts. Eating medicinal cuisine will be good for you. It'll save you from any hidden injuries." Little Cranegrass nodded. Hu Yuan stood up and led Little Cranegrass outside. When they arrived outside, Little Cranegrass noticed that their current location was the wooden house they lived in yesterday. However, the wooden house had disappeared. Instead, it turned into a large house. However, this house was strange. It was made of plants. Branches and vines formed the house. Aside from the room they were in, there were also 2 other rooms. However, the doors of these 2 rooms were closed. Hu Yuan pointed to one of the rooms and said, "That's the tool room. All the tools for work are there. The other room is the washroom. It's divided into 2 rooms. The inside is for you to use. The outside is for you to wash your face. Go there and wash your face." Little Cranegrass nodded and entered the room. From the inside of the room, it didn't look like it was made of plants. The walls looked like they were made of stone, and the floor was the same. Little Cranegrass didn't know how the Hu clan did it, to be able to make it like this in just one night. In this room, there were 2 big wooden buckets, 2 smaller wooden buckets, and 2 wooden shelves. On the wooden shelves, there were 2 wooden basins. In the 2 small wooden buckets, there were 2 small ladles. The 2 big wooden buckets were filled with water. Little Cranegrass picked up the ladle and poured some water into the wooden basin to wash her face. Then she noticed that there were 2 pieces of cotton cloth hanging on the wooden shelves. With a glance, she knew that they were used to wash her face. Little Cranegrass picked up a piece of cotton cloth and washed her face before entering the room. The room was very strange. There was a stone latrine pit on the ground. Next to the latrine pit was a tap filled with water. After relieving herself, Little Cranegrass turned around and went to the outer room. She picked up the wooden basin and poured the water into the latrine pit. After putting the wooden basin back on the shelf, Little Cranegrass walked out of the room. At this time, Hu Yuan had already entered the tool room. Little Cranegrass also hurriedly walked in. Hu Yuan took out a hoe from the tool room. Little Cranegrass also took out the small hoe that she used yesterday. The 2 of them walked out. While walking forward, Hu Yuan said to Little Cranegrass, "From now on, you'll be more relaxed than before. But don't relax too much. You have to do things seriously. If I find out that you're lazy, then I'll personally expel you from the Hu clan. Do you understand?" Little Cranegrass quickly replied, "Yes, Grand Master. I'll remember. Rest assured, I won't be lazy." Hu Yuan nodded and didn't say anything. He just turned around and walked in another direction. Little Cranegrass didn't follow him because he wanted to go to the bitter flower field. After arriving at the bitter flower field, Little Cranegrass didn't have any intention of being lazy. He was still carefully loosening the soil for the bitter flower field. At the same time, he was constantly chatting with the bitter flower field. However, he didn't make any sound while chatting with the bitter flower field. His hands didn't stop, he was only using his own thoughts to communicate with the bitter flower field. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, he was only loosening the soil for the bitter flower field. They didn't know that he was chatting with the bitter flower field. Little Cranegrass didn't know that his current performance was completely seen by Hu Yuan. The reason why Hu Yuan wanted to change the place they lived in overnight was actually a test for Little Cranegrass. He wanted to see how Little Cranegrass would perform after his living environment suddenly changed. If Little Crane Grass's performance was the same as yesterday, then he would accept him as his disciple. If Little Crane Grass started to slack off, then Little Crane Grass wouldn't be his disciple anymore. Today, he could accept Little Crane Grass as his disciple, and tomorrow, he could also kick Little Crane Grass out of the Hu clan. It all depended on Little Crane Grass's performance. Little Crane Grass didn't disappoint him, his performance was very good. Hu Yuan was very satisfied, he felt that this disciple was worth it. Not only was he sensible, smart, and talented, his temperament was also very good. It can be said that among the Hu clan's disciples, Little Crane Grass was a first-class existence. Even the famous geniuses of the Hu clan couldn't compare to Little Crane Grass. Little Crane Grass spent the entire morning loosening the soil for the Ku Wuhua. He liked this feeling. He chatted with the Ku Wuhua while loosening the soil. He could feel the Ku Wuhua's happy mood, and he was also happy with the Ku Wuhua. At the same time, he could feel the bursts of energy coming from the Ku Wuhua's body. This allowed him to not feel tired. At the same time, he also felt that his own energy was entering the Ku Wuhua's body. Then he felt that the connection between him and the Ku Wuhua had become even tighter. He seemed to understand what the Ku Wuhua needed. Little Crane Grass didn't know what was going on, but he felt that this wasn't a bad thing. Therefore, he worked even harder. Not only did he help Ku Wuhua loosen the soil, he also asked Ku Wuhua if he felt uncomfortable, if he needed help, if he was thirsty, if he was hungry, and if he was hungry. However, these Ku Wuhua were well taken care of by Hu Yuan. There was no need for Little Crane Grass to do anything. This made Little Crane Grass very happy. Being able to see the growth of these Ku Wuhua made him very happy. If other plant masters knew that Little Crane Grass was working like this, they would certainly be surprised. This was because plant masters had restrictions when communicating with plants. For example, if you were a sole plant of a poplar tree, then communicating with the poplar tree would be a lot easier. You would also be able to clearly feel what the poplar tree needed. This was the benefit of having a sole plant. However, if you were to communicate with other plants, it would be very difficult. Not only would you need to use a lot of spiritual force, you wouldn't be able to completely feel what the plant needed. You would only have a vague feeling, as if you were separated by something. This made you unable to clearly feel what the plant was thinking. Once your spiritual force was exhausted, then you wouldn't be able to communicate with the plant. Only some powerful plant masters would be able to communicate with other plants and have them help them in battle. If ordinary plant masters wanted to do this, then they would need to use some auxiliary tools. It was impossible to rely on spiritual force alone. Just like how Little Crane Grass was able to communicate with other plants and exchange energy with them, a plant master could also do this. However, there was a condition to do this, and that was that the plant master needed to gain the trust of the plant. And in order to make a plant trust you, you would need to spend a lot of time communicating with the plant. Ordinary plant masters would need to stay in a place for a few months or even a few years to gain the trust of the plant. Only then would they be able to exchange energy with the plant. Once they were able to exchange energy with the plant master would gain a lot of benefits. It would make the plant master's body better and stronger. It would even make them easier to be accepted by other plants. If other plant masters were to know that Little Crane Grass was able to gain the trust of the Ku Wuhua in just 2 days and was able to exchange energy with the Ku Wuhua, then they would certainly be shocked. This was because no one had ever been able to do this before. This was too amazing. Actually, it was very difficult for plant masters to gain the trust of plants. The main reason for this was the problem of communication. When plant masters communicate with plants, it was as if they were separated by a layer of gauze. This feeling was very uncomfortable, making communication very difficult. It can be imagined that if you can't talk to the plant, how can you make the plant trust you? This was also the reason why plant masters couldn't gain the trust of plants. Communication trumps everything. This was a famous saying in the world of plant masters. Many plant masters treated communicating with plants as a top priority. This was also why when Hu Yuan heard Little Crane Grass say that he could communicate with Ku Wuhua like a human, he immediately took him in as a disciple. For Little Crane Grass, working in the bitter flower field wasn't tiring. On the contrary, it was a kind of enjoyment. Because of this, Little Crane Grass naturally wouldn't be lazy. When the sun was high up in the sky, Little Crane Grass took the hoe and returned to the plantation house. Hu Yuan had already returned. Little Crane Grass placed the hoe in the tool room and then went to the washroom to wash it before returning to his room. Hu Yuan was sitting in the living room drinking tea. Little Crane Grass gave Hu Yuan a salute and said, "Master." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "Sit down and drink some water. Wait for Xianxia to finish cooking. After eating, you can take a rest." Little Crane Grass nodded and then sat down. He poured himself a cup of tea and slowly drank it. Before long, Xianxia finished cooking. Lunch was more sumptuous than breakfast. There were vegetables, meat, and white rice. Little Crane Grass also had a good meal. After eating, Little Crane Grass returned to his room. After looking at the things he wrote down yesterday, he fell asleep. An hour later, Hu Yuan woke him up on time. The two went to the same place as yesterday. Today, they were still doing leg exercises. However, Little Crane Grass was much better than yesterday. Now, he can use his right hand to touch the tip of his left foot. He can also use his left hand to touch the tip of his right foot. After returning to his room and eating, Hu Yuan still had Little Crane Grass learn from the book he wrote. But today, he talked a lot more than yesterday. Little Crane Grass's days seemed to have returned to peace. Outsiders simply didn't know that he existed. Even the Hu clan slowly forgot about him. After 10 days, Little Crane Grass finally loosened the soil of the bitter flower field. When he returned to his room at noon, Little Crane Grass said to Hu Yuan, "Master, I've loosened the soil of the bitter flower field. What should we do tomorrow?" When Hu Yuan heard Little Crane Grass, he couldn't help but stare. The bitter flower field in the valley was very big, yet Little Crane Grass was able to loosen the soil in such a short time. This was beyond Hu Yuan's expectations. However, he didn't doubt Little Crane Grass. He nodded and said, "Tomorrow, go to the 100 orchard and pick some fruits." Little Crane Grass nodded and said, "Tomorrow, go to the 100 orchard and pick some fruits." Little Crane Grass nodded and said, "Yes, master." After eating, the two went to the training field. In the past 10 days, Little Crane Grass had been stretching his legs. Hu Yuan didn't teach him anything, so Little Crane Grass wasn't anxious. After arriving at the training field, Hu Yuan looked at Little Crane Grass and said, "Your tendons have been stretched. From today onwards, you'll officially start practicing martial arts." My Hu clan's martial arts also pay attention to nature. However, the foundation is very important. The first rule of practicing martial arts is that your lower body must be stable. Today, I'll give you the first lesson, the horse stance. After saying that, Hu Yuan explained the horse stance to Little Crane Grass. However, when Hu Yuan had Little Crane Grass do the horse stance, there was a slight difference. Little Crane Grass stood on 2 shorter wooden stakes to do the horse stance. These 2 stakes were only as thick as the mouth of a bull. Little Crane Grass placed his feet on them just right. If he moved randomly, he would fall off the stakes. After having Little Crane Grass stand on the stakes and do the horse stance, Hu Yuan went to the side and sat on the stakes. He slowly closed his eyes as if he was sleeping. He didn't tell Little Crane Grass when he could get up. At first, Little Crane Grass was still excited. However, after a while, he found that he couldn't be excited anymore. He felt pain all over his body and he was trembling. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Little Crane Grass had been standing for more than an hour. His body was trembling. His head and body were covered in sweat. It was obvious that he couldn't hold on any longer. In fact, Little Crane Grass being able to hold on until now was already beyond Hu Yuan's expectations. Although Hu Yuan looked like he was sleeping, he saw Little Crane Grass's every move. He thought that Little Crane Grass being able to hold on for more than 10 minutes was already very amazing. After all, he was only a 7-year-old child. For someone who had never practiced martial arts, the horse stance was definitely a kind of torture. However, Little Crane Grass was able to hold on for more than an hour. This kind of perseverance was beyond Hu Yuan's expectations. At this time, Little Crane Grass's body began to tremble slightly. It looked like he would fall off the stake at any time. At this time, Hu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Little Crane Grass and said in a deep voice, "All right, get up." Little Crane Grass nodded and slowly stood up. He was able to stand up directly without falling off the stake. This was already him clenching his teeth and persevering. Otherwise, he would have directly sat on the ground. Hu Yuan walked to Little Cranegrass and said, "Get up and move your body. Then, you can start jumping stakes." Little Cranegrass answered and kept walking on the ground to move his body. After a while, he felt a little better. Although his body was still sore, it was much better than before. Hu Yuan brought Little Cranegrass to a half-mango wooden stake and said to Little Cranegrass, "Now, you can start jumping stakes. Jump from the ground to this stake, then jump down and jump up again. Start. If I don't tell you to stop, don't stop." Little Cranegrass nodded and started jumping stakes. However, Hu Yuan had a condition for him to jump stakes. That was, his hands couldn't move. He could only rely on the strength of his legs to jump. Little Cranegrass began its tragic zombie jumping off the cliff. It jumped nearly 1,000 times. In the end, Little Cranegrass almost couldn't feel its legs. It was just jumping mechanically. That kind of feeling was definitely a kind of torture. Of course, Little Cranegrass didn't count how many times he jumped, but Hu Yuan did. He waited until Little Cranegrass jumped 1,000 times before calling for him to stop. But he didn't expect that when he shouted for it to stop, the Little Cranegrass wouldn't stop. It was still jumping. Hu Yuan had no choice but to go far away. He patted the Little Cranegrass, and then patted him a few times. Only then did the Little Cranegrass completely stop. But his legs were so sore that he almost couldn't stand. Hu Yuan didn't care so much. He didn't let Little Cranegrass rest. Instead, he let Little Cranegrass walk slowly and move his blood. He couldn't cause the blood to stagnate. After moving for more than an hour, Little Cranegrass finally stopped. At this time, Hu Yuan came over with a wooden knife and handed it to Little Cranegrass. Then, he took Little Cranegrass to a tree. The outside of this tree was wrapped with a thick layer of straw rope. On the straw rope, there was a black line. The black line was horizontal, a little shorter than Little Cranegrass' height. When he waved his knife, he could cut the black line. Hu Yuan said, "Use your knife to cut this black and red line. If I don't tell you to stop, don't stop." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he chopped at the black and red line. This seemed like a very simple matter, but it wasn't easy to do it. Especially now that Little Cranegrass was sore all over his body, it was even more difficult to do. Out of 10 cuts, it would be good if he could hit twice. However, Little Cranegrass didn't stop. Moreover, he tried to make himself more accurate. He was very focused. Soon, he lost track of time. He didn't know how many times he had hit. When Hu Yuan called for him to stop, Little Cranegrass felt that it was very difficult for him to raise his hand. Hu Yuan helped him move a little more before leading him back to his room. When they arrived, Hu Yuan had Little Cranegrass go to the washroom. There was a wooden bucket in the washroom that was filled with hot water. Moreover, there was a medicinal smell in the water. Hu Yuan had Little Cranegrass soak in the bucket until the water in the bucket was a little cold. After washing his body, Little Cranegrass felt that the soreness in his body was a lot better. Although his body was still a little swollen, it wasn't as uncomfortable as it was in the afternoon. After eating dinner, Hu Yuan didn't let Little Cranegrass learn immediately. He still let Little Cranegrass go out for a stroll and play by himself before coming back to learn. Little Cranegrass ran out alone and talked to Big Pine Tree and Little Flower for a while before returning to the room. Hu Yuan was already waiting for him. Today, Hu Jin didn't talk a lot. Perhaps he could see that Little Cranegrass was tired, so he didn't talk too much. After talking, he had Little Cranegrass go back to rest. After returning to his room, Little Cranegrass wrote down everything that he talked about today. Then he carefully looked at it for a while before lying down to sleep. Today, he was very tired, so he fell asleep as soon as he lay down on his bed. The next morning, Little Cranegrass woke up at the same time as usual. When he woke up, he felt his body and found that there was nothing wrong with it. Everything was normal. Little Cranegrass couldn't help but be happy. He jumped down from his bed and put on his clothes. After making the bed, he ran to the living room. Hu Yuan was already sitting in the living room. Little Cranegrass bowed to Hu Yuan and said, "Master." Hu Yuan nodded, then he looked at little crane grass and said, "Go wash your face. When you come back, we'll eat. After eating, we'll go to the 100 orchard and pick the fruits there." Little crane grass nodded, then he ran to the bathroom and finished washing his face. When they returned to their room, Xianxia had already cooked meat porridge. After drinking a large bowl of porridge, little crane grass and Hu Yuan went to the tool room and took 2 baskets before they went to the 100 orchard. The 100 orchard was called an orchard, but it was actually a gentle slope in the valley. There were all kinds of fruit trees there. When Xianxia didn't come to cook for little crane grass would pick fruits from the 100 orchard to eat. Therefore, he wasn't unfamiliar with the place. The fruits in the 100 orchard have been ripe for a long time. If they weren't picked, the fruits would fall from the trees. Because of this, Hu Yuan brought little crane grass here to pick fruits. The 100 fruit orchard had all kinds of fruit trees. Although the quantity of each fruit wasn't a lot, the variety was very complete. After arriving at the 100 fruit orchard, Hu Yuan looked at little crane grass and said, "Crane grass, can you communicate with these trees?" Little crane grass shook his head and said, "I can't. I can only communicate with pine tree, little grass, and little flower. At most, I can only communicate with kuwa flower. If it's any bigger, then I won't be able to." Hu Yuan nodded his head and let out a sigh of relief in his heart. If little crane grass said that he could also communicate with these fruit trees, then it would be even more troublesome. Little crane grass's talent was too good, so good that it was beyond his expectations. He would have to change his plan. Hu Yuan pointed at the trees and said, "Go up the tree, take the basket and pick the fruits." Little crane grass nodded, then he climbed up a tree and began to pick the fruits. Hu Yuan looked at the little crane grass and smiled faintly. He walked to another tree and touched it lightly. The tree's branches lowered by themselves. Hu Yuan then stood under the tree and comfortably picked the fruits and put them into the basket. Little crane grass looked at Hu Yuan enviously. However, from Hu Yuan's actions, he could see Hu Yuan's strength. He was actually able to easily make the trees send the fruits down themselves. This was truly amazing. This was the first time little crane grass discovered the strength of a plant master. The two picked the fruits for the entire morning. Every time the basket was full, they would put the fruits on the ground and continue to pick. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Hu Yuan had little crane grass stop. Then the two put the fruits in the basket and carried them back to the wooden house. At noon, the two of them finally returned to the wooden house with all the fruits they had picked. Looking at the mountain of fruits, little crane grass couldn't help but smile. He came from Tree Root Village, so he liked to see this kind of rich scene. Hu Yuan looked at the fruits and nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned to little crane grass and said, "After we pick all the fruits, we'll use them to make some fruit wine. The taste should be good." Little crane grass nodded, he had an expectant look on his face. When little crane grass was in Tree Root Village, he also drank fruit wine. There were a lot of fruit trees in Green Jade Mountain. Every time the fruits ripened, the villagers would pick them and bring them back home. Because it wasn't convenient to transport them to the city, these fruits would be made into fruit wine. Naturally, the taste wasn't very good, but it was still a favorite of the villagers. Moreover, the alcohol content of this fruit wine was very low. Even a child could drink a bowl of it. Little crane grass had naturally drunk it before. Hu Yuan looked at little crane grass and couldn't help but smile. The two washed their faces and rinsed their mouths before they entered the room. Xianxia had already brought food over. Hu Yuan looked at Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, wash the fruits in these 2 days and peel them. I'm going to make some fruit wine." Xianxia nodded, then she turned around and went into the kitchen. Although Xianxia didn't talk much, she still took care of little crane grass and Hu Yuan. The two's food was prepared very well. If someone didn't know Hu Yuan's identity and entered the valley, they would think that Hu Yuan and the others were ordinary farmers. In the afternoon, little crane grass continued to train. She still started from the horse stance, then jumped over the stake, and finally, she swung her saber to cut the black line. Although it was still very difficult, with yesterday's experience, little crane grass was already mentally prepared. At night, he would chat with Xianxia for a while. Then he would go back to study and sleep. Just like that, the day passed. In the following days, little Cranegrass's pace of life didn't change at all. Every day, he would go pick fruits in the morning, practice martial arts in the afternoon, and study literature in the evening. Naturally, every night, he would go to the wooden barrel to take a medicinal bath. Little Cranegrass was very used to this kind of life. After 10 days, he would be able to stand on the pole for an hour. He wouldn't be as shaky as before, he would only sweat a little. After jumping on the poles 1,000 times, he wouldn't be as tired as before. After jumping on the poles, he would be able to walk. When cutting the black line, he would be able to hit 2 or 3 times. This kind of progress made Hu Yuan very satisfied. Little Cranegrass didn't understand why Hu Yuan didn't teach him the cultivation method of a plant master. He believed that a plant master wouldn't cultivate like him. However, Hu Yuan didn't teach him this method. This made Little Cranegrass very puzzled. Although he didn't understand, Little Cranegrass didn't ask. He could feel how important Hu Yuan was to him. There must be a reason why Hu Yuan didn't teach him those things. Day after day passed. Little Cranegrass had been in the valley for 3 months. In these 3 months, Little Cranegrass had been living a very fulfilling life. He still worked in the morning, practiced martial arts in the afternoon, and studied literature in the evening. His schedule was full. Moreover, Little Cranegrass now knew why Hu Yuan made him work every morning. This was to let him get close to those plants and understand them. For a plant master, understanding the plants was very important. If you don't understand the plants, then you won't be able to communicate with them. If you can't communicate with the plants, then you won't be able to practice the cultivation method of a plant cultivator. Therefore, if you want to become a plant cultivator, then you must first understand the plants. In these 3 months, the Little Cranegrass had already learned everything in Hu Yuan's book. Hu Yuan's book was all-encompassing. All of the plants in the valley were introduced in that book, and the introduction was very comprehensive. In addition to learning all the things in the book, Little Cranegrass's progress in martial arts was also very fast. Now, he no longer needed to practice the horse stance. Every day, he would practice the art of war. He would walk back and forth on the rows of wooden stakes, so that he wouldn't make a mistake with each step. This method of walking on the wooden stakes made Little Cranegrass suffer a lot in the beginning. This was because the wooden stakes weren't very high. Moreover, when you walk, you can't look at the stakes. Little Cranegrass fell down from the stakes many times, causing his face to be bruised. It took Little Cranegrass a whole month to master the trick of walking on the wooden stakes. Speaking of which, the wooden stakes were used to train one's footwork and reaction ability. When one was fighting with others, it was impossible to pay attention to one's feet all the time, and it was even more impossible to fight on flat ground every time. What if one was fighting with others in the forest, then what would one do? Your feet were full of roots, weeds, and rocks. If you weren't careful, you would fall down. If you were to pay attention to your feet, then it was very likely that someone would seize the opportunity to kill you. Therefore, when fighting, you need to have a superhuman reaction ability. At the same time, your footwork can't be messed up. Under normal circumstances, when a warrior is about to fight, they would say a few words before the fight. This wasn't just nonsense, it was also to observe the terrain. This was to prevent people from using the terrain to kill them during the fight. When warriors were walking forward, they would usually observe the road in front of them very carefully. This way, even if someone suddenly attacked them, they wouldn't be messed up. Although the cultivation of a plant master was different from that of ordinary warriors, in the soul world, the truly powerful ones were those spirit soldiers. And weren't spirit soldiers the strengthened version of warriors? Therefore, Hu Yuan let Little Cranegrass start practicing martial arts now. He wanted to lay down some martial arts foundation for him first. In the future, he would teach him how to use plants to fight. Little Cranegrass had the ability to not look at anything. This allowed him to have a great advantage when learning footwork. Don't underestimate those wooden stakes. The position of those wooden stakes had been improved countless times. As long as you could walk on the wooden stakes as if it was flat ground, then when you were fighting, you would be able to dodge the enemy's attack. Of course, these training were the most basic. It couldn't be considered as a real footwork. Little Cranegrass still had to jump on the stakes every day. Moreover, the height of the stakes he could jump on had become 1 meter. On this day, Little Crane Grass and Hu Yuan finished their practice and returned to the wooden house. After eating, Hu Yuan left Little Crane Grass behind and placed a few books on the table. Hu Yuan pointed at the books and said, "Crane Grass, these books are our Hu clan's medical books. They are medical books, not books on medicine. Now that you have recognized almost all the herbs in the soul world, these medical books will teach you how to make good use of these herbs. From today onwards, you will learn these medical books. Master's medical skills aren't his strong point, so you can read these books. If there's anything you don't understand, write it down and Master will have someone explain it to you. Then you can go." Little Crane Grass nodded. He picked up the books and returned to his room. These books were stacked up to 1/2 meter high. If he wanted to learn all the contents of these books, then he wouldn't be able to do it in 1 or 2 days. The Little Crane Grass wasn't in a hurry. In the past 3 months, the Little Crane Grass had already recognized all the herbs in the valley. Moreover, Hu Yuan also took the Little Crane Grass to 2 places. These 2 places were very strange. They were 2 caves in the valley. These 2 caves were called the Polar Caves by Hu Yuan. The reason for this name was because the environment inside these 2 caves was too extreme. The cave on the left was called the Cold Cave. Upon entering the cave, one could see that it was very humid and the temperature was very low. The deeper one went into the cave, the colder it got. Finally, when one entered the cave, it was already a world of ice and snow. The cave on the right was called the Fire Cave. It was the opposite of the Cold Cave. As soon as one entered the cave, one could feel the heat. The inside of the cave was very dry, but the inside of the cave was also very hot. The inside of the cave was very unbearably hot. Whether it was the Cold Cave or the Fire Cave, the Hu family couldn't enter the innermost part of the cave. The Cold Cave was unbearably cold, while the Fire Cave was unbearably hot. The area of these 2 caves was very large, but there were very few entrances. Moreover, the Hu family had installed a door at the entrance of the cave. Because of this, nobody knew about the existence of these 2 caves. The Hu family also used these 2 caves. The method they used was very interesting. They planted medicinal herbs inside, herbs that could only grow in special environments. Medicinal herbs that grew in special environments would have very strange effects. Sometimes, the effects would be very simple. It wasn't necessarily a good medicine. Sometimes, it could even be a very toxic poison. But sometimes, this kind of medicine with only one effect would become a good medicine in the hands of an alchemist, or even a spiritual medicine. It was a medicinal ingredient that had to be used. Naturally, the demand for these herbs was very low. The Hu clan had always been researching plants. They were very clear about these special herbs. Because of this, when the Hu clan discovered the Polar Caves, they immediately surrounded the area and made it a forbidden area for the Hu clan. They planted these special herbs in the city. The ice-cold grass that Hu Yuan used to make the bitter flower came from the Polar Caves. In the Polar Caves, the ice-cold grass grew very fast. Moreover, this kind of grass would stop growing after a certain age. If it was cut down, it wouldn't be able to be preserved for a long time. Because of this, Hu Yuan decided to use this kind of grass as fertilizer for the bitter flower. Compared to the bitter flower needed more fertilizer. No matter how good the ice-cold grass was, if nobody wanted it, it would just be a waste. When Little Crane Grass arrived at the cave, he was really shocked. He didn't think that there would be such a place. The 2 caves were separated by a valley. However, one side could freeze people into popsicles, while the other side could roast people into jerky. Hu Yuan didn't know why the 2 caves were like that. However, he knew that the 2 caves were very important to the Hu clan. Just the special herbs in the 2 caves could bring a lot of benefits to the Hu clan. Because of this, the Hu clan attached great importance to the 2 caves. Because of the existence of the 2 caves, Little Crane Grass didn't need to go out of the valley to see all the herbs in the world. Because of this, he had a very good understanding of herbs, as well as their properties. However, understanding the medicinal properties of a single medicinal herb did not mean that you could use this medicinal herb to concoct good medicine. Some medicinal herbs that seemed to have the same medicinal properties, if they were really put together to concoct medicine, they might become poison. Therefore, concocting medicine was very particular. In the past, the Hu clan had always been famous for treating illnesses and saving people. Their family's medical books had been constantly improved by the Hu clan for dozens of generations. There were countless kinds of prescriptions, not to mention all kinds of pharmacological analysis. It can be said that the Hu clan's medicine was second to none in the continent. The medical books in Little Crane Grass's hands could be said to be all of the Hu clan's medical books. From how to judge the illness to how to treat it, these medical books started from the shallow to the deep, explaining it in detail. These medical books weren't specially prepared for Little Crane Grass. The girls of the Hu clan had to study these medical books from the time they were sensible. It can be said that this was the key to the Hu clan's cultivation of alchemists. The reason why Hu Yuan took out these medical books for Little Crane Grass was because he wanted to cultivate Little Crane Grass into a good alchemist. Hu Yuan said this because of two considerations. First, Little Crane Grass's innate talent was very good. He could communicate with plants, but his soul was only a grass. He could communicate with plants, but if he wanted to command plants to fight, he would need natural energy. And the natural energy of a plant master was directly related to his soul. Plant masters would generally store the natural energy they cultivated in their soul. Therefore, the higher the grade of your plant, the more natural energy it would store, and the stronger its fighting strength would be. Plant souls also had different potentials. For example, Hu Yuan's ghost rattan looked like an ordinary vine at the beginning, but it slowly turned into a ghost rattan. The natural energy stored in the ghost rattan was definitely several times or even dozens of times more than ordinary vines. Even if it was a flower, it could slowly grow. As long as it was cultivated, it could also become a powerful plant master. This was because plants had great potential. However, there was one type of plant soul that didn't fall into this category, and that was the grass plant soul. Among all the plant souls, the grass plant soul had the least potential for development. Without much potential for development, it wouldn't be able to store too much natural energy, and it wouldn't be able to become a plant master with powerful combat strength. However, this didn't mean that Little Crane Grass couldn't become a plant master. He could become a plant master, and even a very great one. However, his greatness wouldn't be reflected in his fighting strength, but in other aspects, such as communicating with plants. Communicating with plants was an important method for a plant master to understand and gain the trust of plants. But if you really want to use plants to fight, then you must have natural energy. Communicating with plants was like the 5 views of a plant master. The natural energy used to make plants fight was like the plant master's hand. The plant master used the plant master's hand as a weapon to fight. Only when both of these were present would you be a suitable combat plant master. On the other hand, Little Crane Grass's current situation was that he had a powerful ability to communicate with plants, but his soul item was a grass plant soul with the least potential for development. This made Little Crane Grass unable to become an extremely powerful combat plant master. However, this didn't mean that Little Crane Grass didn't have any fighting strength. The reason why Hu Yuan taught Little Crane Grass martial skills was because he wanted Little Crane Grass to rely on these skills to protect himself. If he was a true combat plant master, although he also needed to practice martial arts, he wouldn't need to practice so hard. In Hu Yuan's opinion, Little Crane Grass was most suitable to be a commander or a scout on the battlefield. He could communicate with plants and have them help him gather information. Because he could communicate with plants like a human, the information he gathered would be more prepared, making it more convenient for him to command the battle. However, because his natural energy might be very little, he could only hide behind the crowd. The matter of charging and breaking through the enemy lines was left to others. Naturally, apart from being a combat plant master, the Little Crane Grass' greatest use for the Hu clan was in plant improvement. Just like the sky supporting tree, the Hu clan had never stopped improving plants. However, plant improvement was a very troublesome matter for plant masters. Although plant masters could communicate with plants, they couldn't talk to them like how they would talk to a human. They couldn't ask where the plants were feeling uncomfortable, how they were feeling, and so on. This brought a lot of inconvenience to plant improvement. If it was like Little Crane Grass, who could clearly understand the feeling of plants, then it would be very important for plant improvement. Therefore, when Hu Yuan saw that Little Crane Grass could communicate with plants like a human, he immediately accepted Little Crane Grass as his disciple. For the Hu clan, having another powerful combat plant master wasn't a big deal. The Hu clan already had a lot of powerful combat plant masters. It wouldn't make a difference whether little crane grass was added or not. However, if the Hu clan could have another powerful plant master who could improve plants, then it would be a great help to the Hu clan. Now, a lot of people in the soul world thought that the plant masters wouldn't give them good crop seeds just to make money and to show the status of the plant masters. In fact, those people only knew one thing and didn't know the other. There were a lot of good crop seeds in the Plant Master Association. Except for a small portion that could be planted by ordinary people, most of the good crop seeds couldn't be planted by ordinary people. There must be a plant master who could take care of them all the time. Although those plant masters had improved, they still had some shortcomings. If ordinary people planted them, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to harvest anything. Of course, little crane grass didn't know the twists and turns inside. Hu Yuan also didn't tell him. After all, he was only 7 years old now. It wasn't time for him to know these things. Little crane grass liked these medical books very much. Since he learned how to read, he liked reading very much. No matter what kind of books it was, he could read them all. Of course, the books he read the most were about plants and travel books on the continent. But these books, in addition to letting him know about the situation of the continent and recognize some plants, didn't help him much. But these medical books were different. From Hu Yuan's words, little crane grass already knew that these medical books were used by the Hu family to teach people medicine. As long as he thoroughly understood these medical books, then he might be able to treat people in the future. At the very least, he could become a pharmacist. His status would immediately be different. Although little crane grass had always hoped that he could become a strong person who could protect his family, he also knew that he still had a long way to go. If he wanted to become a strong person, then he must take one step at a time and walk forward steadily. Only in this way could he become a true strong person. Biting off more than one could chew would only lead to nothing. Before becoming a strong person, he must first have a certain identity and a skill to defend himself. This was the most important thing. Therefore, little crane grass had a lot of hope for these medical books. He hoped that he could become a pharmacist. In this way, even if he didn't learn anything, he could still support himself. When necessary, he could also bring help to the village. Little crane grass returned to his room and placed the books on the desk. Then he sat on the chair, but he didn't immediately read the books. Instead, he closed his eyes and sat on the chair for a while until the excited expression on his face completely disappeared. Then he opened his eyes and looked at the books on the desk. The reason why little crane grass had this kind of performance was all because of the teachings of his two masters. Yu Shu and Yu Feng, these two teachers of little crane grass, weren't in vain. One of their sole objects was a book while the other was a pen. Therefore, the two of them were very talented in reading books. It was also because of this that the two of them were very respectful towards books. Before the two of them started reading, they had to pay attention to calmness. They couldn't read with too much emotion, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to taste the 3 flavors of the book. Therefore, when Yu Shu and Yu Feng taught little crane grass, they also taught him that when little crane grass was reading, he must be calm and composed before he started reading. Little crane grass had always been following the instructions of Yu Shu and Yu Feng. Before he started reading, he would usually calm himself down, just like just now. When his mood was completely calm, little crane grass picked up a medical book and seriously read it. This medical book itself was a very simple medical book. It was used by the Hu clan's people for the Hu clan's children. Therefore, little crane grass didn't have to read it at all. The medical principles introduced in the book were all memorized by him after reading it once. Little crane grass didn't read too many medical books, he only read about 10 pages before he stopped. Then he closed the medical book and began to write down the contents that he just read. After rewriting the contents of the 10 pages, little crane grass put down his pen and carefully read the things that he wrote before he went to bed to rest. Hu Yuan had been paying attention to the little crane grass. When he realized that the little crane grass was still resting at the same time as it did every day, he couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. A person with self-control was also the key to becoming a plant master. The next morning, Hu Yuan still brought little crane grass to work in the valley. At this time, they were no longer in the orchard, but in a garden. There were a lot of flowers in this garden, there were all kinds of flowers. Moreover, they were all very beautiful and beautiful. Hu Yuan stood at the edge of the garden and said to Little Crane Grass, "In the past few months, I've asked you to work in the orchard, plant food, plant vegetables, and take care of medicinal herbs, but I've never asked you to work in the garden. Don't you find it strange?" Little Crane Grass nodded and said, "Yes, master." Disciple feels strange. Disciple can communicate with the flowers. Although these flowers were planted by myself and are somewhat stupid, disciple can still communicate with them. It should be best for disciple to take care of these flowers. But I don't know why master doesn't let disciple take care of these flowers in the garden. Hu Yuan looked at the Little Crane Grass and smiled, "Crane Grass, you're very talented. You can chat with Little Crane Grass like a normal person, and you can talk to wild flowers like a normal person. But regarding grains, vegetables, and flowers, you have a feeling that they're very stupid. However, ordinary botanists like to deal with these things because it's easier to communicate with them. I didn't ask you to take care of these flowers because I felt that it wasn't the right time. Before, these flowers hadn't bloomed, so we didn't need to take care of them too much. But now that they've bloomed, we need to take good care of them. At this time, these flowers are at their weakest. Even if you can communicate with them, if you don't do it well, a lot of these flowers will die. Therefore, I asked you to take care of them last, because you need to take care of them with extra care." Little Crane Grass stared, but he still nodded and said, "Yes, master. Disciple will remember." Hu Yuan looked at Little Crane Grass and smiled faintly, "You're different from others. For other plant masters, taking care of these flowers and crops is easier. But for you, taking care of these flowers isn't that easy. Whether it's wild grass or wild flowers, their vitality is very tenacious. It's just that it's difficult to communicate with them. Because of this, ordinary plant masters might make a mistake and kill these wild flowers and plants. But for you, there won't be such a problem. This is because you can communicate with other plant masters, but you can't guarantee that you can communicate with every plant. But if you encounter a very important plant that you can't communicate with, what will you do? So these flowers are a test for you." Flowers were very delicate, this was what everyone thought. Especially for plant masters, flowers were very delicate. However, most plant masters would still take care of their own flowers. Firstly, it was because the flowers they planted were easier to communicate with. Secondly, they wanted to take care of these flowers so that they could be more attentive and careful when taking care of the plants. Little Crane Grass looked at these flowers, his eyes flashed with determination. Because of this, he nodded to Hu Yuan and then slowly tried to communicate with these flowers. However, Little Crane Grass found it very difficult to communicate with these flowers. This was because these flowers weren't particularly advanced, nor were they medicinal materials. Because of this, they were very clumsy. When Little Crane Grass tried to communicate with them, it was as if he was communicating with an idiot. It was very strenuous. And this was what Hu Yuan wanted to see. In fact, Hu Yuan and the other plant masters didn't have any plants. When they communicated with plants, they felt the same as Little Crane Grass. After some time, Little Crane Grass slowly understood the meaning of these flowers. It turned out that they were thirsty. This was very simple. Little Crane Grass put down his hoe and then turned to the pond. He picked up a bucket of water and then slowly walked towards the flower field. At this time, the flower field wasn't very far from the pond. At this time, Little Crane Grass also discovered that all the plants in the valley were actually planted around the pond. This was for the convenience of getting water. After all, the pond was the only source of water here. Little Crane Grass was still very young. It was very strenuous for him to carry a bucket of water. However, Hu Yuan didn't help him. This was also a kind of trial for him. In the Hu clan, every child had to experience what Little Crane Grass experienced today. Every child had to start taking care of their own plants from a young age. If they didn't take care of their plants well, then they would be punished if they died. Little Crane Grass brought the bucket of water to the flower field. Then he took a small gourd and watered the flowers bit by bit. At the same time, he was also casually paying attention to the changes of the flowers. Little Cranegrass had also slowly discovered that although it was somewhat strenuous for him to communicate with the flowers, he could use another method to understand if the flowers liked evil people. For example, the change in mood of the flowers. The little cranegrass couldn't converse with the flower like it could with humans, but it could clearly feel the changes in the flower's mood. It was like raising a pet. You couldn't possibly know what it was saying, but you could tell whether it was angry or not. The little cranegrass was like this right now. He slowly watered the flowers. At the same time, he felt the changes in the flowers' emotions. When the flowers felt happy, he stopped. If he continued to water them, he might water them too much. In such a large flower field, not every flower needed to be watered. There were some flowers that didn't need to be watered. What they needed was something else, such as loosening the soil or eliminating pests. Little Cranegrass now discovered that taking care of these flowers was very interesting. In the past, when he took care of other plants, he could take care of them while chatting with them. Because of this, it was inevitable that he would be distracted when taking care of these plants. But now, it was different. He had to take care of these flowers wholeheartedly. Otherwise, these flowers might die. Little Cranegrass had already discovered that most of the flowers in this flower field were very delicate. If he was a little careless when taking care of these flowers, then these flowers might die. Hu Yuan stood to the side and looked at Little Cranegrass. He discovered another advantage of Little Cranegrass, and that was his concentration. At this time, Little Cranegrass had already forgotten that Hu Yuan was beside him. All of his attention was focused on the flowers. This was very rare. For a child as old as Little Cranegrass, it was the time when he was the most active. It was very difficult for him to concentrate on one thing. But Little Cranegrass was able to focus all of his attention on these flowers. This was very rare. At the same time, Hu Yuan was also paying attention to these flowers. He wanted to see how well Little Cranegrass took care of these flowers. The result made him very satisfied. Little Cranegrass took care of these flowers very well. The reason why Hu Yuan wanted to observe this was because plant masters also needed talent. This talent didn't necessarily refer to one's soul. Your soul was only a part of your talent. In the world of plant masters, there were a lot of plant masters with good soul. In the end, they could only become ordinary plant masters. They couldn't become high-level plant masters because their talent wasn't good enough. Plant masters' talents were generally divided into 3 types. First, the better your soul, the better your talent. Second, the ability to communicate with plants. The stronger your ability to communicate with plants, the greater your chances of becoming a plant master. Third, the ability to sense. You couldn't see it or touch it. It was different from soul objects. You could see soul objects. It was also different from the ability to communicate with plants. As long as you communicated with plants for a period of time, you would be able to tell whether your ability to communicate with plants was strong or weak. However, under normal circumstances, you couldn't see it. Perception referred to the feeling of being with plants. Some people would feel very comfortable, some people would feel very calm, as if there was nothing special about it. The former could become a high-level plant master, while the latter could only become an ordinary plant master. This was the importance of perception. To put it bluntly, it referred to whether or not you had a good impression of plants. Not all plant masters had a good impression of plant masters, even if their spirit objects were plant souls. When Little Cranegrass was with the plants, he had a special feeling. He treated the plants as if they were his family. He treated the older plants as if they were his elders, and the weaker plants as if they were his juniors. Because of this, Little Cranegrass had a special feeling when he was with the plants. Hu Yuan even suspected that the reason the Little Cranegrass could communicate with those plants so smoothly was because of the existence of this feeling. The 3 talents of a plant master seemed to be unrelated to each other, but they actually complemented each other. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, it was already noon. However, Little Cranegrass didn't stop at all. He seemed to have forgotten about the time. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and couldn't help but bitterly smile. Then he said, "Little Cranegrass, all right, let's go back and eat." Little Cranegrass's body shook, he seemed to have woken up. He slowly stood up and let out a long breath. Then he looked at Hu Yuan and said, "Yes, master." Then he looked down at the flowers and muttered, "I'm going back, I'll come see you tomorrow." Then he carefully walked out of the flower field. While the little crane grass was walking out, Hu Yuan discovered that the flowers seemed to have a faint trace of natural energy that was slowly entering the little crane grass's body. At the same time, the little crane grass's body also had a trace of natural energy that was being transferred to the flowers. This discovery made Hu Yuan startled. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. He was afraid that his eyes were playing tricks on him. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the little crane grass had already come out of the flower field. There was no natural energy in his body at all. Hu Yuan couldn't help but frown. He even suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, the process of little crane grass and the plants exchanging nature energy was very clear. This made Hu Yuan feel that he wasn't playing tricks on him. What was going on? Little crane grass looked at Hu Yuan's frown. He didn't know what Hu Yuan was thinking. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Then he quickly asked Hu Yuan, "Master, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong?" Hu Yuan came back to his senses. He glanced at little crane grass and said in a deep voice, "Crane grass, did you feel anything when you were with those flowers? Do you feel a surge of energy entering your body, and then another surge of energy coming out of your body and entering those flowers?" When little crane grass heard Hu Yuan, he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and thought for a moment before he shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, master, I can't remember. I was just thinking about how to take care of the flowers, I didn't think about anything else." Hu Yuan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He just said, "All right, that's good. Let's go back." Little crane grass nodded and then followed Hu Yuan back to the wooden house. After eating lunch, little crane grass went to sleep as usual. In the afternoon, it was time to practice martial arts. The martial arts that Hu Yuan taught little crane grass could be practiced by ordinary people. For example, Hu Quan and the others. The reason why they were able to block the attacks of the pirates was because they had also learned these martial arts. Learning these martial arts wouldn't make one an expert. But in general, it was enough to deal with beasts and other soul beasts. In the soul realm, if you want to become an expert, then the first thing you need to know is that you can't be a soul cultivator. You must be a soul plant, soul craftsman, soul beast, or soul soldier. Among these types of people, soul soldiers and soul beasts were the most suitable for fighting. Strictly speaking, soul soldiers and soul beasts didn't have much talent in martial arts. Both of them were very powerful. However, soul soldiers paid more attention to killing. Because of this, it seemed like soul soldiers were more talented than soul beasts. On the other hand, soul craftsmen and soul grafters were similar. The energy that they cultivated wasn't very suitable for battle. Soul grafters cultivated natural energy while soul craftsmen cultivated craftsmanship. Craftsmanship chi was something similar to natural energy. The main use of this kind of craftsmanship chi was to help craftsmen make tools, not to be used for fighting. However, craftsmen were the same as plant masters. They slowly developed a group of combat craftsmen. These combat craftsmen could use their own craftsmanship aura to enhance their combat effectiveness. This was very similar to plant masters. It was precisely because of this that craftsmen and plant masters could have such a high status today. To put it bluntly, the soul world was also a world where whoever had a bigger fist would have the right to speak. Therefore, the soul beasts and soul soldiers were the real rulers of the soul world. The soul planters and soul craftsmen also had a higher status than the soul beasts. Little crane grass's martial arts practice was already very good. Hu Yuan didn't teach him any saber techniques, he just made him hold the wooden saber and cut the horizontal line every day. Once he was able to cut the horizontal line 1,000 times, he would have him cut the vertical line. Once the vertical line was reached, he would have him cut the diagonal line. Little crane grass was now able to raise his saber in a diagonal line. After little crane grass practiced this, he would be able to finish his practice today. Hu Yuan looked at the tired little crane grass. Although little crane grass still looked tired, his current performance was already very good. He only felt a little tired, but he wasn't tired to the point where he couldn't stand it. Hu Yuan looked at little crane grass and said in a deep voice, "Crane grass, are you very confused? Why didn't I teach you those martial arts moves? Why did I make you practice these things? Horse stance, walking stance, jumping stance, and saber swinging. Are you very confused? Why did I only teach you these things? Little Cranegrass replied, I'm somewhat puzzled, but I believe that master is doing this for my own good. Hu Yuan smiled faintly and said, it's good that you can think like this. Cranegrass, do you know what's the most difficult thing for a warrior to practice? Actually, there's only one thing, and that is accuracy. Little Cranegrass looked at Hu Yuan in confusion. Hu Yuan smiled and said, accuracy is very simple to say, but it's very difficult to do. It's like when we take something, we certainly won't make a mistake. But have you noticed that when you increase your speed and use your strength, it's very difficult to be accurate? For example, if you use your saber to cut the horizontal line, you wouldn't be able to hit even 1 out of 10 times. Why is it that you're tired? Moreover, when you increase your strength and speed, although your eyes can see the horizontal line, it's impossible for your hand to accurately cut it. If the horizontal line is a person's neck, then if you want to cut that person's neck, it's very likely that you'll only cut that person's shoulder. Because of this, accuracy is very important for a warrior. Little Cranegrass nodded as if he understood. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and said, a lot of people think that when you cut with a saber, it's easier to find the target than when you shoot with a bow. Actually, this isn't the case. When you shoot with a bow and arrow, there's a process of aiming. But when you fight with someone, especially in close combat, can you make the saber in your hand hit the target? You can take his life with 1 strike, but because you aren't accurate enough, he might not die with 1 strike. If he doesn't die, you might be the one to die in the end. That's why I asked you to cut those lines. I want you to achieve this level of accuracy, so that you can be very accurate with each strike. Little Cranegrass nodded. Hu Yuan continued, what you need to do right now is to practice the most common moves of your saber techniques until they are incomparably accurate. Then you need to practice. Even if your eyes aren't completely looking at the black line, you should still be able to accurately cut it. If you can do this and increase the speed of your saber, then even if you don't know any saber techniques, your saber will still have a very powerful killing power. Little Cranegrass nodded and said, yes, master. I understand. I'll do my best. Hu Yuan nodded, then he said, you're still young, so I'm only having you practice like this. In the future, you'll have to carry weights to practice. Also, don't think that jumping piles are just ordinary jumps. It's just a simple lightning technique. In the beginning, you can only jump about half a meter high. Now, you can jump up to 1 meter. As you practice for longer periods of time, the wooden piles will become taller and taller. In the future, when you put on weights, you'll have to start all over again. Once you remove the weights, you'll be as light as a swallow. Little Cranegrass nodded expectantly. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and smiled faintly. After 2 years, your meridians will become stronger. At that time, I'll be able to teach you the cultivation method of a plant master. At that time, you'll be able to learn how to use natural energy in battle. Only by using natural energy in battle can you become a qualified combat plant master. After saying that, Hu Yuan turned his head to look at the soft-rooted soul on the Little Cranegrass head and sighed. He really didn't know what would happen after the Little Cranegrass learned how to cultivate nature energy. If its progress was slow, it would be a huge blow to the Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass didn't know about this. On the contrary, his face was filled with excitement. He wanted to immediately learn how to use natural energy in battle and become a true plant master. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and didn't say anything. He could only sigh silently and follow Little Cranegrass back to the wooden house. After the meal, it was Little Cranegrass' free time as usual. Little Cranegrass immediately left the wooden house. Hu Yuan was also curious about where Little Cranegrass went during this period of time. He followed Little Cranegrass to take a look. In the end, he discovered that Little Cranegrass went to communicate with Big Pine Tree and Little Blossom. This made Hu Yuan feel relieved. At the same time, Hu Yuan gained a new understanding of Little Cranegrass' diligence. He also gained a certain understanding of Little Cranegrass' attitude. People say that those who know aren't as good as those who are good, and those who are happy aren't as good as those who are happy. A soul plant master, no matter how talented you are, if you don't like communicating with plants, then you wouldn't be able to achieve much in the end. On the other hand, a soul plant master who wasn't very talented could become a powerful plant master as long as they liked communicating with plants. Little Cranegrass' talent was good, and he was willing to communicate with plants. He really treated those plants as his friends and family. This was very important for Little Cranegrass' future development. Because of this, Huyuan didn't follow Little Cranegrass when he went out at night. He also didn't ask about it. Little Cranegrass ran to Big Pine Tree again today. Now, he didn't need to put his hand on Big Pine Tree anymore. As long as he was about 100 meters away from Big Pine Tree, he could communicate with Big Pine Tree normally. As soon as Little Cranegrass was within 100 meters of Big Pine Tree, he immediately shouted in his mind, "Grandpa Pine Tree, I'm here to see you." "Hee hee, Little Cranegrass, you're here. You seem to be very happy today. What's so good about you? Is it because you're taking care of those flowers?" Because the pine tree was the plant that lived the longest in this valley and was also the tallest plant in this valley, nothing that happened in this valley could escape his eyes. It was too easy for him to know what the Little Cranegrass was doing today. Little Cranegrass smiled and said, "Grandpa Pine Tree, I really like taking care of those flowers. But you should know that those flowers were planted by my master. Communicating with them is very strenuous. They seem to be quite stupid, I don't think they can speak clearly." Xianxia chuckled and said, "That's natural. They are plants that have been tamed by humans. Just like pigs, horses, and cows, they were tamed. After being tamed, their intelligence would be affected to a certain extent. But it must be said that these tamed plants are very helpful to humans." Xianxia chuckled and said, "Of course. They are plants that have been tamed by humans." When Little Cranegrass heard Big Pine Tree, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but ponder. Then he nodded and said, "Right, Grandpa Pine Tree, you're right. These tamed plants are very helpful to us. Without them, we wouldn't have food to eat and clothes to wear." Big Pine Tree smiled and said, "You're right, so don't blame them for being stupid. The reason why they are stupid is because of you humans. You humans don't need them to be smart. If they were as smart as us wild plants, then you humans wouldn't be able to get those things so easily." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he turned to Big Pine Tree and said, "Grandpa Pine Tree, do you know how humans use plants to fight? Just like those fruit trees, why would they lower their branches when Master walks in front of them, making it easy for Master to pick the fruits?" Xianxia smiled and said, "It's not easy to get a plant master to help a human in battle. First, you need to gain the plant's trust. In fact, humans need to inject energy into the plant so that the plant can move like an animal for a short period of time. And the higher the level of the plant, the more energy it needs. Take me for example, if you want me to help you in battle, you won't be able to do it right now." Xianxia smiled and said, "Let's talk about this." Little Cranegrass nodded. He knew that Big Pine Tree was talking about natural energy. Only when one's natural energy reaches a certain level would they be able to command plants to fight. Big Pine Tree looked at Little Cranegrass. He really wanted to tell Little Cranegrass that he was different from ordinary humans. But in the end, he didn't say it. This was because he was afraid that he would harm Little Cranegrass. Big Pine Tree just watched Little Cranegrass develop naturally. Little Cranegrass chatted with Big Pine Tree for a while before he ran to see Little Blossom. But when he arrived in front of Little Blossom, Little Cranegrass was stunned. This was because Little Blossom looked listless today, as if she was sick. Seeing this, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but be startled. He quickly shouted, Little Blossom, what's wrong? Are you sick?" Little Blossom's clear voice was heard, "What are you shouting for?" "What's sick?" "Little Cranegrass, I'm about to reach the end of my life. You should know that I'm a flower. My life has less than a year left. Now that my life has come to an end, my flower is about to wither, I'm about to bear seeds, my mission is about to be completed." Little Cranegrass looked at Little Blossom and said, "Mission? What mission?" "Little Blossom, what mission do you have?" He, Little Cranegrass, my mission is to let my race continue. No matter what kind of plant or animal it is, letting one's race continue is an important mission. As long as the way I let my race continue is different, I only have less than a year to live. After that, I will die, but I will produce seeds. These seeds will fall to the ground and grow into new flowers. This is the way my race continues, you don't have to be surprised. Then how can I help you? Help me take care of my children. Let them grow up smoothly. This is the greatest help you can give me. Little Cranegrass returned to the wooden house very late that night. Hu Yuan had been sitting in the living room waiting for him. When he saw that he came back so late and looked very depressed, he couldn't help but ask curiously, Cranegrass, why did you come back so late today? Little Cranegrass looked at Hu Yuan and said, Master, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and asked, What's wrong, Cranegrass? Cranegrass looked at Hu Yuan and said with a sobbing tone, Master, my friend Little Blossom is about to die. Hu Yuan stared, then he asked, Who's about to die? Cranegrass cried, Little Blossom, he's a flower. He's about to die. He said that for the continuation of his race, he'll die. Later on, he'll bear seeds. This way, more flowers will grow. But Master, I don't want him to die. Upon hearing Little Cranegrass, Hu Yuan immediately understood what he meant. He looked at Little Cranegrass and said, Cranegrass, don't be sad. Little Blossom is right. For the continuation of his race, he'll die. However, his race will continue and even grow. This isn't just the mission of plants, it's also the mission of animals. It's also the mission of humans. Little Cranegrass looked at Hu Yuan with tears in his eyes and said, Master, can we not let Little Blossom die? Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and smiled faintly. Then he gently pulled Little Cranegrass to his side and said, Silly child, we're plant masters, not gods. Even if we are gods, we can't deliberately change the laws of nature. When Little Blossom dies, he'll bear more than one seed. This way, his race will continue and grow. If we intervene, we can use all kinds of methods to prevent Little Blossom from dying. However, if that's the case, then he won't be able to bear seeds, and his race won't be able to expand. Cranegrass, you have to remember, we plant masters have no choice but to do so. Otherwise, we can't easily change the laws of a plant. This isn't necessarily a good thing for the plant. Plant masters are very close to plants, and death is also a kind of fate. Any plant has to experience it, and everyone has to experience it. This is the law of nature, no one can change it. Upon hearing Hu Yuan's words, for some reason, Little Cranegrass thought of the man in his dream. He had a feeling that the man in his dream was changing this law of nature. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and knew that he still couldn't understand, so he continued, Cranegrass, how much do you know about history? When Little Cranegrass heard Hu Yuan suddenly ask a question that was completely unrelated to their topic, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said with a deep voice, I know a lot, I've read a lot of history books. Hu Yuan nodded and said, Then have you noticed that in the history books of the Soul Realm, when was the earliest record? Little Cranegrass thought for a moment, then he turned his head to Hu Yuan and said, About 2,000 years ago. At that time, there were some historical records, but before that, there weren't any. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and said, Then do you know why it's like this? Little Cranegrass shook his head. Hu Yuan sighed and said, Originally, you shouldn't know about this. But now, I want to tell you about it. The earliest historical records that appeared in the history books were only 2,000 years ago. This doesn't mean that there weren't any records of history, nor does it mean that there weren't any people before 2,000 years ago. It's just that at that time, there was a gap in history. When Little Cranegrass heard Hu Yuan, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Hu Yuan and said, Master, what do you mean? How can there be a gap in history? Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass, then he smiled bitterly and said, Why can't there be a gap in history? Cranegrass, there were more than one gap in history. Now, in the Soul Realm, there are still some ancient ruins that can be found from time to time. And the things in these ruins are even more advanced than the things we use. But in the historical records, there are no records of these ruins. Do you know why? Little Cranegrass shook his head, then he looked at Hu Yuan and said, Why? Master, why are there those ruins? Hu Yuan looked at the Little Cranegrass and said in a deep voice, No one knows why, but we can get some information from some ancient historical materials. In our soul world, every once in a while, a strange race would invade our soul world. They would kill the people of the soul world, destroy the plants, and turn the plants into their energy. They would kill all the humans and destroy the soul world. Every time, the people of the soul world would unite and fight against those invaders. Every time, there would be countless casualties, and the historical materials of the soul world would suffer unprecedented damage, resulting in a gap in history. Little Crane Grass looked at Hu Yuan and said, "Master, then do you know who invaded our soul realm?" Hu Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't know about this. In the beginning, we only called them destroyers. Do you know why the soul soldiers and soul beasts have the highest status in the soul realm? It's actually us, soul planters and soul craftsmen." Little Crane Grass shook his head, then Hu Yuan said, "Because every time the destroyers invade, we are the main force against them. The soul soldiers and soul beasts are the main fighting force. The soul craftsmen provide them with weapons. As for us plant masters, why do we provide food? At the same time, we plant masters have an important mission, which is to restore the destroyed land." Little Crane Grass looked at Hu Yuan with a puzzled expression. Hu Yuan looked at Little Crane Grass and sighed. It said that the destroyer not only kills people, but also destroys everything in the soul realm. It's very difficult for plants to grow on the land that they destroyed. If we want to restore the vitality of the destroyed land, then we, the plant masters, need to work hard. We must make those plants grow on the land. If we can't do it, then the people in the soul realm won't have any food to eat. If that's the case, then the population of the soul realm won't increase. If the destroyer comes again, then the entire soul realm will be completely destroyed and all the people in the soul realm will die. Little Crane Grass stared blankly at Hu Yuan. He really didn't expect that the soul world actually had such a history. He looked at Hu Yuan in puzzlement and said, "But Master, why isn't this recorded in the history books?" Hu Yuan looked at Little Crane Grass and said, "The history books you read are just ordinary history books that can be seen outside. Of course, there won't be too many records. The history books that really record these things are usually kept in the big families. Only in those history books will there be records about this. Originally, I was going to tell you about this matter when you grow up, but seeing that you're very depressed today, I'm telling you about this matter. Little Crane Grass, you have to remember that everything we're doing today is to let us humans continue to survive in the soul world, to let our race continue to survive. Do you understand? Do you understand?" "I understand. Master, don't worry. I'll study hard." Little Crane Grass nodded. Hu Yuan looked at him and gently patted his head. "Go back and sleep. There's still something to do tomorrow." Little Crane Grass responded and ran to the bathroom. After washing up, he returned to his room and read some medical books for a while before going to sleep. The next morning, after Little Crane Grass woke up and had breakfast, he went to the flower field again. He worked even harder. Although communicating with the flowers was still a problem, he didn't give up. He continued to communicate with the flowers and became more attentive. Hu Yuan saw this and felt pain in his heart. He didn't know if telling Little Crane Grass those things tomorrow night was right or wrong. Seeing Little Crane Grass working so hard, his heart really ached. After a morning of work, Little Crane Grass ate at noon. He didn't take a nap like he did every day. Instead, he ran to Little Blossom's place. Hu Yuan didn't stop him. On the contrary, he was very happy. Little Crane Grass could still remember to visit Little Blossom at this time. This proved that he really treated Little Blossom as his friend and as a human. For a plant master, this was a good thing. Moreover, it might even bring about an unexpected surprise. Little Crane Grass ran to Little Blossom's place. At this time, Little Blossom had already withered. However, there was a green fruit on it. It seems like it hasn't fully grown yet. Little Crane Grass immediately said, Little Blossom, can you hear me?" "I can hear you. I didn't expect you to come to see me at noon." "Crane Grass, don't you need to rest at noon?" Little Blossom's voice didn't change. It even seemed to have more strength. Little Crane Grass said, "I want to accompany you more." "Little Blossom, do you really not need anything else? You just need me to take care of your children in the future?" Little Blossom's voice was heard, "Yes, I don't need anything else. I just hope that you can take care of my children in the future." This time, I'll bear a fruit with 4 children in it. Help me take care of 3 children and I'll give you the last one. Little Cranegrass looked at Little Blossom in confusion and said, "Why are you giving me one? Don't worry, I'll take care of your 4 children. We're friends, so it's natural for me to take care of your children." Little Blossom, don't worry, I'll definitely take care of your children and let them grow up healthily. Little Blossom's voice was heard, just accept it. It's a gift from me. Plants like us can't guarantee 100% survival every time they bear seeds. The environment here is good, so my children should be very healthy. My 3 children are enough for my race to continue. I want to thank you for taking care of me, so you must accept a seed. Little Cranegrass said, "There's no need. If your race wants to continue, then wouldn't it be better to have 4 children? You really don't need to thank me. We're friends, so this is what we should do." Little Blossom said, "If you don't accept one of my children, then I don't need you to take care of my other children." When Little Cranegrass heard this, she couldn't help but be stunned. Then she hurriedly said, "Little Flower, don't be angry. I'll accept it, okay? I'll accept it. I'll take care of your other children." Little Blossom said, "All right, just accept it. All right, you can go back. I still need to wait a few days before I die. I won't die immediately. I can't talk much during this time, I need to accumulate strength." Although Little Cranegrass didn't want to leave, he was afraid that Little Blossom would be angry. So he nodded and turned around to leave. When Zhao Hai returned to the wooden house, he discovered that Hu Yuan wasn't asleep and had been sitting there the whole time. Seeing that Zhao Hai had returned, Hu Yuan immediately looked at him and said, "Cranegrass, how is your friend?" Hu Yuan's tone actually carried a trace of urgency. Little Cranegrass didn't notice the change in Hu Yuan's tone. Instead, he said dejectedly, "Master, Little Blossom is about to die. He'll die in a few days. However, he'll leave behind 4 seeds. Those seeds are his children. He hopes that I can take care of his children. But he only wants me to help him take care of 3 of his children. He also wants to give me one of his children." Hu Yuan's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "Good, good. Did he want to give it to you?" Hu Yuan looked somewhat excited. Little Cranegrass looked at Hu Yuan in confusion. He didn't understand why Hu Yuan was so excited. However, he still nodded and said, "Yes, master." It was Little Blossom who wanted to give it to him. Hu Yuan happily said, "Good, that's great. Cranegrass, remember, Little Flower gave you this seed for a reason. This seed will be very useful to you in the future. You have to take care of it and don't plant it in the ground, because even if you plant it, it won't germinate. Do you understand?" Little Cranegrass looked at Hu Yuan and said, "I don't understand. Master, why? Why can't the seed he gave me germinate? Isn't it for the continuation of his race? If he gave me the seed, then how can his race continue?" Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and smiled faintly. "Cranegrass, you have to remember. The seed that Little Blossom gave you is called the gratitude seed. The gratitude seed won't germinate, but the gratitude seed is very beneficial to a plant master. Once you become an official plant master, you'll understand. Master won't lie to you. The reason why I don't want you to plant the gratitude seed is because if you plant it, not only will it not germinate, it will also rot quickly. This is because the person who gave you the seed will think that you failed to live up to his kind intentions. Do you understand?" Seeing how formal Hu Yuan was, Little Cranegrass knew that Hu Yuan wasn't lying to him. He nodded and said, "Yes, master. I understand. Don't worry, I won't plant the seed. I'll also take care of Little Blossom's children." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. You and Little Flower are friends, so it's natural for him to give you a gift. You don't need to be polite. Moreover, the seeds that Little Flower asked you to take care of are his children. This grateful seed isn't his child, it's only a gift. This has nothing to do with the continuation of his race. On the contrary, if he gave you a grateful seed, his child might grow up better, and his race might become stronger in the future." Little Cranegrass hadn't truly come into contact with the cultivation of a plant master, so he wasn't very clear about how important the gratitude seed was to a plant master. A plant's gratitude seed could greatly improve a plant master's strength. It could be said that the gratitude seed was something that every plant master wanted. However, it was very difficult for a plant master to obtain a grateful plant master. Even if you take good care of a plant master, you might not be able to obtain a grateful plant master. This was because of the problem of communication. Communication was very important for a plant master. If you couldn't even communicate with the other party, how could you gain the other party's trust? Even if the other party trusted you and gave you something good, wouldn't it be useless if you didn't recognize it? Furthermore, these plants had another characteristic. If you received a plant's gratitude seed, but in the end, you wasted the seed and planted it in the ground, causing it to spoil, then you wouldn't be able to get another plant's gratitude seed for a long time. In some serious cases, you might not be able to get another plant's gratitude seed for the rest of your life. Strictly speaking, the grateful seed was no longer a seed. Even if you plant it, it wouldn't sprout. On the contrary, if you carry it with you, you would gain the respect of all plants, making it easier to communicate with them. Moreover, in the soul realm, there weren't only ordinary plants, there were also some demonic plants. Demonic plants were what Hu Yuan called the destroyers. They were mutated plants that grew on the land they destroyed. These plants were naturally more aggressive than other plants, and they also had their own thoughts. They would attack humans. To deal with these demonic plants, there were only two ways. One was to completely eliminate them. Two was to ask a powerful plant master to come forward and deal with these demonic plants. However, this was very difficult. This was because the demonic plants' thinking ability was very strong, much stronger than ordinary plants. Subduing them was as difficult as turning a person into a slave. Not to mention, these demonic plants were very aggressive. Sometimes, they would rather die in battle than be subdued. However, if a plant master subdued a magic plant, then his battle prowess would instantly increase by several folds. Therefore, subduing a magic plant had always been a dream of all plant masters. However, subduing a magic plant wasn't easy. A lot of plant masters died in the hands of magic plants. In the end, the plant masters came to a conclusion. If you want to subdue magic plants, you must be able to communicate with them. At the same time, you must make the magic plants feel at ease to communicate with you. Magic plants weren't like ordinary plants. If you want to communicate with ordinary plants, you can do so. But magic plants were different. Sometimes, magic plants would refuse to communicate with you. If you want to communicate with the magical plant normally, you must have a seed of gratitude on your body. If you have a seed of gratitude on your body, you can at least guarantee that the magical plant will not attack you. Even if you can't subdue the magical plant through communication, it will let you go. It was precisely because of this feature that all plant masters wanted to get a seed of gratitude. This was also why Hu Yuan was a little excited when he heard that the little flower was going to give little crane grass a seed of gratitude. Hu Yuan was very satisfied with little crane grass as his disciple. However, little crane grass's soul was a grass plant soul that didn't have much development potential. Therefore, Hu Yuan was very worried about little crane grass's battle prowess in the future. But now that he had this seed of demonization, coupled with little crane grass's powerful communication ability, he might be able to subdue a magic plant in the future. If little crane grass could really subdue a magic plant, then Hu Yuan wouldn't have to worry about his battle prowess. Little crane grass didn't know about this. He went back to his room to rest for a while. In the afternoon, he went to practice martial arts with Hu Yuan. After a whole afternoon of hard work and dinner at night, little crane grass went to see Xiaoqiao and chatted with Big Pine for a while. Then, he went back to the wooden house and continued to read the medical book. In the next few days, little crane grass's life became a little busy. In addition to completing the normal cultivation and labor tasks every day, he also took a lot of time to see little crane grass. Little crane grass's fruit grew bigger and bigger in these few days. At the same time, little crane grass talked less and less with little crane grass. Although little crane grass was getting more and more anxious, he couldn't do anything. The only thing that made little crane grass feel was that although little crane grass was getting weaker and weaker, he was very excited. This feeling made little crane grass a little puzzled, but he was a little touched in his heart. Little crane grass understood that little crane grass was happy because of the child that was about to be born. But it was precisely because of this that little crane grass was even more touched. Finally, on the afternoon of the 10th day after Little Flower withered, Little Crane Grass saw Little Flower. He found that Little Flower's leaves had turned yellow, but his fruit had become very big and had turned light yellow. His fruit had finally ripened. Little Crane Grass walked to Little Crane Grass's side and said sadly, Little Crane Grass, can you hear me? Crane Grass, you're here. It's so nice to see you at the last moment. I'm leaving now. My children will be born in about 10 minutes. When they're born, it'll be the time for me to leave. Remember what I said and help me take good care of my children. Little Crane, is there no other way to save you? I don't want you to die. Hee hee, Crane Grass, this is my destiny. There's no way to change it. My child is the continuation of my life. You just need to take care of him. Don't worry, I'll definitely take care of your child. I definitely will. Just as he was talking, Little Crane Grass heard a pop sound. He was stunned. Then he carefully looked at Little Crane Grass's fruit. A small crack had appeared on the fruit, and the crack was getting bigger and bigger. It seemed like Little Crane Grass's fruit was about to explode. Little Crane Grass was a bit sad, but he didn't try to stop the crack. He knew that this was a process that had to be experienced. When Little Crane Grass's fruit exploded, the 4 seeds inside would fall to the ground. After a while, they would sprout and grow into new flowers. This was a cycle of life. The crack on the fruit became bigger and bigger. In the end, the fruit exploded and the 4 seeds fell. 3 of them directly fell to the ground. 1 seed fell on Little Crane Grass's body. Little Crane Grass immediately caught the small seed. He knew that this seed was given to him by Little Crane Grass. Crane Grass, I'm leaving. I'm really happy to have a friend like you. Help me take care of my child. I'm leaving. I hope that you can still remember this friend of mine from time to time. After saying that, Little Crane didn't make any sound. The last bit of life in his body had completely disappeared. Crane Grass's eyes were filled with tears. He used his hands to gently dig out Little Flower's seeds. Then, he dug a small hole with his hands and buried Little Flower in it. Then, he found the 3 seeds that Little Flower dropped on the ground. Carefully, he dug a hole for the 3 seeds and planted them. Then, he went to fetch some water and carefully watered them before turning to leave. When he returned to the wooden house, Hu Yuan was still sitting in the living room reading a book. When he saw Little Crane Grass's face covered in mud, he immediately put down the book and looked at Little Crane Grass and said, Crane Grass, what happened? Little Crane Grass looked at Hu Yuan, his tears couldn't stop flowing. Then he stretched out his hand and took out a seed. Crying, he said, Master, Little Flower is dead. He gave me a seed. Little Crane Grass looked at Hu Yuan, his tears couldn't be stopped. Hu Yuan looked at the seed in Little Crane Grass's hand. Then he looked at Little Crane Grass who was crying. Hu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. He now understood why Little Crane Grass was grateful to Little Crane Grass. It was because Little Crane Grass really treated him as a family member and a friend. Plants also had feelings, this was something that Hu Yuan was very clear about. He was a powerful plant master, but it was very difficult for Hu Yuan to do what Little Crane Grass did. Hu Yuan sighed, then he walked over and gently hugged Little Crane Grass as he said, All right, Crane Grass, don't cry. His children are the continuation of his life. You just need to take good care of him. Take care of this seed. This is Little Crane Grass's kind intentions. It will be of great help to you in the future. Go. Little Crane Grass nodded. Then he wiped away the tears on his face. Then he walked back to his room and carefully received the seed. Because Little Crane Grass's mood wasn't good, Hu Yuan didn't take him to practice martial arts in the afternoon. But he didn't expect Little Crane Grass to run to the training field by himself. Just like before, Little Crane Grass continued to practice. After dinner, Little Crane Grass left his room and went to the pine tree. When he arrived in front of Little Pine Village, Little Crane Grass said, Grandpa Pine Tree, did you know? Little Crane Grass died, so I planted his 3 children. I can feel the vitality of his children. They will soon sprout. Crane Grass, don't be sad. This is Little Crane Grass's destiny. Everyone has their own destiny. Even I will die one day. As long as I complete my destiny, then everything will be fine. Little Crane Grass looked at Big Pine Tree and said, Grandpa Pine Tree, what is your destiny? Is it to let your race continue? Yes, my destiny is to allow my race to continue. Every year, I will produce a lot of pine cones. These pine cones will become food for some animals, but they will also be taken to other places by those animals. They will take root, sprout, and eventually grow into new pine trees to continue my race. Jiao Hai nodded and said, yes, my destiny is to allow my race to continue. Every year, I will produce many pine cones. These pine cones will become food for animals, but they will also be taken to other places by those animals. Little Crane Grass was puzzled, but Grandpa Pine Tree, why do you have to let those animals eat the pine nuts? Isn't it better to let them all turn into seeds? Hee hee, Little Crane Grass, that's impossible. If I don't let them eat some of the pine nuts, then no animals will come here. Then all the pine nuts that I produce will fall near me. But if they fall near me, then it's impossible for them to grow into a big tree. Because under a big tree can never grow. Only by experiencing wind and rain can they grow into a towering tree. If I want those animals to help me take the pine nuts to other places, then I have to give them some benefits. This is an equivalent exchange. Little Crane Grass stared blankly as he listened to the pine tree's words. He had chatted with plants before, and he discovered that all of them attached great importance to the continuation of their race. However, Little Crane Grass didn't understand why these plants attached so much importance to the continuation of their race. Why would they create a race that could be eaten? And why would they attract so many wild beasts to eat them? Wasn't that a loss? Now that it heard the Big Pine Tree say this, the Little Crane Grass finally understood why these plants were doing this. But in this process, they will inevitably bring our seeds to other places so that our race can develop in other places. Animals are generally more afraid of people, so they will stay away from people and go deep into the mountains. The seedlings of our pine trees are easily uprooted. Only in a place far away from people can they grow smoothly. In this way, our race can also continue. Like the flowers and crops you planted, they are also using their own methods to allow their race to continue. Because they are useful to people, people will plant them and even protect them. So their race can continue in this way. So Crane Grass, you don't have to be sad, because this method is often the choice of the plants themselves. The survival of the fittest is the law of plant development. When some plants disappear, it often proves that they are not suitable for survival. When some plants develop, it proves that they are suitable for survival. It's that simple. Little Crane Grass nodded. What he said to the pine tree today gave him a new understanding of the development of plants. To be honest, he had never thought about this before. When Little Crane Grass returned to his room, he discovered that Hu Yuan was still drinking tea in the living room. He immediately went over and bowed to Hu Yuan and said, Master. Hu Yuan looked at Little Crane Grass. He discovered that Little Crane Grass's emotional state seemed to have improved a lot. This made Hu Yuan very happy. He nodded and said, looking at your appearance, it seems like you've recovered a lot. Have you thought it through? Little Crane Grass nodded, then he told Hu Yuan what the pine tree said to him. After Hu Yuan heard it, he also nodded. Then he looked at Little Crane Grass and said, Crane Grass, the pine tree is right. To be honest, I didn't think that a plant would be able to say something like this. It seems like our understanding of plants is still too little. Crane Grass, your ability to communicate with plants far surpasses other plant masters. You need to use this point well. It's best if you can think of a method to make the communication between plant masters and plants more convenient. If you can really discover this method, then you will be able to gain the trust of all plant masters. You might even be higher than me. Little Crane Grass nodded excitedly. When Hu Yuan saw Little Crane Grass's expression, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He discovered that when he was interacting with Little Crane Grass, he would always unconsciously ignore Little Crane Grass's age. Just like what he just said, how could he say such things to a 7-year-old child? But since he already said it, this made Hu Yuan feel very helpless. Thinking of this, Hu Yuan could only salvage the situation. However, now isn't the time for you to think about these things. You're still young. Master will only teach you the cultivation method of plant masters after some time. After that, you can study how to communicate better with plants. For now, you should focus on learning, understand? Little Cranegrass immediately responded, then he said, Master, then I'll be returning to my room. Hu Yuan nodded. Little Cranegrass returned to his room and picked up the medical book to read. Looking at Little Cranegrass's room, Hu Yuan sighed. He really didn't know what to say. He was happy to have a disciple like Little Cranegrass, but he was also worried at the same time. He was happy that Little Cranegrass's learning ability was too strong. As long as he did well, his future achievements would be limitless. But he was also worried about this point. Hu Yuan was worried that if he didn't teach Little Cranegrass well, what would he do? If such a talent was wasted in his hands, then he would become a sinner in the world of plant masters. If Hu Yuan told this idea to others, the people who heard it would be very surprised. Who was Hu Yuan? He was the pillar of the Hu family, a famous plant master in the entire soul world. If he couldn't teach Little Cranegrass well, then no one could teach Little Cranegrass. It wasn't strange that Hu Yuan had such an idea. He was really frightened by Little Cranegrass's strong learning ability and incomparable talent. He was also forced to the point that he had no other choice. Little Cranegrass's performance was too monstrous, and in Hu Yuan's opinion, he was still too young. If he became a plant master too early, it wouldn't be a good thing for Little Cranegrass. Why would the Plant Master Society set the time to cultivate a plant master at 10 years old instead of 8 or 9 years old? There was a reason. This had a lot to do with the human body and soul. The training that Little Cranegrass was undergoing now was some exercises on the muscles and bones. This kind of exercise would make his body stronger and his meridians tougher. This was very helpful for his cultivation. In addition, Hu Yuan gave him a medicinal bath, so Little Cranegrass's body wouldn't have any hidden injuries even if he trained like this. With Little Cranegrass's current physical condition, it was possible for him to learn natural energy. However, ordinary children didn't have the same condition as him. In other words, children's bodies weren't suitable for learning natural energy before the age of 10. Even some children with weaker bodies wouldn't be able to learn natural energy even after the age of 10. They had to wait for 1 or 2 years. Next was the soul. Soul had a lot to do with a person's strength. An ordinary person's soul would be in its infancy before the age of 10. During this period, the soul wasn't suitable for learning natural energy, nor was it suitable for storing natural energy. If that happened, it would cause a certain amount of damage to the soul, which would have a huge impact on the person's cultivation in the future. It was precisely because of this that the Plant Master Society set the time to cultivate a plant master at 10 years old. However, Little Cranegrass's situation was special. His talent was too good, he could even comprehend natural energy by himself. This was already beyond Hu Yuan's imagination. At the same time, this was also one of the reasons why Hu Xian'er wanted to bring Little Cranegrass to the Hu clan. Hu Xian'er was very clear that with Little Cranegrass's situation, if he was allowed to practice blindly, then it was very likely that his soul object would be damaged. The last genius might become a cripple. She didn't want such a thing to happen, so she immediately brought Little Cranegrass to the Hu clan. After Little Cranegrass arrived at the Hu clan, Hu Yuan also saw the problem with Little Cranegrass. Therefore, he immediately began to train Little Cranegrass's body. This made Little Cranegrass's body even stronger. This would also be helpful for the growth of a soul. However, Hu Yuan didn't expect that Little Cranegrass would be able to learn what he taught in one go. Moreover, he could even integrate it. He originally planned to teach Little Cranegrass for 2 years, but he didn't expect that Little Cranegrass would be able to learn it in just a few months. He had no choice but to take out all of the Hu clan's medical books and let Little Cranegrass learn. This was actually a method to slow down Little Cranegrass's learning speed. Now that the Little Cranegrass had obtained a gratitude seed, this made Hu Yuan even more troubled. Normally, with this gratitude seed, the Little Cranegrass would be able to directly learn the natural energy of a plant master. Moreover, it wouldn't need to worry about its soul being injured. However, Hu Yuan didn't want to do this because the Little Cranegrass was too young. Little Cranegrass was only 7 years old now. With his results, if he learned natural energy, it wouldn't take long for him to become a plant master. How big of a commotion would a plant master who wasn't even 10 years old cause on the continent? When the time comes, even if the Hu clan wanted to protect little cranegrass, it wouldn't be so easy. Geniuses would always be envied. Therefore, since ancient times, many geniuses either died early or weren't put in an important position. Otherwise, they would be framed and disappear into the crowd. In this case, Hu Yuan didn't dare to let little cranegrass's learning speed be too fast. However, if he didn't let little cranegrass's learning speed be too fast, he should at least have something to learn, right? If he just repeated what he learned before every day, it would undoubtedly be a waste of time. At the same time, it would also dampen little cranegrass's enthusiasm for learning. This was equivalent to dampening little cranegrass's spirit, which would have a greater impact on little cranegrass's cultivation in the future. Therefore, Hu Yuan was very embarrassed. Fortunately, little cranegrass still had things to learn. The medical books in the Hu clan were enough for him to study for a period of time. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. Hu Yuan's mind was constantly thinking of various methods to suppress little cranegrass's learning time. After a while, Hu Yuan finally decided to let little cranegrass learn the cultivation method of natural energy when he was 9 or 10 years old. Before that, he would let little cranegrass learn the cultivation method of natural energy first. Then, he would let little cranegrass have a good foundation as a plant master. Hu Yuan even thought that if necessary, he would take little cranegrass out for a stroll. He would take him to the wild to see the difference between the plants that grew in the wild and the ones that were transplanted by the Hu clan. Hu Yuan didn't have any other choice. He was very clear that the more talented a person was, the easier it was for them to make a mistake. That mistake was that their foundation wasn't solid. This mistake had already ruined more than one genius. Some geniuses were like little cranegrass, they could learn anything in one go. However, it was precisely because they learned quickly that they disdained those basic things and thought that those things were useless. They always wanted to learn more advanced things immediately and become a powerhouse in one step. If at this time they didn't have a good teacher to polish their character, then they might really learn those things. But in the end, because of their poor foundation, their cultivation would become very difficult. This was what Hu Yuan didn't want to see the most. Time flowed like water, and in a blink of an eye, a year had passed. Little cranegrass was now 8 years old. Because he had been working and cultivating outside for a long time, his skin was a bit dark. However, he was very sturdy and looked very spirited. Most importantly, one could see a trace of sharpness in his eyes. Little cranegrass was still wearing coarse clothes that had been washed until they were white. He was barefoot and carried a hoe on his arm. He looked like an ordinary child from the countryside. However, there was a wisp of wisdom in his eyes. He looked like a hermit who had returned to the countryside. If one did not look at his height and appearance, and only looked at his eyes, no one would think that he was an 8-year-old child. Little cranegrass calmly walked forward. After a while, he arrived outside the wooden house. He placed the hoe in the tool room and went to the washroom to wash himself before returning to his room. Hu Yuan was sitting in his room drinking tea. Little cranegrass went forward and greeted Hu Yuan, "Master, I'm back." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "All right, sit down and wait for your meal. Tomorrow, you'll be going out with the children of the family. When you go out, pay attention. Don't get angry with the children of the family. This time, the ones going out with you are all girls, give them some leeway." Little cranegrass nodded and sat down. This time, little cranegrass was going to follow the Hu family's girl to practice medicine. In Lingshan City, there were still many small villages. The people in those villages were all soul bearers, which was the lowest level of ordinary people in the soul world. It was definitely a difficult problem for these people to treat their illnesses. Usually, they would use a traditional method to treat their illnesses. If they really couldn't be cured, then they would go to the city to see an apothecary to treat their illnesses. However, the ordinary people who lived near Lingshan City were very happy. Because they lived near Lingshan City, near the Hu family. This was their greatest fortune. The girls of the Hu family were the best apothecaries in the continent. This sentence wasn't just for show. It was because of the Hu family's hundreds of years of experience in treating countless people. The Hu family was very serious when it came to nurturing girls. The girls of the Hu family would start learning medical knowledge at the age of 5. They would only start learning natural energy at the age of 10. Then, they would systematically learn how to use natural energy to treat people. Every year, the Hu clan would organize a group of girls, led by the elders of the clan, to the villages near Lingshan City. They would treat the villagers for free and would even give out free medicinal herbs. Doing this was to let the Hu family's girls have more experience in medicine, and also to win a good reputation for the Hu family. Why not? Recently, it was time for the Hu family's girls to go to the villages and treat the villagers. Hu Yuan let Little Crane Grass go with them so that Little Crane Grass could have more experience in medicine. After all, the treatment methods that he saw in books were only things in books. It couldn't be transformed into Little Crane Grass's medical skills. If he wanted Little Crane Grass to be able to treat people and become a good apothecary, then he couldn't avoid practicing medicine. Since the Hu family had this opportunity to train people, Hu Yuan naturally wouldn't let it go. The Hu family had a lot of medical books. It could be said that they were the family with the most medical books in the continent. However, those medical books couldn't support Little Crane Grass's learning ability. Little Crane Grass's learning ability was very strong. In less than a year, he had read all of the Hu family's medical books. In this case, if Little Crane Grass didn't go out and treat people, then it would be a waste. After eating, Little Crane Grass continued with its daily cultivation and only rested at night. The next morning, Little Crane Grass followed Hu Yuan back to the Hu family's castle. After arriving at the castle, the Hu family immediately brought Little Crane Grass to the front courtyard. When Little Crane Grass reached the front yard, he was really surprised. In the front yard of the Hu clan, there was a large row of carriages. These carriages all had cabins, and each cabin could accommodate 4 to 5 people. Beside each carriage stood 5 girls, and there were also 3 people dressed in servants' clothes. These servants were all soul plants. There were a total of 10 carriages in the convoy. In front of these carriages were 5 soul plants. The one leading them was an acquaintance of Little Crane Grass, Hu Ding. When Little Crane Grass arrived, Hu Ding saw him. He looked at Little Crane Grass and laughed, "Good kid, I haven't seen you for a year. You've become a lot stronger. Come, let your 18th uncle take a look." Little Crane Grass smiled faintly as he walked over. Then he gave Hu Ding a salute and said, "18th uncle, I haven't seen you for a year. How have you been?" Little Crane Grass and Hu Ding were very familiar with each other. Seeing Hu Ding today, Little Crane Grass felt very close to him. Hu Ding laughed and said, "Good, very good. When I heard that you wanted to come, I took the job. Otherwise, I would have been on vacation. I just want to see what you've learned from your 3rd uncle this year." Little Crane Grass smiled and said, "Master hasn't formally taught me cultivation yet. He said that now is the time for me to build my foundation. Building a good foundation is the key." Hu Ding nodded and said, "Third uncle is right. Regarding crane grass, it's best for plant masters to start cultivating at the age of 10. These few years are the best time for you to build your foundation. Follow third uncle and learn well. You don't know how much we envy you. You should know that even for people like us, wanting to get third uncle's guidance isn't an easy matter. You're really lucky." Little Crane Grass smiled faintly and said, "I know, I've been very fulfilling this year. I've learned a lot." Seeing that Little Crane Grass wasn't anxious at all, Hu Ding couldn't help but secretly nod. He liked Little Crane Grass the most, he didn't have the impatience of a child. Hu Ding looked at the time and saw that it was about time. Then he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he took Little Crane Grass and walked towards the carriage in front. This caused the other members of the Hu clan to look at Little Crane Grass. Now that they knew about Little Crane Grass's body, they wanted to know what kind of person Little Crane Grass was. Last year, the matter of Hu Yuan taking in a disciple had caused an uproar in the Hu clan. Everyone said that Little Crane Grass was really too lucky to be taken in as a disciple by the best combat plant master in the Hu clan. But in the following year, Little Crane Grass followed Hu Yuan to cultivate in the valley and didn't appear again. Because of this, the Hu clan slowly forgot about him. But today, Little Crane Grass suddenly appeared. Moreover, he seemed to be very familiar with Hu Ding. This made the Hu clan immediately think of his identity. Each and every one of them were very curious about him. Little Crane Grass didn't care too much, he followed Hu Ding to the carriage in front. Then the convoy appeared. Hu Ding sat in the carriage and said, "This time, we have a total of 40 people. Including you, we have 41 people. These 40 people are all girls. They're all 10 years old today and have already started cultivating natural energy. This will be their first visit after learning natural energy." Little Cranegrass nodded. Hu Ding looked at him and said, "You don't need to be embarrassed. Your situation is very special. Your learning ability is very strong. Otherwise, third uncle wouldn't have let you study medicine. Now that you have a good foundation, when you start cultivating in the future, you will find that what you learn will be very beneficial to your cultivation." Little Cranegrass nodded. Hu Ding looked at him and said, "That girl Xianxia is very concerned about you. Although she's still studying at the Saber Monarch Pavilion, she still sends letters to the family every month, asking about your situation." When Little Cranegrass heard Hu Yuan, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he said, "18th uncle, is Sister Xianxia doing well?" Hu Ding smiled and said, "Good, very good. You can still ask about her. She'll be very happy if she knows. Cranegrass, you have to remember to study medicine well. It will be very useful for you." Little Cranegrass looked at Hu Ding in confusion. In the continent, the status of an alchemist couldn't be compared to a combat plant master. Although it was said that a good alchemist must be a plant master, learning medicine would take up a lot of the alchemist's time. Therefore, ordinary alchemists wouldn't be a match for a combat plant master. So why did Hu Ding say that learning medicine would be very beneficial for him? Hu Ding looked at the little Cranegrass and said in a deep voice, "Cranegrass, many famous plant masters would go and learn some medical skills. Do you know why?" Little Cranegrass shook his head. Hu Ding said, "Because medicine is very beneficial for a plant master's cultivation. A plant master, especially a combat plant master, would also get injured. What would happen if they got injured? Of course, they would treat them. But what if they were alone? How would they treat them? Nowadays, there are a lot of plant masters in the continent who carry some finished pills with them in case of an emergency. However, this method might not necessarily work. This is because finished pills are very specific. Because of this, the control of the medicinal properties is very strict. A lot of pills are neutral and mild. For example, the strong medicines used by alchemists are rarely made into finished pills. This is because even if they were made into finished pills, not many people would dare to buy them." Little Cranegrass looked at Hu Ding in confusion. Hu Ding looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, you have already studied medicine. Then let me ask you, the two of them have internal injuries and are vomiting blood. What kind of medicine should they use to treat them?" Little Cranegrass stared for a moment, but he immediately understood what Hu Ding meant. He said, "I understand what 18th uncle means. They all have internal injuries, but the injuries might be different. However, they all vomited blood. If a person isn't a pharmacist, it would be very difficult for them to accurately determine where they are injured. In this case, they can only take some mild medicine to control their injuries. Because these medicines are mild, their treatment is generally very comprehensive. But because of this, the efficacy of the medicine won't be too strong. If they can take the right medicine, then their injuries might be healed quickly. But if they only take the medicine, then the recovery time might be increased by several times, and they might even leave behind some hidden injuries. Therefore, it's very important for a plant master to learn some medical skills, right?" Hu Ding laughed, then he patted Little Cranegrass's shoulder and said, "Right, you're still as smart as ever. You can infer many things from one example. What you've said is just one aspect. Another aspect is that the more you learn about medicine, the more you'll miss out on good things in the wild. You should know that the herbs you see in the books are only a part of the whole world. There are still a lot of herbs in the world that are mutated, and some of these mutated herbs are usually very valuable. But if your medical skills aren't high enough, then you might not be able to recognize those herbs. Even if you recognize them, you might not be able to pick them properly, and a good herb might turn into a weed in the end. All of these are possible, so medical skills are very important to plant masters." Little Cranegrass looked at Hu Ding in confusion and said, "18th uncle, do plant masters also need to worry about money?" When Hu Ding heard Little Cranegrass, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Of course. Do you think that all plant masters have the backing of the Hu clan? Little crane grass, let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about you. Do you know how much money the Hu clan has spent on you over the years would be worth if they were to be converted into gold coins? Little crane grass shook his head. He really didn't have any concept of money. In the past, the people in the village rarely used money. Even if they did, they would use copper coins. Silver coins were rarely used, let alone gold coins. Moreover, he was still young, he didn't need to worry about money. Therefore, he really didn't have any concept of money. Hu Ding said in a deep voice, in a year's time, not to mention other things, just the medicinal baths you use every day cost around 20 gold coins. In other words, you've spent more than 7,000 gold coins just to take a medicinal bath. And this doesn't include other aspects. Plant masters don't get a lot of supplementary permits from the country every year. They still need to cultivate, and cultivation requires money. So a little bit of supplementary permits isn't enough for them. There are a lot of plant masters nowadays who are busy making a living. There aren't many plant masters who can peacefully sit down and cultivate without having to worry about money. Little crane grass blankly listened to Hu Ding's words. He really didn't think that it would be like this. He also didn't think that the medicinal baths he took every day would cost him 20 gold coins. Just thinking about 7,000 gold coins made him feel dizzy. Although he didn't have any concept of money, he knew that 7,000 gold coins wasn't a small amount. Hu Ding looked at the little crane grass and smiled faintly, but you don't need to feel guilty. Do you know that the flowers, grains, herbs, and even fruits that you took care of in the valley can all be turned into money? If you sell those things this year, you'll be able to earn a lot of money. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the little crane grass. When little crane grass heard Hu Ding, he felt a little better. No matter what, he wasn't someone who only knew how to spend money. If that was the case, then he would feel even more guilty. After all, the one who paid for him was the Hu clan. He would remember the Hu clan's kindness in his heart. Hu Ding said this for little crane grass's sake. He wanted to let little crane grass know the importance of money. At the same time, he couldn't let little crane grass feel unhappy because of this. If little crane grass thought about money every day, then he wouldn't have time to study. This wasn't something that Hu Ding wanted to see. If little crane grass really became like that, then Hu Ding was sure that Hu Yuan would chop him into pieces. As the carriage slowly moved forward, Hu Ding no longer spoke. However, little crane grass was still sitting there, thinking about Hu Ding's words. Although Hu Ding's words sounded unscrupulous, it also made little crane grass understand that plant masters weren't immortals who didn't eat the food of mortals. They also needed to eat, and the places where they spent money were a lot more than ordinary farmers. For the first time, little crane grass had a clear understanding of the world of plant masters. It was also the first time that he truly felt that the world of plant masters and the world he lived in before were two completely different worlds. More than 7,000 gold coins. This amount of gold coins was enough for their entire village to live a carefree life for 10 years, and there would still be some left over. But now, he alone had spent more than 7,000 gold coins in a little more than a year. This was completely beyond little crane grass's imagination. It can be said that Hu Ding gave little crane grass the most vivid lesson today. He made little crane grass understand that he was completely different from before. Naturally, Hu Ding's words had a huge impact on little crane grass. Little crane grass sat on the carriage, remaining silent all the way. After 2 hours, the carriage stopped. Hu Ding looked at little crane grass and said, "All right, little crane grass, don't think too much. Plant masters need to spend a lot of money, but at the same time, they can earn even more. You don't need to think too much. Since we've arrived, let's go down and take a look." Little crane grass nodded and then followed Hu Ding down the carriage. When they arrived outside, the two discovered that they had arrived at a small village. This small village was very similar to Tree Root Village. They were both small villages. Most of the houses in the village were made of stone. Some of the houses were made of earth, and some of the houses were made of earth. Some of the houses even had cows. Not far behind the village was a large mountain. At this time, all the people in the village came out of the village and respectfully stood there. When they saw Hu Ding's group come down, an old man led the villagers to salute Hu Ding and said, "Greetings, sir." Welcome to the Li family village. Hu Ding smiled faintly and said, Village Headley, there's no need to be so polite. It's not the first time that we've come to the Li village. Village Headley should know why we're here. Gather everyone in the village and give them a physical examination. Village Headley smiled like a blooming flower as he saluted Hu Ding and said, Yes, many thanks to Sir Hu. These years, it's all thanks to Sir Hu that the villagers have been able to grow healthily. Many thanks, Sir Hu. Hu Ding smiled faintly and said, Village Chiefly, there's no need to be so courteous. Just be prepared. Village Headley nodded and immediately went to prepare. After a while, the villagers moved several tables and chairs over. Then the villagers consciously began to line up behind the tables, waiting for the Hu family to diagnose them. It was clear that this wasn't the first time that the Hu family's girls came here, so they were very familiar with each other. The three of them sat at a table and looked at the villagers with smiles on their faces. They weren't as arrogant as Little Cranegrass imagined them to be. In Little Cranegrass's view, the Hu clan was a great clan. Great clans generally looked down on ordinary farmers. When they saw farmers, their eyes would look up and they would even think that farmers were dirty. They would stay far away from farmers, as if they would become dirty if they looked at farmers for too long. Little Cranegrass looked down on such people the most. He himself came from a village. When he was in Green City, he saw some great clans bullying farmers. Every time he saw these great clans bullying farmers, Little Cranegrass wanted to rush up and beat them up. However, he also knew that he didn't have the strength to do so. Because of this, Little Cranegrass always thought that all the great clans were like this. But now, it seems like they weren't. At least, the Hu family wasn't. After the girls sat down, they immediately began to treat the villagers. Although Little Cranegrass had learned a lot of medical skills, this was the first time he saw a doctor treating a patient. He saw the girls call a villager over. First, they looked at the villager's complexion. Then they asked the villager if they felt uncomfortable. Then they checked the villager's tongue. Finally, they took the villager's pulse. While the girls were taking the villager's pulse, Little Cranegrass was very sensitive to the fact that there was energy slowly flowing in their bodies. Natural energy. Little Cranegrass was sure that the energy flowing in the girls' bodies was natural energy. Although he hadn't learned how to use natural energy, he was certain that the girls' bodies were indeed natural energy. He was very sensitive to natural energy. Even if Hu Yuan used natural energy to pick fruits, he could still feel it. Not to mention that these girls had just learned how to cultivate natural energy, they still hadn't fully grasped it. After checking the pulse of the villagers, the girls would tell them if the villagers were sick or not and what kind of disease they had. Then the villagers would leave. However, they didn't return to the village. Instead, they went to the side to watch the fun. Instead, they went to another girl and had her check them again. They wouldn't leave until they were checked by the 5 girls. This made Little Cranegrass very surprised. Hu Ding looked at Little Cranegrass and knew what he was thinking. Hu Ding smiled faintly and said, Don't be surprised. The main reason why we examine the villagers is to let the girls learn how to treat people. But because they aren't skilled enough, they need to go through a lot of examinations before they can be sure that they're not sick. If they're sick, then there will be more people to examine them before they can be sure of what illness they have. Little Cranegrass nodded and said, Don't be surprised. Little Cranegrass nodded. He now understood why the villagers were examined by so many people. Hu Ding said, Cranegrass, come with me. You also need to examine the villagers. Little Cranegrass responded and followed Hu Yuan to a table. The table was empty and there was nothing on it. It was prepared just for Little Cranegrass. The people of the Li village looked at Little Cranegrass in surprise. This wasn't the first time that the villagers were examined by the Hu clan. They were very clear that it was the women of the Hu clan who came to examine them. This time, a boy suddenly came. What was going on? Little Cranegrass didn't pay attention to the gazes of the villagers. At this time, he was busy reading the records of the Hu clan's medical books about how to diagnose people without natural energy. The Hu family's medical books were actually divided into 3 parts. One part was prescriptions. These prescriptions were ready-made prescriptions, and each prescription had a special effect on a certain type of medicine. Of course, the amount of medicine used in these prescriptions would be different according to the patient's condition, and would be increased or decreased. The second part was about how to diagnose people without natural energy. This part was very complicated. It can be seen that the Hu clan used a lot of manpower to perfect this part. This part mainly talked about how to diagnose people without natural energy. Moreover, this part was the foundation of the Hu clan's medical skills. Even if you learned natural energy, this part was still the foundation. The third part was about how to use natural energy to diagnose and treat diseases. This part was also very complicated. Not only did it talk about how to use natural energy to diagnose diseases, it also talked about how to use natural energy and some tools to treat people. The tools mentioned here were actually some silver needles. The Hu clan's medical books were very clear that only those who learned natural energy could use silver needles. This was because if you didn't have natural energy, then you wouldn't be able to use silver needles to its full potential. Little Cranegrass had already memorized the 3 parts of the medical book, but now that he was going to diagnose someone, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He tried his best to recall the diagnosis methods in his mind. At this time, a villager came over. They knew that the Hu clan's people came to diagnose them in order to let the Hu clan's children learn medical skills. But for them, this wasn't a bad thing. On the contrary, they could have their bodies examined for free. If they were really sick, then they could receive treatment and even receive free medicine. Because of this, they welcomed the Hu clan's approach. When Little Cranegrass saw the villager standing in front of him, he suddenly wasn't as nervous as before. He stared at the villager's face for a while before asking the villager a few questions. Then he looked at the villager's tongue before taking the villager's pulse. Most of the villagers in the Li family village were very healthy. This villager that Little Cranegrass was looking at was also the same. He didn't find any problems with the villager's body. Because of this, he let the villager go to other people for an examination. On the other hand, Little Cranegrass looked at the other villagers and didn't find any problems. However, Little Cranegrass had already calmed down. His thoughts when diagnosing people became more natural. At this time, a villager came in front of Little Cranegrass. This person was very tall and strong. Moreover, his face was glowing. He didn't look like he was sick at all. However, when Little Cranegrass saw this person's complexion, he hesitated. Then he asked the villager a few more questions before taking his pulse. He discovered that this villager wasn't as healthy as he looked. On the contrary, the villager would sometimes have chest tightness. In addition to his pulse, Little Cranegrass believed that the villager's heart was damaged. In other words, the villager's problem was his heart. However, this was the first time that Little Cranegrass had diagnosed a problem. After he told the villager, he let the villager go to other people. When the villager heard Little Cranegrass say that the villager's heart was damaged, he was somewhat startled. Although these words came from the mouth of an 8-year-old child, this child was still a member of the Hu family. They didn't dare to look down on the Hu family. Therefore, the villager immediately went to other people for an examination. The final result of the examination was the same as the Little Cranegrass's diagnosis. After 10 people's diagnosis, in the end, that person's heart meridian was damaged to a certain extent. In addition, he had some yin deficiency and excessive heat, which was why his face was flushed. The people of the Hu family immediately prescribed medicine for him and gave that person some medicine. That person thanked them profusely and left. The Little Cranegrass's first free medical consultation was considered a success. In these 10 days, Little Cranegrass had seen a lot of people. Most of his diagnoses were correct, but there were also some that he made a mistake. This was mainly because of his lack of experience. The Hu clan didn't laugh at him. This was because this was very normal in the Hu clan. The Hu clan's girls had received this kind of education since they were young. Therefore, they didn't care about Little Cranegrass's diagnosis. In any case, they were still behind him. Even if Little Cranegrass made a mistake, the others wouldn't. After 10 days, the Hu clan's girls also got to know Little Cranegrass. These girls were all around 10 years old, some of them were only 11 years old. Little Cranegrass was only 8 years old, so he naturally became the younger brother of these girls. In the beginning, these girls were too embarrassed to come in contact with Little Cranegrass. Even if they spoke a few words to little Cranegrass, they were still very careful. There was no other way. Little Cranegrass was Hu Yuan's disciple. Strictly speaking, he was of the same generation as Hu Ding. Naturally, these girls would be very careful when talking to him. But after a few days of contact, the situation completely changed. These girls discovered that little Cranegrass was very easy to talk to. Moreover, he was also very smart. This made the girls like little Cranegrass even more. 10 days was enough time for them to get familiar with little Cranegrass. Once they got familiar with him, things would get out of hand. Little Cranegrass's bitter days would come to an end. Those girls would take pleasure in bullying their younger brother. Little Cranegrass didn't know what to do. 10 days later, the Hu clan's volunteer medical team returned to the Hu clan. Little Cranegrass said goodbye to everyone before he left the castle and returned to the valley. In the past year, little Cranegrass had been living with Hu Yuan, so he already had feelings for him. Now that he suddenly left for such a long time, he really missed Hu Yuan. Moreover, he was miserably teased by these girls in the past few days. He didn't want to be teased by them again, so he quickly returned to the valley. When little Cranegrass arrived at the wooden house, he discovered that Hu Yuan wasn't there. Only Xianxia was there. Little Cranegrass greeted Xianxia before he immediately changed his clothes and left the room. First, they went to the valley to take a look. Then they found Hu Yuan in the medicinal field. Hu Yuan was there, watering the herbs. Little Cranegrass immediately went over and bowed to Hu Yuan. "Master, I'm back." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "All right, it's good that you're back. How about it?" Little Cranegrass naturally knew what Hu Yuan meant. Hu Yuan was asking him how the 10 days of free medical consultation went. Little Cranegrass said in a deep voice, "Very good. It's just that there were a few mistakes in the middle. Fortunately, the senior sisters were here. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome." Hu Yuan nodded, then he said, "It's unavoidable to make mistakes during the first consultation. Even the Hu clan's alchemists can't guarantee that they won't make any mistakes. Because of this, every time they diagnose a patient, they have to be very careful. Little Cranegrass, remember, treating a patient is different from other things. If you make a mistake, the patient might die because of your mistake. Therefore, you can't be careless, understand?" Little Cranegrass nodded. Then Hu Yuan nodded and had little Cranegrass help him sprinkle the herbs with water. Little Cranegrass was now more attentive in taking care of these plants. This was because he knew that the Hu clan had invested a lot in him. Now, this was the only way he could repay the Hu clan. In the following days, little Cranegrass's life returned to its original path. Every day was very fulfilling. Naturally, it wasn't that he didn't make any progress. At the very least, he was now able to communicate with the plants more smoothly. Even the crops that he planted, little Cranegrass was now able to communicate with them. Although he couldn't communicate with them as freely as Little Flower and Pine Tree, it was still much better than before. At the same time, little Cranegrass's cultivation of martial arts was also very good. Saber techniques, footwork, and body lightning techniques could all be considered to have reached a higher level. At this time, he was also learning martial arts. In addition to these, what made little Cranegrass the happiest was that Little Flower's 3 children were growing very well. They had already blossomed. Little Cranegrass had been taking care of them very well. When he had time, he would chat with them or chat with Pine Tree. When little Cranegrass saw the 3 flowers, he was very happy. These 3 flowers had grown up under his care. Now that they had blossomed, he was naturally very happy. After this free medical consultation, little Cranegrass also discovered his own shortcomings. Although he had read a lot of medical books, Xiao was still too inexperienced. So when he encountered some difficult diseases, he was prone to make mistakes. Of course, if he learned natural energy in the future, it might be better. However, this kind of medical skill that didn't require natural energy to diagnose people's illness was also the foundation of the Hu family's medical skills. So if little Cranegrass wanted to learn medical skills well, this foundation must be built well. Time passed day by day. Little Cranegrass was very calm in the valley. But soon, he was no longer able to be calm. This was because Little Flower's children were about to bear fruit. This meant that they would also die. Although little Cranegrass didn't want to see this, he also knew that this was the law of nature. He had no way to change it. In the end, he could only accept it. What little Cranegrass didn't expect was that after the 3 flowers bore fruit, they would also give him a seed. Moreover, it was a seed of gratitude. This made little Cranegrass very surprised. However, he had no choice but to accept these seeds. In the end, little Cranegrass had no choice but to accept the 3 seeds of gratitude. When Hu Yuan heard little Cranegrass talk about this matter, he was also stunned. In the end, he could only secretly sigh, envious of little Cranegrass. It was already very good for plant masters to get a single seed of gratitude, but little Cranegrass got 4. This was really enviable. One must know that although the 3 flowers were taken care of by little Cranegrass since they were young, each plant's temperament was different. There were many plant masters who couldn't get a single seed of gratitude even if they took care of these plants for a lifetime. But little Cranegrass got 2 in just a year. This really made Hu Yuan surprised. Another year passed by. In this year, little Cranegrass would go out with the Hu clan every few months for a free consultation. His medical skills were also constantly improving. Now, even if he didn't have any natural energy, he wouldn't make any mistakes when diagnosing people's illnesses. Only some difficult and complicated illnesses could be wrong. But for ordinary illnesses, he wouldn't have any problems. In fact, this was mainly because he had memorized all of Hu Ai's medical books. The Hu clan's medical books were getting more and more, but the Hu clan's people didn't have a learning ability like little Cranegrass. It was impossible for them to learn all of the Hu clan's medical skills before they were 10 years old. But after 10 years old, they could use natural energy. After using natural energy to treat people, they would have a sense of dependence on natural energy. Naturally, they would look down on the method of diagnosing people without using natural energy. Little Cranegrass's situation was very special. If you look at little Cranegrass's body, he would have been able to learn natural energy long ago. But Hu Yuan didn't dare to teach him natural energy. It wasn't because he was afraid that he would lose his soul. In the soul realm, a person's soul could only be hurt by themselves. Others couldn't touch their soul, nor could they hurt their soul. It was precisely because of this that Hu Yuan didn't dare to teach little Cranegrass natural energy. He was afraid that little Cranegrass's soul wouldn't be able to bear it. If little Cranegrass's soul was really injured, then Hu Yuan would feel guilty for the rest of his life. In the past 2 years, little Cranegrass didn't go home. His schedule was full every day, and he had been cultivating with Hu Yuan. After 2 years, although little Cranegrass was still less than 10 years old, the childishness on his body had lessened a lot, and he appeared to be more mature. Hu Yuan sat in the wooden house and saw little Cranegrass, who had just washed his face and returned to the wooden house. He made a decision in his heart. After little Cranegrass bowed to him, Hu Yuan opened his mouth. "Cranegrass, you have been following me for 2 years. You are now 10 years old. Master thinks that it's time to teach you how to cultivate natural energy." Hearing Hu Yuan, little Cranegrass stared, then he became excited. He had wanted to learn natural energy for a long time, but Hu Yuan made it clear that he was still young and his soul hadn't matured yet. If he were to learn natural energy at this time, then it might hurt his soul. Then he wouldn't be able to become a plant master for the rest of his life. Because of this, little Cranegrass didn't dare to casually learn natural energy. He even controlled himself and didn't allow himself to casually sense natural energy. Now that Hu Yuan was finally going to teach him natural energy, little Cranegrass was naturally excited. Learning natural energy meant that he was qualified to become an official plant master. This was definitely a good thing. Little Cranegrass quickly said to Hu Yuan, "Thank you, master." Hu Yuan waved his hand and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. I didn't say that I would teach you right away. You have been away for 2 years. In these 2 years, you have been learning from me and didn't return to the farm. Master has decided to give you a vacation. Go home and take a look. When you come back, Master will immediately teach you how to cultivate natural energy. What do you think?" Little Cranegrass couldn't help but sniffle upon hearing Hu Yuan's words. Indeed, he hadn't returned home for more than 2 years. He was only 9 years old now, less than 10 years old. no matter what, he was still a child. Not returning home for more than 2 years was truly a torment for little Cranegrass. Although Hu Yuan was very good to him and treated him like his own grandson, Hu Yuan was still his master and not his father. Therefore, little Cranegrass was still very homesick. In these 2 years, little Cranegrass had been very busy. He was so busy that he didn't have much time to think about home. This was because he was very clear that he was still weak, very weak. His current priority was to learn new skills. In order to learn new skills, he had no choice but to not return home. Now that he was going to learn natural energy and become a true plant master, it was only right for him to go home and take a look. Thinking about his grandparents, parents, little Cranegrass's heart flew away. He couldn't wait to fly back to Tree Root Village and see the place where he was born and raised. Although little Cranegrass was wearing an ordinary green robe, the attitude of the people on the ship towards him was completely different. All the boatmen knew that little Cranegrass was Hu Yuan's disciple. These boatmen were very clear about the status of the Hu clan. They were all children of the Hu clan. In this case, the boatman's attitude towards little Cranegrass was very good. Speaking of the captain of this ship, little Cranegrass was very familiar with it. It was none other than Hu Quan. Hu Quan was still the captain of the Hu clan. He was still driving the same ship as before. But now, there was no one else on the ship, only little Cranegrass was present. From this point, one could see little Cranegrass's status in the Hu clan. Of course, this was only on the surface. In fact, little Cranegrass wasn't the only one on the ship. There was also another person from the Hu clan, Hu Xian. Hu Xian was a youngster from the Hu clan's side branch. Little Cranegrass had seen him when she first entered the Hu clan. At that time, he was still guarding one of the 2 towering trees in the valley, the one inside the castle. There was another youngster called Hu Hai with him. The 2 of them were not on a clan mission at that time. Now that Hu Xian had finished his apprenticeship, he could be considered an official combat plant master of the Hu clan. This time, he received a family mission, and that was to secretly protect little Cranegrass. Hu Xian knew about little Cranegrass. In the past, Hu Xian valued little Cranegrass very much. Later on, little Cranegrass became Hu Yuan's disciple. Although little Cranegrass didn't seem to be learning natural energy, Hu Xian knew that it wasn't because Hu Yuan didn't want to teach him. It was because of little Cranegrass's safety that he didn't teach him. From this point, one could see little Cranegrass's status in Hu Yuan's heart. With little Cranegrass's current status, even Hu Xian would have to be polite to him. Because of this, Hu Xian didn't dare to neglect him. The family wanted him to secretly protect little Cranegrass, so he didn't dare to appear in little Cranegrass's line of sight. Although little Cranegrass felt that there was someone else on the ship, he didn't think too much about it. After all, this was the Hu clan's passenger ship. It was specially made for the core members of the Hu clan, so it was normal for there to be someone else on the ship. After little Cranegrass boarded the ship, it was the same as when he went to the Hu clan. Every day, he would stay in the cabin to read books or practice for a while. He carried a wooden saber with him. This wooden saber was given to him by Hu Yuan. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary wooden saber, but in fact, this wooden saber was made from 10,000-year-old iron birch wood. Not only was it harder than steel, but it was also very heavy. Little Cranegrass had been using this saber to refine his saber for nearly a year. Although this saber wasn't long, it was no different from an ordinary steel saber. The appearance of this saber was very deceptive. When little Cranegrass was practicing his saber art on the ship, Hu Xian also noticed it. When he saw little Cranegrass's saber art, he was really surprised. Little Cranegrass's saber art didn't look very exquisite, but he used it very skillfully. He really hadn't seen someone who could practice basic saber art to this level. After practicing his saber art, little Cranegrass practiced his fists and legs for a while. Little Cranegrass didn't have a long time to practice his fists and legs, but he still practiced it quite well. It took about 15 days to travel from Lingshan City to Jiyun City. This time, little Cranegrass was going against the current, so it took a little longer. Moreover, the Hu clan ship wasn't an ordinary ship. There was a water wheel below the ship. This water wheel was designed so that as long as a handle was shaken under the cabin, the ship could move forward. When they sent Little Crane Grass to the Hu clan, they encountered Lu Ying's attack. At that time, they used this water wheel, but that was only to stabilize the ship. This time, they had to make the ship move forward. In order to sail against the current, in addition to controlling the direction of the wind, the ship must have its own power source. There were many ships with large oars on top of them. However, a hand-operated paddle steamer like the one the Hu family was using was very rare among the large ships. It belonged to a relatively advanced type of inland ship. The Hu family's hand-cranked watercraft was made up of a lot of gears. When it was being cranked, it didn't require a lot of strength. If a person were to keep cranking it, then they wouldn't feel tired. Moreover, it was impossible for a person to keep cranking it. Additionally, the watercraft was hidden in the water, and the speed of the boat was very fast. Because of this, although the boat was going against the current, its speed wasn't very slow. About 20 days later, the ship arrived at Jiyun City. Naturally, Little Crane Grass's destination wasn't Jiyun City, but he wanted to stop here because he wanted to see the old man. The old man was a member of the Lu clan, and the Lu clan was a big clan in Jiyun City. In the past few years, Little Crane Grass and the old man had been exchanging letters. The old man was now one of the stewards of the Lu clan. He belonged to the core of the Lu clan's power and was even more glorious than before. This was partly because of the old man's ability, but also partly because of Little Crane Grass. The old man was Little Crane Grass's god-grandfather. Little Crane Grass had now entered the Hu clan and became a disciple of the Hu clan's most famous elder. With this relationship, the Lu clan could establish a relationship with the Hu clan. In this case, the old man's status in the Lu clan was naturally higher. When the Hu clan's ship arrived at Jiyun City, it directly entered the Lu clan's pier. This was already agreed upon. Little Crane Grass stood on the ship and looked at the Lu clan's pier. He couldn't help but think about the situation when he first arrived at Jiyun City. At that time, he came on a cargo ship. The cargo ship was attacked in the Wuling River and almost sank. At that time, the old man came to pick him up at the pier. Little Crane Grass also came with the little girl Yuer. He didn't know how she was doing now. The ship slowly approached the pier. Little Crane Grass looked at the pier and saw that there were a lot of people there. He saw an old figure from afar. When he saw this figure, Little Crane Grass's eyes couldn't help but become moist. This was because this figure was the old man. When the ship was docked, a gangplank was lowered from the ship. Little Crane Grass walked down from the ship while Hu Quan followed beside Little Crane Grass like a servant. In fact, Little Crane Grass was very respectful towards Hu Quan. This was because Hu Quan was a child of the Hu clan. He was very trusted by the clan. Even a core member like Hu Xianxia had to call him elder brother Quan. Naturally, Little Crane Grass wouldn't put on airs in front of Hu Quan. Just like before, he called Hu Quan Uncle Quan. However, Hu Quan was very polite to the Little Crane Grass. Hu Quan's status was higher than the other boatmen on the ship. Naturally, he had a better understanding of the Hu clan. He was very clear about the status of the Little Crane Grass in the clan. Although the Little Crane Grass didn't show himself in the past 2 years, Hu Quan knew that as long as the Little Crane Grass came out, he would immediately become a core member of the Hu clan. This was because the Hu clan had been cultivating the Little Crane Grass in accordance with the standards of a core member. Nobody knew this better than Hu Quan. Naturally, he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of the Little Crane Grass. As soon as Little Crane Grass walked down the pier, an old man came up to greet her. When Little Crane Grass saw this old man, she immediately rushed over and hugged the old man. "Grandpa Man, I missed you so much." The old man gently patted Little Crane Grass's back and said, "Bower, be good. Don't cry. You're already a young man, don't cry." Little Crane Grass nodded in the old man's embrace, but his tears couldn't stop flowing. After some time, Little Crane Grass calmed down. He let go of the old man and carefully looked at him. Seeing that the old man's complexion was very good, he nodded and said, "Grandpa, how have you been in the past 2 years? Bower really missed you." The old man's face was filled with a smile. He smiled and said, "Grandpa is very good. Grandpa also missed you." "Right, take a look at who this is. Do you know him?" Then he turned his head and pointed at the 2 young men behind him. When Little Crane Grass saw the 2 people, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but smile and said, "Seventh young master, I didn't expect you to be at home." Is seventh young master not studying at the Saber Sovereign Pavilion? When Lu Renli saw little Cranegrass being so polite to him, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Little Cranegrass, you're back. How could I not come to pick you up? You don't know, but Big Brother has been studying at the Saber Sovereign Pavilion for several years now. I'm about to graduate and go home. I just wanted to familiarize myself with the situation in the clan." In the past, Lu Renli and little Cranegrass were very familiar with each other. Now, Lu Renli was even more affectionate. After 2 years of studying, little Cranegrass understood a lot of things. He knew that Lu Renli was being polite to him not only because they were familiar with each other, but also because of his identity as Hu Yuan's disciple. However, little Cranegrass didn't have any resentment. He had a good impression of Lu Renli, so he smiled and said, "So that's how it is. In the past few years, Big Sister Xianxia and I have been writing to each other. She also mentioned you. I heard that seventh young master is quite famous in the Saber Sovereign Pavilion. The lightning saber is very famous." Lu Renli smiled and said, "I didn't expect Miss Xianxia to mention me. This is my honor. But lightning saber is just an empty title. Little Cranegrass, you don't have to call me seventh young master. If you think highly of me, you can call me Big Brother. How about it?" Little Cranegrass had often gone out to see patients in the past few years and got along well with Hu Ding. Naturally, he also learned how to deal with people. So when he heard Lu Renli's words, he smiled and said, "Deference is no substitute for obedience. Then I'll call you Big Brother Renli." "Big Brother Renli, I came to Jiyun City this time just to see grandfather." "Big Brother, you're too polite." When Lu Renli heard little Cranegrass calling him Big Brother Renli, his face immediately lit up with joy as he said, "Of course. Since you're here to see Uncle Renli, as your big brother, I have to take good care of you. Little brother, how about you stay here for a few days?" When little Cranegrass heard this, he couldn't help but feel awkward as he said, "I'm afraid I don't have much time. Master gave me a leave to visit my family. After I go back, I'll have to start cultivating. Therefore, I can't stay here for too long. I can only stay for 2 days. Big Brother Renli, please forgive me." When Lu Renli heard little Cranegrass, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He knew that little Cranegrass wasn't even 10 years old yet. At this time, the Hu clan wanted him to start cultivating. It can be seen that his talent had moved the Hu clan. Lu Renli immediately said, "Cultivation is more important. When little brother's cultivation reaches a certain level, you can stay with the Lu clan for a few days. May I know who this is?" Then Lu Renli looked at Hu Quan, who was standing beside little Cranegrass. Lu Renli recognized Hu Quan's clothes and knew that he was from the Hu clan. However, he didn't know who Hu Quan was. Hu Quan immediately bowed to Lu Renli and said, "Hu Quan greets young Master Lu. I'm the captain of the Hu clan's grassy ship. This time I was ordered to send young Master Cranegrass home." On this journey, Hu Quan wasn't young Master Cranegrass' servant. When they heard Hu Quan, Lu Renli and the old man's hearts shook. Although they hadn't heard of Hu Quan's name, they had heard of the grassy ship. The grassy ship was one of the Hu clan's important ships. Only the core members of the clan could ride it. Now that it was sent out to send little Cranegrass back home, it can be seen how much importance the Hu clan placed on little Cranegrass. The Hu clan was already nurturing little Cranegrass as a core member. After thinking about this, Lu Renli didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately cupped his fist and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Hu. Please take good care of little Cranegrass." Hu Quan cupped his fist and said, "I don't dare accept young Master Lu's courtesy. This is Hu Quan's job." After he said that, he didn't say anything and just quietly stood behind little Cranegrass. It was clear that he had a good grasp of his status. At this time, the old man opened his mouth and said, "Seventh young master, let's go back home and talk. It's inconvenient to stand here at the pier. We can't delay the work here." At this time only he would dare to say such words. After all, little Cranegrass's status was the highest among the people here. Moreover, he was little Cranegrass's god-grandfather. No one would have any objections if he said such words. Little Cranegrass smiled and said, "Right. Big brother Renly, I'll also go to the Lu clan to pay a visit to Uncle Lu. I heard from Grandpa Men that Uncle Lu has helped the village a lot over the years. Little Cranegrass must thank Uncle Lu in person. Hearing Little Cranegrass's words, Lu Renly's heart blossomed with joy. He was really happy about his decision, so he immediately said, "Little Cranegrass, you're too polite. There's no need to thank me. You and I are brothers, so it's only right for me to take care of Uncle and the others. However, it's not good to keep talking here. Little brother, let's talk when we get home. We've already prepared dinner and are waiting for you." Little Cranegrass didn't stand on ceremony. Before he left, Huding told him that he was representing the Hu clan this time, so he had to be careful when he spoke and did things. He also told Little Cranegrass some things that he should pay attention to and taught Little Cranegrass how to deal with this kind of situation. That was why Little Cranegrass behaved like this. Lu Renly didn't ride a horse today. Instead, he sat in the carriage with Little Cranegrass along with the old man. After getting on the carriage, Lu Renly gave the main seat to Little Cranegrass. He and the old man sat on the left and right side of the carriage. Little Cranegrass didn't let the old man sit in the main seat. In any case, the old man was a member of the Lu clan. If he sat in the main seat, it would only make things difficult for him. As they chatted and laughed along the way, the group quickly arrived at the Lu mansion. Lu Yunfei had already brought some of the Lu family's higher-ups to greet them. Little Cranegrass's current status wasn't ordinary. He was the disciple of the Hu family's great elder. With such status, the Lu family didn't dare to neglect him. Little Cranegrass followed Lu Renly and the old gatekeeper down from the carriage. Seeing Lu Yunfei standing in front of the Lu mansion, he truly felt the change in his status. When he first came to the Lu family, he was just the adopted grandson of the Lu family's outer court supervisor. Strictly speaking, he was just a servant of the Lu family. Not to mention meeting the patriarch, even if he saw Lu Renly, he had to call him young master. The second time he came to the Lu family, he was already selected by the Hu family. Although the Lu family was polite to him, they weren't as respectful as now. He only saw Lu Yunfei from afar. When Lu Yunfei saw him, he was still high and mighty, like an elder teaching a junior. This was the third time he came to the Lu family. This time, he was the disciple of the Hu family's great elder, a future core member of the Hu family. His ship hadn't yet arrived at the dock, but the Lu family's patriarch was already waiting for him. His carriage hadn't yet arrived at the Lu mansion, but the Lu family's patriarch was already waiting for him at the gate. This was power, this was status. Little Cranegrass was very clear that the Lu family respected him not because of his ability, but because he had the Hu family behind him. This was because his teacher was called Ghost Ting Hu Yuan. Although his status was different, the old gatekeeper was still the Hu family's great elder. Therefore, Little Cranegrass didn't act arrogant. He cupped his fist and said, "Little Cranegrass greets Grandpa Lu." Lu Yunfei was afraid that Little Cranegrass would become arrogant after staying with the Hu family for a long time. At the very least, he still gave him a salute. One must know that Lu Yunfei had already lowered his attitude when facing Little Cranegrass. If Little Cranegrass still treated him with an arrogant face, then he would lose face. Little Cranegrass had already given him face, he knew that he couldn't not give Little Cranegrass face. Lu Yunfei immediately smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, Little Cranegrass, you're too polite. I'm very happy that you came to the Lu clan this time. Let's go, this way please." Lu Yunfei felt dizzy. It was not very rude to treat Little Cranegrass as his own junior. Little Cranegrass replied politely and followed Lu Yunfei into the Lu mansion. The old man followed Little Cranegrass with a gratified smile on his face. He really regarded Little Cranegrass as his grandson. Now that he saw Little Cranegrass had a promising future, he was naturally happy and sincerely happy for Little Cranegrass. When they arrived at the Lu family's living room, the others left. Only Lu Yunfei, Lu Renly, the old gate's disciple, Little Cranegrass and Hu Quan were there. No matter whether they were masters or servants, they all sat down. Lu Yunfei looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, I heard that you came back to visit your family? What do you think? How have you been in the Hu clan these past 2 years?" Little Cranegrass smiled and said, "Very good, I've learned a lot. This time, I came back to visit my family. After I go back, I'll have to study." I'm afraid that I won't have time to go home in a short time. Lu Yunfei nodded and said, then I'll have to have some fun this time. Let's go, I've already prepared some food. Let's eat a bit to welcome you. Little Cranegrass didn't decline and nodded. Then Lu Yunfei took Little Cranegrass to the dining room. After arriving at the dining room, Lu Yunfei arranged for Hu Quan to eat. Then he led Little Cranegrass, the old gate's disciple, and Lu Renli into the dining room. This was a small dining room with only a small table. At first glance, one could see that it was a private dining room. After the group sat down, a maid immediately served the dishes. Lu Yunfei looked at Little Cranegrass and said, you said that you're coming back, so I had people prepare some food. Come, have a taste. Don't be shy, just treat it as if it's your own home. Little Cranegrass nodded, then he took a pair of chopsticks and gave the old gate a mouthful of food. The old gate's disciple looked at Little Cranegrass and smiled, Bower, you eat. Don't worry about grandfather. Little Cranegrass smiled and said, Grandfather, you should eat more. You're in good health. I'll bring you some food later. The old gate's face was filled with gratification as he smiled and nodded. Lu Yunfei looked at Little Cranegrass and secretly nodded. From Little Cranegrass's attitude towards the old gate, it can be seen that he wasn't a person who forgot his roots. Such a person was worth making friends with. If you helped him today, he would remember it. If you need help tomorrow, he would also help you. The meal was very pleasant. Lu Yunfei prepared all of the dishes that Little Cranegrass liked. Naturally, Lu Yunfei had asked the old gate about what Little Cranegrass liked to eat. After the meal, the group chatted for a while. Then Little Cranegrass went to rest. He didn't stay in the guest room that the Lu family prepared for him, instead, he went to the old gate's room. After sitting down in the old gate's room, Little Cranegrass looked at the old gate, his eyes were red as he said, Grandfather, you have more white hair. Grandfather, I think you should stop working. Being a steward is very tiring. Isn't it better to rest early? The old gate looked at Little Cranegrass and smiled faintly, Cranegrass, Grandfather is fine. Grandfather is a member of the Lu family. Grandfather owes the Lu family a great favor. Grandfather can still work and contribute to the Lu family. The Lu family also needs Grandfather to take care of some newcomers. When Grandfather really can't work anymore, it won't be too late for him to rest. As for you, how have you been in the Hu family these past 2 years? Tell Grandfather about it carefully. Little Cranegrass naturally didn't hide anything. He told the old man about his life in the Hu clan. These 2 years, his life was really good. Of course, it was also very ordinary. It didn't sound like anything special, but it was this ordinary life that made the old man very happy. After Little Cranegrass finished, the old gate nodded and said, Good. Bower, you've done very well. You've even learned medicine. Good, come, let Grandfather check. Little Cranegrass nodded, then he checked the old gate's body. Naturally, there was nothing wrong with the old gate's body. Every month, the Lu family would send a pharmacist to check the old gate's body. Because of this, the old gate's body was very healthy. After giving the old man a checkup, Little Cranegrass nodded and said, Not bad, it seems like the Lu family has been taking good care of Grandpa all these years. Grandpa's body is very good right now, it's just that his blood is too vigorous. Grandpa, you should drink more tea, eat more vegetables, eat less meat, and don't drink alcohol. The old doorman nodded. At the same time, he looked at Little Cranegrass with some surprise. Little Cranegrass said that he learned medical skills from the Hu clan. But in the old doorman's opinion, medical skills needed a process of accumulation. Otherwise, why would people believe in those old pharmacists and have no confidence in those young pharmacists? He thought that Little Cranegrass had only learned medical skills. Even if he treated people outside, it was just practice. His level wouldn't be too high. However, he didn't expect that when Little Cranegrass was diagnosing, he looked very professional. Moreover, the results he gave were the same as the pharmacists in the family. This made him very surprised. The old gate looked at Little Cranegrass and said, Bower, it seems like you've learned a lot in the Hu family. After you go back, you should be able to learn about Plant Master's nature energy. You must learn well and become a great plant master in the future. Little Crane Grass nodded and said, "Grandfather, rest assured. I will certainly become a great plant master. I want to become a powerhouse so that the people in the village can live a good life forever." The old gate nodded with a gratified expression, then he looked at Little Crane Grass and said, "Your village is doing very well right now. Aside from the food that they eat, the rest of the crops are medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs were directly recovered by the Liu family. Moreover, the people in your village are very serious. The Liu family trusts your village very much. Now that your village has become a base for the Liu family to grow medicinal herbs, you don't need to worry about your village." Little Crane Grass nodded and said, "I know. Thank you, grandfather, for taking care of our village." The old gate shook his head and said, "It's not me who takes care of your village, it's the patriarch who sent people to take care of your village. Moreover, Xianxia is now the manager of Green City's medicinal herb store. It's hard for the people in your village to live a bad life. Moreover, don't forget that you're now a member of the Hu family. Even if the Liu family doesn't take care of you, the Hu family will. Although the Hu family didn't take care of your village in the past 2 years, they would still send gifts to your grandparents and parents every new year. From this point of view, the Hu family has done a good job." When Little Crane Grass heard the old gate, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he didn't know about this matter. It seems like the Hu family didn't inform him about this matter. This made Little Crane Grass feel even more grateful towards the Hu family. The father and son chatted in the room for the whole night. After eating breakfast the next day, the father and son were both tired. After sleeping for the whole morning, they got up in the afternoon. The last time Little Crane Grass came to Juyun City, he didn't look around. He only went to Juyun Mountain once before he was taken away by the Hu family. This time, he came to Juyun City again. Naturally, he wanted to take a good look around the city and take a good look at its scenery. After staying in Juyun City for 4 days, Little Crane Grass boarded the grassy ship and went against the river towards Green City. From Green City to Juyun City, it would take about 10 days to go down the river. Now that they were going against the river, with the grassy ship's speed, it would only take about 13 days to reach Green City, which wasn't very slow. Nothing happened along the way. Along the way, they rested at the Devil's Beach for a night. Naturally, it was 2 years ago after the battle at the Devil's Beach. In the past 2 years, the Devil's Beach had been very quiet. There were no incidents of ships being attacked. It was as if all the pirates had disappeared in a single night. The fact was that after the battle 2 years ago, the Blade Spirit Nation carried out a cleanup of Devil Beach. A large number of pirates were killed. Now, there were no pirates left in Devil Beach. 13 days later, the grassy ship stopped on the Wuling River. A small boat immediately sailed over. Little Crane Grass was standing on the grassy ship when he saw Xianxia. Xianxia's face was filled with excitement as he stood on the boat. A rope ladder was immediately placed on the grassy ship. Little Crane Grass went down the rope ladder to the boat. When Xianxia saw Little Crane Grass, he immediately came over and hugged him. Xianxia looked at Little Crane Grass and said, "Bower, let me take a look. Our Bower has lost weight. Let's go. Your aunt has already finished cooking and is waiting for you. Ewer is also waiting for you." Little Crane Grass looked at Xianxia and smiled, "Big uncle, wait for a moment. Once the people on the boat come down, we'll go back. I also miss my aunt's cooking." Xianxia looked at Little Crane Grass's black face, then he sighed and said, "Child, it's been hard on you." Little Crane Grass smiled and said, "It's not hard, Master is very good to me. It's just that being a plant master is like this. We have to deal with plants every day, it's just like farming. Because of this, I'm like this. Big uncle, you don't need to worry about me." Xianxia nodded, then he said, "All right, I won't worry about you. Bower, you have to take care of yourself. Big uncle doesn't expect you to have a great future. As long as you can be safe and sound, even if you're just an alchemist, Big uncle will still be happy." Little Crane Grass nodded and didn't say anything else. At this time, Hu Quan was also on the boat. Then the boat sailed towards Green City. After arriving at Green City, Xianxia immediately took Little Crane Grass back to his home. His home was no longer the Liu family's store, the store manager had already changed. Tianyo was now in charge of the Lu family's business in Green City. As for Lu Ji, who was originally in charge of the business, he was transferred back to the Lu family. Naturally, Lu Shun also went back. The place where Tianyo lived now was very good. The courtyard was bigger than before, and there was a maid at home. When little Cranegrass entered the courtyard, a white shadow flew over and jumped onto little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass quickly hugged the person who jumped over. The person who jumped over was little Yu. As soon as little Yu entered little Cranegrass's embrace, she began to wail loudly. She couldn't say a single word and even used her small hands to slap little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass's nose was also sour, but he didn't cry. He just kept comforting little Yu in his arms. After a while, little Yu stopped crying and jumped down from little Cranegrass's body. However, she still didn't want to let go of little Cranegrass's hand. Little Cranegrass looked at little Yu and smiled bitterly. "Alright, Yu, don't cry. I won't run away." After saying that, he bowed to Ling Sha, who was walking over. Aunt. Ling Sha's eyes were also red as she walked towards little Cranegrass. She carefully looked at little Cranegrass and tears fell down as she said, "Child, it's been hard on you. Look, you've lost weight. Come, let's go in and eat. Auntie made a lot of your favorite dishes." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he turned to Tianyo and said, "Uncle, help me arrange Uncle Quan." Tianyo smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about this. Brother Quan, thank you for taking care of Bao. Please come in." Hu Quan didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Tianyo. No matter what, Tianyo was little Cranegrass's relative. Moreover, he could see that their relationship was very close. Therefore, he immediately said, "Mr. is too polite. Taking care of young Master Cranegrass is what I should do. I don't deserve your thanks." Tianyo smiled and said, "You need to thank me, you need to thank me. Come, let's go inside. I'll treat you to a drink today." Then he pulled Hu Quan inside. This made Hu Quan feel very uncomfortable. He didn't think that he would receive such a warm welcome. Moreover, in Hu Quan's opinion, Tianyo's approach was somewhat rude. Only country bumpkins would do this. However, this approach made Hu Quan's heart feel warm. After arriving at the room, the group immediately went to the dining room. At this time, little Yu also recovered. She began to ask little Cranegrass about the past 2 years. She was like a happy little bird. Little Cranegrass also answered little Yu's questions one by one. At the same time, he also talked about how he studied. Naturally, little Cranegrass didn't talk too much about the hardships and tiredness. He only talked about some interesting things that made little Yu laugh. However, how could little Cranegrass hide the good news from Tianyo? From little Cranegrass's expression and figure, Tianyo knew that little Cranegrass must have suffered a lot in the past 2 years. Little Cranegrass's complexion was now black with a hint of red. It had a healthy bronze color. This was a complexion that only people who worked outside for a long time would have. Moreover, little Cranegrass wasn't very robust, but his figure was very capable. Anyone who saw him would know that he wasn't a person who lived like a prince. Therefore, although little Cranegrass spoke very nicely, as if he was just playing around in the past 2 years, Tianyo knew that little Cranegrass must have suffered a lot in the past 2 years. After eating, Tianyo arranged for Hu Quan to rest. Hu Quan didn't follow little Cranegrass. He could see that in the eyes of Tianyo and the others, little Cranegrass was their favorite junior. Moreover, this was Emerald City, the territory of the Lu family. No one would dare to touch little Cranegrass here. Therefore, Hu Quan was very relieved to rest. Little Cranegrass didn't go to rest. Instead, he followed Tianyo and his family and chatted about how he spent the past 2 days. At the dinner table, they didn't talk about it in detail. Now that everyone sat down, they could naturally have a good chat. It wasn't until the evening that Tianyo arranged a place for little Cranegrass to stay. Little Yu said that she wanted to stay with little Cranegrass. In the end, Tianyo could only agree. The next day, little Cranegrass went to visit his 2 teachers, Yu Shu and Yu Feng. The 2 of them had been teaching students here for several years. Recently, the Lu family would transfer them back to Jiyun City. He stayed at the academy for another day. For the next few days, Ewer was nurtured by the little crane grass. After staying at LV Chui's place for 3 days, he went to Tree Root Village in a horse carriage. Little Ewer followed him. This time, it wasn't only Hu Quan who went with little crane grass to Tree Root Village. Hu Quan also transferred a few good boatmen from the ship to follow little crane grass. Moreover, Hu Xian also secretly followed little crane grass all the way to Tree Root Village. This time, little crane grass returned to Tree Root Village with several carriages of medicinal herbs. These herbs weren't available in Tree Root Village. Although Tree Root Village could grow medicinal herbs, it could only grow a few kinds of herbs. Not all kinds of herbs could be grown there. After 2 days of hurrying, little crane grass finally returned to Tree Root Village. Their carriage didn't reach Tree Root Village before it had to stop. This was because the people of Tree Root Village ran out to greet them. Little crane grass jumped down from the carriage and saw Tianzhu, Tianzhuang, as well as his grandmother and mother. He excitedly ran over. Tianzhu and Tianzhuang also ran over and hugged little crane grass. Then Tianzhuang's mother and Suifan also ran over and pushed the 2 men to the side. They held little crane grass in their arms and called him sweetly. After a while, everyone calmed down. Then little crane grass went to see the village head and the other elders of the village. Without exception, these people's love for little crane grass came from the bottom of their hearts. Naturally, little crane grass also saw his friends. When his friends saw little crane grass in the beginning, they didn't dare to come forward. After all, little crane grass looked completely different compared to when he left. Later on, little crane grass said a few words to them and gave them some gifts. Only then did they surround little crane grass. Hu Quan looked at these rich villagers, but he didn't look down on them at all. Although he was a child of the Hu family, his family didn't have a good life in the beginning. Later on, his father was recognized by the Hu family and became a captain. Because of this, Hu Quan didn't look down on the villagers at all. On the contrary, he felt a sense of familiarity with them. This was because these villagers reminded him of when he was young. After little crane grass arrived at the village, he immediately returned home. His family had already prepared delicious food for him. The villagers were different from the people in the city. They didn't know how to cook delicacies. In the eyes of the villagers, no matter what time it was, big fish and big meat represented a good life. Therefore, the things that little crane grass's family prepared were also the same. There were fish, meat, chickens, and ducks. In their eyes, these were already very good things. Little crane grass didn't dislike these things at all. He was already 9 years old and was still growing. Every day, his stomach was like a bottomless pit, as if it couldn't fill up. He had a special liking for meat. Since he was home, he naturally wouldn't be polite and immediately ate a lot. This made Tianzhu and the others even happier. Old people were like this, they weren't afraid of their children eating, they were afraid that their children wouldn't eat. After eating, they rested for a while. Then little crane grass led Hu Quan and the others to deliver gifts to the villagers. At the same time, he also told them that he would give everyone in the village a checkup tomorrow. Everyone must go to his house. This was also something that little crane grass had decided in Green City. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought so many herbs. The villagers naturally had absolute trust in little crane grass. Moreover, nobody was polite to little crane grass. In their eyes, little crane grass was like their own child. There was no need to be polite to their own child. At night, after returning to her own home and settling Hu Quan and the others down, little crane grass told Tianzhu and the others about her 2 years in the Hu family. At the same time, she also gave them a checkup. After giving Tianzhu and the others a checkup, little crane grass immediately gave them a prescription. Their bodies didn't have any major problems, it's just that when they were young, they didn't have good nutrition as well as excessive work, causing them to have some internal injuries that needed to be treated. In fact, most of the villagers were like this. When they were young, they seemed to be in good health. But when they were old, they would have all kinds of problems. This time, little crane grass was preparing to give them a good treatment and cure some of their old problems. The next day, little crane grass's free medical treatment for the villagers began. This time, the free medical treatment lasted for 5 days. The several carts of herbs that little crane grass brought were all used up. After that, little crane grass stayed in the village for nearly a month before leaving and setting foot on the road back home. Little crane grass returned to Emerald City and stayed there for 2 days. During these 2 days, little Ur didn't leave little crane grass side. She was always by little crane grass side. It can be seen how infatuated she was with little crane grass. Little crane grass also liked this younger sister of his very much. He didn't dislike little Ur's obsession at all. After staying at LV Chui's place for 2 days, little crane grass went on his way back. When he left, little Ur was crying her eyes out. Her eyes had already turned into peaches. After little crane grass boarded the ship, his mood was somewhat low. However, the ship still set off. This time, they were going down the river, so the ship speed was a lot faster. A day after the ship left, Xianxia came out of the cabin. Little crane grass looked at Xianxia, then he gave him a salute and said, "Big brother Xianxia, we meet again." Xianxia originally wanted to comfort little crane grass. After all, he could see that little crane grass mood was very low. He didn't think that little crane grass would be able to call out his name. Xianxia returned the salute and said, "Hello crane grass, I didn't think that you would still remember me." Little crane grass smiled and said, "Of course I remember. When I went to see Master, you were guarding the sky supporting tree with Big Brother Hai. Am I right?" Xianxia nodded and said, "You're right. I didn't think that your memory would be this good." Little crane grass, don't be unhappy. If a person wants to succeed, then they would have to experience things. Going out to study and not being able to go home is very normal. You need to slowly adjust your mood, you mustn't affect your studies. Do you understand? Little crane grass nodded and said, "Big brother Xianxia, don't worry. I'll be fine. It's just that I've just left home, so I feel a bit uncomfortable. Don't think that you can stay with your family every day just because you become a plant master. That's impossible. If you want to become a plant master, you need to communicate with all kinds of plants in the world. You need to find the most suitable combat plant for yourself. It's best if you look for it yourself. It won't be suitable for you if you borrow someone else's help. And this time will be even longer. Once you have a combat plant, you'll need to go out and train. Otherwise, you won't be able to become a qualified plant master. So you need to adapt to this separation as soon as possible." Little crane grass nodded. Although he wasn't a plant master yet, he knew that being a plant master was very difficult. If his master wasn't old, then he wouldn't be able to improve. It was impossible for him to stay in the Hu clan every day, he would have already gone out to train. Training was the best way to improve a plant master's strength. Little crane grass looked at little crane grass. To be honest, he also liked this junior brother of his. In terms of seniority, little crane grass was a generation older than him. However, the Hu clan didn't care about seniority. Because of this, little crane grass was considered to be of the same generation as Xianxia. At the same time, little crane grass didn't show any arrogance because of his master's identity and his own talent. He went out with the Hu clan's girls several times to give free medical treatment. He got along very well with the girls. Even if he was bullied by the girls, he didn't have any reaction. Therefore, among the girls, little crane grass was a good younger brother. The girls' attitude towards little crane grass also affected Xianxia's generation. Because of this, the Hu clan's attitude towards little crane grass was very good. At this time, the sky was slowly darkening. The sunset on the river was very beautiful. But at this time, Hu Quan and the others were preparing to stop the ship for the night. Although the quality of their ship was very good, it was best not to sail on the river at night. It was very dangerous. But after the grassy ship stopped, little crane grass's brows suddenly wrinkled. When it was time to eat, Xianxia also noticed that little crane grass's mood wasn't right. Before, little crane grass's mood was only sad. But now, little crane grass's mood wasn't sad at all. It seems like he was somewhat restless. This made Xianxia puzzled. In the past, he would eat Xianxia in his room, but now that he had met little crane grass, it seemed like little crane grass also knew what he was doing, so there was no need to hide it anymore. Therefore, he ate with little crane grass today, and it was precisely because of this that he noticed that little Cranegrass' mood was a little strange. Hu Xian was puzzled as he asked, "Cranegrass, what's wrong? Why do I feel that you're uneasy?" Little Cranegrass looked at Hu Xian, then he nodded and said, "Indeed, I feel very bad today. Big brother Hu Xian, whether you believe me or not, I think that something will happen tonight. Moreover, it might be aimed at us." When Hu Xian heard little Cranegrass, his expression couldn't help but turn serious. He was someone who had completed many missions in the clan and had also experienced life and death situations. He believed that people sometimes have intuition, and this intuition was often very accurate. Because of this, Hu Xian believed little Cranegrass's words. He immediately asked little Cranegrass, "What's going on?" "Little Cranegrass, tell me clearly." Little Cranegrass nodded and said in a deep voice, "I don't know what's going on, but I feel uneasy today. This has only happened twice. The first time was when I went to Juyin City by boat for the first time. I had this feeling at the Devil's Island. Of course, at night, 2 soul soldiers fought at the Devil's Island. Our boat was almost sunk, and there were pirates on the boat. Little Yu and I were almost taken away. The second time was when we went to Ji Castle. At that time Uncle Xianxia was on the boat. After this feeling appeared, Luing took 2 boats to attack us. Today, this feeling appeared again, so he thought that something might happen tonight." When Hu Xian heard little Cranegrass's words, he suddenly stood up and turned around to leave. Little Cranegrass was stunned when he saw Hu Xian's actions, but he quickly followed him out. However, when he went out, he already took the iron birch saber that Hu Yuan gave him. When little Cranegrass arrived on the deck, Hu Xian was talking to Hu Quan. Hu Quan was also listening with a dignified expression. After Hu Xian finished speaking, Hu Quan turned to little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, is what Hu Xian said true? You really have that feeling?" Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "Right, that's the feeling. Uncle Quan, my feeling might not be 100% accurate, but I still hope that everyone can be careful. After all, there's nothing wrong with being careful." Hu Quan nodded and said, "You're right. Everyone, hurry up and eat. After eating, distribute your weapons and enter a state of alert." Everyone nodded, then they quickly ate their food and went to receive their weapons. After receiving their weapons, the women who didn't have any fighting strength entered the cabin. Little Cranegrass was also forcibly sent to the cabin by Hu Quan. They sealed all the entrances and exits of the cabin. At the same time, Hu Xian also stayed outside. Time passed by little by little. When the sky turned completely dark, everyone became even more nervous. They were very clear about little Cranegrass's status in the Hu family. If something happened to little Cranegrass, then they wouldn't be able to absolve themselves from the blame. When it was about 10 o'clock in the evening, the sound of water splashing suddenly came from the river. Hu Quan immediately became nervous. He used his ring to alert everyone and then informed the people in the cabin to get ready to leave at any time by using the water wheel. They would rather sail in the Wuling River at night than stay here and wait for death. Before long, Hu Quan saw dots of light on the river. They were surrounded by them. Hu Quan counted a few dozen dots of light. This made Hu Quan's expression turn ugly. Hu Quan walked to Hu Xian's side and said to him, "Young Master Xian, if there are too many enemies later and there is no other way, you can enter the cabin and lead young Master Cranegrass away through the waterway. Don't worry about us, your safety is the most important." Hu Xian didn't say anything about dying together. Such words weren't appropriate here. He was very clear that Hu Quan was right. For a great clan like the Hu family, losing Hu Quan wasn't a big deal. Losing the grassy ship wasn't a big deal. Losing everyone on the ship was also not a big deal. As long as Hu Quan and little Cranegrass were fine, then the losses of the Hu family wouldn't be too big. After all, Lu Quan and the others were ordinary people. With the Hu family's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for them to train more people like Hu Quan. As for the grassy ship, as long as the Hu family had the money, they could still build one, or even a few dozen. However, Hu Quan and little Cranegrass were different. Hu Quan was an official combat plant master of the Hu family while little Cranegrass was the most important plant master of the Hu family. If the two of them had an accident, then the Hu family's losses would be huge. When Hu Quan saw Hu Xian agree, he relaxed. He was afraid that Hu Xian would be impulsive and not agree to his proposal. That would be troublesome. Fortunately, Hu Xian agreed. Hu Xian has always been known for being calm and collected in the Hu family. This time, the Hu family sent him to protect little crane grass. Because of this, Hu Xian agreed to Hu Quan's proposal. At this time, the dots of light were getting closer and closer to the grassy ship. Hu Quan and the others were able to see what the dots of light were. They were small boats with wooden poles on them. On the wooden poles hung a lantern. On the boats, one could see burly men holding swords and sabers. When Hu Quan saw this, he immediately shouted, "Start, let's rush out." Following his order, the grassy ship immediately moved. Because of the water wheels below, as well as the fact that they were following the current, the grassy ship's speed was very fast. In a blink of an eye, the ship's speed was raised as it rushed forward. The other party didn't expect Hu Quan to have this kind of reaction. One of them shouted, "Use the hooks." Following his order, iron hooks were thrown from the small boats and attached to the greenie. Then, one figure after another climbed onto the greenie through the ropes attached to the hooks. Hu Quan immediately said, "Send half of the people to cut the ropes." The people on the ship complied. Then some people immediately went over and used their swords to cut the ropes. However, when their swords hit the ropes, a clanging sound was heard. Upon hearing this sound, Hu Quan couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "It's iron chains. Retreat and guard the cabin." Then he turned to Hu Xian and said, "Young Master Xian, you should go to the cabin and immediately take little crane grass away. The enemy came prepared this time, they want to kill us. If we let them board the ship, then I'm afraid you won't have a chance to escape. Quickly leave." Hu Xian was unwilling to give up as he looked at the people who were climbing up the ship. The souls on their heads were all ordinary souls. Moreover, their faces were covered, but their bodies were very sturdy. It was clear that they were trained. Moreover, there were too many of them. From what Hu Xian could see, there were already more than 100 people. On the other hand, the grassy ship only had a few dozen people. Blocking the enemy's attack would be very difficult. Although Hu Xian was present, Hu Xian didn't think that these pirates would dare to attack them. One must know that their ship was carrying a flag with the word Hu written on it. The flag had green trees and flowers on it, telling everyone that this was the Hu clan's ship. In the Saber Spirit Nation, there were no pirates who dared to attack the Hu clan's ship. Now that these people made a move, there could only be one explanation. They came specifically to deal with the Hu clan's ship. In this case, it was impossible for the other party to not think that there might be a plant master on the ship. If the other party thought of this, then they would certainly send people to deal with him. Moreover, Hu Xian's strength could only be considered average among the younger generation of the Hu clan. If the other party wanted to deal with him, then it wouldn't be too difficult. After thinking about this, Hu Xian immediately turned to Hu Quan and said, "All right, Brother Quan, I'll immediately take little crane grass and leave. If you can't, then don't resist. If you don't resist, then they might not kill you. But if they do, then I'll take revenge for you." Then Hu Xian didn't say anything else as he turned around and entered the cabin. When Hu Xian entered the cabin, he immediately saw little crane grass. Little crane grass wasn't in his room. Instead, he was standing in the cabin with his iron birch blade. There wasn't a trace of panic on his small face, instead, he had a calm expression. Hu Xian didn't have time to care about what little crane grass was thinking. He quickly walked to little crane grass side and said, "Crane grass, we must leave immediately." This time, the other party came prepared. "I'm afraid that even I won't be able to protect you." Little crane grass nodded, then he said, "All right." He knew that he couldn't say anything at this time. In terms of combat experience, he didn't have any. Therefore, it was best for him to listen to Hu Xian. Hu Xian looked at the iron birch blade in little crane grass hand. Naturally, he knew that this blade wasn't made of ordinary wood. He also knew that this blade was given to him by Hu Yuan. However, this iron birch blade wasn't light. If they brought it along, then it would affect their speed. When little crane grass saw Hu Xian's expression, he didn't say anything and directly threw the iron birch blade on the ground. Then he said, "Brother Xian, let's go." Husini admired little crane grass even more when he saw his actions. He was very clear about the importance of this knife to little crane grass. Little crane grass threw it away just like that. This kind of decisiveness wasn't something that anyone could do. Xian also knew that this wasn't the time to think too much. He took little crane grass and walked down the ship's hold. Everyone on the ship, regardless of whether they were men or women, automatically opened a path for them. Everyone on the ship was a member of the Hu clan. Moreover, they were the most loyal members. They were willing to sacrifice everything for the Hu clan at any time. Now that they saw Xian and little crane grass walking down the ship, they knew what the two wanted to do. They didn't stop them, on the contrary, they opened a path for them. Xian didn't say anything. He was very clear that if the enemy went all out tonight, no one on the ship would survive. Although he said that Hu Quan didn't need to resist, he knew that in order to buy time for him to escape, it was impossible for Xian to not resist. Not only would they resist, they would also resist fiercely. In other words, there might be no survivors on the ship. However, Xian didn't have any other choice. For the safety of little crane grass, he must leave. This was because when he left the clan, he received an order that even if he died, he must ensure little crane grass's safety. Xian and little crane grass continued to walk down. When they reached the cabin below, little crane grass suddenly saw a pile of bamboo poles. These bamboo poles were wrapped in iron, and could be considered as a weapon on the ship. If someone wanted to use the fire ship to burn their ship, they could use these bamboo poles to stop the fire ship from burning their ship. All of these wooden poles were very long, thick, and sturdy. They were also wrapped in iron. When little crane grass saw these poles, he immediately pulled Xian and said, "Brother Xian, take a bamboo pole with you." Xian didn't understand what little crane grass meant, but he still nodded. He took out a relatively short bamboo pole and held it in his hand. Then the two ran to a room at the bottom of the ship. After arriving at the room, Xian put down the bamboo pole and said to little crane grass, "In a while, I'll open the water door and let the water enter this room. We'll go out from the water door and enter the river. Then we'll swim downstream until we reach a safe place. Since there's a battle going on up there, they shouldn't notice the movements on the water." Little crane grass nodded, but he still said, "Brother Xian, we won't go downstream. Instead, we'll go upstream. If the enemy doesn't find us, they would certainly think that we went downstream. When the time comes, they would certainly send people downstream to look for us. On the contrary, if we go upstream, they might not be able to find us for a while. At that time, we can ask the clan to send people to support us." Hearing little crane grass's words, Xian felt that it was reasonable. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. But what do you want to do with this pole?" Little crane grass replied, "I want to use it to breathe underwater. I can't stay underwater for a long time without breathing. If we cut the pole and hollow out the joints, we can use the pole to breathe underwater. This way, I wouldn't need to come up to the surface and would be able to swim very far underwater." Xian's eyes lit up, then he shook his head and said, "Right, the pole is too thick." Little crane grass looked at the pole, it was indeed too thick. He couldn't put it in his mouth, so he immediately said, "Then let's open up all the joints and seal the two ends. This way, we can still store a lot of air inside. If we can't breathe underwater, then we can take in the air from the pole. This way, we can still support ourselves for a while." Xian nodded, then he grabbed the pole and looked at it. He discovered that there weren't any cracks on the pole, and the iron bag on one end was also very tight. It was impossible for air to leak out. Xian immediately turned the pole to the other end. Then he moved his hand as a green chi appeared in his hand. This chi rushed into the pole and opened up all the joints. Then Xian tore a piece of his clothes and blocked the other end of the pole. Then he went to the cabin where there was a turntable. Xian turned his head to little crane grass and said, "Crane grass, move back." Little crane grass nodded obediently and turned around to move back. Xian grabbed the turntable and used it. The turntable slowly started to move. Before long, Xian used his strength to push the turntable upwards, causing a stream of water to rush in. Fortunately, Xian was a cultivator. If he was an ordinary person, then he would have been injured. Hu Xian opened the water door, allowing the water to slowly enter the cabin. At the same time, the sounds of fighting outside became even more intense. At the same time, the grassy ship also shook a little. Before long, half of the water had been injected into the cabin, but the water had stopped flowing. Little Crane Grass looked at the ship and saw that the cabin was sealed very tightly. At this time, the water couldn't flow out. Because of this, the grassy ship wasn't completely silent. Because of this, the water couldn't be completely injected into the ship. Hu Xian didn't care about this. He turned his head to Little Crane Grass and said, "Crane Grass, let's go." Then he pulled Little Crane Grass with one hand and grabbed the pole with the other. Then they went through the water door and dived into the river. Little Crane Grass knew how to swim, but this was his first time diving. When he first entered the water, he was a little confused, but he quickly calmed down. Little Crane Grass didn't know why he was able to calm down so easily. He could feel that at this moment, he seemed to have become another person. He was calm and collected. It seems like this matter wasn't difficult for him at all. He didn't know what was going on, but he knew that being able to maintain this state was definitely a good thing. The two of them dived into the dark river. After sensing the direction of the current, Hu Xini caught the Little Crane Grass and let it lay on his back. Little Crane Grass immediately understood what Hu Xian meant. He lied on Hu Xian's back and didn't move at all. Instead, he tightly held onto Hu Xian's shoulder. When Hu Xini saw that the Little Crane Grass had settled down, with a thought, a faint layer of green light appeared outside his body. Then, he used his hands and feet to paddle against the current and went straight up. Little Crane Grass was lying on Hu Xian's back. He didn't feel very good, especially since he couldn't breathe. This made his vision turn dark. But at this time, he was still very calm. He could feel that although there was nature energy flowing on Hu Xian's body, it was very weak. Even with his sensitivity, he could only feel it. He was still lying on Hu Xian's back. He believed that those who were far away from Hu Xian wouldn't be able to feel the nature energy on Hu Xian's body. Little Crane Grass appreciated Hu Xian's approach. They didn't know how strong their enemy was. If they let the enemy feel nature energy in the river, then they would be able to discover them. Now, it was just right, the enemy couldn't discover them. With the support of nature's force, Hu Xian's diving speed was very fast. He kept diving for nearly a minute, and just when Little Crane Grass felt that it was about to faint, Hu Xian stopped. Then he picked up the bamboo pole and wrapped one end of it with nature's force while the other hand hit the cloth. Although the cloth was removed, because of the nature's force, the water didn't flow in. Hu Xian immediately placed the bamboo pole near Little Crane Grass's mouth. Little Crane Grass felt that there was no more water near his mouth, allowing him to breathe freely. He immediately took 2 deep breaths and then moved his mouth away from the bamboo pole. Hu Xian looked at Little Crane Grass and knew that he had recovered. He let out a sigh of relief. Then he also took 2 deep breaths before he covered the bamboo pole. Then he continued to swim forward. After doing this several times, they were no longer able to breathe inside the bamboo pole. The two of them then looked back and saw that they were already very far away from the battlefield. It was impossible for the enemy to discover them. Hu Xian took Little Crane Grass and swam towards the shore. Before long, the two of them reached the shore. This was a barren land, there was no one around. After the two of them reached the shore, Hu Xian squatted down and said to Little Crane Grass, "Crane Grass, come up. We'll immediately go to Emerald City." Little Crane Grass didn't ask anything as he got on Hu Xian's back. Hu Xian immediately took large strides towards Emerald City. His speed was very fast, but his control of nature energy was very good. At the same time, he was also very careful. Fortunately, there weren't a lot of villages on both sides of the Wuling River. There were only some weeds and trees. Because the Wuling River had experienced a flood before, nobody wanted to live too close to the river. While the two of them were hurrying forward, they suddenly heard voices in front of them. Hu Xian immediately stopped and squatted down in the weeds. The sky was very dark, and the weeds here were very tall. It would be very difficult for the enemy to discover them if they squatted down. At this time, the voices of the people talking reached their ears. One of them said, "Big brother, did the family receive some news this time? Otherwise, why would they deal with the Hu family's Emerald City? Could it be that there's an important person on the Emerald City? I don't know. In any case, I heard that there's a very promising disciple of the Hu family on the Emerald City. In the past 2 years, the Hu family has been suppressing the family. This made the upper echelons of the family very angry. Therefore, the family decided to teach the Hu family a lesson and let them know that our Lu family isn't to be trifled with." "But big brother, wouldn't this anger the Hu family? If we really anger the Hu family, then I'm afraid that it wouldn't be good for our family. The Hu family is very powerful. They are not as strong as we thought. Otherwise, why did the Hu clan only suppress our Lu clan when Luing attacked them 2 years ago and did not directly attack us? Humph, I think that the Hu clan only has an undeserved reputation. In fact, there is nothing to be afraid of. Everyone, let's hurry up and look around carefully in a while to prevent any of the Hu clan's people from escaping. This time, we must not let anyone from the Hu clan escape." Then a few shouts were heard. Then a bright spot appeared. A group of more than 10 people came straight towards them. These people were all soul beasts. They were all holding torches in their hands. Upon seeing the torches in the hands of the other party, Hu Xian's expression couldn't help but change. Although the two of them were squatting in the grass, this place wasn't very safe. This was because the grass on the riverside wasn't very dense. If the other party didn't have torches, then they might not be able to find them. However, with torches, it was very likely that they would be discovered in the first place. Hu Xian was now really anxious. This time, the Lu family was clearly well prepared. Although there were a lot of soul beasts on the ship, there were also a lot of soul beasts. Now that the soul beasts were sent to kill the fish that escaped the net, one could see at a glance that the other party was prepared to be ruthless this time. However, their current position wasn't hidden at all. If the other party came with a torch, it would be very easy for them to find them. Hu Xian knew that soul beasts' hearing, vision, smell, and so on were much better than other soul beasts. Ordinary people might not be able to notice them, but these soul beasts would certainly be able to see them. But at this time, Zhao Hai couldn't use natural energy. He was too close to these soul beasts. If he uses natural energy, he would certainly be discovered. It would be impossible for him to deal with these soul beasts by himself. Just as Hu Xian was anxious, Little Crane Grass suddenly pulled him. Hu Xian turned his head to look at Little Crane Grass. Little Crane Grass slowly laid down on the ground. Hu Xian didn't understand what Little Crane Grass wanted to do, but he knew that Little Crane Grass had a reason for doing so. From the time the ship was attacked until now, Little Crane Grass didn't seem like a child at all. On the contrary, he was very mature. Hu Xian also slowly laid down. Just as he laid down, he felt the surrounding grass move without any wind. Slowly, grass began to grow around them. Then the leaves of the grass suddenly weaved into a net above them, covering both of them inside. This net was very dense, but it didn't make people feel stuffy at all. Most importantly, there were still some grasses standing on top of the grass. Not to mention at night, even during the day, nobody would be able to find them. Of course, what surprised Hu Xian the most was that he didn't feel any natural energy fluctuations, not even a little bit. This was too strange. Plant cultivators generally rely on natural energy to control plants. Hu Xian was very clear that these grasses weren't controlled by him, it wasn't made by Little Crane Grass. But how did he do it? He still hasn't learned how to cultivate natural energy, and he also didn't feel any natural energy. However, now wasn't the time to ask. The two just lay there quietly, not daring to make a sound. They were listening to the other party's footsteps getting closer and closer, and then getting further and further away. Hu Xian and Little Crane Grass sat up. Hu Xian's eyes lit up as he looked at Little Crane Grass. Little Crane Grass didn't say anything, instead, he whispered, "Big brother Hu Xian, let's go. We can't go to Emerald City right now. It seems like the Lu family is waiting for us on the road. We need to leave the Wuling River first." Little Crane Grass nodded and said, "Big brother Hu Xian, let's go. We can't go to Emerald City right now." Hu Xian nodded, then he carried Little Crane Grass and ran away, leaving Wuling River as far as possible. They didn't know that their choice allowed them to avoid a disaster. The Liu family knew that Emerald City was the Liu family's territory. Because of this, they had already set up a lot of checkpoints in the direction of Emerald City. As long as Little Crane Grass and Hu Xian head towards Emerald City, they would certainly be blocked. When the time comes, the two wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Now that the two were deep inside the Saber Spirit Country, the Saber Spirit Country was very big, and the Hu family's influence was also very big. The other party wouldn't dare to openly chase after them, so they were safe. The two continued to move forward. Although they encountered several villages along the way, they still went around them and didn't enter the villages. They were afraid that the Liu family would block them there. Until dawn, the two still didn't enter the villages. Instead, they entered a forest. In the Soul Realm, because the population wasn't that big, the damage to the environment wasn't that big. Therefore, there were a lot of trees on the roadside. Since Hu Xian was a plant master, his fighting strength would increase exponentially in the forest. Because of this, the two chose to rest in the forest. And didn't enter the village. After rushing through the night, although he had the support of natural energy, Hu Xian still felt very tired. After passing through the forest, Hu Xian looked around and saw that there wasn't any danger. Then he put Little Crane Grass down and the two leaned against a big tree to rest. After taking a few breaths, Hu Xian turned his head to Little Crane Grass and said, "Crane Grass, how did you do it? You didn't use any natural energy and you can make those grasses listen to you? Isn't this too miraculous?" Little Crane Grass shook his head and said, "It's not that miraculous. It's just that my ability to communicate with plants is very strong. Right now, I can only communicate with the grasses and make them do things for me. But these trees can't." Hu Xian nodded. He now somewhat understood why Little Crane Grass could become Hu Yuan's disciple. One must know that the official disciples of the Hu family rarely see Hu Yuan once a year, but Little Crane Grass became a disciple of the Hu family. There were a lot of people in the Hu family who weren't convinced by Little Crane Grass. Hu Xian looked at the sky and said, "It's already dawn. Let's take a good rest here. Yesterday, we shouldn't have left any traces. In such a big place, it would be very difficult to find us. Let's rest in the forest for 2 days. After that, we'll go out and find something to eat." Little Crane Grass said, "Don't worry, I'm not hungry yet. Brother Xian, you've been on the road for an entire night. Take a good rest. I'll go look for something." Hu Xian was also very tired. Now that he heard Little Crane Grass, he nodded and said, "All right, don't go too far. Let's see if there are any wild fruits or the like. Let's eat them first and endure for 2 days." Little Crane Grass nodded, then he stood up and walked towards the depths of the forest. Along the way, Little Crane Grass had been chatting with the grasses in the forest. Although it could now chat with the trees in the forest, it still had some difficulty communicating with the trees. Therefore, it chose the most effortless way, which was to chat with the grasses. The grasses were all over the forest. Before long, Little Crane Grass found out from the grasses that there were a few wild fruit trees in the forest. Little Crane Grass went over and picked the wild fruits on the trees. Then he went back to where he came from. Before long, he returned to Hu Xian's resting place. Hu Xian was resting with his eyes closed. When he heard the footsteps, he immediately opened his eyes with a vigilant expression. When he saw Little Crane Grass, Hu Xian let out a long breath. Then he saw the wild fruit in Little Crane Grass's hand. Hu Xian couldn't help but smile and said, "Good, Little Crane Grass. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Come, let me have a taste." Little Crane Grass smiled faintly. Then he put the wild fruit on the ground and picked one up for Hu Xian. Then he also picked one up and ate it. To be honest, the wild fruit wasn't tasty at all. It was sour and astringent. However, Little Crane Grass ate it happily, as if it was a delicacy. In fact, although Little Crane Grass has eaten a lot of good things in the past 2 years, Hu Yuan would still let Little Crane Grass eat fruits for a few days every once in a while. In order to improve his health, Little Crane Grass ate a lot of herbs. Those things weren't very tasty, so he didn't feel any discomfort when eating this sour fruit. Hu Xian, on the other hand, was different from the Little Crane Grass. He had never eaten such a thing before. After just one bite, he felt his saliva flowing out. Seeing the little crane grass eating so sweetly, he stared at the little crane grass in a daze. He really wanted to know if the little crane grass's fruit was much more delicious than his fruit. When little crane grass started to eat his second fruit, Xian couldn't help but ask, "Crane grass, isn't this fruit sour? Why do I feel that it tastes bad?" Little crane grass looked at Xian and smiled faintly. "Of course it's sour, it's also astringent. My mouth is about to turn numb. However, I have to eat it. The Lu family won't let us off easily this time. Although the family knows that we're in trouble, they will immediately send people to support us. However, they don't know where we are, so it won't be easy for them to find us. If we're found by the Lu family, then we can't avoid fighting. If we don't eat our fill, how can we fight? Moreover, I've eaten things that tasted worse than this back in the valley. What's there to be afraid of eating a few fruits?" Upon hearing little crane grass, Xian couldn't help but blush. He was an elite disciple with a family, yet he couldn't even compare to little crane grass. This made him feel very embarrassed. Xian also picked up a fruit and endured the sourness as he ate a few. Then he leaned against a tree and closed his eyes to rest. Little crane grass sat beside him, and before long, the two of them fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, little crane grass suddenly woke up. He had a very bad feeling, as if there was some kind of danger slowly approaching. Little crane grass immediately pushed Xian, who was sleeping beside him. Xian also woke up. He looked at little crane grass in confusion. Just as he was about to open his mouth, little crane grass covered his mouth and then whispered into his ear, "Brother Xian, I have a very bad feeling. It's possible that the Lu family is chasing after us. We need to hide in the forest." Xian now completely believed in little crane grass's feelings, so he immediately nodded. Little crane grass then took his hand away. Then the two of them carefully walked into the forest. While walking, little crane grass communicated with the surrounding grass and trees, asking them to help him erase all traces of them. Not long after the two of them left, they heard footsteps followed by the barking of dogs. Then a voice said, "Third uncle, the smell stopped here. It seems like they've been here for a while, but we don't know where they went." Another voice was heard, "Let's look around first and see if we can find other traces. As long as we can find other traces, then we'll be able to find them." Several voices simultaneously responded, then the sound of footsteps dispersed. Little crane grass and Xian looked at each other. The two of them knew how the other party found them. The other party used a dog to track them. When they escaped last night, they didn't deliberately hide their tracks. The Hu clan's people were very likely to have followed the scent they left behind to chase them. Xian looked at little crane grass and whispered, "Crane grass, how about this? I'll lead them away. You run into the forest and find a place to hide." Little crane grass gently shook his head and said, "No need. Brother Xian, come with me." Then little crane grass turned around and walked towards the depths of the forest. He was very careful along the way. Because of this, little crane grass helped him erase the traces he left behind. Although Xian didn't quite understand what little crane grass meant, he still followed it. Right now, he really believed in little crane grass because he discovered that little crane grass was more mature than him when it came to handling matters at critical moments. Although this made Xian very surprised, it also made him believe in it. Therefore, when little crane grass said so, he kept following it. Soon, the two of them arrived at the forest. There were grass and rocks everywhere in the forest. Little crane grass seemed to know the way and kept walking around the forest. Soon, they arrived in front of a patch of grass. Little crane grass stood there motionless. Xian looked at little crane grass in confusion. Little crane grass smiled faintly as he pushed aside the grass, revealing a dark cave. This cave wasn't very big, one can only enter by crawling. Little crane grass didn't hesitate as he turned to Xian and said, "Brother Hu, let's go in." After saying that, he crawled into the cave. Xian hurriedly followed behind him. Soon, the two of them entered the cave. This cave was very strange. In the beginning, the path was very narrow, but the deeper they went, the wider it became. After the two climbed about 10 meters, the cave became very spacious. Little Crane Grass and Hu Xian both stood up. The cave was very dark, only a little bit of light could be seen from the entrance. But this little bit of light was no different from having no light at all. Now, in order to prevent others from seeing the cave, the little crane grass completely sealed the entrance of the cave. Even the last bit of light in the cave had disappeared. As soon as Hu Xian moved, a green light appeared in his hand. The two of them used this light to illuminate the cave. The inside of the cave was very big. What made people curious was that there was a small black grass growing inside the cave. When Hu Xian saw the black grass, he couldn't help but stare. Then he walked over, but Little Crane Grass pulled him back. Hu Xian looked at Little Crane Grass in confusion, he didn't know what it was doing. Little Crane Grass looked at Hu Xian and said, "Brother Xian, don't move. I feel that little grass is very dangerous. Let's just stand here and don't move. There are people outside, we can't let them discover us. Otherwise, we'll be in danger." When Hu Xian heard Little Crane Grass, he immediately stood up and sat down with Little Crane Grass. He also put away the green light in his hand. It was formed from natural energy. If it kept appearing, it would consume a lot of natural energy. Both of them turned their heads to look at the entrance of the cave. Their ears were stretched out. After a while, footsteps could be heard from outside the cave. However, the footsteps quickly faded away. After a while, footsteps could be heard again. Then, the footsteps disappeared again. Just as the two of them heaved a sigh of relief, a dog barked, followed by the sound of footsteps, followed by the sound of grass rustling. Upon hearing this sound, Hu Xian immediately tensed up. The two of them were currently in a cave. If the other party discovered the cave entrance, it would be troublesome. Little Crane Grass wasn't nervous. The other party was rustling the grass to find the two of them. He already had Little Crane Grass seal the entrance. It was impossible for the other party to discover it. Sure enough, the sound of grass rustling could be heard from the entrance of the cave, but it quickly disappeared. The two of them could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Once they were outside, they couldn't even hear the barking of the dogs. The two of them let out a sigh of relief, and their bodies relaxed for a while. However, the two of them didn't speak. They were afraid that the other party would hear them. Time passed by bit. They were tired from the night, didn't eat much, and were very nervous. In the end, they couldn't hold on any longer and unknowingly fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them woke up. Although there was only one entrance to the cave, the air inside wasn't stuffy. Moreover, there wasn't a bit of gloominess in the cave. This was beyond the two's expectations. Hu Xian moved as a green light appeared in his hand. Then he turned his head to look around and saw that Little Crane Grass had also woken up. Hu Xian nodded to Little Crane Grass and then pricked up his ears to listen for any movements outside. After discovering that there was no movement outside, Hu Xian said to Little Crane Grass, "They might have left. They can't find us here, so it's impossible for them to stay here for a long time." Little Crane Grass nodded, then he said, "But we still have to wait for a while before going out. It's safer this way. Really, if I knew this would happen, I would have brought some of those fruits. I'm very hungry right now." Upon hearing Little Crane Grass, Hu Xian couldn't help but bitterly smile and said, "I'm also very hungry. Let's endure it for a while. Although we're in the forest, there are too many of them. I wouldn't be their opponent." Little Crane Grass didn't object. It was impossible for the Hu clan's reinforcements to arrive. If they were to clash with the Lu clan, then they would be the ones to suffer in the end. The two of them were bored as they sat there. Then Hu Xian suddenly remembered the strange grass. His gaze couldn't help but turn towards it. Hu Xian stared, this was because he discovered that the grass had grown a lot. Moreover, it was reaching towards him. This discovery made Hu Xian's expression change. He quickly turned his head to Little Crane Grass and said, "Crane Grass, look at that grass. It seems to be reaching towards us. What is that?" Little Crane Grass also turned his head to look at the strange black grass. At the same time, he was recalling all the plants he had seen, including the rare ones. At the same time, he was also trying to communicate with the grass. Little Crane Grass softly said to the grass in his head, "Hello, grass. Can you hear me?" Who are you? Why did you break into my territory? All right. When little crane grass heard the other party's answer, he couldn't help but be happy. He quickly said, "Hello, we accidentally broke into this place. I'm sorry, we didn't know that this was your territory. We're being chased, so we want to hide here for a while. Is that all right?" "No, this is my territory. You should leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Hurry up and get out of my territory." Little Cranegrass was stunned. In the past, the plants he encountered were all very gentle. Generally, they wouldn't take the initiative to attack people. However, this plant wasn't gentle at all. Moreover, it was very unfriendly towards them. It seems like it wanted to attack them. Wait, attack. This was a demonic plant. A demonic plant? Black, invisible, grass-shaped, iron thread grass. This was actually an iron thread grass. Little Cranegrass immediately turned his head to Xianxia and said, "Brother Xianxia, we're in trouble. This is an iron thread grass, a demonic plant. We've broken into its territory and even slept in its territory. It thinks that we're here to look for its territory. Now, it wants us to leave. What do you think we should do?" When Xianxia heard what Little Cranegrass said, he was also stunned. He had heard about demonic plants before. They were existences that gave everyone in the soul realm a headache. He also heard about iron thread grass. Iron thread grass was a kind of demonic grass that would only appear in a special environment. This kind of grass can only grow in an environment where there's no light. Once it matures, it will turn completely black. Moreover, it can also freely grow and shrink. The biggest it can grow to be nearly 100 meters long. The smallest it can be as big as an ordinary grass. This kind of grass will always maintain its appearance of grass. But this kind of grass was very tough. Its leaves were as sharp as a blade, but its stem was very flexible. When needed, it can even become very hard. Once it gets angry, it would hit people. Xianxia calmed down. He looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "There's no other way. We can't be the opponent of this iron thread grass. Let's go, let's retreat." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he immediately said to the iron thread grass, "Sorry to bother you. We'll leave immediately." "No, that big guy can go, but you have to stay. I want you to talk to me." When Little Cranegrass heard what iron thread grass said, his face changed. He knew that things were going to be troublesome. Xianxia has been paying attention to Little Cranegrass. When he saw Little Cranegrass's face turn ugly, he immediately looked at iron thread grass and said, "What's wrong, Little Cranegrass? What does he want to do?" Little Cranegrass turned his head to look at Xianxia. He smiled bitterly and said, "This is troublesome. He said that you can go, but I have to stay and chat with him. It seems like he's really bored." Xianxia didn't care about Little Cranegrass's teasing. He stared at iron thread grass and said, "Cranegrass, you go out first. I'll block him." When Little Cranegrass heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but feel moved. At this time, the iron thread grass seemed to have felt Xianxia's hostility. The iron thread grass grew a lot, and like a snake, it pounced on Xianxia. Xianxia coldly snorted. He moved his hand as a vine appeared in his hand. In a blink of an eye, the vine turned into a vine shield in front of Xianxia. At this time, the iron thread grass turned into a 10-meter-long iron whip that was thicker than a person's arm. This iron whip lashed out at Xianxia's vine shield. Although Xianxia blocked the iron thread grass attack, he still underestimated its strength. When the iron thread grass lashed out, Xianxia was like a ball that was hit by a stick. He was sent flying and hit the wall. With a bang, Xianxia fell to the ground. He felt as if his body was about to fall apart. He had temporarily lost his ability to fight. Xianxia's heart was filled with shock. Although he heard people say that magic plants were very powerful, even plant masters who had been famous for a long time wouldn't dare to say that they could subdue magic plants. Xianxia didn't believe it. But now, he completely believed it. However, he didn't want to believe it right now. This was because it meant that he was in danger, it meant that Little Cranegrass was in danger. Hu Xian circulated the natural energy in his body. He wanted to move faster, but he was disappointed. This was because he found out that he couldn't move. Hu Xian anxiously looked at the iron thread grass. The iron thread grass didn't attack Hu Xian, instead, it wrapped itself around the little crane grass. The iron thread grass wrapped itself around the little crane grass tightly. The little crane grass felt as if it was being grabbed by a giant. Its bones were about to break. At the same time, it couldn't breathe as its face turned red. At this time, the grass soul on the little crane grass's head seemed to have sensed the little crane grass's situation. The little crane grass's leaves moved as invisible energy was released from the leaves. When the iron thread grass felt this energy, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. It immediately let go of little crane grass. Little crane grass fell to the ground. This made little crane grass unable to breathe. His eyes rolled back as he fainted. At this time, Zhou Xian also fainted when the little crane grass fainted. At the same time, a green light suddenly appeared from the grass soul above his head. The green light shot towards the iron thread grass's body. The iron thread grass was like a snake that was caught, it kept struggling. But no matter how much it struggled, the green light was still on its body. Moreover, the green light kept pulling the iron thread grass towards the little crane grass. In the end, the iron thread grass gave up struggling and became motionless. At this time, the green light retracted back into the little crane grass's grass soul. The iron thread grass also disappeared from the little crane grass's grass soul. The little crane grass's grass soul still had the appearance of a small grass, it didn't look any different from before. After an unknown amount of time, Hu Xianxia woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that everything was pitch black. Hu Xianxia stared blankly, then he was startled. He recalled the situation before he fainted. He was knocked out by the iron thread grass, and the crane boat was entangled by the iron thread grass. Thinking of this, Hu Xianxia suddenly jumped up. With a wave of his hand, a green light appeared in his hand. At the same time, Hu Xianxia carefully looked around. After looking around, Hu Xian couldn't help but stare. He was still in the cave, but the iron thread grass had already disappeared. Only little crane grass was lying not too far away. Hu Xian didn't know what happened to little crane grass. Hu Xian immediately ran over and used his hand to feel little crane grass's pulse. Seeing that he still had a pulse, he also touched little crane grass's nose and found that he was still breathing. Only then did Hu Xian relax. Then he placed his hand on little crane grass's body and slowly transferred his natural energy into little crane grass's body. Natural energy can be used to heal injuries, moreover, it was very effective. Although Hu Xian wasn't a specialized pharmacist, he could still treat minor injuries. By transferring his natural energy into little crane grass's body, not only could it heal little crane grass's injuries, it could also help him understand little crane grass's condition. What Hu Xian didn't expect was that as soon as he transferred natural energy into little crane grass body, little crane grass let out a long breath and woke up. Seeing little crane grass wake up, Hu Xian quickly said, "Crane grass, how are you feeling? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Little crane grass looked around in confusion, then he shook his head and said, "No, I'm fine. I just felt a little stuffy in my chest. I feel much better now." "Brother Xian, where's the iron thread grass?" Hu Xian looked around, then he shook his head and said, "I don't know, I just fainted. When I woke up, I discovered that the iron thread grass had disappeared." Little crane grass and Hu Xian crawled out of the cave. The two searched the cave for a long time but didn't see iron thread grass shadow. Although they were still puzzled, they didn't continue to search. Instead, they directly went out of the cave. To be honest, although the cave wasn't small, it was too dark inside. It gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. Even if it was still dark outside, it was still better than being in the cave. Moreover, the two had been hiding in the cave for a long time, so they wanted to come out and get some fresh air. They believed that the Lu clan had already left. If the Lu clan was still in the forest, then it could only mean that the Lu clan already knew that they were in the forest and had been waiting for them. However, the possibility of this was very low. The two of them went outside to take a look and realized that it was almost daybreak. The eastern sky was already bright. Seeing the faint white color, little crane grass and Hu Xian both let out a long breath. They felt as if they were living in the world again. Hu Xian looked around. At this time, they could already see the situation in the forest. Although their vision wasn't very good, it was still good enough. Hu Xian turned to little crane grass and said, "Crane grass, let's go and find some wild fruits to eat. I'm about to starve to death." Hearing Hu Xian's words, little crane grass couldn't help but stare blankly. Then his stomach began to growl. The two looked at each other and laughed. This was the joy of surviving a calamity. The two of them were starving. Little crane grass directly brought Hu Xian to those few wild fruit trees. Then, the two of them couldn't care less about the sourness of those fruits and started to eat them in big bites. After eating a few fruits, the two discovered that their teeth didn't dare to bite anything. Their saliva was still flowing out. The two knew that they had eaten too much. Even if there was something good, they wouldn't be able to eat it. Hu Xian impatiently said, "It seems like we have to find a way to eat something else. Crane grass, wait for me here. I'll go and see if I can hunt some wild animals. If I can, then we'll eat something good today." Naturally, crane grass wouldn't object. Hu Xian then turned around and left. In a forest like this, there was no lack of wild game. Not long after, Hu Xian brought back a few wild rabbits. Although the two of them didn't have any seasonings on them, when they saw these plump wild rabbits, the two of them still thought of the fragrant roasted wild rabbits. However, the problem now was that if they wanted to roast the hare, they would need to make a fire first. However, the two of them didn't have anything that could make a fire. Although Hu Xian could use natural energy was used on plants, it wasn't used to make a fire. Therefore, making a fire was quite difficult. Hu Xian looked around and frowned. In the end, he had no choice but to say to little crane grass, "Let's split up and find some firewood as well as some hay. I think that there should be a lot of these things." Little crane grass nodded. Then the two split up and went to collect firewood. Normally, no one would come to this forest, so there was still a lot of firewood. Before long, the two had collected a lot of firewood. Hu Xian looked at little crane grass with a puzzled expression. He didn't know what Hu Xian was going to do next. Hu Xian looked at little crane grass and couldn't help but feel helpless. He stretched out his hand and picked up a handful of dried grass. Before long, the grass became very soft. Then he put the dried grass to the side and picked up 2 pieces of dry wood. Hu Xian used his strength to chop one piece of dry wood into thin slices, just like a wooden saber. The other piece of dry wood had a crack on it. Then Hu Xian rubbed the 2 pieces of dry wood together. Before long, the dry wood emitted a burst of smoke. Hu Xian immediately placed the dried grass on top of it, and the dry wood immediately burned. Little crane grass looked at Hu Xian's actions and couldn't help but stare. Then he happily said, "It's on fire, it's on fire. Brother Xian, it's on fire. I didn't expect you to be able to make a fire like this. Brother Xian, you're amazing." Hu Xian bitterly smiled and said, "Amazing my ass. If it weren't for the fact that I had no other choice, I wouldn't have used this method. Originally, I had a fire starter on me, but I didn't expect to lose it in the river. This method was taught to me by a senior in my family when I went out for training. Crane grass, remember. In the future, if you go out for training, you must bring a fire starter. It will make it easier to light a fire. Remember." Little crane grass nodded. He still hadn't had the chance to go out and train. The previous few times he treated people, those were all arranged by the family, and there were people protecting him. But this time, it was definitely a sudden incident. The people of the Hu family weren't prepared, and that was why the two of them ended up in this state. This matter also affected the little crane grass greatly. He realized that he was not very safe right now, and he had to learn this ability to survive in the wild. Otherwise, if one day, he encountered such a situation and could not even start a fire, it would be impossible for him to eat something hot. This would definitely be a big problem. After Hu Xian made a fire, he cleaned up the rabbits. Although he only cleaned them up, leaving only the thighs with more meat, there was still a lot of meat left. Then Hu Xian picked up a few branches and skewered the rabbit thighs. Then he roasted them by the fire. While roasting, Hu Xian said, "There's no other way today. We don't have any seasoning, we don't even have any salt. We can only take a bite. When we get home, we'll eat something delicious to make up for it." Little Cranegrass smiled and said, "It's already very good. Rabbit meat is very fragrant." Hu Xian smiled faintly and said, "Actually, when you're living in the wild, it's best to bring some salt. It's impossible for people to not eat salt for a long time. On the other hand, plant cultivators sometimes need to live in the wild for a long time. For example, observing the growth of plants or doing other tasks. These tasks require us to live in the wild for a long time. Because of this, we need to learn some skills to survive in the wild. I heard that your medical skills are good, but you don't need to learn this. When you go back, you should look for some books about beasts as well as some books about poisons. There are a lot of books about these that we need to know in order to survive in the wild. For example, where we can rest, what kind of cave can be our shelter, all of these are very important." Hu Xian paused and glanced at Little Cranegrass before continuing, "Cranegrass, you should know that once a plant master reaches a high level, his strength wouldn't be inferior to a soul soldier or soul beast master. However, no matter how powerful he is, he can't always be on alert. If that's the case, he would exhaust himself before long. Therefore, everyone needs a safe place to rest, especially in the wilderness. You need a place where you can relax and have a good rest. Therefore, no matter where you go, the first thing you need to do is to find a place to rest, a base. This way, you can survive in the wilderness for a long time and ensure that your fighting strength doesn't decrease. Do you understand? Do you understand?" Little Cranegrass nodded. He firmly remembered every word that Hu Xian said. This was because he knew that Hu Xian's words were based on experience. And sometimes, these experiences were more useful than books. Seeing Little Cranegrass's expression, Hu Xian liked him even more. He looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Actually, even if I don't tell you this today, you will know in the future. Third Grandpa is a person who travels the world. He wouldn't let you hide in the valley for your entire life. Moreover, it seems like Third Grandpa is very strict with your training. Therefore, you don't need to worry about not having a chance to go out and train. I think Third Grandpa will teach you all of these things when the time comes." Upon hearing Hu Xian mention Hu Yuan, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but smile. Naturally, he knew that Hu Yuan was good to him. Although Hu Yuan was very strict with him, Hu Yuan had done a lot of things for him in the past few years. Because of this, Little Cranegrass was very grateful to Hu Yuan. Looking at the smile on Little Cranegrass's face, Hu Xian couldn't help but feel envious. At the same time, he also felt happy. He can see that Little Cranegrass and Hu Yuan had a very good relationship. This was the reason why Hu Xian was happy. After getting along with Little Cranegrass for some time, Hu Xian had a good understanding of Little Cranegrass. In Hu Xian's opinion, Little Cranegrass's strength wasn't worth mentioning. Without learning natural energy, Little Cranegrass couldn't be Hu Xian's opponent. However, in times of crisis, Hu Xian's ability to deal with things wasn't comparable to Little Cranegrass. These words were somewhat ridiculous. Little Cranegrass was a 9-year-old child while Hu Xian was a 20-year-old adult. But in terms of dealing with crises, he couldn't compare to a 9-year-old child. No one would believe it, but it was the truth. It was precisely because of this that Hu Xian valued the Little Cranegrass even more. Experience, strength, all of these could be gained through hard work. However, being able to deal with things calmly was something that many people couldn't learn in their lifetime. And the Little Cranegrass happened to have such an ability. To be honest, if such a person became their enemy, it would really be a headache. It was absolutely unwise to make such a person an enemy. Fortunately, Little Cranegrass was now a member of the Hu clan. Moreover, it seems like he didn't have any dislike towards the Hu clan. On the contrary, he was very grateful towards the Hu clan. This was a good thing. While Hu Xian was thinking about his own matters, he was also looking at the rabbit meat. After a while, the rabbit meat was roasted. Hu Xian gave a roasted rabbit leg to Little Cranegrass and said with a smile, "Eat, your teeth should have recovered by now, right?" Little Cranegrass wasn't polite, he took the rabbit leg and smiled. "Thank you, Brother Xian. My teeth have recovered. Let's eat together." Xian nodded, then he picked up a rabbit leg and ate it. Although there wasn't any seasoning, the rabbit leg was still a rare delicacy for the two of them who hadn't eaten anything for a few days. The two of them wolfed down a rabbit leg each, but they still didn't feel full. Only after eating another one did they feel full. But at this time another problem arose. They were thirsty. Ever since the two fled, they hadn't had a good drink of water. So naturally, they were thirsty now. In the end, the two had no choice but to eat a sour fruit each in order to stop their thirst. Just like every day, Ronghua City opened its gate early in the morning. But today, Ronghua City didn't seem to be very peaceful. The people of Ronghua City noticed that there were a lot of people wearing green clothes in the city. Not only were these people wearing the same color, but the style of their clothes was also similar. Moreover, each of them looked very sturdy, but their expressions were very cold, and even had a trace of anger. At the same time, the ordinary people of Ronghua City also noticed that the disciples of the big clans who usually swaggered around in the city were nowhere to be seen today. Even if they occasionally saw one of them, they would lower their head and hurriedly pass by. They didn't dare to be as domineering as they usually were. This made the ordinary people of Ronghua City curious and surprised. They weren't idiots. When they saw the appearance of the disciples of the big clans, they knew that there must be some extraordinary people in Ronghua City. Otherwise, the disciples of the big clans wouldn't have such an expression on their faces. In Ronghua City, there was a pharmacy called the Hu clan. The atmosphere was even more tense. The disciples of the Hu clan who were wearing green clothes gathered in the backyard of the pharmacy. They looked unfriendly as they stared at the room in the backyard of the pharmacy. In this room, there were several people sitting. The one in the front was Hu Ding. Next to Hu Ding, there were several people sitting. The sole objects of these people were all plant souls. Moreover, there were some similarities between their eyebrows. At first glance, one could tell that they were all disciples of the Hu clan. Hu Ding looked at everyone and said, "Remember, the main task this time is to get little Xian's little crane grass. If you encounter the people of the Lu clan during this process, kill them." Everyone nodded. Although the Hu clan was a famous big clan in the Soul world, and their strength was also very strong, but the principle of the Hu clan had always been to be kind to others. Therefore, the Hu clan didn't have many enemies in the continent. The enmity of the Hu clan with the Lu clan couldn't be blamed on the Hu clan at all. A few generations ago, the Lu clan was also a big clan. At that time, the most beloved son of the Lu clan was seriously ill. They had invited many pharmacists, but none of them could cure him. In the end, the Lu clan had no choice but to bring his son to the Hu clan for treatment. However, the child was too sick, and there was almost no hope of saving him. The Hu clan had also made it clear to the other clan. At the same time, the Hu clan, in the spirit of a doctor, tried to save the child. In the end, the Hu clan had tried their best to save the child. Although the Hu clan couldn't save the child, the Hu clan still couldn't save the child. This wasn't a big deal. After all, there was no doctor who dared to say that he could save the person. Moreover, the Lu clan's child was seriously ill. The Hu clan had also made it clear to him that the Hu clan had done their best. However, from then on, the Lu clan became hostile towards the Hu clan. He blamed the Hu clan for not being able to save his child. From then on, this enmity was formed. The Lu clan began to provoke the Hu clan whenever they had nothing to do. They even openly went against the Hu clan. Although the Hu clan was strong, they had always been kind to others. Therefore, they didn't take the Lu clan's provocation to heart. Frankly speaking, in the Hu clan's opinion, the Lu clan didn't have the qualifications to provoke the Hu clan. Naturally, there was another reason: the Lu clan was an enemy left behind by Gu Yi. After the Hu clan suffered a loss, they learned to be smart. They wouldn't easily reveal their strength. If they were a great clan, then they would be very strong. But at the same time, they also had a good relationship with the other great clans. This would attract the attention of the rulers. Because of this, the Hu clan had always been very low-key. In their opinion, although the Lu clan's provocation was annoying, it also had some benefits. But in the Hu clan's opinion, although the Lu clan's provocation was annoying, it also had some benefits. However, they didn't think that the Lu clan would become more and more excessive. They thought that the Hu clan was just SOSO and couldn't do anything to them. Last time, the Lu clan openly attacked the grassy ship, as well as Xianxia's ship. Naturally, the Hu clan wouldn't let the Lu clan off so easily. Therefore, they secretly suppressed the Lu clan. This was because the Hu clan didn't want to go too far in order to avoid attracting attention. However, even if they suppressed the Hu clan, the Lu clan still couldn't afford it. In the past 2 years, the Lu clan's losses were very big. Most importantly, besides the plant masters cultivated by the Hu clan, there were no other plant masters who were willing to work for the Hu clan. And the plant masters cultivated by the Hu clan couldn't buy anything useful from the Plant Master Association. When they exchanged their experiences with other people, nobody was willing to pay attention to them. The Hu clan was also pushed aside by the Plant Master Association. This blow was very fatal for the Lu clan. Although the Lu clan did business, the output of their fields was the foundation of the clan. Now that the output of their fields had decreased a lot, this made the Lu clan even more ruthless towards the Hu clan. Originally, the Hu clan just wanted to teach the Lu clan a lesson and make them behave. However, they didn't think that the Lu clan's people were just like their souls. They were full of beasts. Not only did the Hu clan's actions not make the Lu clan restrain themselves, they even prepared to teach the Hu clan a lesson. They wanted the Hu clan to understand that they shouldn't easily provoke the Lu clan. In the eyes of the Hu clan, this was very laughable. However, in the eyes of the Lu clan, this was a matter of course. For so many years, they had been looking for trouble with the Hu clan. Although the Hu clan would sometimes fight back, most of the time, the Hu clan chose to endure. This made the Lu clan feel superior to the Hu clan. In their view, the Hu clan was a coward who didn't dare to go against the Lu clan. Now that the Hu clan dealt with the Lu clan, not only did it not make the Lu clan behave, it made the Lu clan even angrier. This was like a villain. This villain was just a little hooligan, but he would often bully people for fun. And most of the time, the other party wouldn't be like him. Even if he scolded them, they wouldn't talk back. But suddenly, one day, when he wanted to bully that person would beat him up. At this time, not only would this villain not feel afraid, but he would also feel extremely angry. Because in his view, he should bully the other party, and the other party shouldn't resist. Resistance was an original sin, so he had to take revenge. Unfortunately, this time, the Lu clan chose the wrong person. If they attacked an ordinary disciple of the Hu clan wouldn't have such a big reaction. But this time, they chose the little crane grass as their target. This was indeed touching the Hu clan's reverse scale. Not to mention the talent of the little crane grass, just the fact that he was Hu Yuan's disciple was already a big taboo for the Hu clan. Hu Yuan was the great elder of the Hu clan. If they couldn't even protect the disciple of the great elder of the Hu clan, then how could the Hu clan have a foothold in the soul world? So this time, the Hu clan was ruthless. They must teach the Lu clan a lesson. This could be seen from Hu Ding's order. The Hu clan had never issued such an order before. Hu Ding looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "This time, Hu Quan and the others died in battle, but there's still no news about Hu Xian's little crane grass. Instead, there's news that the Lu clan seems to be looking for something everywhere. From this point, it can be seen that Hu Xian and the little crane grass might still be safe. It hasn't fallen into the hands of the Lu clan yet. So you must look for it carefully. Notify everyone, let's take action." Everyone responded in unison, then turned around and left. Hu Ding waited until everyone left before he let out a sigh of relief. But his eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. This time, Hu Ding was really angry. He didn't think that the Lu clan would be so bold. Hu Ding was the one who had the most contact with the little crane grass in the Hu clan other than Hu Yuan and Hu Xian'er. He was very clear about the talent of the little crane grass, and also knew the hard work of the little crane grass. He knew that maybe the little crane grass soul wasn't very good and couldn't become a powerful combat plant master, but with his talent of communicating with plants and his hard work, he would definitely become a great plant master and a powerful pharmacist in the future. And no matter which of these two, it would bring a lot of help to the Hu clan. However, the Lu clan attacked the little crane grass this time. Hu Ding didn't know if the Lu clan did it intentionally or unintentionally. If it was unintentional, then it would be fine. But if it was intentional, then this matter wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. Just as the Hu clan was about to set out to look for the little crane grass and Hu Xian, two silhouettes suddenly appeared outside the city. The two's clothes were wrinkled and dirty. Their expressions looked very distressed, but they were still very spirited. However, there was a trace of vigilance and curiosity in their eyes. While walking forward, Hu Xian said to the little crane grass, "In Ronghua City, there is a medicine hall of the Hu clan. This medicine hall is also a branch of the Hu clan. There are some experts inside, so we should be safe here. However, I don't know what the Lu clan's strength is. Since they dared to attack the grassy ship, then they might attack our branch as well. Therefore, we must be careful." Little crane grass nodded, then the two slowly entered the city. As soon as the two entered the city, Hu Ding received the news. As soon as he heard that the two had entered the city, Hu Ding immediately rushed out of the Hu clan's medicine hall and went straight towards the two. At this time, the little crane grass and Hu Xian were already protected by the Hu clan. Upon seeing the green-clothed members of the Hu clan, Hu Xian's heart couldn't help but relax. Before long, the green-clothed people arrived at the two's side. A middle-aged man saw Hu Xian and excitedly said, "Xian, it really is you. That's great." When Hu Xian saw this person, he finally relaxed. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Seventh uncle, I didn't expect you to come. It seems like the clan has already sent people. How are Hu Quan and the others?" The one who spoke to Hu Xian was also a disciple of the Hu clan. His name was Seventh Xing, and his name was Hu Wan. His nickname was the Wandering Dragon Staff. His soul was a birch tree, and he was best at using a set of staff techniques. He was also a well-known figure in Jianghu. When Hu Wan heard Hu Xian, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "Hu Quan and the others have already died. Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's go." This time, it's 18th uncle who led the team. He should have already received the news. Upon hearing that Hu Quan and the others had died, Hu Xian and the little crane grass expression turned gloomy. This was especially true for the little crane grass. He didn't think that Hu Quan would die like this. This was the first time that someone he was familiar with was killed. While the group was talking, Hu Ding also arrived. He looked at Hu Xian and little crane grass before he nodded and said, "Good, it's good that you came back alive. Let's go back and talk." Hu Xian and little crane grass nodded. Then the group returned to the Hu clan's pharmacy. After arriving at the back room of the Hu clan's medicine hall and sitting down, Hu Ding looked at Hu Xian's little crane grass and said in a deep voice, "Tell me, how did you two escape? I heard that the Lu family spent a lot of effort to deal with you." Hu Xian sighed and said, "Not only did they besiege us in the water, there were also people waiting for us on the shore. If it wasn't for little crane grass, then I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to come back." Then Hu Xian recounted what happened to the two. When Hu Ding and the others heard this, they quietly listened to Hu Xian. After Hu Xian finished, Hu Ding turned his head to look at little crane grass. Then he nodded and said, "Alright, I know about this matter. You don't need to worry about the rest. Go take a bath, eat something, and take a rest." The two nodded, then they stood up and gave Hu Ding a salute before they turned around and left. The servants arranged everything for them. After the two left, Hu Wan turned his head to Hu Ding and said, "18th brother, do you think what Xian said is true? Isn't it a bit exaggerated? Just based on little crane grass? Can he really do what Xian said? I don't believe it." Hu Ding shook his head and said, "No, I believe what Xier said. Seventh brother, you haven't had much contact with little crane grass, so you don't know much about him. Little crane grass definitely isn't simple. He's a genius, a true genius. I've been in contact with him for a long time, so I know him very well. I'm sure that what Xier said isn't an exaggeration. Little crane grass is definitely capable of doing what he said. Seventh brother, you should know that when I went to pick up little crane grass and Xian'er, I was also attacked by the Lu family. The one who attacked me was Hungry Dog Luing. But do you know what little crane grass was like back then? He was so engrossed in reading in Xianxia's room that he didn't even know when the battle ended. At this point, Hu Ding paused for a moment. He looked at Hu Wan and said, "Crane grass definitely can't be judged by common sense. He does indeed have such an ability. I realized that the closer he is to a crisis, the calmer he becomes. Furthermore, he can make the most correct decision in the shortest amount of time. This ability isn't something that just anyone can have." When Huani heard Hu Ding's words, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Hearing you say that, I'm also a bit curious about this child. If he's really that outstanding, then it would be my Hu clan's blessing." Hu Ding smiled faintly and said, "Seventh brother, if he wasn't talented, then third uncle wouldn't have accepted him as a disciple. This child is really talented. It's a pity that he's a grass soul cultivator. Otherwise, his potential would be limitless." Hu Wan nodded. In fact, there were still a lot of people in the Hu clan who didn't understand why Hu Yuan accepted Little Cranegrass as a disciple. In their opinion, Little Cranegrass was just a grass soul cultivator. What could his future be like? Such a person simply wasn't worthy of being Hu Yuan's disciple. However, they didn't dare to say this in front of Hu Yuan. What was Hu Yuan's status in the Hu clan? If they dared to say this in front of Hu Yuan, then Hu Yuan might just teach them a lesson. Hu Wan didn't dwell on this matter. Instead, he looked at Hu Ding and said, "What do we do next? Now that Xianxia and Cranegrass have returned safely, should we return to Ji Fort first?" Hu Ding nodded and said, "Yes, let's return to Ji Fort first. I'm afraid that the clan will make a big move. This time, the Lu clan has gone too far. We have to avenge Hu Quan and the others. This time, we must teach the Lu clan a lesson that they'll never forget. Our Hu clan has been low-key for so many years, but some people still think that we're sick cats." Hu Wan nodded and said, "All right, then let's go back first." Strange, why did the Lu clan only kill Hu Quan and the others, but didn't touch the grassy ship? Hu Ding replied, "There's nothing strange about it. They didn't dare to move. Now that they killed Hu Quan, even if we know that they did it, we don't have any evidence. If they take the grassy ship away, then wouldn't they be telling others that they were the ones who did it? They don't have the courage to do that. As for why they didn't sink the grassy ship, that's easy to explain. This time, the Lu clan wanted to show off to us. They wanted to show us the corpses of Hu Quan and the others. Therefore, they didn't sink the grassy ship." Hu Wan nodded and said, "That makes sense. When will we go back?" Hu Ding replied, "Let's wait for 2 days. Let Little Cranegrass and Hu Xian have a good rest. They've had a hard time in the past 2 days. Hu Xian is a cultivator, but Little Cranegrass is different. He's still a child. I'm afraid that if he were to rest and relax, he might get sick." Hu Ding's words weren't nonsense. People were like this. When their minds were tense, their body's potential would be stimulated. But when your mind relaxed, some of the hidden problems in your body would slowly find their way to you. This was the most dangerous thing. Hu Wan also understood this, so he nodded and said, "All right, then let's rest for 2 days. Do you want to make arrangements?" Hu Ding said in a deep voice, "We must. The Lu clan is like a mad dog right now. Who knows what else they can do? We must be careful before the clan completely makes a move on the Lu clan. If we let those fellows take advantage of the loophole, then it would be bad." Hu Wan nodded and said, "Then I'll make arrangements." Then he turned around and left. Hu Ding looked at Hu Wan's back and couldn't help but sigh. Right now, there were many people in the Hu clan who were just like Hu Wan. They still had some doubts about the Little Cranegrass. Unfortunately, no matter how he explained, there weren't many people who believed him. This made Hu Ding very vexed. In the next 2 days, Little Cranegrass and Hu Xian had a good rest. Moreover, they ate medicinal cuisine every day. There were also people who took their pulse every day. This made the two of them live like masters. It wasn't until 3 days after Little Cranegrass and Hu Xian entered Ronghua City that Hu Ding gave an order. They left the city and rushed towards Lingshan City. The journey was very peaceful. Nobody dared to make a move on them. After all, there were hundreds of combat plant masters in the Hu clan. If someone dared to make a move on them, then they must be tired of living. Along the way, they rode horses. Little Cranegrass didn't know how to ride a horse before. However, Hu Ding and the others didn't help him this time. Instead, they gave him a relatively docile horse and had him ride it with everyone. In the beginning, Hu Wan and the others were afraid that Little Cranegrass wouldn't be able to bear the hardship. However, after a few days of traveling, they had to admit that they had underestimated Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass was really able to endure hardships. Moreover, in their opinion, besides being unfamiliar with riding a horse in the beginning, Little Cranegrass was able to ride a horse after a few days. Hu Wan didn't know that when Little Cranegrass was practicing the horse stance, it was different from the horse stance that other people learned. Not only did he have to do the horse stance, he also had to use his legs to clamp the stake. In the end, he had to turn the dead horse into a living horse. His foundation was very good. The journey took more than a month. Little Cranegrass originally wanted to take the grassy ship back to Jiyun City to see his old gate. However, his plans changed quickly. Now, it was impossible for them to go to Jiyun City. More than a month later, the group arrived at the Hu clan's fort covered in dust. As soon as they entered the fort, Little Cranegrass felt that the atmosphere in the fort was different from before. Little Cranegrass knew what was going on. Just as they were rushing to the fort, the Hu clan had already started to deal with the Lu clan. They had received a lot of news along the way. Some of the Lu clan's branches outside had been swept away and their shops were closed. Now, the Lu clan could only linger on with their last breath. They had already been demoted from a mid-tier clan to a low-tier clan. This was because the Hu clan didn't go all out. If the Hu clan really wanted to deal with them, then the Lu clan would have already been wiped out. This was the Hu clan's biggest operation in many years. At the same time, it was also an operation to show the Hu clan's strength to the outside world. Through this operation, nobody dared to look down on the Hu clan. Everyone knew that the Hu clan wasn't to be trifled with. When Little Cranegrass and the others arrived at the fort, the Hu clan's attack on the Lu clan had already ended. They didn't exterminate the Lu clan because this would make all the forces in the continent afraid of the Hu clan. Therefore, they left the Lu clan alive. Although the Lu clan was spared, the Lu clan had been completely crippled. Now, they no longer had the qualifications to challenge the Hu clan. If they still didn't give up and dared to provoke the Hu clan, then the Hu clan would annihilate them all. It could be considered as a matter of course, and nobody would dare to say anything. In fact, the Lu clan's current situation wasn't very good. The Hu clan swept away all the forces outside the Lu clan, only allowing them to struggle at death's door. However, the Lu clan was very overbearing before. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to be enemies with the Hu clan. Overbearing people would always offend a lot of people. In the past, the Lu clan's strength was there. Even if they offended people, ordinary people wouldn't dare to touch them. But now, it was different. The Lu clan had suffered heavy losses. If they didn't know how to hit them when they were down, then the Lu clan's enemies would be too kind. Therefore, although the Hu clan let the Lu clan go, the Lu clan wasn't far from their defeat. There were too many wolves staring at them. The reason why these wolves didn't touch the Lu clan was because they were thinking about how to divide this meat. However, these didn't have anything to do with the Hu clan. The Hu clan had done what they needed to do. What the others did was their own business. It had nothing to do with the Hu clan. When Little Cranegrass and the others returned to the Hu clan, Hu Ding and the others immediately went to report to Hu Chao. However, Little Cranegrass wasn't the same as them. He directly returned to the valley and went to see Hu Yuan. Little Cranegrass slowly made its way back to the valley. Looking at the familiar scenery in the valley and recalling the tense period of fleeing, Little Cranegrass felt as if it was a lifetime ago. After taking a few deep breaths and calming its emotions, Little Cranegrass returned to the wooden house. When he arrived at the wooden house, he saw Hu Yuan sitting in the living room drinking tea. Little Cranegrass quickly went over and gave Hu Yuan a salute. "Disciple has seen master. Disciple has returned." Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass, then he nodded and said, "Good, it's good that you're back. Go and wash up. Come and eat. Chui Xiang has already prepared your favorite dishes." Little Cranegrass nodded before he turned around and left. After washing up, Little Cranegrass returned to the living room and saw that the tea table was already prepared. Xiang was standing on the side. Little Cranegrass quickly gave a salute to Xiang and said, "Aunt Xiang." Xiang looked at Little Cranegrass and felt both heartache and happiness. After rushing for more than a month, Little Cranegrass had lost a lot of weight. This was also the reason why Xiang felt heartache for Little Cranegrass. But at the same time, she was also happy that Little Cranegrass was able to return safely. In the past 2 years, Xiang had been taking care of Little Cranegrass's diet. Although Little Cranegrass had a full schedule every day, the relationship between the two was still very good. Xiang didn't have any children in her life, so she naturally treated Little Cranegrass as her own child. If it wasn't for Hu Yuan, then Xiang would have let Little Cranegrass live the life of a young master. Unfortunately, Hu Yuan didn't allow this. Therefore, she could only take care of Little Cranegrass's diet. When Xiang heard that Little Cranegrass and the others were attacked and their lives were unknown, she was really worried and secretly cried a few times. Fortunately, Little Cranegrass had returned safely, so she naturally made a lot of dishes that Little Cranegrass liked to eat. Xiang looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "All right, Little Cranegrass, come and eat. I made all of your favorite dishes. You've suffered in the past few days, and will definitely give you some nourishment." Little Cranegrass smiled foolishly and said, "Thank you, Aunt." Then he went to the tea table and sat down. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Let's eat." After saying that, he picked up the bowl, filled it with rice, and began to eat. Little Cranegrass didn't stand on ceremony, and naturally, she also picked up the bowl and began to eat. Little Cranegrass was very clear that Hu Yuan was like this. He usually didn't talk much, especially when it was time to eat. Usually, if he had something to say, he would wait until after the meal. This time, it was obviously the same. After eating, Xiang cleaned up the leftovers. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Tell me, what happened?" Little Cranegrass nodded and then told Hu Yuan what happened. From the attack to how they entered Ronghua City, he also told Hu Yuan about the iron thread grass. Upon hearing Little Cranegrass talking about the iron thread grass, Hu Yuan stared. Then he carefully looked at Little Cranegrass and didn't find anything wrong with his body. Then he said, "Did the iron thread grass really disappear? Did you carefully search for it?" Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "Yes, we've searched the entire cave." Brother Xian also used his ability to search, but he couldn't find anything. "We also searched outside the cave, but we couldn't find anything." "Master, what's going on?" Hu Yuan replied, "Maybe it left on its own. Demonic plants can move on their own, and some of them can even move faster than animals. It's normal for them to be faster than horses. The iron thread grass has another name, it's called iron thread snake grass. This grass can move like a snake, and it can move completely underground. I don't know why the iron thread grass let you go, but for you to be able to come back safely, that's an anomaly. Based on what you said, the iron thread grass you faced was definitely very old." Little Cranegrass nodded and didn't ask anything. Hu Yuan looked at him and said, "You don't need to think too much. Rest for 2 days. Then Master will teach you how to cultivate natural energy. Then you can become a true plant master." Little Cranegrass nodded and didn't ask anything. Hu Yuan looked at him and said, "You don't need to think too much. Rest for 2 days. Then Master will teach you how to cultivate natural energy. Then you can become a true plant master." Little Cranegrass nodded, he was slightly excited. However, he quickly calmed down. Then he thought of something else. Little Cranegrass looked at Hu Yuan and said, "Master, I want to visit the Hu family. I'm very familiar with Uncle Quan. This time Uncle Quan died for me. I want to see if I can help the Hu family." When Hu Yuan heard Little Cranegrass's words, a trace of gratification flashed across his face. He nodded and said, "All right, go ahead. If Hu Quan's child still has some talent, I'll get the family to make arrangements." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he stood up and gave Hu Yuan a salute before turning around and leaving. He didn't bring anything. In fact, he didn't have anything. He didn't have any money on him. After all, he was only 9 years old. Moreover, he didn't need any money. The Hu family lived in the fort. They lived in a sky-supporting tree in the inner mansion. The Hu family had several sky-supporting trees where the children of the Hu family lived. Moreover, they were the most loyal children of the Hu family. Therefore, the Hu family also lived in the sky-supporting tree. Little Cranegrass had some understanding of the Hu clan's matters, so he quickly found the sky-supporting tree. The sky-supporting tree was very lively. A group of children were playing under the tree. These children were all soul-bearers. Little Cranegrass was definitely a stranger to these children, so when he walked over, all the little Cranegrass looked at him. Little Cranegrass didn't feel that there was anything wrong. He kept walking forward, but the children all moved to the sides and made a path for him. As he was walking, Little Cranegrass suddenly noticed a child. This child looked to be about the same age as him and was dressed in coarse clothes. However, his right arm was covered in a black veil. Little Cranegrass understood that the black veil represented the death of a direct elder in the family. When she saw the age of the child, Little Cranegrass immediately thought that he might be Hu Quan's son. Thinking of this, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but walk towards the child. The child was sitting on one of the roots of the towering tree, looking very safe. Little Cranegrass walked in front of the child and squatted down, then he looked at the child and said, "Brother, what's your name?" The child was called back by Little Cranegrass. He looked at Little Cranegrass and immediately noticed the grass plant soul on Little Cranegrass' head. He quickly stood up and bowed to Little Cranegrass and said, "I've seen young master, I'm called Hu Ping." Hearing his name, Little Cranegrass knew that he found the right person. He nodded and said, "Brother, I'm here to visit your family. Can you take me there?" Little Hu Ping was only a child less than 10 years old. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be as mature as Little Cranegrass. Now that he heard Little Cranegrass say this, he hurriedly nodded and led Little Cranegrass towards the towering tree. The two went all the way up until they reached the 6th floor. Then Hu Ping brought Little Cranegrass to a room. This room had a number written on the door, just like a house number. Hu Ping reached out his hand and pushed the door open. Then he loudly said, "Mother, someone's here." Then he led Little Cranegrass into the room. At this time, a woman around 30 years old came over. She was wearing white clothes. Her face was calm, but she was frowning. There was a trace of worry on her face. She looked at Little Cranegrass in confusion. At the same time, she also noticed the grass plant soul on Little Cranegrass' head. She immediately bowed and said, "I've seen young master. May I ask who young master is looking for?" Little Cranegrass looked at the woman and said, "Are you Aunt Quan?" "I'm Tian Cranegrass." When the woman heard Little Cranegrass, she couldn't help but stare. Then she immediately understood Little Cranegrass' identity. She immediately bowed and said, "So it's young Master Cranegrass. I ask young master to forgive me for not knowing." Little Cranegrass hurriedly said, "Aunt Quan, you're too polite. I'm very familiar with Uncle Quan, and this time, Hu Quan died in battle to protect us. Today, I'm here to see if there's anything I can help with at home. If there's anything, please don't hold back and speak your mind." When Hu Quan's wife heard Little Cranegrass, she couldn't help but feel moved. Hu Quan was originally a child of the Hu family. This time, he died in battle for the Hu family. Naturally, the Hu family would take good care of the mother and son. Moreover, she had a job in the Hu family, so she didn't need to worry about her daily life. Therefore, she quickly said, "Young Master Cranegrass, please come in and have a seat." Then she invited Little Cranegrass into the room. Little Cranegrass wasn't polite. He thanked the woman before entering the room and sitting down. The living room wasn't very big. There was a set of wooden furniture inside. Although the room wasn't very big, it was enough for a family of 3 to live in. After Little Cranegrass sat down, Hu Quan's wife immediately poured her a glass of water. Little Cranegrass thanked her and took it. Hu Quan's wife heard from others that Little Cranegrass and her family had just come back today, and they immediately came to their house. It was obvious that Little Cranegrass really wanted to help them, so Hu Quan's wife was even happier. She was also a servant in charge of cleaning the Hu clan. She knew Little Cranegrass's condition very well. She knew very well what kind of status Little Cranegrass had in the Hu clan. Now that Little Cranegrass took the initiative to come to their home, their lives would only be better in the future. Although the Hu family was taking good care of them, she was still a woman. Moreover, for a large family like the Hu family, there were a lot of people that needed to be taken care of. If things went wrong, then in a few years, no one would remember what Hu Quan did for the Hu family. At that time, if they didn't have a backer, then their days wouldn't be good. Hu Quan's family wasn't just like his brother. Although Hu Quan's brother's family would also take care of his family, they were still separated by a layer after all. They were still lacking by a lot. If there was someone above them who could speak, that would be great. Thinking of this, Hu Quan's wife was even more polite to Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass drank a mouthful of water, then he looked at Hu Quan's wife and said, "Aunt Quan, I came this time to ask if little brother Hu Ping has gone to school. Is there any arrangement in the family?" When Hu Quan's wife heard Little Cranegrass, she quickly replied, "Thank you for your concern, young Master Cranegrass. Hu Ping has already gone to school. The family has already arranged everything, young Master Cranegrass doesn't need to worry." Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "That's good. Aunt Quan, I still have to return to my master's place to cultivate. I can't stay here for too long. If you have any problems in the future, you must inform me. As long as I can help you, I'll do my best." Hu Quan's wife quickly gave Little Cranegrass a bow and said, "Thank you, young Master Cranegrass. I'll remember it." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he stood up and turned his head to look at Hu Ping. He didn't say anything and just nodded to Hu Ping. Then he turned his head to Hu Quan's wife and said, "Aunt Quan, I'll be going back. Remember to inform me if you have any problems." Then he turned around and walked out. Hu Quan's wife sent Little Cranegrass to the sky supporting tree. After seeing Little Cranegrass leave, she turned around and walked towards the tree. At this time, a woman came over and said to Hu Quan's wife, "Aunt Quan, who was that person just now?" Hu Quan's wife looked at the person who came over. She also knew this person. Her husband was also a servant of the Hu family. He was also an honest person and was highly regarded by the Hu family. However, this woman was a loudspeaker. If she heard anything, then she would let everyone know that Hu Quan's wife didn't like this person very much. However, when she saw him today, her heart moved. Now that the Hu family had just died, many people who weren't as favored as Hu Quan would say strange things in front of her. These days, she was already very annoyed. Her temperament wasn't the kind of person who could stand outside and scold people. Therefore, she could only be angry. But this time, Little Cranegrass's arrival was an opportunity. Little Cranegrass's status in the Hu family wasn't ordinary. With Little Cranegrass's influence, nobody would dare to speak nonsense. Thinking of this, Hu Quan's wife smiled and said to the woman, "Aunt Chun, you're asking about that young master just now. That person is the third great master's disciple, young Master Cranegrass. Our family's Hu Quan died in battle to protect this young master. This young master is also a person who remembers kindness. As soon as he returned to Ji Fort, he came to my house and thanked me. He also asked about Ping Er's studies and told us to look for him if we have any problems. But I think that our family is doing well, so we don't need to trouble young Master Cranegrass." When Aunt Chun heard Hu Quan's wife say this, she couldn't help but be surprised. Then she looked at the direction where Little Cranegrass left and said, "Oh my, so that's young Master Cranegrass. Aunt Quan, you might not know, but this time, the third great master got angry because of the attack on young Master Cranegrass. I heard that the patriarch personally gave an order to give the Lu family a ruthless lesson. Now, the outside world is saying that the Lu family is about to be exterminated." Hu Quan's wife sighed and said, "This is how it should be. Our Hu Quan has a very good relationship with this young Master Cranegrass." When young Master Cranegrass came to the Hu family, it was Hu Quan who went to receive him. At that time, we were attacked by the Lu family. This time, the Lu family attacked again, and their target is still young Master Cranegrass. Young Master Cranegrass is the only disciple of the third great master. How can the family swallow this insult? Exterminating the Hu family is also how it should be. Our Hu Quan has been loyal to the Hu family and died in battle. This can be considered as repaying the great kindness that the family has shown us. End of chapter 31-33. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.